Chapter 251, Fluffy Complaining. While the trio was chatting in Sophia's new treehouse, the topic eventually drifted towards magic in general and how Chloe would like to play around with it some more. While she was highly proficient in its usage, her magic teacher was rather strict, so she never really got to go overly wild with it. As the tiger's an expert in that, the two bonded even more and wanted to play with magic. Having a bad feeling, Maya immediately went to get the wolves for backup as she didn't have enough power to deal with both of them simultaneously. Is there anything else besides blowing something up you want to do with magic? Sophia was still in her new treehouse with Chloe when she addressed her again. She tilted her head. There's the magic I want to invent to keep my tail dry and fluffy when it comes to contact with water. I wonder how that could work. Thanks to me being a tiger, my hair and furry bits actually are naturally water repellent, so I have no idea how to research it myself. Seriously? The fox girl got loud again. Your hair and fur are waterproof? So unfair. It's not unfair at all. It's a major pain. Sophia also got loud. Normal shampoo doesn't work and only feels disgusting, so I have to get specially made stuff. Other treatments like certain conditioners and moisturizers don't really work either. Also, as soon as it gets cold, it changes color, explodes in volume, and is almost impossible to tame. She had a lot to complain about. I love the stripes, but it's really not user-friendly at all. Yep. The stripes are super cute. Chloe stared at her hair for a moment. The rest really doesn't sound like fun. Okay, changing color sounds a little interesting. Yeah, that was the only fun part. Originally, I had a rather dark blonde, but it became like this once fall started. The tiger lifted a few strands of her hair while saying so. It also had a gradient coloring like your hair has during the change. That was great, too. She smiled for a moment before changing her expression back again. I could do without the rest, though. The improvements for the heat treatment to tame my hair is coming along nicely, so it's bearable, at least. How did you even know that you can change the appearance of hair with heat? The fox girl looked at her. I've never seen anyone using heat to straighten out wavy hair around here. Well, I know about the effects of heat on hair for some reason that I'd rather not talk about. Fire magic? She took a wild guess. Anyway, the tiger just ignored her question because there's no way she could tell her the truth right now. When I was experimenting with the heating or for our mansion while my hair started to become unruly, I got the idea. I see, she nodded a few times. So, you basically made some plates with this heating or thingy and pressed some strands of your hair in between to iron it. More or less, yeah. Does it actually work, though? I'd think that you need a really specific temperature to work on your hair. Too little heat and nothing happens, and too much, well. Burnt hair smells surprisingly disgusting. Sophia finished her sentence. Maybe not the exact words I was going to use, but that's pretty much it. Yes. It is rather finicky, so the beauty and care store girls and I are still playing around with the right temperature. I left it mostly to them, though, because they have more experience with hair than I do. I see. It works relatively okay by now. Sophia lifted a strand of her hair next to her face. I'm able to straighten my bangs fairly easy by now, but as you can see on my back, the longer the hair is, the harder to tame it gets. While saying so, she turned around to show her wavy hair below her shoulders to the fox girl. I really like the look, though. She looked at the tiger's hair for a little longer. The wavy curl with a bit of extra volume suits you a lot. It feels a bit wild and unrestricted. Hee hee. The blonde liked her description. My hair's always been on the wilder side, but the wavy style is actually growing on me, too. You really should keep it like that. It looks great, after all. Ahaha. Thanks. The tiger got a little bashful. You're cute when you get embarrassed. Shut up. I'm serious, though? There was no hint of teasing in her voice. Anyway, now that we decided to keep your hair like that, how about we experiment with the heat therapy on my hair instead? When did we decide on that? 2 minutes ago. Really? Yep. She only smiled at Sophia. Fine, the tiger felt like she couldn't win against that smile. Aside from not wanting you to get any less fluffy either, the hair iron is still a prototype that needs to be improved. She paused a moment to look at Chloe. Your hair isn't any good to experiment on. Your hair is the final boss for my invention. I've never seen anyone as fluffy as you are. Ah, that makes sense, she hung her head. Being as fluffy as you are is amazing, though. Sophia wanted to cheer her up. Why do you want to straighten your hair, then? Because it's a pain to deal with. The blonde stopped for a moment. Point taken. Yes. Chloe nodded a few times. The look's great, after all. It just needs a lot of work, or else it will look like a bird's nest after a very short time. That's true. During the warmer months, I just have somewhat wild hair that always slightly looks like bed hair, but without being messy. That needs no care at all. She let out a sigh. Right now, it feels like I need half an hour every day to get ready. How long do you think I need? The fox girl grabbed some of her locks. I'd kill to be ready in half an hour. Ahaha. Cutting it also isn't an option because short hair doesn't really suit me. I tried it. Didn't like it at all. Is it bad that I'm happy about that? The tiger was happy that she stayed this fluffy. I wonder if you can change the properties of your hair with magic. Chloe tilted her head. I mean, Feifei can change her size with magic. There's no way you couldn't change your body in other ways, right? Fluffy hair without having to deal with the mess should be possible. Sophia looked very awkward all of a sudden. Feifei said that changing her size is only a visual thing that doesn't actually change anything about her body, but still. Yeah, Fenny and Aura do the same. Oh, they can change sizes, as well? Yup. Not sure if I should admit that, but after you said that your companion can do it, too. Chloe's eyes grew wide. Oops. Well, your wolves seem to know her anyway, so I guess it's fine. Sure should be. Still. The fox girl raised her voice again. There's just no way that you can't permanently adjust your body with magic, right? Right. Feifei said that you can't do it, but I bet she just didn't want me to try. I mean, besides my hair being a pain at times, I'm happy with my body, but I bet it would be fun to mess around with that. The tiger managed to look even more awkward than before. Even if it is possible. I kinda prefer the idea of my inventions. I could easily heat our entire mansion in the capital with magic. All of us that live there could. Still, I liked the idea of heated floors more. Others, that don't have enough magic, can still enjoy the warmth that way, as well. Everyone who can operate the space heaters also can use the underfloor heating. She tried to talk her way out of it. Same for the hair iron. Even if I could cheat my way out of having hair that is a pain to deal with, other people that don't have as ridiculous of magic as I have would still have to suffer. Wow, Chloe looked impressed. Is that the tiger thinking about her folk speaking there? Feeling like it or not, you are supposed to be royalty, right? Well, it didn't seem like Sophia would stop feeling awkward anytime soon. I guess so, she is a tiger, after all. Including everything that comes with it. I do like that way of thinking, though. It is lovely. The fox girl's eyes were sparkling again. Very lovely. Never stop thinking like that. I'll try my best. Still. She got loud yet again. I bet it would be so much fun to change your body at will. See some cute clothes that aren't available in your size? Change your size. Back pain? Make your breasts smaller. Your Maya wants to play with a massive chest? Make them bigger. Gain some weight? Get rid of it. Chloe stared right at her with sparkling eyes. That would be amazing, wouldn't it? Sophia was unable to maintain eye contact with her. Why yeah, that does sound like fun, right? She was too excited to see the sweat dripping down the blonde's forehead. How about we experiment with that a bit? I bet we could find a way using magic. Dash. I'm back, and I brought the wolves. At the perfect moment, Maya returned to the treehouse and announced her arrival. Maya. The tiger was very happy about that. Afterward, Sophia jumped at her cat, and the topic of using magic to adjust their bodies was put on hold for the time being. Chapter 252, Enabling Wolves. While Maya was busy getting the wolves for backup because she couldn't deal with the chaotic duo consisting of Sophia and Chloe, said girls were busy chatting. They mutually complained about fluffy hair being a pain to take care of. The fox girl especially had lots of troubles because she's the incarnation of fluff. She even came up with the idea of changing her hair with magic. That also made her interested in adjusting her body as a whole, which is supposed to be impossible as far as she knows. The tiger girl looked really awkward while the other was gushing over how much fun it would be being able to change your body however and whenever you like. Idiot. While they were leaving the treehouse and Sophia told Maya what the duo had chatted about, she only reacted with a single word. Why? The blonde didn't like this accusation. It's not me who brought it up. I did my best to stay serious, as well. Well, I guess you have a point there. The cat girl reacted with a nod. I do. Still, Chloe sure is something else. I didn't think there would be another one to come up with something as stupid as changing your body at will. There are many people who would have such ideas. Tell me one, besides the two of you. Maya didn't let her have any of that. The demon guy Fenny mentioned when I screwed up and became a tiger. You know, the guy that wanted to have wings and accidentally became a demon beast folk hybrid. She hadn't expected her to actually come up with someone. Tell me too. Shut up. Fine, Maya, let it be. Still, it sure is interesting how alike the two of you think. Kinda weird, too, actually. Whose idea was it to play with the size of my chest? Sophia just stared at her. She paused for a moment. That's not what I meant. Hee hee. The tiger looked smug over her victory. You are right, though. It's super interesting how we get excited over similar stuff. We will have so much fun together when it comes to exploring or magic. The future looks grim. I beg to differ. Sophia was a lot cheerier about it. Maya had a feeling that she wasn't able to stop her. The happy smile the blonde showed her also killed all motivation to do so. Are you going to tell her about your ability to adjust your body however you want? Chloe doesn't seem like the type to give up on an idea once she had it. I have some experience with that type of girls, after all. The blonde let out a short laugh. Not for now. I don't want anyone to find out that I wasn't always a tiger, and that magic could cause some suspicions about that. You actually thought that through, huh? I have my moments. Once they finished their little chat, the couple regrouped with the wolves and Chloe, who were waiting for them outside the treehouse already. So, why are we here again? Fen looked at the couple once he spotted them. The bar was much warmer, and I'd like to go back there. He looked a little grumpy. I need help with this chaos duo here. Maya glanced at her tiger and the fox girl before staring at him. Chaos duo? Aura changed her attention to the two in question. Listen to this. Sophia raised her voice. Because this Feifei wanted Chloe to learn decent common sense, she wasn't allowed to play around with magic like every other fun-loving idiot. This girl never blew anything up with magic in her life. Oh my. Aura's eyes grew wide. That's horrible. Fen also got loud. Oh no, Maya noticed her mistake. Why did I think that those two would be on my side? It was me who's the biggest idiot here all along, huh? We have to change that immediately, don't we? The blonde faced the wolf with sparkling eyes that were filled with determination. Absolutely. The wolves were just as motivated. Can I go home? The catgirl's feelings were slightly less enthusiastic. She does love blowing up things on occasion as well, but keeping 4 of them in check was way above her pay grade. Can we really? Chloe started smiling after having heard the opinion of the wolves on the matter. Of course. Yay. She sounded really happy about it. Fine, seeing her smile, Maya also gave up on protesting. Let's try and find a clearing somewhere in the forest, though. Good idea. Sophia looked at her. We don't want to bother our new neighbors, right? Sure. That was my goal here. Let's go. Ignoring the sarcasm in the catgirl's voice, the blonde energetically raised her hand. Yes. So did Chloe. Afterward, as everyone was highly motivated to teach the fox girl some fun magic, the group left the village to search for a place to play. Maya followed after them as well. Alright, do you know how to use fire-related magic? It didn't take them long to find a suitable place inside the forest, and Finn faced the fox girl. It's the easiest way to blow something up, after all. Of course. Chloe showed him a happy smile before lifting her hand. A moment later, a whitish yellow flame appeared on top of the palm of her opened hand. Easily. I really don't get why you can use chantless magic. The blonde looked at the fox. I want to know why. I still don't know, either. Chloe shook her head. We can ask Fei for an explanation once she's back. I'm sure she has some answers. We will. After all, it really was bugging Sophia. Anyway, Finn tried to stay on the topic. Well, I'm also curious about that. Let's focus on blowing something up for the time being. Yes. The two nodded in agreement. By the way, how big of an explosion are we talking about? Aura also focused her attention on the fox. How much of the forest should be left afterward? All of it. Maya decided to answer for the pink-haired girl. Why yes. Chloe nodded a couple of times in response. A small crater and a nice ball of fire is all I want. For now. Sophia got closer and whispered those words to him. She's done for once she gets a taste of it. He whispered back. Don't try to corrupt her even more. The catgirl glared at them. Seriously, why are your ears so good? The two were shocked that she had heard them. I have an extra sense to pick up on these kinds of conversations. Get rid of that sense. Fan and the tiger didn't like it. Nope. She just grinned at them. Even if I could, there's no way I would. Too bad, the duo looked visibly disappointed. Alright, while Aura didn't necessarily disagree with the two, she instead addressed the fox girl again. What's more important? A flashy fireball or something that you can feel in your guts? Yes. Chloe just showed her a big smile. Are you two related? Finn glanced at the group's tiger. Highly unlikely. She shook her head. I do see your point, though. Sophia couldn't deny that the two were somewhat similar in some areas. It's fun. Flashy and powerful, huh? Aura then faced the blonde, as well. That's your specialty, isn't it? You and Fen are also pretty good at that, though? She didn't want to take all the laurels when it came to this topic. There's just no way that we can compare to your creativity. The wolves replied the same. Is that so? Yes. Sophia glanced at the two for a moment. You just want me to come up with something so that Maya gets upset with me only because it was my idea, right? Yes. The two just kept nodding. Cowards. She shook her head. You do know that I'll take you down with me, right? We prefer you over Maya. You seem to have quite the reputation. Chloe leaned over to Maya while she was listening to their bicker. Reminds me a bit of Fei. Someone has to keep them from destroying the world, you know? The catgirl sounded absolutely serious while making her claim. That's exactly what almost happened when Sophia and Fen were left unsupervised the last time, after all. Also, just like me, everyone in our group likes to tease each other whenever they get the chance. I could be a little more easygoing at times, but they also just love to make those comments. Yup. Fan, Aura, and Sophia all agreed. We love to mess with each other. Is that so? Chloe looked at all of them. I love the dynamic you have going on in your group. The tiger loved all of them a lot, so she was happy to hear that it seemed like they had something special. Our group's always open to newcomers. She more and wanted Chloe to stay with them. Be prepared to be teased, though. And you have to bear with some flirty idiots that don't know the definition of holding back. Fan also needed to warn her. That is true. Maya agreed with him. Sophia and I also can get quite annoying when it comes to that. It's not just the wolves. Yup. The tiger nodded a couple of times. We're not nearly as obnoxious as them, but we are not easy to deal with either. The male wolf wasn't sure what to say here. There's lots of teasing to be had here. Aura summarized the conversion. Flirting, too, for that matter, yes. She glanced at Finn towards the end. He tried not to react to it. It does sound lovely and like a lot of fun, and I'm happy that you like me so much that you're considering letting me join the group, but I think that it would be better to decide once you meet Fei Fei. It's either both or neither of us, after all. I'm not going to leave her. Chloe was really happy about the indirect invite, but she had no plans to join them on her own. Fan and I actually traveled with Fei for many years in the past already. I really enjoyed that time. The female wolf already liked the plan. Save for the times when she got upset with me when I got too lax about how I experimented with magic and caused a catastrophe or cataclysmic event, or 17. Yes, she's nice to have around. Both had seemingly enjoyed her company. The more, the merrier. There was no way Sophia would have anything against it, after all. Someone who can scold Fan and keep him in check. Count me in. Maya, too, was looking forward to her already. Really? The fox girl's smile got bigger. I'll tell her about it once she's back, and then we'll talk about it again. Sounds like a plan. The blonde smiled back at her. Alrighty. Let's go back to exploding things. Or rather, let's finally get started with it. Yes. Afterward, once the topic had gotten back on track, Sophia tried to think of a way to show Chloe how to explode something in a flashy and powerful way. Chapter 253, Magic Genius. Chloe was very proficient in the usage of magic, and she even was able to use chantless magic with an amount of magic power or authorization that shouldn't normally let her do so. Her magic teacher was rather strict, though, and she never was allowed to play around too much. Not once in her life had she caused a big and flashy explosion. Sophia, Fan, and Aura, deeply saddened by this, wanted to change that by showing the poor fox girl how to create a nice explosion. As usual, the group got a little sidetracked, but once they got back on track, Sophia finally tried to teach Chloe how to create an explosion. She's an expert in that field of expertise, after all. You said that an explosion with a crater the size of a house is good enough for you, right? Sophia tried to remember her conversation with the fox girl not too long ago while looking at her. More than enough, yes. She nodded a few times. She stared at her for a while longer before eventually facing Fan. How much of her magic would she need for this? Around 10%, I guess? To activate environmental magic or use it as fuel? He looked back at her. I'm best with using it as fuel. I wanted her to make a small hole and fill it with her magic before igniting it. I see. He paused for a moment while thinking about it. I think 5% of her power should be plenty for that already. 10% would probably make the crater at least as big as our mansion in the capital. Aren't you proud of us, Maya? The tiger then looked at her cat. I asked Fenny for help to find the right amount of magic, and he actually suggested using less. I'll tell you after we're done with this. She wasn't entirely convinced that they were actually being careful here. Fair enough. The blonde hadn't hoped for much more than that. Anyway. Chloe, can you control your magic in a way that lets you use 5%? Flat 5% or around it? Like 4.9 or 5.1%? The fox girl tilted her head while replying to her. I take that as a yes? Yup. She nodded a few times. Finally, controlling my powers was one of the first things Fei Fei taught me. Is it just me, or were you a pretty bad teacher? Sophia glanced at Fen. You never taught me any of that. Shut up. He glared at her. I taught you how to have fun and explode things, though. I love you. She quickly reevaluated his teaching abilities. Better. The wolf looked happy again. A bit of essential common sense and some basics in holding back maybe wouldn't have been so bad, though. Maya needed to complain a little. You say that, but all of this is why you met Sophia in the first place, though. Fen looked at her. It was me who suggested visiting your village after we left the monster country and had a few troubles with some humans. I love you. Maya had also reevaluated her opinion on his way of doing things. Anyway, Sophia focused on Chloe again. Where were we again? She had lost track of everything. You asked me whether I can finally control my own magic to only use 5% of it. Right. She apparently remembered. I can, by the way. The fox girl repeated herself to make Sophia stay focused. Perfect. I didn't understand a whole lot earlier, but it seems like you have a plan? The fox girl tilted her head again while looking at the blonde. Tell me. She sounded excited. Instead of using my own internal magic to command external magic, I like to use it directly. Using it as actual fuel makes it easier to control, and it's more predictable, as well. Oh, I see. Her expression lit up. I've used my own internal magic as fuel for nature-related things before, but never in a way to trigger an explosion with it. Sounds fun. Nature-related things? Sophia immediately took an interest in that. When you bathe plants in your magic, it works like fertilizer, and they grow like crazy. Feifei got really mad with me when I accidentally made a tree grow over 100 tall almost in an instant. Oh. Sophia's eyes started sparkling. After we're done with the explosion thingy, can we try that, as well? That sounds amazing. Sure. I didn't know you could do that. Never heard of it, either. The wolves apparently didn't know about this technique yet. Sounds fun, though. I like that idea. Surprisingly, Maya was on the side of the duo. Even I don't know how Sophia could possibly create a catastrophe by simply growing plants. Famous last words. Aura decided to mumble these words only to herself. She wanted the cat girl to have a good time as well, after all. With that being decided on, let's blow something up. The tiger sounded even more motivated now. Yay! So was the fox girl. So, what should I do? You'll have to create a hole in the ground and fill it with your magic power. I see. Chloe nodded a few times. How big and deep should the hole be? Not overly big. Maybe a cylindrical hole about 30 centimeters wide and 2 meters deep, I guess. Sounds easy enough. Saying so, the pink-haired girl concentrated for a moment, and immediately after, a hole with the exact dimensions Sophia mentioned appeared before them. Are the 5% of my magic you mentioned earlier okay, or does it have to be a more specific amount? Nah, that's just fine. The tiger only waved her hand. This is no open-heart surgery, after all. It's alright if you simply eyeball it. Okay. Afterward, she looked at the hole again for a moment, before facing Sophia once more. I felt a little fancy, and used 5.5%. Whatever makes you happy. Sophia was glad that the fox girl seemed to be having a good time. Can I light it now? She was having a very good time. I'm not sure how you feel about it, but I'd like to put some distance between the hole and myself, before you blow it up. The blonde pointed at the hole in the ground that was only a meter away from them. Personally, I don't want to be blown up. I had enough of that already. Chloe's cheeks turned a little red. I got a bit too excited. I know that feeling. Sophia showed her a happy smile. We do, too. Everyone else just nodded. Afterward, the group retreated to a safe distance before Sophia placed a hand on Chloe's shoulder while also giving the fox girl a thumbs up with her other hand. Blast away. Yay! With a broad smile on her lips, Chloe then ignited the magic that she had poured into the hole earlier. Immediately after, a flame shot out of the hole, before the ground around it exploded. Debris and earth flew all around it before a full-on pillar of fire rose towards the sky. Once everything calmed down again, only a bit of smoke and a giant crater around 50 m in diameter were left behind. Well, I'm quite happy that I thought about retreating from the hole. Sophia was awkwardly scratching her cheek while looking at the destruction, and Chloe. You might have overdone it a little, my dear. Oh. Is that how you feel with me all the time? She then glanced at Maya. Shut up. She apparently wasn't in the mood for that right now. Was that really just 5% of your power, girl? Fen stared at her. That explosion felt more like double than that. Also, why is your magic fully recovered already? Wow. For Chloe, it wasn't time to respond to the wolf's questions yet. That was so cool. You're the best, Sophia. Thank you so much for teaching me how to do it. Ehe. The tiger liked her reaction. Just call me for more. Yay. She looked delighted about it before looking at the crater again. Still, wasn't the explosion a bit too big? I would have been more than happy with something half the size. That's exactly what I just said. Fen raised his voice. Did you really only use around 5% of your power? It felt closer to what 10% should have done. Also, why has your magic fully recovered already? Really? Chloe only tilted her head. I did use only a little over 5%, though. Also, precisely because it was only that little, its recovery didn't even take a second, after all. He stared at the fox for a while, before eventually looking over to Sophia. What? The blonde didn't like his stare. I see no problem with that. My power also gets misjudged all the time, and it wouldn't take me any longer than a few moments to recover that much magic either. That exactly is my problem. You are you, after all. The boosted, half-overseer tiger finally understood what he was implying. Is there something wrong? Naturally, Chloe couldn't follow their conversation. Feifi's magic has the same power, though. It recovers about as fast as mine, too. I don't think there's anything out of the ordinary. She tilted her head again. Fen then looked at Aura. Did Feanis have such remarkable powers? I remember her being similar to us. Also, it sounded like she wanted to say something else just now. We parted ways with her Luong before I had my accident, so the memories are a little hazy, but I definitely would have remembered something like that. She shook her head. Then again, my own power doubled with that accident, so who knows what happened with her since then. We came across so many exceptions that I have little issues with believing it. She stole a glance at Sophia while saying so. Hey! The blonde had noticed that. If anything, Fenny, step up your game. Aura got a huge boost, and this Fei seemed to have improved, as well. What did you do all those years besides lazing around? He was unable to reply anything here and just hung his head. Sophia apparently had hit a nerve here. Anyway, don't worry about him. The tiger faced Chloe again. He also got jealous of me because my magic recovers faster than his and has somewhat more power behind it. Really? The fox girl looked at the wolf. You shouldn't be jealous about something like that, Fin. Ugh. He hung his head even more. Maya, can you do something about those two? He didn't want to deal with them anymore right now. If you can tell me how and what, sure. She had given up on it, as well. Fen had nothing in store. Okay. Sophia sounded excited again. Do you want to explore some more, or can we try out the nature magic thingy you mentioned earlier? Oh. For now, I'm quite happy with the destruction I was able to cause. She looked at the crater again. We can play a bit with that if you want to. Yay. Even though Fen was still a bit confused about why the fox girl's magic seemed so different, as it didn't seem like he was getting any answers, the wolf gave up on it for the time being and just looked forward to whatever catastrophe would result from the girls playing around with nature-related magic. Chapter 254, Magic got even more confusing. Chloe had finally fulfilled one of her dreams and blew something up with magic because she wasn't allowed to do so because of her overly serious teacher. The explosion ended up being much bigger than anticipated, though. For some reason, the fox girl's magic, just as that of Sophia, seemed to be more potent than Fan had predicted when he suggested the amount of power she should use. Not only that, but her recovery speed seemed to be at least on par with the tiger, as well. As no one had any answers to those observations, Sophia decided not to pay any attention to that topic anymore, especially because she wanted to play some more with magic. Alright. The blonde sounded highly motivated. What do I have to do to make a 500-meter tall tree? After she had heard that Chloe had let a tree grow over 100 meters tall with her magic power, she naturally wanted to go all out. Are those 500 meters set already? Maya wasn't sure how to feel about that. What? Sophia tilted her head. You want it even taller? A whole kilometer would be a bit too excessive, wouldn't it? What do you think? She looked over to Chloe next to her. Yes, that would definitely be too much. She only nodded. Any more would definitely be overdoing it. I hate you too. Eehee. The tiger liked her reaction. Okay, how about you go first and make a tree grow without holding back, and I'll settle for double of that. No fewer than that, though. Doubling sounds surprisingly reasonable for you. Where's the catch? The cat girl got a little wary. What exactly does not holding back mean? Sophia tilted her head while thinking about it. Chloe, how much of your magic did you use to let that tree grow over 100 meters tall? Around 50%. Feifei wasn't paying attention, so I used the chance to have some fun. Alrighty. 25% of your power it is, Maya. Eh? She didn't like the sound of that. Even though we just found out that her magic is more powerful, I still have so much more raw magic than Chloe. 25% of mine would probably end up with a 500-meter tall tree already. Exactly. The blonde just flashed her a cheeky smile. Come on, Sophia, Chloe stared at her. If you double that. We just agreed that Maya's idea of a tree being a whole kilometer tall would be too excessive. I seriously hate both of you. Also, that's not the issue here, you two idiots. The cat girl got loud again. The fir trees around here are quite tall already, so I'm okay with growing one a little over 100 meters, maybe even 150. Knock yourself out and double whatever I did for your experiment. Deal. The tiger immediately jumped at the opportunity. That's definitely a start. I can't wait. Chloe seemed to be looking forward to it, as well. Did I just make a mistake? Maya's bad feelings about the situation just got worse. Nope. The other two girls just shook their heads. We really need to find a girlfriend for you soon, the cat girl let out a sigh while looking at Chloe. You need someone else to influence, because Sophia might actually explode if she gets enabled even more. Hey. Sounds good. Chloe seemed to like the plan. If possible, sooner rather than later. I was somewhat indifferent about, though always curious about certain things, but watching the two of you for just a day made me really want to get one. That's the spirit. Sophia was cheering her on again. Okay, that's not exactly what I was trying to say here. Maya paused for a moment. But, sure. We'll definitely keep an eye open. She just wanted to complain, but as she liked the fox girl, she had no issues helping her out with that. Okay, let's get to the magic part. How does it work? Yay! The chaos duo was happy that the cat girl gave up. It's quite easy, actually. Saying so, Chloe walked to the edge of the clearing the group was in, where she spotted a sapling. Afterward, she held out her hand, and a moment later, the sapling began to slightly glow in a green light. A few moments later, it grew by over 2 meters instantly and looked more like a tree already. That's pretty much it. That's it, she says. Maya let out a sigh. I understood about just as much as when Sophia showed me some new magic. Just so you know, that means nothing. Wow, it's so easy. The tiger's eyes started sparkling instead. I can't believe I've never tried that before. It's so obvious. Case in point. The cat girl just gestured at the blonde. Would it be possible to get some more details for those who aren't gifted with whatever the two of you have going on? Yes. Fan and Aura also raised their voices while nodding a few times. Chloe clapped her hands. Feifei's already used to my antics, so I tend to forget that my way of doing things can be a little weird to others. Looked perfectly fine to me, though. Sophia tilted her head. I completely understood it. Again, case in point. This time, the wolves joined in on Maya's reply. Ah. The tiger averted her face. Anyway, as Chloe just showed us, you have to evenly bathe the sapling in your raw magic without activating it while infusing it with your power. Once everything is coated and there's an even cloud around it, you finally activate it by imagining it growing up to a tree and letting it soak up your magic. Exactly what she just said. The fox girl nodded a couple of times. You only have to make sure that everything on the sapling is covered in your magic or else it won't grow evenly. Is that so? Do you mind explaining how I know whether I have evenly coated and infused the sapling with my magic? Maya still hadn't fully understood it. You just look at it? The duo tilted their heads before Chloe continued. Once you see that your magic is evenly around the sapling, you're good to go. You can see your own raw magic. The cat girl couldn't follow them. I mean, sure, I can feel it and am aware of the amount present in the vicinity, but I can't see it. How are you supposed to know whether something is evenly coated in your magic? Exactly. The wolves joined in with her. Sophia and the fox girl got even more confused. You can't. No. The three got loud. Wait, you two can? Yup. The duo just nodded. That's what I've always been doing with my magic when I used it to cover my surroundings like the air thingy or incinerating a tree with my raw magic. The tiger didn't understand their surprise. I thought this is normal. It is not. They managed to get even louder. Really? Chloe also had a questioning expression. That's also how Feifei taught it to me, though. Something happened with Feonis, didn't it? Aura turned to look at Fan. It has to, he nodded. We used to be on the same page when it came to magic. How does the raw magic of someone look like? The female wolf got interested in the topic. Hard to explain, Sophia thought about it. It kinda looks like, fancy dust in the air when you release it. Fancy dust? The wolves just stared at her. Wow, that is so fitting. Chloe smiled at the tiger. Concentrated magic looks like small sparkly particles swirling around the owner when they release it. Though, compared to dust, sparklines aside, it has a bit of a purple color. That's why, fancy dust. The blonde repeated herself. Fair. The fox girl gave her an understanding nod. Purple, swirly, and sparkly particles. Maya repeated after her. Yup. Kinda reminds me of, you know what, she looked at Sophia. With Chloe around, she didn't want to mention the portals and cut her sentence short. Very similar to that. The tiger still understood her. Raw magic's not quite as purple, it's a bit lighter, and the particles are much smaller. Chloe just tilted her head. It's nothing. Okay? So. The two of you can actually see raw magic before it gets used by the owner. Fen still had a hard time believing them. Yup. They simply nodded again. Why did you never mention that? The wolf stared at Sophia. I, didn't know I had to? I thought that was normal. I had no idea that I was the only one in our group that could see it. Do you three really can't? No. Chloe, explanation please. The tiger turned to look at the fox girl. Even if you ask me. I only just now found out that there are people who can't see it, either. I mostly chatted with Feifei about magic, and she can see it just fine, too. She never mentioned anything being abnormal about it when she was teaching me how to use magic while I was growing up. Very interesting, Sophia paused for a moment. I have so many questions for this Feifei. Yeah, Fan and Aura nodded a couple of times. Anyway, as not understanding what was going on was not a new feeling for the blonde, she lost interest in it soon enough. She got back to the main topic as she spotted another sapling not too far away from the one that grew up thanks to the magic of Chloe. Let's continue with our experiments. Yes. The fox girl was all for it. Sure, Maya was still a bit confused about the whole being able to see raw magic thing, but she knew Sophia well enough to know when it was time to pause a topic. I need a bit more help to try it, though. As I can't see magic, I have to go with feeling it. Chloe used 50% of her magic to let a tree grow over 100 meters tall. At the same time, her magic seems to be twice as powerful as it's supposed to be, just as our Sophia. In the end, I have to use the same amount of magic as 100% of our dear fox, because my magic doesn't have any extra power behind it. Am I right with that? Too much math, the blonde decided to stay out of this conversation. Fin. Chloe also only looked at the wolf for help with a questioning expression. Hard to say, he gave it some thought. She has a little under 1/10 of your power, but it's twice as effective. Oh. He suddenly raised his voice. Maybe that's the reason why our fox here can use chantless magic. Her effective power is above the threshold of being able to use it. Focus, Fenny. Sophia didn't want to hear about that right now. For you, out of all people, to say that. The wolf rolled his eyes before continuing. Well, as I just said, her power's supposed to be a little under 10% of yours. So, if you use that much, it should net the same result as Chloe using 50% of her actual magic. I don't think 10% is enough. Sophia wasn't a fan of the plan. How does 5% sound? 10, it is. The tiger quickly changed her opinion. Good. With a slight smile on her lips, Maya got closer to one of the nearby saplings and tried to recreate what Chloe did earlier while hoping that nothing ridiculous would happen. Chapter 255, Effective Magic. Chloe had shown off how to make trees grow by using one's magic power, but things got a little more complicated afterward. As it turned out, Sophia and the fox girl could actually see raw magic, and they had no idea that this was anything special as Maya and the wolves aren't able to do so. The blonde had never noticed this being the case, though. As neither of the duo had an explanation for this, the group had to put this topic on halt for the time being and concentrated on the nature-related magic again. Impressive. You're amazing, Maya. Fan, I hate you. Just like Sophia and Chloe, Maya was straining her neck while looking up towards the sky as they tried to see the top of the tree she had grown by using her own raw magic as a sort of fertilizer. Why? The wolf in question got loud. Why am I at fault for this 250-meter-tall tree you have created? He was also looking at it. I told you to use only 10% of your power, not 20%. And that's exactly what I did. The cat girl yelled back at him. Check my remaining power with your detection magic thingy. Let's see, he concentrated on her for a moment. A little over 90% of your total power is remaining. Why? Fen raised his voice even more. Because you told me to use 10%. No. Why was the effect of your magic closer to 20% even though you're only missing 10%? The wolf paused for a moment. Sophia. What did you do to her? Why me? The tiger also got loud. Who else could be responsible for this? He wasn't going to calm down anytime soon. The idiot we all love and who likes to mess with people for his own entertainment. As she didn't want to actually mention Kinnear with Chloe around, Sophia went with a description her group should easily understand. Ah. Fen paused. You win that round. Well then, Sophia's expression suddenly changed while she cracked her knuckles. I think I have to pay someone a visit. Messing with Maya's off limits, after all. Wait a moment. The cat girl grabbed her hand and stopped the blonde with a slightly scary look in her eyes from leaving. Do you remember when you shared some of your magic with Ari, and I got a little jealous about it? Sure. The aura around the tiger calmed down again while she tilted her head. After that, while I didn't boost your magic, we still exchanged some of it and mixed ours together. It was great fun. sure was. Maya smiled at her for a moment before continuing. Could that have had an effect on my magic? Power aside, Ari seemed to have gotten better at using it after she got a portion of your power, as well. Oh. Hearing that, Sophia's expression fully turned to normal again. You think so? It does make a lot of sense, doesn't it? I wasn't certain about it yet because I haven't used a lot of larger scale magic lately, but I felt that it has gotten somewhat easier for me ever since. I see, the blonde wasn't sure what to do with that information yet. I sure am handy, huh? Why didn't anything change for me when we did our little experiment the other day? Fen got loud again. Well, I just channeled my magic through you. I didn't actually do anything with yours. Sophia? The wolf's voice suddenly got unusually sweet. Shut up, Fenny. She didn't want to deal with that right now. I'll think about it. It wasn't hard to guess what the wolf wanted, after all. Thank you very much. You can permanently share your magic with others. Chloe looked a little confused but interested at the same time. I tried. It worked. In theory, she didn't even try it with Ari, but that was a different topic. Sounds fun. Her eyes started sparkling. I don't have enough that I plan to share any of mine, but that sure is something. Yeah, even with me being the overpowered girl I am, I don't want to use it too often. I can imagine. The fox girl only nodded a couple of times. Although, if you ever feel like you have too much magic and need to get rid of a bit, I won't say no. She got a little shameless. Ahaha. Sophia let out a chuckle. I'll keep that in mind. Though, I first want to boost Anna so that she's on the same level as Ari after I messed with her. Once I recovered from that, feel free to bug me a little. Why, you don't have to. Chloe waved her hands. I was mostly just kidding. It's fine. Sophia just smiled at her. I bet the two of us can have a ton of fun together if you have more magic to play with. It's a win-win for everyone. Ehe. Chloe liked the sound of that. Can I veto this? Maya, on the other hand, didn't like the sound of that. After all, the chaos duo with the fox girl's current power was too much for her already. Nope. The blonde just shook her head. Ugh, she wasn't really surprised, though. Wait, you're going to give some of your magic to Anna? I plan to, yes. Sophia looked at the cat girl. I heard that her birthday's really soon and I thought that would be a nice gift. I have fully recovered my own power after the Ari thing, and I want the two to have the same amount of magic. There are some things that would be really cruel in the future with their powers being so extremely different, after all. As magic power affects your age, Anna would age relatively normally. At the same time, Ari will stay young for a very long time, which wouldn't be pleasant for either of them. Especially because they're about to become a couple. I see. That's very sweet of you. Maya had warned Anna in the past not to ask the blonde to boost her magic because she didn't want Sophia to lose even more of her power. Still, after Kinnear had restored her powers to the Priori incident, and how Sophia wanted to do it of her own accord, she fully supported the decision. I am sweet after all. She looked pretty smug. You do have your moments, yes. Hey. The tiger didn't like how Maya looked even smugger during her reply. Anyway, unless something out of the ordinary happens, I can play with the capacity of your magic a little once I'm back to normal. She smiled at Chloe again. Thank you very much. It's going to be fun. I'm so happy that I have white hair. Maya suddenly let out a sigh. Gray hair from stress isn't a thing with that. Why? Sophia looked at her again. What did we do? You're the one that just created a 250-meter tall tree. You're the unreasonable one who's completely overdone it. She pointed at the gigantic tree in front of the group. If we go back to the mansion tonight, you're sleeping on the sofa. The cat girl was not amused. Can I take the sheepskin rug instead? It's super comfy and fluffy, after all. How does the horse stable behind the mansion sound? I am deeply sorry. She didn't like the idea. That's not the good kind of teasing, huh? Yup. Wait. Chloe joined their conversation. You have a stable? She got interested in a particular part. That's amazing. No horses, though. We have Fenny and Aura for that. Riding on them every now and then, not them living in the stables. It's the same for Feifei and me. Horses are cute, though. That is very true. Sophia agreed with the fox girl. I kinda wanted to get some, but it really makes absolutely no sense. But understandable. Chloe looked a little disappointed still. Yeah, they would be too much work. Exactly. The tiger nodded. Anyway, enough of that for the time being. She then looked at the gigantic tree the catgirl had grown with her magic. It's my turn. Okay. The fox girl also looked at it. Wait, does that mean we will see the 500-meter tall tree now? Maya's is way over 200 meters tall already, and she said that you can double it. I sure hope so. Sophia then looked at her cat with pleading eyes. Sure, knock yourself out. Seriously? Both, the blonde and Chloe, sounded surprised. Yeah. Maya nodded. I complained enough for today. Also, a gigantic tree isn't going to harm anyone. Not to mention that I promised. Yay. The duo looked incredibly happy. Only double the size, though. As you said before, a tree being a full kilometer tall would be way too much. Yes. Sophia nodded a couple of times before eventually facing Fen. As I roughly have twice the power as Maya, and both of us seem to have more effective magic, I should be good to go with 10% of mine, right? I'm not going to answer that. The wolf just glared at her. I was wrong about magic twice already today. I'm not going to chance it a third time. There are way too many exceptions that I can't categorize. Fine, the tiger didn't press the issue. Maya, can I use 10%? Have fun. Thank you very much. Sophia had a broad smile on her lips while she looked for a sapling with enough space around it to grow tall and healthy. She had big plans for it, after all. Chapter 256, Now That's a Tree. Recreating the magic Chloe had come up with, Maya had successfully used her raw magic to grow a tree sapling to an unbelievable size. She had planned for the first sapling to roughly reach 100 meters in height. It would have been a very tall tree, but not entirely impossible for a fir. Something went wrong, though. As it turned out, because Sophia had mixed her magic with that of Maya after she got jealous of Ari, the catgirl's effective powers had increased, and her magic became much more potent. Thanks to that, the tree she grew ended up being way over 200 meters tall. Wow. Chloe's eyes were sparkling while she was straining her neck more than ever to see the top of the tree Sophia had grown with her raw magic. Not only was its trunk multiple tens of meters wide, the tiger actually managed to make it way over 500 meters tall. It was a tree unlike anything any of them had ever seen. Fir doesn't really work for it, but it actually has some world tree vibes. Sophia didn't like the sound of that. She should have seen it coming, but she still didn't want to be responsible for creating something that could be linked to that. It's just a little overgrown. I wonder if you can see that thing from the capital. Maya seemed to have changed what she wanted to ask mid-sentence and looked at the three again. Oh no, the tiger could already see herself being questioned by the king in the future. Pretty unlikely. Fen shook his head. Even though it is this tall, the capital's quite a bit away from here, so it should still be below the horizon. Phew, she looked visibly relieved. Then again, the castle is elevated quite a bit. The chance to see it from there would be quite high, actually. Alright, does anyone have an axe at hand? Sophia really didn't want to deal with that. Chloe had something against this plan. It looks so cool, though. That is true, the blonde had to agree with her. Still, it will be such a pain once the king finds out. There's also still the lake thing, she started mumbling towards the end. Who cares? The fox girl stared right at her. Just have fun. Life should be as interesting as possible. Is that what having a bad influence means? Sophia glanced over to Maya. Do you now know why others complained about you? Not at all. The tiger started smiling. Someone having a bad influence on you is amazing. I'm a bad influence. Judging by her complicated expression, the fox girl had some mixed feelings about this revelation. Well, that depends a little on the definition of bad. Maya tilted her head. Sophia's breaking the common sense of everyone around her on a daily basis and caused the king a ton of headaches already. You are not helping with making the lives of those people, myself included, any easier. I see. We really will get along great. Sophia naturally enjoyed her infectious happy-go-lucky nature. She wasn't any different, after all. Ehe. She cheered up in an instant again. I think so, too. Sophia, the catgirl's wording was slightly different for some reason. Okay, the tree can stay. The tiger had changed her mind. It's way too cool to get rid of. She looked at it with sparkling eyes again. Just for the record, though. It's been here for ages already, okay? For hundreds of years, to be more specific. Thousands. I have no relation with it whatsoever. With what? As usual, when it came to feigning innocence, Maya was immediately on board. Exactly. Don't you think anyone in the castle would notice the change on the horizon? Fen didn't want to let her off the look so soon. Not to mention with all the closer villages, not even included the foxes right at the other side of the forest? Don't make Sophia feel bad, Fin. Why am I the bad guy now? He didn't like the pouting expression Chloe had while she was looking at him. I'm just teasing her a little. I'm all in for giving the beast folk king a headache. It means that something interesting has happened. That's better. The fox girl started smiling again. Is it? Maya scratched her cheek. So you're fine with giving the king of this nation a headache? Well, she paused for a moment. I mean, not really, but... While he might be the ruler of this country, Sophia's my friend, and her having fun is more important than the mental health of someone I don't personally know. Wow. Oh my gosh, you're the best. Sophia almost wanted to hug her in response. Ehe. Sue, Aura also finally spoke up while looking at the two trees the couple had grown. I can give it a try, too, right? She had no intention of keeping the current topic going. It looks like a lot of fun. That's the spirit. Chloe smiled at her. I'm not going to stop you. Maya just threw up her hands in resignation. I'm in. Fen liked the idea. Make it bigger than mine, so I can blame you if anyone mentions something. The tiger had her very own plan with this. Sure. After all, Aura had no problems with being in the center of attention. Well, if that wasn't something. After having finished playing with the trees, the group was walking back to the elven village, and Sophia seemed to be in a good mood while smiling at the wolves. Compared to what the two of you did, my tree's still just a sapling. I wouldn't go that far, but you two sure know how to not hold back. Maya was also looking at them. It's amazing. Chloe's mood was just as good as that of the blonde. It's hard to guess, but the two trees you two made definitely look like they exceeded a whole kilometer in height. Too bad they're fir trees. The size is totally worthy of a world tree, but the feeling's off. Yeah, Sophia nodded. For that, something a little more jungle-like would have been better, huh? Now that her tree wasn't the tallest anymore, she was much more into the idea. Exactly. Do you have any idea what they're talking about? Fen glanced over at Maya walking next to him. Not even in the slightest, she only shook her head. I'm also not sure if I want to know. Good point. By the way, I'm hungry. The tiger raised her voice. Can we hurry? She didn't care about their conversation because there were some more pressing matters for her. Me, too. Chloe shared her feelings. I think that's the first time I wholeheartedly support anything you two said today. It seems like the catgirl could eat something, as well. Good idea. So were the wolves. Oh, welcome back. Arriving in the village, the group promptly ran into Alex. Hey, Sophia awkwardly waved at him. As they went on quite the rampage, she was getting ready for a questioning. What's wrong? My dear tiger? He only looked at her. What, are you feeling guilty now that you destroyed my wallet? A bit late for that. The fox frowned for a moment before starting to smile again. Just kidding, it's fine. I did that to myself, after all. The blonde was confused as it seemed like he hadn't noticed the new and gigantic trees in very close proximity. Only then did she see the issue. Looking up, Sophia noticed that the entire village was encircled by giant trees, so one could barely see anything besides the very sky right above the place. No, it's nothing. Just getting a little hungry is all. Oh, if that's all, you should head over to the bar again. Mark opened it half an hour ago, and I bet he'll happily cook something for everyone. That sounds perfect. Sophia liked the sound of that. Are you joining us? Don't worry, I'll pay for myself this time. That is very reassuring to hear. I'll probably do that later, but I might be busy for the next hour or two. I've planned to check on some things a little away from here in the forest. There's a small clearing not too far from here where we plan to cut down some trees to get materials for a couple of renovations in the village. The blonde's expression suddenly got awkward again. There are a lot of materials now. Maya, too, awkwardly scratched her cheek while she mumbled those words. Well, get some food, everyone. Alex smiled at the group. I'll come later and join you for some drinks. After all, it shouldn't take long, because it's just a quick survey. Oh okay, everyone, including Chloe and the wolves, couldn't look him in the eyes anymore. While feeling slightly sorry for the poor foxman, the group made their way towards the bar to get some food while getting ready for another entertaining evening, as it already was late afternoon when they had come back to the village. Chapter 257, They were definitely bigger. After Maya had successfully grown a tree way over 200 meters tall using her raw magic, Sophia also tried her luck. As one would expect, she didn't settle for anything under 500 meters, but the wolves effortlessly topped her. Those two decided to go with gigantic trees that reached over a whole kilometer in height, sticking out like sore thumbs from the forest. They could be seen with bare eyes from multiple tens of kilometers away, but the village right next to it where the fox beastfolk lives hadn't noticed it yet because the place was encircled by other tall trees that prevented looking anywhere else other than straight up. Hey! Around an hour had passed since the group had entered the bar to get something to eat when the entrance door suddenly flung wide open. Alex, seemingly out of breath, then located Sophia and her friends and directly walked up to them. Welcome back. Chloe happily greeted him with a smile on her lips. You seem exhausted. Sit down and drink some water. Tea, there's no time for that. The foxman only got louder. You all were outside the village all day as well, right? Did any of you see anything out of the ordinary? Just some trees. Fen shook his head. It's a forest, after all. Technically, he was telling the truth. Why are you asking? Well, that's the case, but. Alex wasn't sure how to continue. I mentioned earlier that I went to survey the nearby clearing for building materials, right? You did mention something along those lines, yes. The wolf nodded a few times. Was there anything out of the ordinary there? Trees. Gigantic trees. Well, we are in a forest, Aura joined the conversation. Those are usually filled with trees. Don't get smart on me now. He got even louder. I know what a forest is. Then, what's the problem? The size of those trees. Alex stared right at the wolves. Two of them were higher than I could even look up. It seemed like they were just under a kilometer high. Just under a kilometer. Fen looked back at him. Are you sure about that? Absolutely. Really? Aura did the same. Sounds like you're still drunk from last night to me. I am not. I think so too, though. Fen sided with her. There's no way that could be the case. I know what I saw. Are you sure you didn't just think you saw it? Aura's expression turned slightly sympathetic. Stop messing with me. Alex started to slightly doubt himself. Let's go there, and I'll show you. Can that wait until tomorrow? Fen let out a small sigh. We were out all day, without seeing anything other than trees, and just want to relax and have some drinks soon. Why are you guys so lazy? Saying so, Alex gave up, turned around with a huff, and went to the counter to tell Mark what he saw while yelling through the entire bar. You two are really good at lying. Chloe faced the wolves after he was gone. It sounded so natural. I wouldn't be able to stay serious like that. Where did we lie? Aura tilted her head. The trees Fan and I created were clearly over a kilometer tall. Exactly. Fen nodded. There were no trees slightly below a kilometer in height. Clever. Sophia sounded proud of him. I like that a lot. Of course, you do, Maya rolled her eyes. Talking yourself around or out of things without actually lying is your specialty, after all. Hey. She raised her voice. While true, it still doesn't sound nice. It was far from the first time the blonde had used such excuses. Chloe seemed like she wanted to ask some questions, but she decided to let it be for the time being and focused on something else. While Finfin and Aura were technically right, Alex wasn't wrong, either. What will you do if he drags us out to the plane tomorrow? Are we heading back to the capital later, once we had a few drinks? Fen looked at the tiger. Sounds like a plan to me. Sophia liked the idea. Hey. The fox girl apparently didn't. Don't leave me to deal with this alone. Who's the one who said that we should just have fun and don't care about consequences? Aura sounded a little smug. Whose idea was it to leave the tree standing? Chloe froze up for a moment. Unfair. Do you want to come with us? The tiger didn't want her to deal with everything on her own. Taking her with them for everyone to ditch their responsibilities seemed to be the much better option. Can I? That would be great. She started smiling again. Not exactly because I want to ditch Alex, but I wanted to visit the capital soon, anyway. Sure. Maya just smirked at her. It's true. Chloe's cheeks turned slightly red. I wanted to do some shopping. I need some shampoos for my hair and a few other care products that are about to run out. There's a really nice shop in the capital I want to visit again. Oh. Aura's ears perked up. Thanks for reminding me. I'm about to run out of the fluff protection treatment spray. I can't live without that anymore. Absolutely. Sophia raised her voice. The fluff needs to be protected. Wait. What's this spray about? She had no idea what the wolf was talking about. It's a spray that keeps your fur full of volume even in rough conditions. No more looking sad when it rains. Aura's eyes were burning while she said so. The spray even survives one bath without issues. You can have a nice long soak without suddenly looking like a third of your usual size. Your fur stays the way it's supposed to be under every condition. Seriously? With her eyes wide open, Chloe sprung off her stool. Such a lovely thing already exists? Yeah, I had the same reaction when I found it. The wolf nodded a few times. Why has no one ever told me? Oh. Sophia looked at the fox girl. That's exactly what you've been looking for your tail, right? For it to stay fluffy when it rains or you take a bath. Yes. Does that mean we can try out the hot springs now, once the renovations are done there? Yes. Chloe was way too excited to give her a calm reply. I can't wait. The tiger looked happy. I've never been to an actual hot spring before. Let alone with friends. You might be in luck with that. While the girls were getting excited, Alex appeared in front of the group again. The renovations are progressing much faster than we had anticipated. We might be able to open it again next week or the week after already. Perfect. Sophia liked the sound of that. It seems like you've calmed down, huh? Aura noticed that the foxman wasn't as loud as before anymore. Mark and some other guys called me crazy, as well. As no one wants to believe me, we decided to go to the clearing together tomorrow. For now, let's get some drinks. I'm not going to pay for any of you, but I'm willing to go and get the first round. Sounds great. Everyone liked the plan, and Alex went to the counter again. Why do I want to go back and get rid of our trees for real now? Sophia tilted her head while watching him leave. Because you want to mess with him. Maya was an expert on those feelings, so she had an easy time interpreting those words. Yeah, that sounds about right. The tiger had no intention of denying the claim. Don't bully Alex too much, okay? Chloe stared at the two. He earned some of it, but he's still a really nice guy. My, aren't you the sweetest? Just at the right moment to hear her, the foxman showed up again while holding a tray of drinks. I earned some of it, though, huh? The pink-haired girl turned her head away. You absolutely did. Sophia wasn't going to cut him any slack in that regard. Fair enough. Alex wasn't going to defend himself. Anyway, enough of that. I still wonder where those trees came from. While saying so, he sat down at their table and gave everyone a drink he had carried over. The ones you made up? Fen smirked at him. Shut up. While mainly the wolves kept teasing the foxman for a while longer, the group still had a good time in the bar for a couple of hours. Sophia and her friends decided to not stay too long today, though. Leaving Alex and the bar behind, the group made their way back towards Sophia's new treehouse while chatting a little more. Are you really planning to go back to the capital now? Chloe was looking around in the darkness as it was the late evening already before focusing her shining eyes on the tiger. I mean, my eyes work well in this condition, but it's still not an ideal time for traveling, is it? It's also way too cold to run around. The blonde got loud. No, sun is awful this time of the year. So. Does that mean you're staying for the night? Not really, no. Naturally, the fox girl was unable to follow her. It absolutely made no sense, after all. Sophia tilted her head while seemingly thinking about something. I really like what you said earlier. About prioritizing fun over mulling over the reactions of others. Okay? Chloe got only more confused. I have a little fun trick up my sleeve to get there fast, but it would be really great if you could keep it a secret. Saying so, the tiger walked up the stairs of her treehouse and bid everyone inside. Chapter 258, Excited Fox. While the group went to the bar in the fox village, they ran into Alex, who was about to survey the clearing they had used to grow the gigantic trees. He apparently wanted to get some building materials there. Naturally, this didn't end well. The foxman came back and started to question everyone about the unnaturally big trees. Still, no one believed him because they couldn't be seen from the village. Alex decided to show them to everyone, but Sophia and her group had other plans. Once they finished a couple of drinks in the evening, they wanted to head back to the capital. You have a way to get to the capital fast? The group was still in Sophia's new treehouse in the village, while Chloe was looking at the tiger with a questioning expression. What does that mean? Also, why did I have to go back to my place earlier to get some clothes and other stuff like bathroom products? She was holding up a bag while asking her. Well, can you promise to keep it a secret? It doesn't harm me if it gets out, but it would still be kinda bothersome. Of course. The fox girl gave her a big nod. Still, we don't know each other that well yet. Is it okay to tell me whatever you want to tell me? Probably. Sophia only showed her a smile. I already like you a whole lot, so I trust my gut on that. Also, Anna, the princess, and her maid/almost girlfriend, Ari, already know about it, too. As you'll probably meet each other soon, it might actually be beneficial for you to know. Okay? Her confusion was only growing. Anyway, take a look at this. Saying so, the tiger raised her arm, and a moment later, one of her purple portals, connecting to her extra space, appeared in the middle of the room. That's a dash dot. Is that a portal? Chloe suddenly got loud before she immediately started circling around it while her eyes were sparkling. Seriously? Yeah. It is. Sophia hadn't expected her to recognize it. I'm surprised that you know. Isn't it obvious? She pointed at the portal. What else could it be? The fox girl sounded highly excited. Does it lead to the capital? That's so amazing. Not quite. The tiger shook her head. It leads to a hub with portals connecting to various places. That's even better. This is so cool. The fox girl was still looking at the portal from every angle. Can I go inside? I want to see the other side. Sure. Sophia was impressed by her excitement. Don't jump into any other portals in there for the time being, though. Okay. After saying so, she immediately stepped through the portal without any hint of hesitation whatsoever. It's kinda refreshing not to be called insane by someone after I show them something, well, insane. I really like Chloe's fearless, excited, and playful personality a lot. Nah, you're just both insane. Fen bumped her shoulder with his head before also entering the portal. I think so, too. Aura did the same while following after him. They do have a point. Maya nodded, as well. You two definitely are one of a kind. Is that an insult or a compliment? Yes. The cat girl just smirked at her. Still, how did she know that this purple thing is a portal? Because it's obvious. Is it? She tilted her head. No one else besides you came up with it yet, though. All of you aren't just creative enough. Turning her head away in a huff, Sophia then also entered the portal. That can't be it. Not wanting to be left behind, Maya quickly let go of the thought she had and followed after her. Wow. Arriving at the other side, they were immediately greeted by an excited fox girl. This is the coolest thing I've ever seen. Happy to hear. Do those portals stay up forever, or do you have to keep them going with your own magic? It costs a little to activate them, but once they're up, they stay. Amazing. Chloe's eyes got even more sparkly. The purple color and the sparkle look a little like raw magic. Do those portals work with compressed raw magic? I didn't know it could do that. I honestly never thought about it to that extent because I was just happy that it worked at all. When I overthink things, I tend to screw up, so that was the best for everyone. I see. From the looks and properties of it, it sure seems like it, though. She got closer to one of the portals again while studying it. I'm starting to think so, too, yeah. Do those portals work on a smaller scale, as well? She was still almost pressing her nose against it. I bet it would also work as a pocket version. You can just put your hand inside and access a storage room from wherever you are. That would be so useful. Like this? Saying so, Sophia did just that and pulled a hat out of her storage before putting it on. Oh my gosh, that's amazing. Chloe raised her voice even more. That's actually how I came up with the portals in the first place. The tiger sounded a little proud while explaining it. I wanted to have a portable storage where we could dump all of our stuff into while we're traveling. One thing led to another, and here we are, in the middle of my portal hub, connecting various places with each other. I see. The fox girl smiled at her. Makes sense. It's only natural that this would lead to that. Exactly. Hey, listening to those two, Maya got closer to the wolves. Are we the weird ones here? What's that supposed to mean? Fen looked back at her. I mean, we were super shocked when she came up with the storage thing and even more when she developed the portals as a means for transportation. Absolutely. He nodded in response. Yet, Chloe instantly understood what was going on. It also sounds like it's a matter of course for her, as if those things are meant to be the way Sophia made them. I see what you mean. Aura nodded a few times. Well, they both seem to be quite unhinged, so. Phaonis probably kept her in check, but Chloe seems to be even crazier than Sophia when let loose. I guess it's to be expected for them to have the same kind of insane ideas if they're like this. Yep. Fen agreed with her. Still, the cat girl wasn't sure how to feel about this reply. There has to be more about her, though. Or maybe not her? Chloe learned everything from Phaonis, right? Does she maybe know more than she's supposed to do from somewhere and showed that to our fox? I think it's rather that oddballs like those two idiots over there are always hard to read, so who knows what's really going on in their heads. Fun looked at the duo. The creative ones can be quite eccentric. If I have a good idea, I can get a little annoying, too, and I also met some very eccentric demons, as well. Those two just operate on the same wavelength when it comes to the way they think. Something still feels odd to me. Maya looked at the two again. I have that very feeling ever since I met Sophia, so, Aura didn't see an issue. Ah. The catgirl paused for a moment. You win this round. There was nothing she could add here. By the way, where do all the portals lead to? Chloe was still looking around before facing Sophia again after a while. Most of them just end up in random places, like a plane that looked nice, or a stupidly huge lake where absolutely nothing suspicious ever happened. Sounds suspicious. I just said that it's not suspicious. Fair point, go on. The fox girl wasn't planning to ask any questions. Remember the dungeon I mentioned before? The one that's hard to reach. It's actually quite easy to reach now that you know that place. While saying so, the tiger pointed at a few portals. Those actually lead to different sections of that very dungeon. Seriously? She got louder again. Let's go. Chloe immediately started walking towards one of the portals. I'm not against showing you, and I already have promised already, but can we do it another time? I can't say I'm in the biggest dungeon mood right now. Sofa, snack, bath, bed, sounds much better to me right now. Ah, the pink-haired girl pouted for a moment. Though, the alternative sounds quite nice, too. I am a bit exhausted, as well. Perfect. Sophia suddenly clapped her hands. Let's head home? She pointed at the portal that leads to their mansion. We can test out some of the other portals soon. Yay. Let's go, then. Afterward, with the tiger in the lead, everyone stepped through the portal. Once Chloe was done marveling over the all-black basement with the oversized portal and the hidden entrance to it, everyone went to the mansion's living room and got comfortable. The wolves claimed the sheepskin rug, and the couple relaxed on one of the sofas, while the pink-haired girl had one for her own. It sure is warm in here. It didn't take long before the Arctic fox noticed the preferred heating arrangement of the wolves and the two cats. It's the best, isn't it? Sophia sounded very happy about it. Well, Chloe seemed to have some mixed feelings about that. The warm floor actually does feel nice in one way or another, but the room temperature as a whole. I can't say I enjoy it that much. Does anyone mind if I strip? Nope. Sophia's answer was instant. Hey. So was Maya's reaction. What? I don't want her to suffer from the heat. The tiger just looked at her. Even if we stop the heating now, it'll take a while before it cools down. Sure, the catgirl didn't believe a word she was saying. I mean, I'm also a little curious, as I mentioned before, but don't do that. No need to admit to it so directly. Chloe looked at them. By stripping, I just meant that I would like to get rid of my thigh highs and exchange my sweater for something lighter. Hearing that, the couple got a little embarrassed. Afterward, Chloe decided to change clothes after taking a bath, and the group dropped the topic to chat about other things. Chapter 259, Penned Up. Sophia had decided to show Chloe the portal she uses to travel fast between places, and the fox girl was very interested in them. Once she finished being excited over them, the group, with her included, used them to go back to the capital. Having returned to the mansion, they got comfortable in the living room while leisurely chatting some more. You two sure are something else. Chloe was looking at the couple who had just told her what happened when they arrived at the capital and how it led to them having a mansion here. Naturally, they left out Sophia's origin, but they still told her a lot about the meeting with the royal family and how the king wanted Sophia to marry his daughter. The blonde then had a great time recalling just how much Maya liked the idea and how she made Anna suffer a lot in the beginning before they became besties. The tiger also briefly mentioned the war that had happened, and while the fox girl was very impressed by it, the blonde and she only ended up bonding even more after the topic changed to the nearby city, Talaga, which serves one of the favorite dishes of both, pizza. Ehe. The two decided to take it as a compliment. Yeah, the last weeks and months were kinda wild, for many reasons. Sophia decided not to go into details here. The war thingy aside, it was a ton of fun. I look forward to more interesting things in the future. That's the spirit. Chloe liked her reply a lot. More importantly, though, now that pizza got mentioned again. Maya, how's the snack situation in the kitchen? I honestly doubt I could make you a pizza now, but I'll have a look at some alternatives. I actually could eat a little, too. I'll get something ready for everyone. Saying so, the cat girl got up from the sofa and walked towards the kitchen. Thank you. The tiger waved after her before looking at Chloe again. Should I show you where the bath is in the meantime? That would be lovely. She immediately sprang up from the sofa. I want to freshen up and change into something lighter to survive this sauna here. Ahaha, sure. Sophia gestured towards the door out of the living room, and the two went upstairs to one of the guest baths on the hallway away from their bedroom. Oh, the tub is nice and big. That's great. You should see the main bath downstairs. That's half a public bath, but way too overkill most of the time. Right, with your tail, you basically need the place for two people, huh? The blonde glanced at the mountain of fluff behind the fox girl. When getting in, at least, yes. Once it gets soaked, it turns sad and small quite fast. Can I stay and what? No, Chloe didn't even let her finish the sentence. You can wear a swimsuit if you want to. My main interest lies in your wet tail, after all. Sophia tried to negotiate. I would rather show you my naked body instead of my wet tail. It really was a sensitive topic for the girl. Sophia paused for a moment and scanned her from head to toe. Thanks, but Maya would probably kill me. Rightfully so. I'll wait with that for when we visit the hot springs. Does that really make a difference? Yep. Why? No idea. The tiger just shrugged her shoulders. The weird rules of society that say it's okay to be naked together in a public bath or something like that. Is that so? Chloe didn't sound convinced. Well, if that's how it is, don't complain if I steal a glance or seven myself once we do that. Sure, Sophia got a little bit bashful. Though, I would probably recommend Maya or Anna and Ari if they're with us over me for that. No need to sell yourself short. The fox girl raised her voice. I think you have a great figure. Thanks. Also, who said that I want to look at just you? You're quite the pervert, aren't you? She only looked at Chloe again. A little backed up, maybe, her cheeks turned pink. I mean, I do have an interest in those kinds of things, but I preferred traveling over it. I've also been with Feifei the entire time until lately, so no, alone time. Combine that with being single my entire life. Well, Sophia scratched her cheek. You're pretty open, too, huh? Can't say I dislike it. As a fellow pervert, I thought I don't have to hold back even though we only met just a little while ago. She had mixed feelings about that claim but decided to ignore it. Other than trying to find a girl, I don't think I can help you with those things, though. I wasn't asking. Chloe's face got even redder. Also, I'm older than you and only met Maya this year, so I had to wait for longer. Then again, I did have a lot of alone time. Again, I wasn't asking. You're the one who started it, didn't you? The tiger just looked at her. She had nothing to say in her defense. By the way, there's a really interesting shop here that makes alone time even more fun. If you're that backed up, it might be worth checking it out. And once again, I wasn't as really? It took Chloe a second to understand the implication. I didn't know such things existed here. Yeah, as it turns out, the people in the capital are quite cultured. The shop's amazing. Is that so? The fox girl looked pretty embarrassed, but she seemed to be just as interested at the same time. Should I write down the address for you? Sophia naturally didn't fail to notice her reaction. She didn't answer. I see. The blonde showed her a big smile. Well, I'll just put it on a note and put it on the table next to the door in the entrance hall. I'm sure you're planning to go shopping tomorrow, right? You might be able to catch a glance of the address when leaving. Thanks. Anyway, she finally changed the topic again. Should I get the bath ready for you, or do you want to do it yourself? The fox girl needed a moment to recover. I'll do it myself. Judging by the overall temperature in the entire house, I don't trust you when it comes to heating up the water. I actually like lukewarm baths. You really are a pervert, Sophia couldn't believe her. This time, it was a different kind of perverted, though. The type that she didn't like. Hey. Well, have fun. As she didn't plan to have a discussion over how hot bathwater should be, she simply turned around and let Chloe have her bath in peace. Did everything go well? Back in the living room, Maya immediately greeted the tiger once she arrived there. She tilted her head. Chloe's quite the pervert. Eh? She didn't like this sort of reply. She likes to bathe in lukewarm water, can you believe that? The cat girl looked relieved again. I also found out that she is a bit pent up and sexually frustrated. Eh? The calm expression didn't last long. What happened? Nothing much, don't worry. Being single for her entire life and not being able to have any alone time because she was with Faye the entire time apparently led to some neglect in certain areas. Just about what were you two chatting in the bathroom? I don't know how it led to that, either. Sophia was just as confused. I just wanted to see her wet tail, but she'd rather show me her naked body instead. Then, we kinda got to the hot spring topic again because stealing glances is allowed there and, one thing led to another, I guess. I don't think I like the two of you being alone together anymore. Come on. I just really want to see what water does to her tail. Okay, I admit that I am not interested in seeing all of her, but I don't actively need to see it. I also know that it's the same for you, so stop complaining. She just looked at her. I'm not going to help her with being pent up, don't worry. Well, I told her about the shop that makes alone time more exciting, so I kinda did help her in the end, but that much should be okay. Fine, she gave up. You are right. You told her about the store, huh? Afterward, she paused for a moment while closing her eyes. You were just imagining something, weren't you? Sophia got loud. Why are you allowed to do that, but I cannot? Sorry, she only looked down at her feet. Want a sandwich I made? Maya then pointed at a plate on the table in front of the sofas. You've been better at changing the topic in the past. The tiger rolled her eyes. A sandwich does sound delicious, though. I said it before, but I'll try to be less jealous. Ehe. She had to let out a chuckle. Well, you've gotten a lot better in that regard, so it's fine. Ugh, Maya got a bit embarrassed. Okay, yes, looking at others or imagining things is more or less fine, let's agree on that. Still, having such a conversation as you had with her while the two of you were alone with each other, I have a hard time with that. That's more than fair. The blonde responded with a nod. The couple kept chatting a little longer while eating a sandwich or two, and the fox girl had eventually finished her bath and came back to the living room. Thanks for the bath. It felt really nice and was super refreshing. She smiled at the two while sitting down on the free sofa again. Much to Sophia's lament, her tail was completely dry and fluffy as ever. She apparently had made extra sure that not a drop of water remained in it. Some other things had changed, though. Her wardrobe was completely different from before. The color choices were still somewhat similar, but Chloe had decided that she wanted to go barefoot on the heated floors and also got rid of her thigh highs. Furthermore, she had changed into short black shorts and a light pink camisole that was rather revealing. It showed a lot of cleavage and a good part of her stomach as it cut off way above her navel. Wow. The duo had the same reaction. One area of the fox girl was of particular interest for the two. So, you are around as big as Anna. Hey. In response, Chloe immediately covered her chest with her arms. Afterward, the couple felt the need to calm down a little and decided to have a bath on their own while leaving Chloe behind in the living room. Chapter 260, Shopping Advice. Chloe had accompanied the group to their mansion and had just finished her bath there. Her nature of being an Arctic fox wasn't the most compatible with the heating there, so she decided to skimp a bit on her clothes to make it more bearable for her. As the couple was quite taken by her looks before already, this sight, together with now being sure that her chest actually is at least as big as Anna's now that it wasn't hiding beneath the sweater anymore, the two had a hard time looking at her and decided to take their own bath to cool down. After around half an hour, the couple reunited with everyone in the living room again while Maya let out a satisfied sigh. I needed that. Yep, a bath is always nice. Sophia had the same expression as the cat girl. Welcome back. Chloe smiled at the two before taking a better look. For the reaction you two earlier had, the way either of you is dressed isn't any better now, is it? She noticed that Sophia was wearing almost the same clothes as the fox girl, black shorts with a pink top, only for her camisole to be a slightly darker pink while showing even more of her stomach. Maya wore a blue off-shoulder crop top, showing just as much belly, combined with white shorts. In fact, both of you are dressed skimpier than I am. Also, I'm not complaining, just wanting to point it out. Ahaha, the two could only react with a dry laugh. They're always dressing like that lately. Aura looked at them before replying to Chloe. There's no deeper meaning here. Oh, I see. That apparently worked for her. If they are dressed. Aura added her own bit. Hey. Oh? Chloe tilted her head. Anyway. Sophia scratched her cheek. Yeah, even we are aware that we're overdoing it a little with the heating, but rather than turning it down a notch, wearing fewer and lighter clothes is way more comfortable. Cats be cats, I guess. Thanks for saying it yourself. I didn't want to mention it. Chloe reacted with a weak smile. Though, after the two of you had such a reaction with me earlier. Well, there is a lot to see after the sweater is gone. Maya tried not to directly look at her for a change. It's not like you're small by any stretch of the meaning. Far from it. On the other hand, Chloe looked straight at her. Not at her eyes, though. The cat girl just let it happen. You absolutely don't have to hide either. She then focused her attention on Sophia. In fact, I like that side even more. She looked at her a good bit longer than at Maya. Thanks. Chloe. The cat girl then stared right at her. The store Sophia told you about earlier. Please go and visit that tomorrow. The fox girl looked a bit too thirsty for her liking. There are also other ways to get rid of the excess energy without visiting that shop immediately, as well. Her face instantly turned bright red after hearing that. Why you told her about that? She faced the tiger with an embarrassed expression. Sure. The shade of red on her cheeks got even more intense. Don't worry. The walls are quite thick here, so no one will disturb you. Maya really wanted that she gets it out of her system. Finn wanted to say something, but after thinking about it for a split second, he decided that he didn't want to get involved. After nudging Aura and indicating that she should also stay silent, he turned around on the sheepskin rug and ignored their conversation. Can we please stop this conversation? Small tears had formed in the corners of the fox girl's eyes. I get it, so I'll try to hold back a bit more. Yes, the teary-eyed expression made Maya a little weak. It's still my suggestion, but I might have gone a little overboard. I'm sorry about that. No, from your point of view, it totally makes sense. Chloe wasn't going to blame her. You do also have a point with everything you said. Her cheeks turned redder again. Anyway. Sophia finally had enough of all of this. Let's put the planned solo fun time aside for the time being and get back on track. Instead of changing the topic, the tiger only dealt the final blow to the fox, and she needed a moment to recover from this. Oh, okay, gladly. Is there anything specific you want to do now that you're in the capital again? Noticing that she actually made it worse, the tiger finally found something easy to chat about. That's a good question. Chloe tilted her head. I wasn't expecting to end here like that, so I had no time to prepare. I definitely want to do some shopping. Normal shopping. She somehow felt she had to add that part. I need some things for my hair and fur, together with some general care products like hand cream and the likes. While I'm at it, I'm definitely going to get some of the fluff protection spray Aura mentioned before. I need that. Oh. Hearing that, the ears of the female wolf perked up. Let's do that tomorrow. I'll accompany you. Of course. The fox girl gladly accepted the invitation. I look forward to it. Maya and I just stocked up on stuff, and we plan to go over there in a few days again for a meeting, so. Have fun with Aura there. Sophia didn't feel like joining in on that. Any other plans? Let's see, she gave it some more thought. Maybe some clothes? Oh, I like the sound of that. The tiger's motivation grew in an instant. We need to get some more clothes for the fall and winter season, anyway. Anna and Ari wanted to join in on the shopping for that, as well. I think it would be a ton of fun to do that as a group. I wouldn't mind that at all. Chloe nodded a few times. Meeting the first princess and her maid sounds really interesting. Also, after the two of you mentioned them so often, I actually look forward to getting to know them. Perfect. From the excited tone in her voice, it seemed like she could hardly wait for it. What else? Food. The fox girl suddenly raised her voice. I never stayed in the capital for too long, so I didn't have the chance to fully explore it yet. I want to find all the places that serve some interesting or unusual food. Maya. Hearing that, Sophia also got loud. Cancel all my appointments. We're going on a mission. She was a big fan of the idea. What appointments? She was a little less enthusiastic. I don't care. Just make sure to cancel them. Sure. With a roll of her eyes, the cat girl soon started to smile, as well. It's okay if I join, right? I already know a nice place or two, but I definitely want to find more of them, too. After all, while not entirely on the level of Sophia, Maya also really enjoyed good food. Be it eating or cooking it. Of course. The duo gave her a hearty nod. Alrighty, that sounds like a solid plan for the next couple of days. The tiger was in an excellent mood. Yes. So was Chloe. I guess we should ask Anna and Ari when they want to do the shopping? Maya started planning already. Wait a moment. Sophia suddenly raised her voice again. Speaking of those two, didn't we give them some homework? My deadline for Ari was due today. You're right. I gave Anna an ultimatum, as well. The cat girl looked back at her. And yet, I still got no report. I'm going to tease her all day tomorrow. I'll make her spill the beans. Then again. The blonde suddenly tilted her head. We weren't home at all, so maybe there was some progress, but they were unable to meet us? Did you really just make a sound argument? I know. I feel dirty now. What is this all about? Chloe naturally just got confused by their conversation. Sophia scratched her cheek. Maya, please explain it to her. Long story very short, those two are complete idiots. Okay. This explanation didn't seem to help the fox girl that much. We got fed up with them being so dense even though it's so obvious to absolutely everyone that they're in love with each other. Because of that, we individually forced them to take the next step and finally get over it. If they aren't going to at least kiss each other before we see them again, we're going to spill the beans for them. I see. Chloe paused for a moment. So, if I ever find a girl I'm really interested in, I shouldn't be dense, because else you two will become active? Yup. They just nodded. That's good to know. Well, you have to be really dense for that, though. I mean, you barely know Anna and Ari, and you still thought they already were a couple. Maya continued her explanation. They play with each other's tails all the time, sleep and cuddle together, are inseparable, at least as flirty as Sophia and I are. Anna's mother, the queen, also got fed up with both of them because she couldn't watch it anymore. Everyone in their school is rooting for them, and yeah, you have to be really dense. Okay. The pink-haired girl gave it some thought. I think I can be better than that if it ever becomes relevant for me. Good. Maya liked her answer. Now I wonder what they're up to, though. Sophia closed her eyes while saying so. My detection magic says they're together right now, but it doesn't show me many details. Okay, that is a good thing, but it's also kinda disappointing. As there was nothing they could add to that topic anymore, the group decided to let it be for the time being but continued to chat about various other things for a long while. Chapter 261, Change of Pace. Chloe had accompanied the couple to the capital, and while things had gotten a little suggestive and weird for a bit, everyone was having a lot of fun while relaxing in the mansion's living room. They weren't the only ones having a good time, though. A certain duo had at least as much, if not more going on at the same time. Huh, what a nice bath. While patting down her hair with a towel, Anna sat down on the bed in Ari's room while letting out a relieved sigh. Yeah. While doing the same with her hair, Ari sat down next to her. Also, I love my new pajama. It's so comfy. The tiger was wearing a dark blue pajama with pink accents and short sleeves, combined with some short shorts. Turning down the heated floors from Sophia is not an option, so going for something lighter to wear really was the best decision. Yes, you are right. The jaguar nodded a couple of times. She was wearing basically the same design as Anna, only that the colors were reversed. The base color of her pajama was pink, combined with some dark blue accents. The best thing is that they are matching, though. With a big smile, the tall girl threw away her towel and clung to Ari's side while rubbing her head against the other's shoulder. Stop that. Her cheeks immediately turned red while she tried to push the tiger away from her. How often did I tell you that I'm ticklish? Ehe. Anna's mood seemed to improve even more. I know. Hey. The jaguar didn't like her reply. Fine, I'll stop. While saying so, the tiger let go of her and let herself fall backward on the bed. For now. Thanks. Someone's being playful today, huh? Of course. Anna smiled at her. I'm together with you. I'm obviously playful then. Wow, hearing that, Ari's blush got a little deeper before she also laid down right next to her. You're always playful, though. Because I'm always with you. She was on a roll today. I see. Getting even more embarrassed, the jaguar had to turn her head away. Stupid Sophia. I'm way too aware of everything now. What did Sophia do? She had only heard the blonde's name. No, it's nothing. I just know too many playful tigers. Though, she more likes to mess with people while you like to get touchy-feely. What kind of playful do you prefer? Anna stared right at her. Well, I do like messing with people, but if I'm on the receiving end, touchy-feely might be the winner. Yay. Hearing that, Anna immediately started clinging to Ari's side again while the two were lying on the bed together. Ari's first instinct was to complain again. Still, as she actually was enjoying the cuddles and wanted to continue like this, she managed to ignore the urge. I wonder if they're really visiting an elven village right now. She still tried to distract herself, though. It's not the most surprising thing we've heard from them, so it's not that hard to believe it. That is very true. I really want to see that place, too. Anna suddenly raised her voice. No, I want to travel with them. I bet we would see many interesting places all over the world with them. The capital is getting boring. Well, it seems like Sophia wanted to take us with them, too. She mentioned that more than once already, after all. It seems like we are too slow, though. All of them are so stupidly overpowered, so even their running speed is unmatched. Unfair. The tiger started pouting. Isn't there any other way? They should just slow down. Is it really alright to make them match us so that we can selfishly travel with them, though? Ugh, she paused for a moment. That is true. There has to be a solution, though. Ari gave it some thought. Maybe Sophia's portals could help? Traveling with them would still be hard, but maybe we could see the places they visit? That sounds like a great idea. Let's ask them about that the next time. Yeah, let's ask them. And if that doesn't work out, the two of us will go travel alone once we're done with the academy. Anna got even more excited. Eh? Sounds fun, doesn't it? The tiger smiled at her. I think traveling with a group would be more fun, but just the two of us would be really exciting, as well. Oh, really? Absolutely. Don't you think so, too? No, I'd definitely like to do that if we can't join Sophia and the others. Ari gave her a big nod in return. I'd love that, in fact. Ehe. Anna let out another happy giggle, before cuddling closer to the jaguar's side again. She needed a moment. This situation was almost too nice for her. And I could do that all day when we're on our own. While saying so, the tiger playfully poked the side of Ari's stomach while she continued to cling to her. Stop that already. She raised her voice in protest again. I don't like being tickled. All the more reason to continue. The princess really was feeling extra playful, so she showed no sign of stopping this time. Ehe. Instead, she simply kept poking Ari's side with a happy smile on her lips. Stop it. The jaguar didn't exactly look angry about it, but the tickling seemed to have quite an effect on her as her face had turned completely red. No. Anna only increased it instead. Doing nothing for a while and letting the tiger have her fun as she was enjoying it to some degree, as well. Ari still eventually had enough, though. Enough, with her face even redder, together with a slight pout, the jaguar then freed herself from Anna's hug. Afterward, she immediately rolled over on top of the princess, while pinning her down by grabbing the tiger's hands below her. Enough. Aya. Anna hadn't expected this move and looked petrified for a moment. A few moments later, her entire face turned crimson before she turned her head to the side as she was unable to face Ari anymore. She looked highly embarrassed while being pinned down by the jaguar on the bed. Ari wasn't looking any better, and taking a good glance at the princess only made it worse. When she had freed herself from Anna's hug and rolled on top of her, it seemed like the tiger's pajamas had partly become undone. Thanks to that, the tiger was showing quite a bit of cleavage, and one of her shoulders was entirely bare as the top had slid down her arm. Concentrating on the uncovered area for a moment, she then quickly noticed that the princess had decided not to wear a bra after having gotten out of the bath for some reason. It's not like she hadn't had this suspicion during the hug before already, but the jaguar now had even more proof. Visual proof. Anna. Saying her name once, she then let go of the tiger's hands and grabbed her chin with her thumb and index finger. Then, she gently turned Anna's head to face the jaguar because she was still looking away with a deep blush. Click here for the uncropped version of the illustration. Why yes. The princess got even more embarrassed while she tried to look Ari in the eyes, but the whole situation had turned her into a blushy mess in an instant, and she was barely able to do so. She could not say anything else while only stealing glances at her. Ari stared right back at her, but while she seemed embarrassed to no end, as well, something in her expression eventually changed. Inching closer to Anna's face, she then closed her eyes for the last few centimeters before her lips came in contact with those of the princess. It started with just a light brush against them, but the jaguar gradually used a little more force to give Anna a gentle yet good taste of her lips while making sure to savor hers, as well. The kiss lasted only a few moments, but it seemed like time had frozen in the room for a while. Eventually, though, Ari's lips parted from Anna's again, and the jaguar lifted her head to look at the tiger below her. I love you, Anna. With a wholly flushed face that seemed to light on fire at any moment, she finally got the words out she had been hiding for so long. Anna, with her face being in the same state and seemingly in a trance after what happened, needed a moment to react. Again. It took her a while, and it was more of a whisper, but she eventually got a word out, one that Ari liked a lot. Gladly. This time, the jaguar wrapped her arms around the neck of the princess below her before she brought her face closer again. Closing her eyes once more, Ari then gave her another kiss on the lips. This time, it lasted for a little longer, as well. Once their lips parted this time, the black-haired girl showed no sign of stopping, though, and quickly followed up with 2 more small pecks after she got some fresh air to work with. Even after that, Ari still refused to part from the tiger. Instead, once she took a deep breath, she waited for Anna to do the same before using the chance of the tiger's mouth being slightly open. Sticking out her tongue a little, the jaguar first gently licked the lips of the tiger before slowly sliding her tongue into Anna's mouth. It was more than apparent by her clumsy movements that Ari had no idea what she was doing, but she looked determined to get some experience on the topic. With her tongue inside the tiger's mouth, Ari brought her face as close as possible again to lock her lips with the other girl below her. While she was using her tongue to explore the insides of the princess' mouth, she also started playing with Anna's at the same time. Anna's eyes shot open when she felt Ari's tongue on her lips because it was a shock to her, but it didn't take her too long before she started to enjoy the feeling. By the time she felt the jaguar's tongue entering her own mouth, the princess had her arms fully wrapped around the black-haired girl's waist above her. At the same time, she also closed her eyes once more to better concentrate on what was going on. After all, she didn't want to miss anything of it. She did try to return the kiss a little as well, by pushing her lips more against those of the jaguar, but she quickly decided to let Ari take the lead. Not only was she entirely overwhelmed by everything right now, but she also wanted to enjoy the jaguar being on the attack as much as possible. Ari kept going like that for a good while longer after she noticed that Anna tried to return the kiss and was also hugging her waist. Still, she eventually ran out of steam because she was lacking in training. Reluctantly parting from her after a couple of minutes, she still refused to climb down from the princess, though. Once she was breathing normally again, she locked eyes with the tiger below her again while expectantly staring at her. Anna needed a bit longer to calm down. Heavily breathing to the point where her chest was visible going up and down, it took her quite a while before she stopped being dazed and could focus again. Wow, the tiger needed even longer to recover. That's not what I meant. When I said again, she was still far from normal. Say what you said again. She paused for another moment. Say that you'll love me again. As her face had reached maximum levels of embarrassment a long time already, the level of crimson on her cheeks had barely changed while she said those words. I love you. I love you. I so love you. Ari didn't waste a second and gave her a strong reply while her voice was filled with excitement. Dot. Hearing that, Anna let out a bashful giggle before eventually locking her eyes with the jaguar above her. I love you, too. Really? The realization was finally hitting her. Yes. Really? She needed to ask a second time. Yes. Anna happily repeated herself. Now, do it again. I love you. Ari, too, repeated herself once more. And no, not that. The princess then mustered up all of her courage and gave the jaguar above her a quick peck on her lips before looking at her with upturned eyes and a yearning expression. Oh. After that, something seemed to have fully snapped inside of Ari. She immediately wrapped her arms around Anna's neck again before she kissed her a couple of times again. Using the little experience she had gained from before, she quickly slid her tongue into Anna's mouth once more to continue the exploration of the inside. This time, Anna also tried her best to return the favor by playing with the jaguar's tongue by using her own. It was a clumsy attempt, and it felt just as, if not even more awkward, as Ari's first attempt earlier, but her eagerness more than made up for her lack of experience. Seeing how the princess was doing her best to be an active part of the exchange, Ari's motivation soared once more. Any signs of restraint had left her conscience. While she continued to kiss her, the jaguar eventually stopped hugging Anna's neck. Afterward, much to the visible displeasure of Anna, she stopped kissing her, though. Then, the jaguar used her now free arms to help her sit down upright on the princess' lap. Noticing that, Anna immediately started pouting and looked at the black-haired girl on her lap with a displeased expression. She obviously wanted more. Luckily, Ari had no intention to stop, though. The jaguar moved her hands toward the tiger's chest and started unbuttoning the rest of her pajama top to reveal all of her breasts. After that, there was no stopping from either anymore, and things kept escalating more and more during the evening and their first night together. A couple of hours later, once the two had calmed down again, there was still some catching up to do because they had gotten slightly sidetracked in the middle. How did that even happen? Ari wasn't sure what to say while looking at herself and the princess. Both were completely naked, and even after having cleaned up themselves and the bed, it was still more than clear what had happened. I'm sorry. Don't apologize. Anna immediately raised her voice. I didn't hate it. Not even a bit. Gee good, the jaguar was becoming a little embarrassed again, as well. I saw you lying below me earlier, and I just had to kiss you. I couldn't bear it any longer. Once I confessed, and you took it so well, all those years where I had to hold back made me snap and lose my reasoning. That you didn't stop me gave me the final push. I see. I didn't plan for any of that, either. Okay, I wanted to kiss you, and maybe confess, but, after I saw you and your expression, I wanted more. I see. After everything that happened, together with their brains turning back to normal, things were quickly becoming awkward. Wait. Anna suddenly raised her voice once more. Luckily, tigers are unable to keep the mood serious for more than 30 seconds. Did you say all those years just now? I did. Ari paused for a moment. I fell in love with you when we were 12. What? She managed to get even louder. Seriously? Yes. She only reacted with a weak nod. I decided to keep it to myself because you never seemed to have any interest in romance, and I didn't want to ruin our friendship. Ugh, the tiger took a lot of damage. I accidentally spilled the beans about my feelings to Sophia one day, and she's been pushing me to get you ever since. You're the best, Sophia. She absolutely is. I'm sorry that I'm so dense, Anna hung her head in response. I do want to be angry at you for that, but Sophia made it more than clear that I'm a dense idiot myself, so, let's be idiots together? Gladly. The princess liked that a lot. Does that mean that we're a couple now? If you'll have me. Absolutely. With the biggest smile she ever had, Anna then jumped at the jaguar and gave her the biggest hug she had ever given someone. I love you. I love you, too. Returning the confession and the hug, the two then lay down on the bed again. As any kind of tension had entirely left their bodies, even though they were still a mess and naked, and a shower would do them well, together with the bedsheets maybe needing a wash, nothing besides them mattered right now. The couple fell asleep in an instant afterward while never having let go of each other. Chapter 262, The Morning After. It finally happened. While Anna and Ari were relaxing together, the princess got a little playful and had a great time tickling the black-haired girl. Having had enough of that at some point, the jaguar had eventually pushed down the princess on the bed to stop her. The sight of the girl below her then had caused something to snap inside of Ari. She first kissed the tiger, before immediately confessing. Anna happily returned the kiss and the confession, and the two finally became a couple. Afterward, as both were riding on a high, things had escalated quite a bit, though, and the newly formed couple hadn't just left it at a kiss for their first activity. The next morning, after both not having gotten much sleep, things between them got a little awkward again. The two were still lying in Ari's bed, and once the two noticed the state they and the bed were in, the couple was unable to look at each other. Not only were there still some sort of stains on the bedsheet, but they themselves weren't off much better. Remains of their nightly activities were still visible in some places. After all, they had fallen asleep in each other's arms, because they were too tired to have another shower afterward. All of this, even more so now that they were fully conscious and not in a trance anymore. During the afterglow of the next morning after, the couple got incredibly embarrassed by their actions, and neither of them said a word for quite a while. This went on for another couple of minutes. Hey, pulling up the blanket to cover both of them because she kept getting distracted by various things, Ari eventually managed to face the tiger with a bright red face after having stolen a lot of glances beforehand. Good morning. Anna was still unable to look at her and simply gave her reply while staring at the ceiling. Morning. The jaguar tried to keep the conversation going, or rather, she was still trying to get it started, but she wasn't doing much better than the princess. So it really happened, huh? All of it. I can still vaguely recall the feeling of it, you a little. Letting out yet another embarrassed groan, she eventually managed to face the jaguar right next to her. Why yes, she reacted with the faintest nod. There's also still a little left on your cheek. From when her face turned even redder while she continued to steal glances at the jaguar's face. Oh. Hearing that, she used her hand to wipe her cheek before looking at her fingers afterward. I see. Should we go and take a bath? Not just my face, but also other places, and my legs. I feel quite as sticky. The princess let out one more groan while pulling the blanket over her face. The whole situation was too much for her. Please, it took her a full minute to get the word out. Great, after getting the confirmation, Ari got rid of the blanket covering her and tried to get up. Once she had upright herself and sat down on the edge of the bed while showing Anna her bare back, the jaguar eventually turned her head around again. I can feel your stare, why you know. Hearing that, the princess immediately turned her head away. I am sorry. It happened you unconsciously. You have a very nice back. Thank you, the conversation basically wasn't progressing at all. I'm happy to hear that. Could you also turn around again? Anna eventually faced her again. I want to get up, too, and you staring at me is way too embarrassing. Don't you think that's a little unfair now? There was nothing the tiger could say in her defense. Squirming around for a few seconds longer, the princess then slowly revealed herself from the blanket while also sitting down right next to her jaguar. Wow. Ari could not peel her eyes away and shamelessly stared at Anna's naked body the entire time. Stop that, pervert. Feeling uneasy, she quickly turned her upper body away from the black-haired girl. Wait, you're the one who started staring at me earlier. If anyone's a pervert here, it's you. Can you really say that after everything you did yesterday? Anna's face turned redder while remembering the events from the previous evening and night. Ari's face turned just as red again. Exactly. The princess turned around to show the jaguar her smug smile, but she had already forgotten that the two were still naked and then just ended up staring at Ari once again. Why you were saying? She just tilted her head. Also, while I take our responsibility for initiating things yesterday, you were just as involved in it as I was. You even made me, first, after all. Her last sentence turned into a bit of a mumble in the middle. Okay, I guided you, but. Very clearly with great reluctance, the princess stopped looking at her. Still, she never gave a reply to the jaguar's accusation. Can we take a shower now? Actually, how about we, clean ourselves, and then have a bath afterward instead? Sounds good. Ari seemed a little glad that they ditched the topic for now. I would like to relax in the water a little. Great. Saying so, Anna got up from the bed, turned around in front of Ari, and held out her hand. Let's go. She needed another moment of focusing on the right things before she could accept her offer by grabbing her hand while getting up, as well. Spoiler. Luckily, Ari's room also had her own bath, so they could directly enter it without ever needing to step outside. In the bath, they first rinsed themselves with warm water a couple of times to wash away some of the dried-up remains before eventually switching over to the soap. Should I wash your back? Yeah? Anna was currently using a sponge to lather some soap on her legs to wash them when she suddenly heard the voice of the jaguar behind her. Why you haven't done that since we were kids? Why do you think I stopped doing that? The princess then remembered that Ari had confessed to being in love with her for several years already. Now, though, the jaguar paused for a second. Now, things have changed again. I see. Anna closed her eyes while tilting her head. Oh okay, please wash my back. Gladly. With a considerable amount of joy in her voice, Ari grabbed another sponge and generously soaked it with soap. Afterward, she brushed her hair to the side and gently pressed it against Anna's upper back, right below her nape, and slowly moved it up and down to clean her backside. Apparently, the princess was enjoying this situation a lot. Did I use too much force? And no. Not at all, she slightly shook her head. In fact, it was just perfect. Is that so? Why yes. Good. Afterward, Ari continued to gently clean Anna's back while enjoying the faint moans she could occasionally hear. This continued for a few moments, before she eventually placed the sponge away again. All done. Thank you very much. After the jaguar was finished, an awkward silence suddenly filled the bathroom. Should I do the front, as well? Ari decided to try her luck. I can do that on my own. Anna's face immediately lit up even more. That's not what I asked. The tiger closed her eyes again. A few seconds later, she turned around and gingerly presented herself to the jaguar. Please, her eyes were still closed, though. Getting a close-up view of everything about the princess, the glistening wet princes, one has to add, Ari blacked out for a second before she eventually slapped her cheeks to regain focus. Afterward, she grabbed the sponge from before and rinsed it with fresh warm water before applying a generous amount of soap to it. Hesitating for a few seconds, she gently pressed the sponge against Anna's chest. The moment Ari's sponge, together with a few of her fingers, came in contact with her, a sweet moan escaped Anna's mouth before she quickly bit down on her lower lip to prevent further noise from escaping. Hearing that, Ari's sanity continued to visibly decrease while her expression turned slightly feverish. Trying her best to retain her last bit of calmness, she continued to clean Anna's chest with her sponge in a circular motion until everything was covered in a thick layer of bubbles from the soap. Once her chest area was dealt with, the jaguar moved towards Anna's stomach and did the same time there. Still, after hearing yet another sweet moan from the tiger, which seemed to be sounding much more yearning this time, she retreated her hands while putting the sponge away. I think I'm done. Why, you should be good to go to do the rest yourself. She stole a quick glance at the area between Anna's legs. I don't think. No, I am certain that I'm not able to clean you down there without anything else happening. I won't be able to hold back. With her entire face glowing in a crimson hue, Ari turned her head away as she had reached her limit. The princess needed a moment to answer. That's okay. You don't have to. Good. Even though she sounded ever so slightly relieved, the sound of disappointment was just as, if not even more apparent in her voice. And no, Anna then suddenly shook her head. That's not what I meant. You don't have to hold back. Really? Why yes, this time, she nodded her head instead. In fact, please don't. Immediately after, Ari's eyes shot open, and she jumped at the tiger in an instant. Any remains of her restraints had left the room. Wrapping her hands around Anna's neck, she pressed her body against the taller girl while immediately giving her a deep kiss on the lips. The princess was shocked for a moment over just how eager the jaguar was. Still, she got over it in less than a second and first returned the hug before pressing her lips even stronger against those of the black-haired girl. Collapse. Way over an hour, almost 2 even, had passed since the couple had entered the bathroom, and they had just left it again. Somehow, their mood had gotten a little awkward again. We did it again. While dressed in a towel only, Anna was sitting on Ari's bed while pressing her hands against her face to hide her deep blush from being embarrassed. Twice, actually, her expression was quite similar. The jaguar was standing in front of the tiger and was currently in the middle of putting on her usual maid uniform. I am sorry about that. And no, the princess shook her head. This time. Those times, it really was just as much, if not more, my fault. Good, Ari's lips formed into a smile. After all, I'm not actually sorry about it. Idiot. It seemed that this time, the awkwardness didn't seem to be quite as strong as the last time. Should I get some clothes for you? She glanced on the floor next to her bed where their pajamas from the previous night were lying. Those might need a wash first. A thorough one. Anna's embarrassment increased once more. Please do that. Okay. Putting on the last bits of her uniform, Ari then walked over to the door of her room. I'll do my best and hurry. Thanks. Still wearing only the towel wrapped around her body, she then let herself fall down on the bed beneath her. Only to immediately spring up again. Ugh. And maybe also grab some fresh bedsheets. Sure. Awkwardly scratching her cheek, the jaguar finally opened the door but quickly stopped again once she saw something on the floor right in front of it. What's wrong? I'm not sure. There's a bag in front of the door. A bag? Anna just tilted her head. Yeah. Let's see. Reaching for it, a letter suddenly fell out of it. Oh? Dear daughter of ours. We're happy to hear that things are finally working out with your beloved princess. We were rooting for you the entire time, after all. Congratulations. We are not so sure that there was a need to announce it so openly to everyone, though. You and the princess might not be aware of it, but the wooden doors of most rooms in the building aren't overly thick. Also, thanks to the echo of the long corridors connecting the wings of the castle, sound travels incredibly far. For the next time, we advise the two of you to keep that in mind. Anyway, there is an assortment of spare clothes for our dear princess in the bag here. We're sure she will appreciate a set of them. P.S. Once you're awake and have freshened up, we'd like to see you. Both of you. Love. Mom and Mom. What's wrong? Seeing that Ari had suddenly sunken down on her knees while her face had lost all of its colors, Anna started to panic. Kill me, the jaguar only replied in a soft mutter. Chapter 263, Running Away. Anna and Ari's first night as a couple had gotten a bit further than either of them had expected. Thanks to that, the morning after was a little awkward. The awkwardness didn't last for too long, though, and they eventually went to take a bath together because they wanted and needed to freshen up a little. While things once more had gotten a little out of hand during that time, the two were eventually done and clean again. Afterward, the jaguar wanted to go to Anna's room to get some fresh clothes for the tiger, as the ones she had on the night before weren't exactly wearable at the moment. Things had taken a turn for the worse then, though. Ari had found a letter from her parents in front of her room. In it, they had congratulated them for finally becoming a couple, but also mentioned that half of the castle had heard them during the night as the echoes of sound were apparently able to travel really far through the long corridors. A little while had passed since Ari had found the letter from her parents in front of her room where she had spent the night with Anna. Immediately afterward, she ran away and was currently standing at the entrance of Sophia's and Maya's mansion without saying a single word to them while holding two bags. Not sure what to do about this situation, the blonde eventually tried to address the silent girl standing before them while looking down at her feet. Hearing her voice, Ari finally lifted her head and stared at the tiger with tears in the corners of her eyes. Can I move in and live here? I don't want to go back to the castle. Sophia got loud. What happened? The jaguar needed a moment. Stuff happened, and now I can't face anyone there ever again. It will be too awkward for me to handle. Maya. The tiger looked at her cat. Go and get Anna right now. If she isn't here in the next 15 minutes, I'll go and get her myself. I might also kill her, though. She sounded a little upset. You will not kill her. She only stared back at her. Oh, I wouldn't be so sure about that. No, I mean that she's already long dead by the time you show up. Maya started cracking her knuckles while giving her reply. Oh, okay then. The blonde was happy with that answer. Stop. Hearing the couple's conversation, Ari started panicking and tried to stop them. It's not because of Anna that I can't live there anymore. Oh? The two seemingly calmed down a little and tilted their heads in return. Actually, Anna wants to live here, too. She's just not here yet because she's buying a big cake for the two of you as a bribe. It's It's too embarrassing for both of us to live there anymore. I take everything back. I like the sound of that. Sophia started smiling broadly. Just what happened? Maya was still confused, though. Well, Ari looked down again while fidgeting for a while. Eventually, she looked at the tiger and stared at her with upturned eyes. It seemed like she only wanted to tell her for the time being. Fine, understanding that, the cat girl gave up. I'll wait for the princess, then. Sophia, take her somewhere and find out what's going on. Gladly. She sounded highly motivated. After all, she loved everything about it. Has Chloe mentioned when she's planning to come back? No, I don't think so. She shook her head. Still, as she took both wolves with her for the shopping trip, I'm sure they won't be returning anytime soon. We have plenty of time. Chloe. Ari was unable to follow them. Perfect. Clapping once in delight, the blonde then grabbed Ari's hand and quickly dragged her upstairs, while ignoring the questions she had. The duo went to the couple's bedroom and got comfortable on the little sofa they had there. The moment they had sat down, Sophia had immediately turned to face the jaguar and was staring at her with sparkling and expectant-looking eyes. I don't like how excited you are. I don't care. Ari hung her head again. I want to know everything. Why do you two want to move in here? What happened? Ayana and I, as something embarrassing happened. My favorite. Sophia got even giddier. Did you kiss her? The jaguar turned her head away from her and paused for a moment. A little while later, she finally reacted with a weak nod. Why, yes. Finally. The blonde liked the reaction a lot. How did you do it? The blush on her cheeks continued to increase with each passing moment. We just came back from having a bath and relaxed a little on my bed while lying next to each other. Somehow, Anna was feeling really playful, even more so than usual. She kept poking and tickling me. At one point, I finally had enough and climbed on top of her while pushing her down and restraining her arms to make her stop. And then you just went for it? Why, yes, she gave her a weak nod. When Anna was lying below me, she was blushing just as much as I did. Her pajamas, they had become quite undone, as well, and I saw a lot. She was beautiful in that embarrassed and disheveled state. The jaguar made another slight pause, while audible gulping. I stopped being a dense idiot, gently lifted her chin and I just kissed her. Way to go. The blonde looked incredibly happy for her. Did you also confess? Yes, she nodded again. All right, after we parted again. Amazing. Did she return it, as well? Yes, she did. Right after I kissed her the second time. Wow. Sophia looked impressed. You really stopped being dense there, huh? I did, yes. How was it? How did it feel? Amazing. Her reply came in an instant. Anna's lips are incredibly soft. So is her tongue, warm and slippery, too. Oh ho? Sophia grinned at her. You went for the extra mile, huh? Directly going for a deep kiss so soon sure is something. Good job. She gave her a thumb up. Why yes, the jaguar looked incredibly awkward all of a sudden. After all, compared to what happened afterward, a deep kiss was a relatively innocent activity. She got a little confused by her reaction but then simply continued to question the jaguar. What a great start to your relationship. How often did you two do it afterward? Yeah? Any fleeting remains of Ari's calmness had finally left her as her entire face had burst into flames. Come on, tell me. She fidgeted for a while longer before eventually admitting it. Between that and coming here. About 4 times. You are impressive. The tiger sounded even prouder than before. You also sure took a liking to kissing her fast, huh? Yeah? The jaguar managed to look even more embarrassed now. And no, we kissed way more than that. Sophia needed a moment. Wait. Ari immediately covered her face with her hands to hide her blush. Wait, what? She stared at the black-haired girl with widely open eyes. You had sex with her? 4 times even? Ari didn't answer at first. Depending on how you define sex, we might have actually have done it 5 times. What's that supposed to mean? The blonde sounded excited for a moment. Wait, what? There were more pressing matters going on, so she had to suppress her curiosity for the time being. Seriously? She had to take another pause. I first made Anna do me. Then, I had my turn. On the next morning, each of us had another turn in the bath. The third tea time in the bath, that one was a little, don't ask. Huh. Sophia was still trying to wrap her head around it. Are you messing with me right now? And no. You drove me insane for weeks because you were too dense to see the obvious with your princess, and I had to keep pushing you to even cling to her, and then, once you finally kissed her, you immediately jumped to have sex with her? Like rabbits in heat, I want to add? Ari reacted with yet another slight nod. It just happened. It just happened? The blonde got loud. 4 or 5 times in one day? Technically, it was 2 days. It took Maya and me weeks, if not months, to finally do it. She suddenly sounded envious. I am sorry. What's that supposed to mean? She raised her voice once more. We also only did it once that night because everyone's first time is a clumsy mess, and it gets so awkward that you need a while to recover from it. Ari just looked at her. Eh? What's that supposed to mean? She managed to get even louder. It's true that I needed to recover for a little bit, but that was only because Anna. She managed to, let's just say she knows what she's doing after I made her, start on me. Ari was covering her face again while explaining the situation. Afterward, I had lost all of my strength, so I needed like 10 minutes, before I, went for Anna. Once she was, both of us were so exhausted that we immediately fell asleep in each other's arms minutes later. The blonde was speechless. The same happened the morning after. After each of us had their tea turn in the bath, we got so into it that we went at it a third tea time where we experimented on an idea we had. Why is that so different from my first time with Maya? The tiger was holding her face while looking slightly depressed. Why was ours so awkward and kinda weird when yours was basically overflowing with lust and whatnot? I'm sorry. Ari wasn't sure what to say in this situation. I don't want to talk to you anymore. Sophia suddenly looked extremely embarrassed and turned her head away from the jaguar with a pouting and slightly upset expression. Afterward, the two had to take a break because the tiger needed to nurse her shattered ego. Chapter 264, Surpassed Expectations. Ari had arrived at the couple's mansion, and Sophia had directly started questioning her about the Anna situation. The tiger was incredibly proud that she managed to kiss the princess and also confessed to her. Afterward, once the blonde found out that the two actually had sex immediately afterward, not to mention that it happened multiple times and somehow had no similarity to the somewhat awkward and clumsy first experience Sophia and Maya had together, things got a little weird between them. While all of this was going upstairs in the mansion, the floor below had gotten lively as well once Anna had finally shown up. Welcome. With a big smile on her lips, Maya happily gestured the princess inside once she had greeted her at the entrance door where she was already waiting for her. Hello. Anna looked incredibly awkward. I brought cake. She held up a big white box while saying so. You have no idea how little I care about that right now. The tiger didn't like how excited the cat girl seemed. Let's head to the living room. Oh, okay. Weakly nodding her head, she followed after Maya, and the duo got comfortable on 2 of the sofas while facing each other. So? Once they were sitting down, the cat focused all of her attention on the princess. Is there something you want to tell me? She had thought about sitting right next to her, but this way, she could stare at her more easily to get a reaction out of the princess. Is Sophia around? I think I'd rather talk to her. Anna really didn't like how excited the other girl seemed to be. She's currently questioning Ari upstairs. She wasn't a big fan of that, either. First, would you like some cake? Anna pointed at the big white box, placed in front of them on the coffee table. Actually, you can have all of it if you let Ari and me live here from now on. Oh, am I getting bribed right now? The cat girl smirked at her. Yes. The princess didn't try to beat around the bush. I'll buy you a whole cake every day if that makes you say yes. I'd get fat from that, idiot. I'll do whatever else you want me to do. She looked desperate. Just say yes. I accept payments and interesting stories. Maya's smirk increased even more. The juicier they are, the higher the chance I let you stay here. Any alternatives? None. She just shook her head. The already apparent blush on Anna's cheeks increased even more. I'm waiting. There was just no way the cat girl would ever let her go. Why do you two want to live here, anyway? I mean, I love our mansion, but for the first princess of this nation, this is a clear downgrade. Oh, overall, it's warmer here, though. You win that round. She had to give it to her. So? As something embarrassing happened, the princess covered her face with her hands. Something so very embarrassing. I love the sound of that. She even leaned forward in anticipation while urging her to continue. Details. I hate you. Quite the thing to say by someone who wants to live here. I love you. Anna quickly changed her mind. Happy to hear. The cat girl leaned forward even more. If you love me so much, get to talking already. No, I actually do hate you after all. Fine, at long last, the tiger finally gave up. Where should I start? From the very beginning. Maya raised her voice. Are you and Ari finally? Have you listened to me and kissed her? You better have, because else, I'm going to drag your jaguar down from upstairs right now and make you. Anna paused for a moment. Does it still counts if she kissed me first? It absolutely does. She showed her a genuine smile for a change. Congratulations. Thank you. It really was about time. How did it happen? We were in Ari's room and relaxed on her bed as usual after our bath. I felt a little playful and started poking and tickling her at some point. Her reactions are adorable because she doesn't like being tickled. She let out a small chuckle while admitting so. Also, while Ari is kind of small compared to me and also super thin, she's still very squishy. She feels amazing to touch. You should try it when you have the chance. No. Wait. You absolutely should not. The princess noticed that she had said that without thinking. Touching my Ari. Don't you worry. The cat girl waved her hand. I have my own surprisingly squishy girl to play with whenever I want. Gee, good. So, what happened then? Well. Ari got a little upset and tried to stop me. She pushed me down on the bed while climbing on top of me. I got super embarrassed because my pajama top had become rather undone thanks to that. I was, showing off a lot in that situation, especially because I might have not been wearing a bra at that moment. What a pervert. Shut up. Anna got loud. I also couldn't do anything in that situation. Ari was on top of me, pinning me down while restraining my wrists, and, noticing how hard she was staring at me, I could only look away while trying my best not to see combust into flames. What a lovely scene to imagine. Also, incredibly embarrassing, her face turned even redder. So, where's the good part? After a little while, Ari suddenly said my name in an incredibly sweet voice while gently turning my face with her hand so that I would look at her again. She had to take yet another break before continuing. Then, without any warning whatsoever, she suddenly just kissed me. Maya liked what she was hearing. Ari's amazing. Why, yes. And then? Isn't that enough? Anna felt like she had suffered enough already from the questioning. I haven't even properly warmed up yet. I hate you, she hung her head again. Once we parted again, she immediately confessed to me. Way to go. Good job, Sophia. Ari, you, too. Why are you praising Sophia here? Who do you think managed to beat the dents out of your Jaguar? I see. I better thank her later, too. You better. So, I bet that wasn't all yet, right? What happened after her confession? You better have probably returned it. Well. She first kissed me again. Does that count for something? It absolutely does. Maya repeated her assessment from before. How was it? Amazing. Her reply came in an instant. Ari's lips are incredibly soft. Her tongue is, too. Warm and slippery, as well. Oh? She noticed that she was just boasting at this point. It was a good kiss. Definitely sounds like it. The catgirl looked impressed. Ari wasted no time on that one, huh? Directly going for a deep kiss. Not bad at all. Anna wasn't sure what to reply here. As she definitely wasted no time, her face was lit on fire again. Maya tilted her head for a second before continuing. But after that, you finally returned the confession, right? She told me that she loves me a couple of more times, but then I was finally able to say it, as well. It was super embarrassing. But it also made you happy, right? Yes. She showed the catgirl her brightest smile yet. What a nice reaction. Maya liked her reply a lot. I'm delighted that it worked out in the end. Both of you were such a pain, after all. I'm sorry, the princess hung her head in response. I promise that I won't ever be dense when it comes to Ari anymore. We'll see about that. The catgirl didn't believe her and only rolled her eyes. I am 100% sure that you'll become an even bigger idiot once you get horny enough to want to have sex with her. Hearing that, Anna immediately turned her head away while her entire face turned even more crimson than ever before. Yeah, now you get embarrassed about it, but I guarantee you that it'll happen eventually. She had utterly misinterpreted her reaction. The tiger was unable to say anything. She finally noticed that something was odd here. Wait a moment. Why are you blushing this hard now? No way. Don't tell me. Is there anything else you want to tell me? Absolutely not. Really? Yes. The princess got loud again. And nothing at all happened after I returned the confession, and we kissed again. Let alone tea twice. During our bath the next morning, it definitely didn't happen again, either. Especially not another 2.5 tea times. Maya just stared at her with wide open eyes for a couple of moments. I'm sorry, what? Anna looked like she wanted to die. I want to know everything. The catgirl leaned forward so much on the sofa that she almost fell off it. Also, 2.5 times. What's that supposed to mean? Where's my right of privacy? You have none of that. I hate you, the princess was saying that a lot today. Sure. She only smiled at her again. By the way, one of our guest rooms is currently in use already, so I might need to reserve the others for emergency guests, you know? The first princess has run away from the castle and needs a place to stay. What more emergency guest could there be? I don't know. Imagine my parents would decide to visit, and I couldn't offer them a place to stay? Your parents are coming to the capital? Nope. Maya just shook her head. Then, shut up. Anna got loud again. Wait, someone's currently staying here? Don't worry, she's out shopping with the wolves right now. You, Ari, Sophia, and I are the only ones here. Gee good, she looked relieved again. That's why no one's going to overhear us when you're going to tell me everything in great detail. Ugh, seeing the piercing gaze of the catgirl, the princess felt like she had no way of getting out of it. After I returned the confession, we started making out again. At some point, Ari suddenly started you undressing me and I let it happen. She kissed me all over and eventually T took my hand too, between her legs. Her voice was barely audible anymore towards the end. So embarrassing. Wow. I really underestimated that jaguar. Well, it's only natural that the first time is super awkward. No need to be embarrassed. Eh? Eh. It's embarrassing to talk about it, but awkward. I've never seen Ari so sexy. I'll never forget that feverish and yearning expression. I also never felt as good when Ari's tongue, down, there seemed to be a lot missing from her sentence because she trailed off a couple of times. Wait a moment. It was even better during our bath on the following day, this morning. Well, the third time in the bath when we tried something, that was a little, but it still was amazing. Huh. Maya looked confused all of a sudden and also a little embarrassed. That sounds like your first time was basically perfectly and easily surpassed all expectations. It absolutely did. What's wrong? And nothing. Was it different with you and Sophia? I don't want to talk to you anymore. As the roles had reversed a little towards the end, and Maya had suffered from the same blow Sophia did during her conversation with Ari, the cat girl also needed some time to contemplate life. Chapter 265, Terribly Obvious. Just as Sophia had a great time questioning Ari, Maya was having a ton of fun while chatting with Anna and finding out how the duo finally became an official couple. The cat girl wanted to hear all the details, but she got more than she bargained for. While their first time wasn't exactly bad, compared to what the new couple experienced, it might as well have been, after all. Hey, I brought the pervert with me. Can we switch to a group chat? Sophia, while dragging Ari behind her by holding her hand because the jaguar seemed to be trying her best not to follow her, had arrived in the living room. Maya, I can't deal with her on my own anymore. I need some. Oh. She only then noticed that her cat seemed equally overwhelmed after having had her chat with the princess. Hey! The black-haired pervert, who was currently trying to free herself from Sophia's hand, got loud. Give me one reason not to call you one. The blonde lightly glared at her. Ari only hung her head. Good. It was exactly the reaction she wanted. Alright, go and sit down with your equally perverted girlfriend. Maya, I need you for a second. Hey! The other pervert, the royal one, also got loud. Shut up. Now it was the cat girl's time to glare at the princess, before looking at Sophia. Sure. You, also hanging her head in response, Anna then patted down the spot next to her on the sofa, indicating that Ari should come to her. Without saying a word, the jaguar was finally allowed to leave, as Sophia had let go of her hand, and joined the other tiger on the sofa. Have you also had an, interesting conversation with the jaguar? Maya had walked over to her tiger and looked at her with a slightly tired expression. That's putting it lightly. Very lightly, she nodded a few times. Say. Why did it take so long for our first time, not to mention how awkward it was when those two went at it like rabbits the moment they confessed? I have no idea. Not even the slightest. I'm jealous. Sophia's real issue with the situation leaked out. Weren't you saying that we shouldn't rush things? While I'm not such a pervert who would have done it immediately after having confessed to you, for some reason, Maya raised her voice quite a bit during that part again before lowering it again. I was giving you hints way before we finally did it. Anna and Ari, having heard that specific part, hung their heads even further. So did the blonde. Even so, why were we so awkward when theirs was just intense? I thought you were the biggest pervert around? Hey! Now it was Maya's time to complain. Well, it seems like those two are clearly the bigger perverts. For sure. Sophia also raised her voice. The couple still was unable to say anything. Well, the cat girl then scratched her cheek. To be fair, they grew up together and have known each other for their entire lives. Compared to that, we were actually quite fast. We first had to learn to trust each other, after all. Not to mention that while you had already gotten much better back then, you were still quite the mess when it came to getting embarrassed. Fair point. Sophia's cheeks turned slightly red to prove the point. You are right. With all of it. Also, while the two perverts' first time sounds like it was amazing, our awkward experience will always be a fond memory of mine. Yes. The catgirl felt the same. All right. Having dealt with that issue, the tiger then looked at the couple on the sofa with a big smile. Sorry about that. Because you two are such gigantic perverts, Maya and I needed to have a little chat first. Whenever she heard the word, the blush on Anna's face increased. Is there really a need for all this teasing? Ari was also blushing. Just because we couldn't hold back. Or is it because we had a more intense first time? Yeah, we can put a hold on that topic for now. While not answering the question, Maya, together with Sophia, sat down on the sofa opposite the couple. Though, I'll eventually get back to the experiment you two had in the bath Anna mentioned. I'm really interested in that. Don't worry about that. I made Ari tell me earlier after I recovered from the shock. Sophia looked at her. Those two really are something else. Even we haven't done that yet. Seriously? The catgirl looked surprised. I'll tell you everything later. She gave her a thumbs up. I really want to try it, too. Perfect. Ari. The princess raised her voice again. Why did you tell her? I am sorry. It just happened. The jaguar couldn't face her while admitting it. You said that a lot while telling me everything that happened during the last day. Sophia just looked at her. Ari had nothing to say in her defense. I look forward to it. Maya smiled at the blonde before eventually facing the new couple again. I get that it was a lot because you two absolutely gave it your best, but I still don't get why the two of you don't want to live in the castle anymore. Right. The tiger then also focused on the two. Ari also never told me about that in the end. The two turned silent again. Can it really be even more intimate and/or embarrassing than what you told us already? Sophia just tilted her head. It's at least 5 times worse. Ari got loud. How is that even possible? Maya also didn't believe her. When Anna and I were celebrating finally having become a couple, the only thing we paid attention to was each other, and the jaguar needed a short break and rummaged in one of her pockets for a moment. Here, my parents left this letter in front of my room's door the morning after. Let's see. Sophia grabbed the piece of paper before reading it together with Maya, who was looking over it next to her, as well. Wow, her face turned red just reading it. That is, wow, even Maya was affected by it. Earlier, when we left the castle, Anna was holding her face again while she tried to add something to the story. Everyone. Absolutely everyone was staring at us. Alright, I'll get fresh bedding ready for one of the guest rooms. Sophia felt extremely sorry for them. Thank you. Well, I don't mind it, either, the catgirl gave them a nod. It might be a good idea to let it cool down a couple of days, but I'm pretty sure you have to face it eventually. I mean, your parents even wrote that they want to see you, and parents can be quite the persistent bunch. Why yes, Ari reacted with a weak nod. I just can't meet them right now. I'd die. If they left the letter at my room, that means that they were right on the other side of the door when Anna and when we, loud enough for half of the castle to hear. I hadn't even thought about that yet. The princess' face managed to turn even redder. I want to die. Yes. Now, Maya wasn't sure what to say. Those two are also best friends with Mother, so she most likely already knows about it, too. If she hasn't heard it herself. Not helping, Maya. Sophia instantly glared at her. Also, Kira already knew that you two are in love with each other. In fact, she told us that she's aware of Ari liking our dense princess for years already. Seriously? The jaguar's face lit on fire as well again. How was that any more helpful now? Maya looked back at her tiger. Aya. She noticed her mistake. Stay as long as you want, you too. Yeah. The cat girl only nodded. Thank you, the couple was grateful for it. I guess that means you're going to meet Chloe when she comes back later today, huh? Sophia changed the topic. She's also staying here right now, after all. Who's Chloe? Ari tilted her head. A fox girl we met in the village we mentioned the other day. She wanted to go to the capital again, so we just took her with us. Don't worry, she's a great girl. She's also a bit of a pervert, so you should become fast friends. Maya just couldn't let a chance pass. I see. The jaguar seemed to have mixed feelings about it. I was actually hoping to relax and not have to hold back when staying here. You really don't have to hold back. The blonde just waved her hand. She's incredibly sweet and friendly. Also, she already knows that the two of you are in love with each other. She knows? Ari got loud again. You told a stranger about it? Not really. Sophia shook her head. I told her about Anna because she's a fellow tiger, and Chloe asked about her jaguar girlfriend because she loves your hair, Ari. She only saw the two of you walking around in the capital a few times when she was visiting, and that was all she needed to see that you two love each other. Anna stared at the two. That's how bad both of you were at hiding your feelings. The couple was speechless. That really says a lot about how frustrated you made Maya and me, huh? The blonde had to rub salt in the wound. We're terribly sorry. As long as you understand. As it turned out well in the end, the duo wasn't really all that mad about it. You two really are so very bad at hiding it. Hey, Ari got a little pouty. I managed to hide it for years, you know. It only got too bad once I accidentally told Sophia about it. Is that so? Maya just looked at her. Why yes. She nodded. I bet this Chloe is just super sharp. The cat girl tilted her head. Kira aside, I guess all the girls in the academy are quite sharp as well, then. What's that supposed to mean? The jaguar didn't like the sound of that. Well, on our first day there, when I went to the bathroom, I got swarmed by a group of girls trying to ask me about Sophia. All of them got extremely disappointed that she was taken by me while complaining that all the tigers are already spoken for. Mumbling how they had given up on the princess because her maid was so obviously in love with her and how their one hope of a striped girlfriend got crushed again. Why haven't I noticed anything about that in the school? Sophia looked confused. Because you've slept through most, if not all of it. As it sounded like her, the blonde stopped complaining. Seriously? Ari looked terrified. Anna, can we take some days off from the academy, as well? Normally, I'd say gladly, now more than ever. The princess didn't seem like she was looking forward to it, either. Unfortunately, Eluna needs me again starting Monday, for the advanced magic teachings. As that needs to spread among the folk as soon as possible, I can't be skipping on that. Sorry. Why are you taking your princess duties seriously now? I always do when it's important. Anna didn't like that retort. Making the kingdom a better place by teaching the folk something useful that benefits them is the most important there is. Right, that is true, Ari hung her head. Stupid easygoing but dutiful tigers. Hey! Both tigers raised their voices. Afterward, as the group, first and foremost Ari, had gotten a little tired, they decided to take another small break for the time being. Chapter 266, Making It Worse. Ari had shown Sophia and Maya the letter from her parents in which they mentioned that half the castle had heard them during their first night as a couple together. After having heard that, the two felt so sorry for them that they agreed to let them stay in their mansion for a while until everything cooled down a bit. I'm back. Roughly an hour had passed since the group had decided to take a break from the whole relationship chat when they heard the front door open before the voice of a cheerful girl echoed through the entrance hall. And that's Chloe. Sophia smiled at the couple before looking towards the door of the living room they were in. We're in here. Okay. The fox replied to her. I'll bring my shopping upstairs and be there in a minute. Immediately after, the group heard her storming up the stairs. I wonder if she's trying to hide a bag from that store. Maya found it a little suspicious that she decided to do that first, before going to the living room first. It sounded like she really was in a hurry to go up there. Do you think she actually went there? The blonde tilted her head. What would you have done? She paused for a moment. I guess we better not give Anna and Ari the guest room right next to hers, huh? Ahaha. The cat girl liked her reply. What is this about? Anna naturally couldn't follow their conversation. Sophia scratched her cheek. Let's save that for another time. She didn't feel like talking about that right now. Okay? She got even more confused. Hello. Oh? A few minutes later, Chloe had come downstairs again and entered the living room. There, her eyes immediately fell on the new couple. Hello, I'm pleased to meet you. My name's Chloe. I'm currently staying for a little while with Maya and Sophia as they let me stay in their mansion during my visit of the capital. I'm honored to meet the first princess of this nation and her maid up close. She had to pause while looking at Ari because the couple was sticking so close together. She sure has her act together. Sophia sounded impressed while she leaned over to Maya. Absolutely. She nodded. Makes one wonder how we befriended her, huh? Yep, we're complete opposites, after all. True. The cat girl had no reason to disagree. Fluffy. Seeing her for the first time, Anna and even Ari opened their mouths without thinking. Ahaha, Chloe scratched her cheek while chuckling a little before looking at Maya and her tiger. See? Everyone has the same reaction. She remembered how the cat girl felt bad about having done the same. The jaguar was the first to notice what she had just done. I am really sorry about that. That was terribly rude of me. It's totally alright. The fox girl waved her hand and moved around her tail a bit. I am Fluffy, after all. While saying so, she sat down on the free sofa and almost fully occupied it with her tail alone. It can be a little inconvenient at times, but I like it and take great pride in it. If anything, it's a compliment for me. That's reassuring to hear. She looked a little relieved. As you seem to know who we are, an introduction might be unnecessary, but not doing it would be rude. It's nice to meet you, too. My name is Ari, and I'm indeed the private maid of the princess. More like cosplaying is that. Sophia leaned over to Maya while saying these words. Pfft. Shush. The jaguar just glared at them. Anna. The princess introduction, funnily enough, was the least formal one. Please don't mind the whole princess thing. It's incredibly tiring. Especially if said princess ran away from home. This time, Maya leaned over to Sophia. Pfft. Shush. It was the exact same exchange as before. Chloe looked at the gossiping duo as she had naturally heard every single word. Did something happen? She decided to ignore the cosplaying part. Something happened at the castle and, Ari tried to answer her, but her face turned ever so slightly red while she had to squeeze Anna's hand before continuing. We would rather not go back there for the time being. I see. The fox girl paused for a moment while looking at the couple, both sticking close together while holding hands and blushing more and more with each passing moment. Someone got caught doing something, huh? She was a sharp one. The two in question just turned their heads away while steam rose from their heads. Congratulations. Chloe started smiling instead. I was really confused when Sophia told me that you two aren't a couple. It looked very different to me the few times I saw the two of you when I was in the capital before. I guess her information was a little outdated? It wasn't outdated when I corrected you. Sophia felt the need to defend herself. Wasn't it just 1 or 2 days ago when you said it? She tilted her head while looking at the blonde. Anna reluctantly faced the fox. It happened yesterday. Oh my. Chloe's smile got even brighter. That's lovely. Again, congratulations. Thank you. The new couple had a hard time dealing with the overly cheerful and bubbly girl right now. While continuing to stare at the new couple, the fox girl eventually turned her head, seemingly wanting to ask something. Is there something you want to know? Ari also had recovered a little and glanced back at her. Well, Chloe seemed reluctant about it. I feel like I will make things worse if I ask, so I better keep it to myself for now. I don't like the sound of that. By the way, Sophia also looked like she wanted to know something while facing her fellow tiger friend. I tend to forget about it, not to mention that the two of you were a thing in my eyes for quite a while already, but isn't it actually a really huge deal for the first princess of the nation to enter a relationship? I kinda assume it comes with all sorts of responsibilities and whatnot. That's exactly what I wanted to ask, too. Chloe raised her voice. It totally is like that, isn't it? Royalty, especially when it's the first princess, entering a relationship, that has to be something special, right? Like the commitment one has to have, for example? Being even ready for marriage or something like that? Hearing that, the princess hung her head before covering her face with her hands. MNNGHH, a muffled groan was all that could be heard from her afterward. And that's why I didn't want to ask. With an awkward expression, the fox then glanced at Sophia. The blonde wasn't sure what to say. I am pretty sure your additions to the commitment only made it worse, though. Chloe had the same reaction. Idiots, Maya addressed both of them. They had nothing to defend themselves with. Ari. After a little while, Anna whispered her name without even looking at her. Why yes. About that traveling idea we had earlier with just the two of us. How about we actually do that? Like, right now? The jaguar wasn't sure what to say. How's eloping going to help with anything here? This time, Maya got loud. Especially when the queen and Ari's parents already gave their consent. Now, Chloe focused on the cat girl. Eloping isn't just for when your parents are against your relationship or marriage. Most do that because they don't feel like dealing with a huge ceremony where you have to invite distant family members you haven't seen in years or friends you stopped caring about a long time ago just to keep up an image instead of just doing what you and your partner want. It's about you, not them, after all. Oh. She nodded a couple of times. I didn't know that. Sounds like a fun alternative, doesn't it? The fox girl apparently was a fan of it. Absolutely. Maya kept nodding. Not sure if I would prefer it because I love my family, but it definitely sounds enticing. Do I like this conversation? Sophia had some mixed feelings about it. How would you do it, then? Chloe then looked at the blonde instead. That wasn't really my issue here, she was more wondering what it meant hearing all that from her girlfriend. Well, whatever. It's hard to say for me, actually, the tiger paused for a moment. Even if I'd love to, I don't have any family left to invite, so. Also, with the friends and acquaintances I currently have, a room like our living room here would be more than enough. That's why, it would be up to my partner to decide how big or small the ceremony would be as I can't contribute much to the numbers right now. Chloe and Maya looked at each other for a couple of moments. A big ceremony does sound like fun, too. Yes. The duo had changed their minds. Sophia wasn't sure how to feel about that either. That's. Once the trio was done with their chat, Anna eventually raised her voice with a bright red face. That's not at all what I was talking about. The three immediately started to awkwardly scratch their cheeks in perfect sync. I just want to get away from here and have some fun with Ari without having to care about anything because it has become such a hassle in the castle. Sounds an awful lot like Chloe's interpretation of eloping, though. Shut up. She got loud. Really loud. Afterward, as things had taken quite an unexpected turn, it was time for another break so everyone could calm down a bit. Chapter 267, Deadline. Chloe had come back from her shopping trip and met Anna and Ari, who were currently staying in the mansion, as well. As she was a rather likable character, the two got along with her pretty well from the get-go. Unfortunately, because she has a curious nature, just like Sophia, her filter when it comes to asking embarrassing questions is just as non-existent. Thanks to that, the princess and her jaguar suffered from many accidental blows. It even went so far that the topic of eloping had come up at some point. By the way, after a little while, Chloe was the first to speak up again after everyone had taken a slight break from the previous conversation. "Is that cake in there?" She pointed at the big white box on the coffee table in front of the girls that Anna had placed there before. "I smell chocolate. Lots of it. There's also a hint of hazelnut, and some, let's see." She closed her eye while sniffing the air again. "Raspberries? Wow." The princess looked impressed and happy to change the subject. "That's exactly it." While saying so, she opened the box. A chocolate cake with a hazelnut cream ganache and decorated with a generous amount of raspberries. "That's a fox for you, huh?" Ari also looked at her in admiration. "Your nose is something else." "Eehee. I smelled that, too, though." Sophia tilted her head. "Okay, I wasn't sure whether it was raspberry or blackberry, but other than that." "That's just because you love chocolate and fruits, or food in general." Maya just looked at her. "Ah, I see, makes sense." The blonde nodded. "I do love food, after all." "Is that really how it works?" Chloe wasn't sure if she could follow that logic. "Should we eat a bit?" Anna pointed at the cake again. "Yes." The voices of the fox and Sophia overlapped. "I'll get some plates." Maya also wanted some. "Thanks." They overlapped once again. "Is it just me, or are the two of you quite similar?" The jaguar glanced at the duo with a complicated expression. "I don't know if I can handle two of that sort." They just looked away. "You have no idea," the cat girl let out a sigh while rolling her eyes, before disappearing towards the kitchen. "It appears that we do share some personality traits, yes." Chloe tried to sound a little academic. "I do believe this to be the case, indeed." Sophia nodded a few times. "I'm tired, Ari already had enough." By the way, the blonde then faced the pink-haired girl. "Where's Fenny and Aura? You took them with you, didn't you?" Yeah, she nodded once, before continuing. "Aura showed me the Fluff Protect spray for my tail, but they then decided to head out on their own." "Date?" "Sounded like it, yeah." Chloe had the same guess. "Must be nice to do that so openly." Anna suddenly sounded envious. "You and Ari look like you were doing just that the entire time you're out, though." Sophia just stared at the couple. "Well, that is that, and this is this, or however the saying goes." Her face turned slightly red. "And now that we are actually tea together, I get self-conscious." The fox girl liked the bashful princess. "Yep, that's a definite . The blonde joined in. Shut up. Though Finfin's also quite adorable." Chloe smiled even more. "It's still fresh with him and Aura, too, so he also gets all bashful. He was adorable when Aura decided on their date earlier." "I missed that again?" Sophia got loud. "Eh?" Anna suddenly got confused. "That sounds a little like." "Wait, Fan and Aura aren't dating for multiple years or more already?" "I thought so, too." Ari looked equally confused. "The two look so close and in tune with each other?" The blonde stared at them while slowly shaking her head. "Are you two for real?" At the same time, Maya came back from the kitchen, holding some plates, forks, and a knife. "You have no right to notice that with others." They only now noticed the issue and immediately hung their heads. We're sorry." "Good." Sophia and her cat started smiling again. Anyway, let's get to the cake." Anna wanted to change the topic once and for all. "Yay." The blonde and Chloe took the bait immediately. "Sure, I'll cut it." Maya also didn't want to continue on it. Afterward, she prepared the cake and gave each of the girls a plate with a slice of it. "Yummy." Two of them couldn't wait and immediately went for it. Ari, on the other hand, was watching the fox girl and Sophia while they were happily munching on the cake with a complicated expression. "That's almost weird." "Yeah," the cat girl just nodded. "Almost is putting it lightly." "The cake is super yummy, though." Anna, while having the same blissful expression as the duo while eating her slice of cake, didn't see the issue. Because you're the exact opposite of a quirky and easily excitable character, right? The princess decided not to answer that and simply continued to eat her cake. By the way, Chloe suddenly tilted her head while tilting her head. Was there a reason for this high-end cake? Or is something like that normal around, royalty? She glanced at the two tigers especially. Anna and Ari only scratched their cheeks. It's a bribe, Maya answered her. The two want to stay here for a while until their togetherness won't be causing such a fuss anymore, and they decided to pay Sophia and me with this lavish cake. A good try, I want to add. Sophia liked the bribe. Literally, as she was still happily munching on it. Yep, I would totally accept such a bribe, too. The fox girl also took another bite. The story we got told was just as sweet, though. The cat girl had preferred something else. Shush. Anna didn't want to talk about that. I don't know, Sophia scratched her cheek. I think the story was too spicy for a cake. Shush. Ari had the same reaction as her princess. A fair point. Maya nodded a couple of times while looking at her tiger. Shush. Now the two were in perfect sync. What actually happened? Chloe got more interested. It's fairly easy to see that you got caught during something, but I thought it was during your confession or maybe a kiss. I get the feeling there was a lot more that happened. The couple naturally didn't give her an answer. Besides the extreme blush that had appeared on their cheeks in an instant, that is. Did you get so into it after the confession that you went all the way afterward, and someone walked in on it? She took a wild guess. Or did you forget to tone down your voice? I imagine that a castle has some grand hallways where even the slightest bit of sound can easily travel through half of the place. With an even brighter blush, the two turned their faces away because they couldn't look at her anymore. Wow, Chloe's cheeks also turned a little pink because she took it as a clear confirmation. I found a letter from my parents the next day. As there was little reason to hide it anymore, Ari eventually glanced at her with a bright red face. Apparently, they and half of the castle had heard us. They also wanted to see us, so we decided to, run away. You better let them stay as long as they want here. The fox girl immediately addressed Sophia and Maya after hearing that. Else, I'll take them to my place with me. Thank you. The couple was a little happy that she felt so much for them. Don't worry, the cat girl answered her. We already agreed to it. You picked the first guest room when entering the hallway, right? Yep. Chloe nodded. It was the closest to one of the baths, after all. Okay. Anna and Ari can have the last room, then. They're far enough apart, and now that you know that holding back a little is a good idea, noises shouldn't be that much of an issue. We wouldn't do that in someone else's place. While their faces were turning redder once again, the couple got loud. We don't mind at all. Sophia and Maya just smiled at them. Power yourselves out. Shut up. Speaking of, the cat girl then glanced at the fox girl with a mischievous expression. Did you visit the store? She needed a moment to think of an answer. I got everything I was recommended. I really can't wait to test the fluff protection spray. Her expression was all over the place during her reply. I see. You. Hee. Sophia also liked the response, but she didn't feel like teasing her about it. Back to the staying here topic, she then got back to the couple. I don't mind that you two stay here for however long you want, just like Chloe, company's great, after all. She was happy that the house was so lively. Still, weren't your birthdays the week after next? That's what I heard, at least. You have to show your faces in the castle for that, don't you? Ugh, the couple in question only reacted with yet another groan. Yes, Ari weakly nodded. My birthday's on the Monday after the next and Anna's 2 days later on Wednesday. Did your parents plan that? The blonde tilted her head. It's a little too close to be a coincidence, isn't it? Why yes, they actually did, Anna answered her. Our parents are pretty close, and Ari's parents wanted to have her for a while already, and after mine decided to have me, they tried to time it. They wanted to have a playmate the same age for their kids. The jaguar added a bit to the explanation. Ah. Sophia and Chloe had the same reaction. I wonder if it was this type of playmate they had in mind. Maya's reaction was a little different. The two decided not to give her a reply. Judging by their expressions, they also didn't seem to want to know, either. The whole thing was way too embarrassing enough already. Even worse, the princess eventually looked at Sophia again and returned to the actual topic. Mother's birthday is next week already. Wow, it's just one birthday after another lately. The blonde sounded excited. Maya's just was, and now there are 3 more coming up. Chloe, when's yours? It's still ways off. It's on March 12th. Seriously? She got even more excited. Mine's on the 15th there. Oh. The fox girl also raised her voice a little after hearing that it's so close together. Freaky. Not sure how to feel about them being so similar even there, Maya got back to the initial topic. You can't skip the queen's birthday now, can you? Yes. The two only nodded. We can't. We have a deadline of under a week, saying that. Anna hung her head again, and they decided to have another small break. This time, it was accompanied by cake, though. Chapter 268, Alternative Travel Methods. The group continued to have a lively chat about this and that, but the topic somehow always returned to the new couple every now and then, much to their embarrassment. Even Chloe now more or less knew what happened, as she seems to be quite good at sniffing out such topics. Anna and Ari planned to stay at the mansion for a while, but it didn't seem like they could hide there as long as they wanted. Not only were their birthdays coming up soon, but that of the queen also was in less than a week, and they just couldn't simply skip on either of those. After she had finished her cake, Anna just let out a sigh. Ari followed right after her. Hey. Chloe didn't seem to like that. Being depressed after having eaten cake is not allowed. Well said. Sophia agreed with her. Come on, you too. Yes, the way everyone found out was far from ideal, but everyone was rooting for it to finally happen. You two getting together, that is. Sure, it'll be embarrassing, but you'll get over it. The jaguar just stared at her for a couple of moments. What would you have done in our position? I would be on the demon continent by now. She didn't even hesitate for a fraction of a second with her answer. Thanks for the encouragement, she just rolled her eyes. Oh, that sounds fun. The fox girl jumped on her reply. I wanted to go there for an eternity already. We actually plan to go there once we're done exploring the continent here. Oh. She got a little excited after hearing the blonde's plan. I'm jealous. My offer to accompany us during our travel still stands. After all, the more, the merrier. Sophia just smiled at her. Now, I really hope you like Fei Fei, and she's okay with the idea. Chloe showed her an even bigger smile. Hee hee. Eh? Anna raised her voice after hearing that. It doesn't feel like Chloe has more magic than I do. I thought you need more power than that to keep up with your overpowered group. I'm stronger than I look. The fox girl tried to look smug again, but she only ended up looking even cuter once more. I also have a super strong companion that helps me out. Ahm? The princess didn't believe her. It's actually true. Sophia gave her some backup. I still have no idea why, but this girl can actually use chantless magic for some reason. Yup. How? The princess got even louder. I want to be able to do that, too. I want it so badly. I'm sorry, she shook her head. I've always had an easy time with magic since I was little, but I'm not really sure why I can use it the way I can. The group had the feeling that it had something to do with her magic seemingly being more potent than it should, just like Sophia's, but she decided against mentioning that. They didn't know why it was like this either, after all. And no way, Anna looked devastated. Do you want to play with magic, or do you want to travel with us, too? The blonde wanted to find out why it was so important to her. Yes. I see. Sophia decided not to say anything about her non-answer reply spreading. Magic aside, are you okay with leaving the capital? It's the home of the tigers, after all. Funny you're saying this. The tiger princess just stared at her fellow blonde tiger. There was little she could say here. Why, you're still the princess, though. So what? Anna had no intention of backing down. Nathan also left 2 years ago to explore the kingdom. I'll definitely do the same. Well then, the blonde liked her motivation. By the way, who's this Nathan? My big brother, the first prince. I see. Sophia nodded a couple of times before looking at Maya with a confused expression while tilting her head. She has a brother? There's a prince? She does. You also knew that. I did not. You do. The king told you. I definitely would have remembered that. The tiger didn't like this utterly unfounded accusation. You were cuddling with Ellie, and you're terrible at remembering people. Even more so when they're male. She paused for a moment. It doesn't count when I'm cuddling with Ellie. She has my undivided attention during those times. Sure. Will Menzer allow you to leave, though? I'll bug him until he does. Anna looked even more determined. Also, Mother will have the last word on that. I can imagine. Sophia had the feeling that Kira's authority was quite a bit above that of the ruler of the kingdom. Well, not that it matters when I don't have enough magic or power for your group, the princess hung her head again. Though, the alternative of going on a trip with just Ari and me doesn't sound half bad, either. She managed to cheer herself up a little. The blonde just stared at her for a while. She had already planned to boost her magic to the same level as Ari's for her birthday. With that, she should be able to use chantless magic and increase her speed and stamina with magic enough to keep up with the group. Sophia didn't want to spoil the surprise just yet, though. Do they know about the, thing? Chloe glanced at the blonde. What thing? There were so many things that she had no idea what exactly the fox girl meant. How we got here. She finally understood her. I showed them before, yeah. Well, it kinda was on accident, but they know, yes. Wouldn't that be an alternative? The fox girl tilted her head. They wouldn't be able to travel with you or maybe us the entire time, but they could join whenever you decide on a leisure pace or when it's time to explore something. I did think about that before, but I'm not sure if they'd be interested in that. How about you two stop keeping half of it to yourself and include us in the idea? Ari stared at them while slowly shaking her head. All right, Chloe and Sophia awkwardly looked back at her. So? You remember my portals, right? The blonde scratched her cheek. It won't be exactly the same, but just as Chloe said, you could use them to join us whenever we're not traveling too fast for both of you to keep up. Then again, honestly, except when it was super boring, like traveling through empty plains for days, we didn't run that fast anyway, did we? She looked at Maya during the last part. Well, it did take us some months to end up here even though Finn said it would be a few weeks, so. There you have it. Sophia changed her attention to the couple again. Ari and I actually did talk about this before. Anna answered her. It definitely sounds like the next best thing. How would that work, though? The jaguar's expression looked somewhat questioning. Are you coming to get us whenever you find something interesting? What if we aren't nearby or something like that, and you have to find us first? That's a good question, she hadn't thought about that yet. Even if I can teach you how to use those portals, you could only go to my hub with the other portals and use them there. You wouldn't be able to reach me without me creating a new portal first. She got lost in thought afterward. Can you enchant things with magic? Chloe was also trying to find a solution. That could help, I think. Oh? Sophia's interest was instantly piqued. What's this about? Your portals are seemingly made by pure condensed magic with the properties of connecting two places together. She nodded a few times. Chloe had come up with that theory when she first saw the portals, but it made a lot of sense after the tiger had given it some thought herself. Well, it connects one place with my storage, but still, yeah. So, instead of creating two portals that connect with each other or the storage, you pour the same magic into items instead. Oh. The blonde got excited. If we enchant those items, they could be used as a gateway, couldn't they? Exactly. The fox girl clapped her hands once. It probably could be used from both sides when you pour some magic into it. Once it's on, you should be able to just switch sides by touching it instead of walking through a portal. She titled her head after hearing that. I think that would be a little scary, because you don't know what's on the other side. Imagine the other item is in a place where isn't enough space for you to arrive. That's true. Chloe's expression changed after thinking about it. Can you even go through the portals if the other side is blocked? A good question, feel free to try it next time. I think I'm good. The fox girl wasn't that eager about it. Even if it is safe, there are still privacy concerns, I guess. Imagine the enchanted item lies in your bedroom when you and your partner, or with yourself. Her voice trailed off towards the end. Denied. Ari and Anna weren't a fan of the idea. Ahaha. The blonde let out a small chuckle. Maybe use it in a way that both sides need to be fueled with magic. Chloe changed her approach. I see. Sophia paused for a moment. If one item gets activated, the other receives something like a signal and, once the other item also gets fed some magic, a portal on each side opens for one to safely cross over. The fox girl finished her sentence. That's brilliant. I think so, too. While the duo was getting excited, Ari faced the cat girl. What? Who are those two? She looked extremely confused. I'd be lying if I were to say that I understood even a third of what they're talking about. Not even close to a third. Anna looked just as, if not even more confused about their exchange. Don't ask me, Maya just shook her head. Sophia's already super creative when it comes to those things, but our fox here isn't any less eccentric. Those two together? Nope. She kept shaking her head. No idea what they're on about. It makes perfect sense, though. Chloe raised her voice after having heard their exchange. Exactly. Sophia agreed with her. It does not. The other three didn't, though. As they agreed to disagree on the topic, the duo kept being excited about their idea for quite a while, and the others tried to understand even a sliver of what they were trying to cook up. It didn't work out in the slightest, though. Chapter 269, Dinner Ideas. The group was still chatting about all kinds of things, and the topic was slowly shifting towards the travels of Sophia and her group. After hearing that the blonde had invited Chloe to join them, Anna and Ari also announced their interest in doing something similar. As they, mainly the princess, didn't have enough magic to keep up with them, Sophia tried to come up with an alternative plan. With the help of the fox girl, the duo got quite excited about experimenting with their portals and using the same magic to enchant things to use them as a makeshift gate. The two got so engrossed with it that they ended up in their own little creative world where none of the other girls could understand, let alone follow a word they were saying. We definitely have to test this out as soon as possible. We absolutely do. Sophia and Chloe were still excited about their idea of enchanting items to add a portal functionality to them and had just finished their brainstorming about it. Just under supervision, though. Ari had a bad feeling about this. It sounds like a catastrophe waiting to happen for some reason. Probably because I have no idea what you were talking about. Judging by my previous experiences with Sophia, that's never a good thing. Thank you so much. Maya looked incredibly happy that the jaguar was on her side. Absolutely. Chloe nodded a couple of times. Yup, no problem whatsoever. So did the blonde. Wow, that was surprisingly easy. Ari hadn't expected this. Thanks for volunteering, by the way. Sophia then started smiling at her. Yep. So was the fox girl. We need a third person to test it, after all. Yeah. I'm the one who's going to enchant the items, so I need someone else to actually test it. The blonde tried to explain it to her. Chloe's on one side, so we need someone for the second item. Also, we're doing that just because I want you to travel with us. You're just doing that because you and your fox got excited over something that makes no sense, and no one besides you two even remotely understands it. Ari didn't buy it. They paused for a moment while awkwardly scratching their cheeks. You got us there. I knew it. It's still true, though. Sophia pouted for a second. We got the idea because we want you and Anna to join us whenever we or you want. Ugh, there was little she could say here. Anna. Looking at her with big eyes, she was secretly hoping she'd volunteer. Sure. The princess was immediately on board. I don't get it even in the slightest, but it sounds like it could be fun. She was of the easygoing sort, as well. Yay! The duo got happy again. Also, from the small tidbits I did hear, and how they're talking about portals connecting two places with each other, there's the chance that I end up somewhere far away from here. I'd actually have an excuse for not being in the castle. I'm going to help too, after all. Ari had changed her mind in an instant. Not entirely sure how I feel about the motivation, but the more, the merrier. Yes. The duo was glad to get the help. I'll stick to watching the chaos unfold. Maya had no intention of participating. From a safe distance, that is. So, how far away can you accidentally send me with those portals? Anna took a liking to the idea. Accidentally or on purpose. Sophia just looked at her with one of her eyebrows slightly raised. Whatever you're going to tell father and mother is fine for me. Ah, I see. So? I don't have any really far places on sale right now. At the moment, the furthest would be Chloe's village or the not-suspicious lake. Both are a little over 100 kilometers away from here. Suspicious lake, you mean? Ari corrected her. I do not. Suspicious. Anna squinted her eyes while looking back at the blonde. I'm not bringing you there, then. Chloe's village is the elven one you mentioned a little while ago, didn't you? The princess didn't seem to care much about the lake. I want to go there much more, anyway. By the way, Chloe eventually interrupted the princess. We're trying to open portals with the help of enchanting items, while we're maybe in 2 different rooms at first. There's next to no chance for you to end up in my village. She didn't like the sound of that. If I learned one thing about Sophia, it's that when there's a next to no chance, it's almost guaranteed to happen. The jaguar glanced at her disaster-prone friend. Hey. Said girl didn't like this accusation. Just because that is true, it doesn't mean that you have to say it out loud. Hee. Where are those portals at those places, anyway? Ari tilted her head. You can't just put them wherever, can you? If someone finds it, they could wander in, couldn't they? Worse, imagine some kind of vicious animal or monster. Hey, I actually thought of that. The blonde looked quite smug. The portals in the dungeon are safe, because there are no monsters and no one else knows the place. The one in Chloe's village is in my new elven treehouse, and the ones outside are actually underground in a small room I made with earth magic. I hardened the soil around it to such a degree that no one that isn't at least as strong as Maya could break through it. Wow, I'm impressed. The jaguar seemed honestly proud of her. Wait, your elven treehouse. How did that happen? I won it in a drinking competition against the mayor there. I destroyed him, emptied his wallet because the loser had to pay for the alcohol, and got the treehouse on top of that. Don't do that. Ari got loud. Don't challenge a mayor. He challenged me, though. I wanted to buy or rent it, but he said he had a better idea. It's not my fault that he lost now, is it? She wasn't sure how to feel about her justification. Also, Chloe helped me. The alcohol in the bar there is delicious. The fox girl only smiled at them. That sounds like so much fun. Anna got excited again. So free and easygoing. Let's go and try those portal item things right now. I don't want to miss the next event. In theory, sure, Sophia sounded ever so slightly hesitant about it. I first would like to sleep a night over it, though. It's actually quite complex and might even be dangerous. Yep. Chloe nodded a few times. Giving it some more thought first might be for the best. Who are, and what have you done to Sophia? Ari was more than just a little shocked by her reply. See, come on, the blonde sounded ever so slightly hurt. Doing something stupid on my own is one thing, but potentially harming others is a different topic. I don't like either of those, though. You getting hurt just as bad if worse. Maya also had her own part to add. Sorry, after all, she had made her cat go through a lot already. I guess that's fair. It might have been a little too harsh. The jaguar decided to apologize. You do tend to act first, think any later, though. Sophia had little to say here. Fine, from its looks, Anna wasn't the biggest fan of the decision, but she could understand it regardless. But no longer than tomorrow. Yep. Sophia and Chloe also were quite eager about it, after all. Anyway, Maya seemed like she had enough of that topic. From the sound of it, the two of you want to stay here until the next weekend? She looked at the couple. What might not be the right word here, Ari let out a small sigh. It's more like the longest time before we have to show our faces in the capital again. The princess hung her head. I have to be there on Mother's birthday. Okay, circumstances aside, still roughly a week. She decided to ignore the details for the time being. What about you, Chloe? The fox girl tilted her head in response. You know, now that you mention it. I haven't actually thought about that yet. I mean, I just came with you on a whim, after all. Do you need that guest room soon? Not at all. Maya shook her head. You can move in there for good if you want to. Oh, I like the sound of that. Sophia started smiling. More people means it gets livelier here. Well, I'm not sure about moving in, but staying here for a while does sound like a lot of fun. I'd need to go home and get some stuff and leave a note for Feifei, though. Then again, with those portals, it's basically the same as going next doors, so it was pretty much a non-issue. Stay as long as you want. The cat girl didn't mind her being here. We need to do some groceries, though. I doubt our wolves will be coming back home today, as I feel like Finn doesn't want to deal with 6 girls at once, but we're still 5 here. We'll need some fresh veggies, meat, and whatever else. Nothing a quick shopping trip can't solve. Sure. Maya nodded at her overly ambitious-sounding tiger. Anyone any suggestions for dinner while we're at it? Pizza. Sophia and Chloe immediately raised their voices. After we talked about it yesterday, I really want some now. Me, too. The duo got very excited in an instant. Well, that certainly is delicious, and I've been meaning to try and bake it myself, so. If we can get the ingredients, why not? Yay! They got even happier. I roughly know the ingredients, but, Sophia suddenly glanced at Ari. I might need the help of someone who knows all the food-related stores in the capital to get 1 or 2 special ingredients. A maid from the royal castle might be the perfect guide here. I mean, sure, I know all the important places. The jaguar paused for a second. I have no clue what this pizza dish is, though. She wasn't sure if she would be of any help. That's all right. If I tell you what we need, you simply have to guide me to the place that carries it. Fair point. Ari nodded. A dish I don't know sounds interesting, too. All right, let's go shopping. Great. Just shopping together, no flirting. Anna just had complain. We'll try. The two simply smiled back at her. Hey. Wait, those two have a past. Chloe glanced at Sophia and Ari before looking at Maya. No, but both are naturally flirty and have absolutely no awareness of what they do and say. She could see how that might lead to problems. The duo in question had nothing to say in their defense. Sophia and Anna are the ones with a past. Eh? The fox girl wasn't any less shocked after hearing that from the cat girl. And so, for the next hour, the two in question had to explain themselves to Chloe and tell her everything that happened between them. Or rather, what didn't happen, because it was just the princess having had somewhat of a crush on her, and the king being slightly overambitious for a while, after all. Chapter 270, Shopping for Ingredients. The group chatted a little longer about the portal idea Sophia and Chloe had that would help Anna and Ari to join them whenever they wanted or when there was something interesting to look at. The Chaos duo decided to first sleep a night over it to make sure they weren't too hasty, as it might be dangerous, though. Afterward, the topic drifted over how long everyone wanted to stay at their mansion. Unfortunately, Ari and much more so Anna had a deadline, as they had to attend the Queen's birthday the following week. Chloe was much freer, so she did not need to decide on a date to leave again. As they were 5 girls right now, food supplies weren't up to the need, though. Hearing that they had to go shopping for more, Sophia and the Fox girl got excited because they had been chatting about pizza just the day before, and they really wanted some now. So, what do we need for this pizza dish? A little while had passed since then, and Ari was currently walking through the capital with Sophia as the two had decided to go shopping together. The blonde knew what was needed for the pizza, and the jaguar knew where to get said ingredients. As there aren't any Italians around to kill me, she mumbled a few words before facing the black-haired girl. Basically, it's a flatbread covered in a tomato-based sauce together with some cheese and other savory toppings. Very roughly speaking, that is. I see, she paused for a moment. It does sound delicious, but I might need to see the final dish first to evaluate. What kind of dough is used for the bread part? It's a simple yeast dough. As far as I remember, it's bread flour, water, some oil and a bit of salt and then the yeast and a little sugar to get it going. Sophia never was any good at cooking, but remembering simple recipes was a different topic. No idea about the ratios and all that, though. That shouldn't be too hard to figure out. Ari nodded a few times. It just doesn't have to be too watery and enough yeast and sugar to make it rise. Salt is salt, you always need a pinch of that, and the oil probably is used to make it a little smoother. Wow, you are good. The blonde sounded impressed. I'm not sure if we have bread flour, and we definitely need yeast. We have plenty of the other stuff at home, though. Alright, that's easy to get. Let's go over the other ingredients before deciding on a route to get everything. What do we need for the sauce? Let's see, Sophia tried to remember the taste. Do you know tomato puree? Maybe even something more concentrated? She had no idea how much processed foods are a thing in this world. Sure, cooked and strained tomatoes. Do we need it? I know a place that sells jars of it. Perfect. Other than that, we need onions, a ton of garlic, and various spices and herbs like oregano for the sauce. I think we might be able to get all of those things at the same place. I like the sound of that. The tiger was a fan of not having to go to many different stores. What are the toppings? Cheese is pretty self-explanatory. Whatever you want, really. Sophia shrugged her shoulders while thinking about it. Meat, seafood, veggies, nothing. Whatever tickles your fantasy. Oh ho, sounds like fun. Ari liked the idea of it being so variable. Well, we'll come along plenty of stores selling meat and the like. It might be best to stock up on that for the next few days, anyway. Great idea. Alright, let's head over to the first store. Yes. Having decided what to get, the two finally started grocery shopping for real. By the way, what's going on between you and Chloe? While the two were walking around, Ari suddenly got curious about something. Sophia looked more than confused while she looked back at her. You two are so similar. Did you grow up together or something like that? The jaguar tilted her head. I wouldn't be surprised if you're sisters, you know? Well, half-sisters, at least because of the fox-tiger thing. No, we are not. I seriously highly doubt that. For various reasons. Something felt off about the tiger's reply, so she decided not to further pursue her idea for the time being. It is fascinating, though. I honestly thought you were one of a kind. Yet, that fox was directly on board with your portal thingy idea and knew exactly what was going on. Even now, I'm completely confused about most of your ideas. Great minds think alike. Sophia started smiling again. I don't even know what to say now. That was too good. Thanks. You must admit it's a little weird, though, don't you? Not really, no. She shook her head. After all, for me, it's weird that no one else has the ideas I have. In that regard, Chloe's the most normal girl I have met so far. Ari just stared at her for a couple of moments. You're actually serious right now, aren't you? I always am. I see. Well, I am starting to like her, she seems nice, but I'm a little worried that there might be two of you now. Maya said the same thing. For a good reason. Hee hee. The blonde let out a small chuckle. It's going to be fun. I'm worried. Chloe really is a nice girl, though, isn't she? She also loves your hair. I heard that. Ari got a little bashful. I'm getting more used to being proud of it, thanks to all of you, too. I've never seen someone with such pink hair such as hers, so being complimented by another unique, just like you, does feel nice. Glad to hear. Chloe's friendliness and how approachable she is, it also reminds me of you, though. She looked at the blonde for a second. I just met the fox, and even though I normally have a hard time making friends, it feels like I've known her for years already. Her aura somehow makes one drop your guard. The same goes for you. Even though you genuinely hated me when we first met? She had already forgotten about that part. Even though I was your best ally when it came to the princess, sniff. Sophia went for the extra mile and shed a fake tear. I'm sorry, okay. Fake or not, Ari still felt bad about it. I meant after we cleared that misunderstanding and started spending time together. I see. After that, it felt like we became friends in an instant. Eehee. She liked hearing that. Chloe seems similar to that. It feels like she's been part of the group forever already, even though we just met. The power of the little sister character. Someone that soothes your soul, and you can't help but want to spoil. Oh, yeah, that seems like a fitting description for her so far. She also secretly quite a bit of a pervert, so she perfectly fits in with all the other perverts in our group. No comebacks on that? The tiger looked just a little smug right now. I would really like to, but I'm unfortunately in no position to complain right now. Ari's cheeks only turned red in response. What a great reply. Shut up. She got even more embarrassed. She doesn't look like it, though. Neither do you. Sophia's smile got brighter. The jaguar just started walking. Let's get the shopping done. Sure. Afterward, the two went to the first store Ari had recommended for the pizza dough. Once they got everything they needed there and some more general supplies as they were there already, the duo headed over to the next place. There, Sophia got a couple of jars of the needed tomato puree and a variety of herbs and spices for the pizza and as a general addition to their kitchen. Unfortunately, they didn't have everything needed, so the two had to run around in the capital a little longer. It took them around an hour to get all the ingredients needed for the pizza base. Alright, you mentioned toppings, right? Ari looked at the tiger. Anything more specific? Well, the only thing that is a necessity is cheese. The get-go is mozzarella, but honestly, take whatever cheese you like best or even use multiple at once. Sounds delicious. It is. Sophia nodded a few times. Cheese is amazing, after all. Sure is. For the other toppings, everything works in one way or another. Seafood works quite well. I'm a big fan of tuna, with a healthy helping of red onions. Oh. The jaguar liked the sound of that. Tuna's quite hard to get your hands on this time of the year, though. She looked disappointed. Mushroom pizza can be nice if you're in the mood for it. Same for spinach combined with a ton of garlic, but that's more of a niche. Sounds like it. Might be interesting, though. And then there's meat. The blonde's voice got even more cheerful. Bacon, ham, sausage, salami. You can put it on. Wow, this pizza thing sure is versatile. Yep. If anything goes, what about a sweet variant? Ari paused for a moment. Or maybe some acidic fruits? Some of them can go well with certain meats or seafood in certain cases. Sophia's face turned extremely complicated in an instant. Coincidentally, the two were just walking past a fruit stand with a wide variety of basically everything one could imagine, including a couple of pineapples, which were prominently put on display. Well. She felt the need to be incredibly careful here. Personal preference aside, one wrong word here could potentially start a war in the near future if pizza ever becomes popular in the capital. I'm not really sure about it, myself. The Jaguar decided to reconsider her idea. It's probably better to start with something easy, huh? Why yes. Absolutely. Happy that Ari had dropped the topic herself so that she didn't have to pick a side here, the tiger let out a relieved sigh. Let's just get some cheese and meat for the time being. Sure. Having barely averted a global-scale crisis, Sophia put her hands on Ari's back and pushed her away from the fruit stand as fast as possible. Afterward, they tried to finish up their shopping trip for the pizza ingredients. Chapter 271, Helping Others. After Sophia had successfully prevented the outbreak of a war when Ari had innocently asked about the possibility of putting fruit on a pizza, the two finally got every ingredient they needed after having bought some cheese and more traditional toppings. Whether or not anything else is a viable choice, as everyone in their group is particularly fond of meat, they went for the safe option. Alrighty, that should be it. The duo had just exited a butcher store while Sophia looked at all the bags she and Ari were carrying with a big smile. I also doubt we have to go grocery shopping anytime soon again, either. The Jaguar, too, was looking at the many bags. Well, I guess that's a good thing, though. I bet it'll help Maya, too. She got even more cheerful while mentioning that. Oh? The tiger suddenly looked to the other side of the street, where she spotted an early middle-aged couple. A man and a woman seemingly from the cat beast folk, to be exact. Both seemed to be in their early 50s at best, and the woman had a normal to thin figure and medium-long, black and white streaked hair. The man had a bit of a belly, without actually being fat, and his light brown hair had started to recede ever so slightly. Is something wrong? Ari looked in the same direction but couldn't see anything out of the ordinary. Not really, no. She shook her head. I just have a soft spot for couples that already seem to be together for ages while still being all lovey-dovey. She started smiling after noticing the couple holding hands while walking through the capital. You're right, that really is nice. Although, Sophia then paid a little more attention to the faces of the couple and noticed that they seemed a little nervous while looking around in every direction with a confused expression. Doesn't it look like they're lost or something like that? It does appear so, yes. The Jaguar nodded a few times. Should we try and help them? Hard to say no now, isn't it? Ari rolled her eyes. Any alleged shyness of your personality is long gone, isn't it? It's great, isn't it? The tiger seemed incredibly happy about this observation. Saying so, she grabbed the Jaguar's hand and dragged her over to the couple while letting go of it again once she noticed that she had started following her on her own accord. Noticing the sudden arrival of the duo, the cat couple opened their eyes wide in shock, especially after paying closer attention to the blonde. Tiger. Wow. Oh ho, I haven't had that reaction inside the capital yet. She glanced at Ari while making the comment. About me being blonde, constantly, but as a tiger in general, that's a new one. Well, running into a tiger itself is nothing that out of the ordinary here, after all. The Jaguar looked back at her. Sophia then focused her attention on the couple again. Oh, are you new to the capital? Why yes, the two nodded. I see. That would explain it. The tiger then started smiling. There's no need to pay much attention to who I am. Most of us tigers actually prefer that when we're out and about. Even more so for me, I really don't care about my royal side aside from being there for and helping other fellow members of the beast folk. Please simply treat me like any other person. I would greatly appreciate that. You're a better princess than Anna is. Ari sounded impressed. And, technically, you not fully even are one. Shush, Sophia didn't feel like that was helping anyone right now. I'm going to tease her a lot about what you just said later, though. Is that really alright? The Catwoman glanced at the blonde with a somewhat complicated expression. The two of us are just from a random faraway town, after all. For us to converse with a member of the tiger family. Sure. She just showed them an even brighter smile. So, what brings you to the capital? Such a friendly and polite girl. The Catwoman smiled back at her. It really is true what they say about the tiger family, huh? Ehe. Tiger aside, Sophia was happy that she got complimented. I'm trying my best. Such a stark difference to our daughter. The male cat let out a small sigh. The blonde tilted her head. Ahaha, the female cat just chuckled at her reaction. Our daughter's a bit of a muscle brain that loves magic a little too much and keeps challenging people to fights because she wants to become stronger. She's not ladylike at all. Sophia awkwardly scratched her cheeks in response. I'm slightly doubtful at my own ladylikeness, so. Yeah. Ari immediately reacted with a nod. Hey. She glared at her before looking back at the couple. I only know a little basic courtesy and how to behave myself when the situation calls for it. Our daughter knows nothing about any of that. The brown-haired cat complained some more. She's just rowdy. It sounds like she's a lot of fun, though. Sophia liked this type of girl, after all. She's still single, so feel free to take her. The woman smiled at the tiger. She never was interested in romance, because magic was more important to her, but it's more than time for her to change that. Mom wants to see some grandchildren already. Well, she did say that she's going to travel with a girl she found interesting. The male cat tried to cheer his partner up. We might get lucky, and the whole wanting to learn from her was just a pretense. Nah, there's just no way. Forget I said anything. He doubted his own words too much to believe it. Ahaha, the blonde wasn't sure how to react to that. While she does sound interesting, I'm already in a relationship that I have no plans of canceling, so. Oh, I see, the female cat then glanced at the jaguar. Well, the two of you are a really nice couple. You fit each other really well. Yes. It's a perfect match if you ask me. Theo agreed. It's rare for a couple to complement each other that well. The couple got even more awkward. No, Sophia shook her head. While both of us are in a relationship, we are not dating each other. Actually, I am dating a cat girl who's a little on the rowdy side herself. Even though you two look so great together? The catman tilted his head. Well. Sophia wasn't sure what to say. Ari's an amazing girl, but she just isn't the one I love? Same. The jaguar reacted with a big nod. I'm dedicated to the cat I already have. Really? She looked ever so slightly disappointed. Well, it should be quite the cat for her to get a tiger as a partner. I doubt our daughter would be able to pull that off, so I guess there's no reason to be envious of her. As I said before, tigers aren't that out of reach. The blonde was in a good mood. I mean, our Ari here is dating the first princess. Sophia. She got flustered in an instant. Don't just blurt that out. It helps you get used to it. The whole capital will find out about it soon enough. That doesn't make it any better. The blonde stuck out her tongue in response. Wow, the couple looked at the duo in admiration. Are you two really not dating instead? Definitely seems like it's the case. No. Is there a reason why we got approached by such important girls? The black and white-haired cat glanced at the two with a confused look on her face. Ah, right. Sophia seemingly had almost forgotten about that already. It somehow seemed like the two of you were lost, and I wanted to ask if you need any help. Oh, my. Really, such a nice girl. Our daughter could learn so much from you. The couple was touched by her kindness. Actually, yes, the Catwoman looked back at the tiger. We just arrived at the capital 2 days ago and decided to explore it today. Unfortunately, we got a little too into it and completely forgot where our inn is because we didn't pay enough attention while walking around. There are a lot of distracting sights in the capital. Her partner also hung his head. I knew it. The blonde was glad she decided to go over to them. Ari, we have enough time to help them, right? Of course. She nodded in response. Even though dinner will be a little experimental tonight, we have more than enough time to spare before we need to start preparing for that. Great. Sophia then happily looked at the couple again. By the way, I think we already mentioned our names, but I'm Sophia, and the jaguar with the amazing hair here is Ari. It is indeed amazing. The Catwoman looked at her for a moment. I'm Eve, and my husband here is Theo. Nice to meet you. He nodded a couple of times after his wife had introduced them. We don't want to bother you, though. I'm sure we'll find the way back eventually. Yes. Eve agreed with him. No, the tiger didn't, though. The capital is massive, and some streets are extremely confusing. I get myself lost all the time. I doubt I'd find my way home without my dear friend and guide over here. She smiled at Ari during the last part. You should look at least 50% less smug while admitting that. The jaguar wasn't smiling as much. Is it really alright for the two of you to help us? Theo didn't want to bother them too much. Sure. Sophia had already taken a liking to them, so there was no way she'd leave them on their own now. Do you remember the name of the inn or some prominent places near it? It's called the Sunflower Inn. I only truly remember that we followed the main street behind the central gate for a good while, before eventually turning left. Wow, the central gate is quite far away from here, even the tiger could tell that much. We're basically on the other side of the capital. Ari, have you heard of that place before? I can't say I have, she shook her head. I do know the tourist area near the central gate a little, though. There are several inns lined up right next to each other there. Chances are high that it's one of them. Alright, let's go. The blonde was highly motivated. You might remember another thing or two while we walk. Oh, okay. While the couple was still a little reluctant because they didn't want to be a bother, the two eventually understood that there was no stopping the overly motivated tiger, and they decided to let her help them. Chapter 272, Dealing with Jealousy. While Ari and Sophia had decided to take on a side job as tourist guides by helping a married couple find their way back to their inn, Anna, Maya, and Chloe had stayed behind at the mansion and spent the time chatting instead. They're taking too long. Anna's complaint echoed through the living room while the other two just stared at her in response. Grocery shopping takes some time, you know? Maya shook her head. Pizza also has a lot of ingredients, and some of them might be hard to get. Chloe also tried to calm her down. But still. There was more than just a hint of jealousy in her voice. Those two together always make me nervous. Shut up, princess. The cat girl rolled her eyes. Especially now that Ari's actually yours, you need to learn to trust her more. Yes, the ambiguity of those two can be a little much, but putting them under general suspicion isn't the way to go. Ugh. It stings twice as much when you say that. The tiger didn't like being told off by the cat, who was just as jealous when it came to Sophia when they first met. You are right. How did you do that? How did you get better with your jealousy? She slightly corrected herself towards the end. While Maya had undoubtedly gotten much better, having gotten over it was still a bit of a stretch. Well, Maya scratched her cheek. I do still get jealous whenever someone new shows up. She stole a quick glance at the fox girl. It doesn't help that Sophia gets so excited over absolutely everything, either. Still, whenever I get uneasy, Sophia lets out a comment or makes a gesture that makes it clear that she is not interested in them. That usually calms me down. Ambiguous events aside. Also, it's more than clear that Ari only has eyes for a certain princess we all know and love. She won't be doing anything that would make any or all of us sad. Anna liked her explanation a lot. For various reasons. Also, I had my first time with Sophia after I met you. Once that happened, I knew that Sophia was mine and that I was hers for real. That instantly took a ton of my jealousy, and I went easier on you, too. That, and how Sophia had turned you down shortly before that. Wait, is that why you changed so much after you two returned from the war in Talaga? The princess finally got an explanation on why the catgirl had gotten so much more relaxed after that. Ah, yes, she reacted with a slight nod. It happened during the time when we stayed behind there for a couple of days. Maya got ever so slightly embarrassed while thinking about it. I see. That explains a lot. Wait, does it? Anna paused for a moment. If anything, I almost feel more jealous today after what happened with Ari and me during the last night. Because you two perverts didn't take your time and rushed past every milestone instantly. Give it some time to settle. Ugh, the princess had nothing to say in her defense. Isn't it fine to be a little jealous, though? Chloe decided to join the conversation. I don't have any experience, but I think I would be happy if someone gets jealous, because they want to keep me for themselves. Well, Maya tilted her head. I don't disagree, but I know that I caused Sophia to feel uneasy because of the extreme jealousy I had in the past. She wants to make friends as often as possible because she didn't have any when growing up, but she's a bit clumsy at it, and her actions are a little ambiguous as a result. She has no ill will, but I tended to lash out at the other party and such. A bit of jealousy means that you care, but just like everything else, it has to happen in moderation. Ari and I grew up together, and I always had her all to my own because she used to be super shy and self-conscious. Thanks to that, I got extremely possessive about her, to the point where I get miffed when I see her talking to others. That's not what I want. I see, the fox girl grumbled over it a couple of moments. I guess that makes sense. If it negatively impacts the relationship, it should be toned down a notch, huh? Exactly. The duo gave her a big nod. I'll keep that in mind for a future where I might be lucky enough to find my own dash. Wait, you and Ari are childhood friends? Chloe suddenly got sidetracked. Yup. Anna gave her a cheerful reply. Didn't you already know? Anyway, Ari and I were born only a few days behind each other, and we've been together ever since. That is so cool. Her eyes started sparkling. I didn't know it's possible for childhood friends to actually get together. It absolutely is possible. Anna sounded incredibly happy and proud. What are you smiling for here? Maya just stared at her. Neither you nor Ari are the reason that it became possible. Even without you and Sophia, it would have worked out eventually. The catgirl just continued to stare at her. I am very sorry, the princess immediately apologized. Thank you so much that you kept kicking my butt. You are very welcome. Maya started smiling again. I guess it isn't that easy to become lovers if you grew up together. It doesn't help if you're dense beyond belief. The catgirl just had to make a comment. Ugh. It also always seemed like Ari was treating me like a younger sister. I needed my, crush on Sophia to realize that Ari and I weren't like that. Apparently, she'd been in love with me for a long time already, and I hadn't even noticed that my feelings were stronger before Maya bashed it into my thick skull. Chloe liked what she was hearing. That's so adorable. Thank you, Anna got a little bashful. Still. Finfin and Aura, Sophia and Maya, and now you and Ari. Everyone around me is in a relationship, huh? I'm envious. Eh? The princess looked at her with big eyes. You're single? Yes. Why do you sound so surprised? The fox girl wasn't sure how she should feel about the tiger's reaction. No, it's just that you're so cute. You're also super friendly and approachable, not to mention cheerful and happy-go-lucky. If you don't want to be single, I am sure you'd have an easy time changing that. Ehe. Chloe liked her explanation before she then looked at Maya. Tigers are smooth, aren't they? They have their moments, yes. No, the fox girl then shook her head while she answered the princess. I actually never gave it a try. Thanks to how I grew up and all that, I never had the time or opportunity for any sort of romance so far. I see. Anna sounded a little awkward for a moment. Wait. Do you also have some sort of tragic and/or complicated past? You already are way too similar to Sophia, so please don't be the same in that regard, as well. No, don't worry. Chloe shook her head. I've had the best life I could have wished for the past 19 years. Thank goodness, she looked honestly relieved. It's already bad enough that Sophia had to suffer. Wait, how old are you? The past 19 years were great because that's how old I am now. Ah, makes sense. Wait, really? The princess tilted her head. I could have sworn that you're maybe a year or two younger than Ari and I are. Nope. Not bad. So, why was there no romance for you so far? I've been raised and grew up together with some who's quite similar to Sophia's Finfin. Most of the time, it was just the two of us. I also loved traveling and exploring very much, so we were always going from one place to another, and I never had the time to get to know someone I would have gotten interested in. Exploring is amazing, so I never cared either, but having spent some time with Sophia and Maya now, I got a little envious. I see. Yeah, those two can be quite flirty. Anna nodded a few times. You and Ari made that feeling even worse, though. Chloe didn't let her off the hook either. The princess only averted her face in response. So, what's your type? Thanks to me being the princess of this nation, I know quite a few people. Both girls and boys. I'm sure I could help. It's pretty much Sophia. Maya let out a sigh while answering for the fox girl. Really? The tiger glanced at Chloe again. Someone like her. She replied with a slight nod. The original one is taken after all, and I have no intention to be a homewrecker. Our blondie sure is popular, huh? Anna almost sounded impressed before she stole a glance at the cat girl. No, you don't have to make a comment here. I'm glad you noticed it yourself, Miss who had a crush on her. She paused for a moment before concentrating on Chloe again. Someone like Sophia might be quite the challenge. I don't think I know anyone quite as easygoing, adventurous, and generally unhinged as her. Ahaha. Sophia also said the only solution to that problem would be for her to clone. She suddenly paused for a moment. I mean, for her to double herself in some way or another so that there are two Sophias. How would that solve anything? Maya looked confused. I would definitely take both of them. Chloe scratched her chin. Out Tiger also said that it was no solution because it would end up in a threesome with a certain white-haired cat. I'm not entirely sure if I would do it, but it does sound very intriguing. Wait, would it count as cheating if they're the same person? Her expression suddenly turned complicated. If so, that would be hard no, after all. And you seriously called me a pervert? Anna got loud. My dear princess, could you try and imagine something for me? Maya looked back at her. What? What you did yesterday and this morning, but with two heiresses working on you at the same time. The tiger turned silent in an instant, and her entire face turned crimson a moment later. I am so sorry that I mentioned anything. Chloe had no idea what she should do now. Afterward, the princess needed a little time to live out and let go of the fantasy inside her head and come back to reality, not that Maya was much different. Thanks to that, the group had to take a small break before they could focus again. Chapter 273, Finished Side Quest. The three in the mansion were taking a short break from their girls' talk because it had taken a slightly weird turn, and everyone had to cool down first. While that was happening, Sophia and Ari were still playing tourist guides for Eve and Theo, a married couple from the cat beast folk that had gotten lost in the capital and didn't know their way back to the inn they were staying in. By the way, Sophia eventually addressed the couple again while the group was walking around together. I think I had already asked, but what brings the two of you to the capital? Is it just sightseeing? Well, our son had left the nest a few years ago to explore, and our bratty daughter did the same in spring. She also wanted to train and better her magic or something like that. Theo answered her. As we were alone at home at that point, we also felt like taking an extended vacation. We haven't been in the capital for over 30 years, a couple of years before we got our son, and we thought that now's the time for it. We forgot how big it is, though. And cold during this time of the year, Eve suddenly sounded much less enthusiastic about their vacation. Ahaha, Sophia felt more than just sympathetic. And it's just starting to get cold, too. Seriously. The couple didn't like the sound of that. Yes. Ari nodded. Compared to what is yet to come, the current weather is closer to the hottest summer days. Seriously? This time, the blonde also joined in with the two cats. We might have picked the wrong time for going on a trip, huh? Theo looked at his wife with a complicated expression. Maybe. Don't worry, the weather will stay okay-ish for a little longer. Also, on the bright side, while it's on the colder side right now, it basically never rains either. The jaguar tried to cheer them up a little. That sounds a lot better. To add to that, the capital has many public gardens, and they look absolutely beautiful with the current fall foliage. My, that sounds lovely. You've got a lot more cheerful. Dear, let's go and visit them soon. Gladly. He nodded a few times. Although, I think we should first find our way back to the inn. Do you remember anything else that could help us find it? Ari hoped to get more pointers. Theo thought about it again. We had dinner in a restaurant roughly a 5-minute walk away. It was quite big, so maybe it's well known? It was called Night Flower. The female cat finished his sentence. Ari tilted her head. I've never been there, but it feels like I've heard that name before. I think it's in the Eastern District, not too far from the main gate. Many establishments and places have something related to flowers in their name around there. It would perfectly match your sunflower inn, as well. Well, if that doesn't sound like a solid hint. Sophia raised her voice a little. Let's go. Energetically raising her hand, she then started walking again. That street leads further into the Western District. The jaguar quickly stopped her again. Slightly flustered, she then decided to hand over the lead to Ari again. Roughly half an hour had passed since then, and the group had eventually arrived in the Eastern District where the jaguar thought the restaurant and their inn should be. Does anything look familiar so far? She glanced at the couple who was looking around in the vicinity. Eve concentrated a little more. I think we've been here before, yes. It definitely feels familiar. I think so, too. Her husband nodded in agreement. Perfect. The blonde was happy that they were getting closer. With that, I mean Ari, we should be able to find it now. Thank you so much for helping us. The couple felt like thanking them again. It's fine. Yes, we're glad to be able to help. The duo didn't mind it at all. Really, such good girls. Theo was a big fan of their friendly attitude. It's so unfortunate that both of you are taken. I would have to introduce our daughter to either of you. She really could learn a thing or two from you. Or 13. Ahaha, the two only reacted with a small laugh. Both seemed slightly happy about being praised like that, though. Wait, I think I remember this shop. While they were chatting, Eve suddenly pointed at a store that seemed to be selling items related to pottery. Oh, you are right. He also took a better look at it. Didn't you want to get a vase here when we were on our way to the inn? Exactly. The black and white-haired cat got a little more cheerful. If I remember right, we followed the street for a little longer before turning left right before the inn. Alright, let's give that a try. Thank you so much. Roughly 5 minutes later, the group was standing in front of a rather large building. Above the entrance, a fancily decorated plate advertised the place as the Sunflower Inn. Yay! Sophia sounded happy. So glad we managed to find it. Yes. Ari was also smiling. How can we ever repay you? Eve looked especially grateful. Oh, how about we invite the two of you for dinner today? The restaurant we mentioned earlier, that's the least we can do. That sounds like a lot of fun, and I enjoyed the time we spent together, But Sophia had taken a liking to them, but the two already had plans for the evening. Ari and I actually ran into you after we finished grocery shopping for dinner today. We plan to cook together with a friend and our girls later on. My, that sounds like a lovely plan. We can't compete with that. The Catwoman didn't sound disappointed. Well, our invitation definitely stands. You really don't have to be so concerned about needing to thank us. The tiger gently shook her head. All that counts is that we were able to help you. Just enjoy your vacation to the fullest. Oh, and maybe get a map. Ahaha. Eve had to chuckle at her remark. Really, you are such a wonderful girl. I'd love to get an extra daughter like you. I hope that mine can find someone half as good as you once she gives romance a try. Thank you. Sophia got a little bashful again. You're putting me on a way too big pedestal, though. As I said, I know how to behave when it's important, but I can also be quite bratty myself. I'm also pretty sloppy most of the time. Humble, too. Impressive. It had the exact opposite effect on the couple. Ari, a little help. Just enjoy being praised. She just shrugged in response and leaned closer to her to whisper the following words. Right now, you are a good girl. Also, it's not like a random couple you have no relation to needs to know how unhinged you can be. I guess that's fair. Also, hey. The blonde just had to complain a little here. Anyway, just make sure that the two of you have a great time in the capital and enjoy your vacation to the fullest. If we manage to run into each other again, I'll gladly take you up on the dinner invitation. That's good enough for me for the time being. Eve could live with her reply. Well then, enjoy your stay. Oh, and definitely visit the public gardens for the fall foliage. Ari repeated her own suggestion from earlier. We definitely will. The Catwoman seemed to really like the idea. Okay, we don't want to hold the two of you up even longer. Yes. Theo nodded a couple of times. Again, thank you so much for helping us. We were happy to help. Afterward, after waving to each other several times, Ari and Sophia finally left them and walked away from the inn and back to the mansion. Wow, they were such nice girls. After they were alone, Theo addressed her wife. Yes. She smiled back at him. I can't believe we've spent the afternoon with a real tiger. The capital is amazing. Yes, I had no idea the royal family just runs around here like everyone else. That's so cool. I was also really surprised. Eve kept nodding. I also had no idea that tigers are so blonde. I thought they had a darker orange hue. Maybe she was someone particularly important? Theo tilted his head. I mean, even for a tiger, she felt special, didn't she? I thought so, too. She also was so friendly and helpful. I bet she was some sort of representative or the like. What a day. Really? The Catwoman still had sparkly eyes. Too bad she's not single. I doubt our daughter would have a chance with her, but I wouldn't complain about getting such a daughter-in-law. Neither would I. Her husband agreed with her. Our brat could also definitely learn some things from her. Don't be so hard on our girl. Ahaha, you know that I'm mostly joking. Our girl's the best, after all. I really want to see her right now. In the end, he was just a doting father. That being said, visually speaking, I think I'd actually prefer Ari as a partner for her. I think her pitch black hair and the snow white of that from our daughter would complement each other incredibly well. My, aren't you a smooth talker, dear? Eve didn't fail to miss how he looked at her black and white hair while he said that. Eehee. The couple soon got lost in their own little world and flirted for a bit longer before they finally entered the inn. Chapter 274, Still Waiting. Sophia and Ari had successfully found the inn. Even Theo, the couple of the cat beast folk, were staying in. It had taken a little while because the two had gotten properly lost, but all ended well once Ari got the right clue to find the place and guided them there. While the duo had finished their tourist guide duties, the mansion with the other three girls of their group was still rather lively. They're late. The slightly agitated voice of the princess was echoing through the living room once again. Rather than jealous, she sounded somewhat more upset this time, though. Well, they really are taking their time. Maya also didn't seem entirely happy about it. Chloe, earlier, it sounded like you also know the ingredients for pizza? Are they that complicated to get? The fox girl tilted her head. The base ingredients should be pretty easy, especially for the dough. The sauce could be a little tricky, though. It uses a lot of uncommon spices and other things where you might need to visit multiple stores. The toppings are rather easy to get again, but depending on how much variety you want, it most likely involves some running around, as well. I see, Maya nodded a few times. As I do know my Sophia a little by now, her answer to how much variety she wants would most likely be yes. Chloe quickly finished her sentence. That would be my reply, at least. The cat girl stared at her for a few seconds. Their shopping trip could take a little longer. I better hope this pizza thingy is delicious. This time Anna started pouting. I want to spend more time with Ari. The two enjoyed the pouty and cute princess a lot. Shut up. Her cheeks quickly turned red in response. Why? Chloe tilted her head. She wasn't teasing her, after all. I think it's great that you can so readily admit that you're missing her. Anna's face got even redder. What a nice reaction. You're good, my dear fox. Maya gave her a thumbs up. I wasn't teasing her. Hee. She liked that reaction just as much. Anyway, while I doubt anything concerning is going on, and their flirtiness aside, it's still Sophia and Ari we're talking about. They aren't our troublemaker duo without reason. I wouldn't be surprised if they ran into something chaotic. That's true, the princess nodded a few times. Those two. The fox girl looked a little lost. I mean, Sophia, sure. Everything I've seen so far clearly points in the direction of it being a fitting description for her. I love it, by the way, I want to add. Still, Ari, too? I don't know why, but I had the feeling that she'd be rather grounded and reasonable. She's also very easily influenced. Anna suddenly let out a sigh. Okay, the bigger issue is that Sophia's really good at trapping others in her pace. Ari's the one who flooded the training grounds all on her own, though. While the cat girl naturally agreed to her complaint because it was true, she still got the urge to defend her girl. And who's the reason she's even able to do that in the first place? Or had the idea to train with her in the academy when Ari hadn't tested her new magic yet? That round goes to you. She quickly noticed that it was impossible to defend Sophia in that regard. Ari usually tries to be the serious one, but once she gets talked into something by any tiger or feels playful, she can be quite the girl. Oh. That sounds fun. Chloe happily clapped her hands. It sounded a little like she wasn't the biggest fan of experimenting when we talked about the portals, but I guess she just has to warm up first. I can't wait. Do I like this? With a slightly complicated expression, Anna then glanced at Maya. Debatable. The cat girl shrugged her shoulders. She's about as, if not even more unhinged, as our crazy blondie. Ari's serious side might kill itself for good after a while if she gets dragged into both of their ideas and whims. Seriously, how can there be anyone else as weird as her? The princess focused her attention on the fox girl now. Sophia mentioned that she doesn't have any family anymore, but she never went into detail. But did the two of you actually grow up together or something like that and just reunited? Or maybe in the same place where being weird is normal? Hey, Chloe started pouting. That's quite mean. The princess got flustered. I didn't mean it in a bad way. I barely understand half of it, but I love how Sophia works. She does incredible things that are also a ton of fun. It's just that I've never met anyone who even remotely thinks like her, and as a princess, I met many people. Yet, here are you, and both of you could practically be twins in the way you think from the glimpses I got so far. Oh, I see. I'm sorry for calling you mean. Chloe felt like apologizing for it. Yeah, Why are you apologizing? It was totally my fault that I worded it so poor. She has a talent for making you feel flustered, huh? Maya smiled at the princess. Her earnest and cute personality is something else. For sure. The tiger nodded a couple of times. Am I being bullied right now? It's the exact opposite. The two only shook their heads. Ehe. She liked that reply. Anyway, back to the question you asked. No, briefly seeing her in the capital before aside, I talked to this so-called weird tiger for the first time just a few days ago. I've also been on tour and never been in one place for too long ever since I was able to walk and stopped losing my balance over my oversized tail. We also don't really look like twins either, do we? Not quite, no. Anna shook her head. It still is super fascinating, though. Sophia and I seem to have learned magic in a similar, if not the same way, though. My teacher and mother even know Sophia's Finfin, who taught her how to use magic. Both of us directly learned chantless magic first. Actually, we learned just that. Our magic teachers are incredibly powerful and quite creative with the use of their magic. Together with how fascinated we are by said magic, we easily come up with fun ideas. That actually makes sense. The princess could get behind this explanation. Does that mean that there could be even more of you around? There's Fan and Aura, and then your teacher and/or mother. There have to be others of the same level of power who either had a child themselves or felt like raising one, right? Probably? Chloe just tilted her head. Fei, my mom, hasn't mentioned anyone else so far, but I'm sure there are more like her or Sophia's wolves. Some of them surely have children as well, I'd imagine. Now I wonder what those are up to. Anna seemed to like the idea. I mean, you and Sophia are kind of crazy, but in a good way. Everyone, myself included, seemed to simply use magic without actually experimenting with it. I bet that if there are more creative people with the power to back it off, all kinds of useful and fun magic will result from that. Sophia's inventions, like the heated floors or the hair straightening iron she's working on, will already better the lives of everyone. So, if there are more creative people out there, it could lead to even more beneficial things for us and everyone else of the beast folk. Well, other races are most likely included if they can use it. Hearing that, Maya just stared at her for a few moments. What? Anna didn't like it. No, it's just that I forget that you're actually a princess every now and then. Tigers are so cool. Chloe clapped her hands a few times while saying so. So embarrassing. The princess blushed even more after getting praised. Also, great, the fox girl suddenly hung her head. Now that you mentioned the heated floors, I'm starting to feel hot again. Really? Maya tilted her head. We even turned the temperature down for you already? Ah, is that why it doesn't feel as cozy as usual here? Anna raised her voice. Wait, do foxes not like the warmth? I know that foxes are no cats, but I always thought we have quite a few characteristics in common. There are also cats that like cold climates. Chloe felt like complaining. Those are incredibly rare, though. So are Arctic foxes. Oh. The tiger's ears perked up after hearing Maya's explanation. Is that why you are so incredibly fluffy? She focused her attention on the big tail. Yup. She nodded a few times. Well, it makes sense, doesn't it? I've been so jealous of it ever since I first met you earlier. I bet it feels soft and amazing, too. You have no idea. The cat girl was the one who replied to her. I knew it. Wait, what? Anna then looked at Maya with a confused expression. Why does it sound like you actually know how it feels? Because I do. She scratched her cheek. I touched it. It is at least twice as fluffy as it looks. It's incredible. Ehe. Chloe liked the compliment. What? You touched her tail. The princess looked incredibly confused. What about Sophia? I doubt she liked that. She had buried her face into it before I got to touch it. Huh? Anna's eyes shot open. Are the three of you? No, Maya shook her head. I accidentally made Sophia remember her sister and I couldn't bear her looking so sad. Chloe took over the explanation. Before, she mentioned how much she likes my fluffy tail, and the only thing I could think of to cheer her up again, well, I shoved my tail into her face. Afterward, I maybe got a tiny bit jealous, and our dear fox allowed me to lightly touch it, as well, to make it even. It was very nice. I got bonked by Sophia afterward, though. I see. Anna wasn't sure how to feel about any of that. Huh? She has a sister. Like I said before, though she had. The cat girl slightly corrected her. Oh, the princess hung her head. Afterward, as the mood had turned awkward, the trio decided to drop the topic and went back to leisure chatting after taking a break while waiting for Sophia and Ari to finally return. Chapter 275, Royal Expectations. While Anna, Maya, and Chloe were chatting the hours away in the mansion, Sophia and Ari still had yet to return. The two got a little sidetracked because they helped a lost couple back to their inn, which had taken a little longer than planned because they had a great time with them. Once they were finally done with that, the duo decided to head back home. Eva and Theo sure were a nice couple. While they were walking back to the mansion, Sophia seemed to be in a great mood. Yes, Ari gave her a slight nod. I'm glad we were able to help them. Ehe. She let out another chuckle. I somehow liked them a lot. I hope we see them again. Something about them felt familiar in some weird way, because I don't really know anyone with their personality, but it was super nice. Really? The jaguar tilted her head. Yup. I agree that they were nice and friendly, but they didn't feel familiar to me. Then again, that doesn't have to mean anything, though. Probably, Sophia then tilted her head. I wonder who they remind me of. Well, should we pick up our pace a little? As Ari didn't feel like the tiger would find an answer to her question anytime soon, she tried to motivate her a bit. Sure. Let's head ho-ah. Instead of picking up her pace, the blonde actually stopped walking entirely. What's wrong? As usual, Sophia's sudden ahs were met with panic. She paused for a moment. I just concentrated a little more on my detection magic again, and our dear queen seems to be out shopping. Yeah? She's actually on the street right around the corner there. She pointed towards the intersection the two were heading towards right now. Seriously? Ari turned pale in an instant. See, can we hide somewhere? Please. She didn't want to face her right now. Ahaha. She enjoyed her panicked reaction. I kinda want to meet her, though. Huh? I'm curious about what is going on in the castle right now. The tiger just smiled at her. Don't worry. I won't make you accompany me. Feel free to hide in a store for the time being. But the queen will definitely find out that Anna and I are staying at your place if you start asking questions. Come on, do you really think she doesn't know that already? Sophia just stared at her. First, where else would you go, and secondly, she's still the first princess, and this is the capital. Someone 100% saw you and or Anna heading over to our place. She hadn't thought that far yet. Ugh. She's getting closer, by the way. Fine. Giving up, Ari then disappeared into the nearest store to hide from Queen Kira, who was about to run into them. Oh my, would you look at that? The blonde had remained near the store where Ari disappeared in and waited for the queen to run into her. Once Kira walked around the street corner, she quickly spotted the fellow tiger and walked up to her. Hey. Sophia casually waved at her. What a coincidence, huh? Sure, Miss who can sense everyone's magic all over the capital. Ahaha, she just scratched her cheek. How is it going? Apart from a couple of slightly embarrassing conversations I had in the castle today, it's going great. Oh? Did something happen? Kira just stared at her for a moment. You know exactly what happened, don't you? Our idiots crashed at your place, after all. It was worth a try. The blonde stopped feigning ignorance quite quickly. Is it really as bad as the two tried to tell Maya and me? I wouldn't call it bad. She shook her head. After all, almost everyone in the castle had been rooting for them for quite a while already. Huh. Someone should have kicked their butts a long time ago, Sophia had to sigh after hearing that absolutely everyone except the girls in question knew about what was going on between them. Well, no one dared to interfere with the love life of our princess. Not that it matters anymore. Everyone knows that they're together now. Everyone. Yup, she only nodded. For one, the bedroom of our dear Jaguar is located quite centrally in the castle and isn't really as sound dampened as the royal rooms. Together with how far sounds or the echo travels in the long corridors. Did the two also mention that they started going at it during the later afternoon hours and continued to do so during the entire evening? You know, when the castle is at almost full capacity and buzzing with activity because everyone is leaving after having finished their work? Seriously. Seriously. Kira nodded again. I've never met as many people that only blushed while they couldn't look me in the eyes as today. Even more so after the two went for seconds in the morning. You know, when everyone comes back to the castle and gets ready for work. The hallways are full of people during those times. Sophia had no words. It's not like stopping them was an option, either. That would have done even more damage. Really? The blonde wasn't sure if more damage would have even been possible. Maybe, the queen just scratched her cheek. Well, I had a chat with Ari's mothers in the evening, and we decided to leave them a message. They also said they would knock to get their attention before leaving, but they either forgot about it, or the two were so busy that they hadn't heard it. From what I've heard, definitely busy. Sophia also looked a little awkward. Ari noticed the letter the next morning when she, wanted to get close for the princess. Afterward, they fled and begged us to let them move to our mansion. Anna even tried to bribe us with a gigantic cake. Delicious cake, I want to add. I can't say that I'm able to blame them. So, you aren't mad they ran away to hide at my place? If I were in their shoes, I would have been on the other side of the continent right about now. The blonde felt a slight sense of déjà vu as she had made a rather similar exclamation when Ari had asked her about that before. Well, we need to have a talk with them at some point, because I doubt anyone wants something like that to happen again, but no one's going to scold them. That makes sense. Though that will probably be the easy part. Kira's expression suddenly turned a little awkward. Everyone loves Ari and is in favor of her, but she's still dating the first princess of this nation now. That comes with a lot of obligations. I'm not worried about her seriousness and devotion, so that won't be an issue, but she'll appear in public much more frequently now. She didn't do that well with this in the past, so that might be a bit bothersome for her. Basically, Ari will be by her side from now on whatever royal duty Anna has or needs to attend to. Whatever person Anna will be introduced to, Ari will be just as well. Ugh. Sophia grimaced from just imagining all that. Also, while it is of no importance right now, some other sort of commitment of both would be favorable in a year or two. The blonde tilted her head for a moment while thinking about something. Wait, kids? At the exact moment she said those words, loud clattering, as if something fell over, could be heard from the store right next to them. No, that's completely their own decision. Though, I definitely look forward to seeing some grandchildren somewhere in the future. While saying so, she glanced at the store where the sound just came from. I see. Then, what kind of commitment do you mean? Marriage. Sophia had to repeat herself because she had to roll her eyes at repeated clattering coming from the nearby store. Why is this idiot so adorable? Kira also rolled her eyes while mumbling those words as she glanced at the store again. I mean, there is no actual rule, and we're not going to force it, but that's the common and expected practice in noble and royal families. I see. Well, I guess that's nobility for you, huh? Yup. While giving her cheerful reply, the queen then stared at Sophia with a big smile. This is certainly how it is, my dear tiger. I don't like that expression. She had a bad feeling about this. I'm technically also. Is the same expected from Maya and me? As I said, no one is going to force you. That's just a roundabout way of saying yes, isn't it? Pretty much, yeah. Kira simply nodded. You two don't want to? That's not it. Sophia shook her head. I'm not opposed to it. Not at all. Everything's happening way too fast lately, anyway. Still, ask me again in a year or two, just like your idiots. Gladly. The Queen liked her answer. A double marriage would be fun, too. Shush now. Ehe. Well, I guess it's time to head home. Dinner today will probably be a little fancy, and some preparation is needed for that. The blonde held up some of the grocery bags she was carrying to prove her point. Sounds fun. Yeah, I have to go, too. Greet my girls from me, okay? Also, I'd like to see them on my birthday, which is coming soon. I will. The two also already agreed that your birthday will be their deadline for running away. Happy to hear. Before I leave, Ellie wanted to see you and Maya. She didn't tell me for what, but you might want to pay her a visit soon. I absolutely will. Hearing that, Sophia's voice turned incredibly cheerful. Tell her that we'll come over tomorrow. Great. Well then, until then. Saying so, Kira turned around to leave. Bye. She waved after her. Ari. While walking past the noisy store, the Queen also waved toward its shop window. She's good. A few moments later, Ari exited the store again and walked up next to Sophia without saying a single word. She looked incredibly embarrassed, and even small tears had formed in the corners of her eyes. She apparently had heard everything Kira had said and sustained a lot of damage from it. Should we head home? Gladly. During the walk back to the mansion, the two hadn't exchanged a single word. Chapter 276, Back with News. On the way back from grocery shopping, while Ari was hiding, Sophia had run into Queen Kira. The two chatted for a while, and the blonde found out about just how much the fresh couple had messed up when they failed to notice how far their voice had traveled through the castle during their first night. Once the two parted again, and the jaguar reunited with the tiger again, they continued the walk back to the mansion in complete silence because Ari was too embarrassed to say even a single word. You're late. Back home, the duo was immediately greeted by a very loud and pouty-looking princess once they entered the living room after having deposited the groceries in the kitchen. That took forever. Trust me, if you know what we went through, you'd be shocked that we're back this early. Sophia sounded a little tired. Why yes, Ari still looked terribly embarrassed after having listened to the blonde's conversation with the Queen earlier. Why is Ari blushing so hard? Anna raised her voice even more while she glared at Sophia. What happened? Maya also faced the duo. Well, Sophia scratched her cheek. First, we went to at least 5 stores to get everything for the pizza. That took a while. Then, we ran into a lovely older couple that had gotten lost in the capital while exploring it, and we helped them find there and again. We had to walk to the other side of the capital for it. It was worth it, though. I loved those too. Once we were done with that, we also ran into our dear Queen. Yeah? Anna's eyes grew wide. Why, you met Mother? Yup. The blonde nodded. I did, at least. Our dear jaguar hid in the next best store. Not that she did a good job at hiding. Ugh, this remark didn't help her calm down in the slightest. What did you talk about with her? Girl, I'm still amazed by how much the two of you messed up. Huh? Ari simply covered her face with her hands. Oh? The cat girl's interest was piqued. Did our couple here skip on telling us something? We did not. The princess raised her voice once again. Except the part where you had your loud first time in the early evening where the castle was super busy as everyone had just finished up their work. You know, when the corridors and hallways are packed with people going home. The loud corridors where sound travels really far. Ouch, Chloe's face grimaced a little. Oh no, Anna's face instantly turned pale. Not to mention that you went at it in morning hours again. You know, during the time when everyone comes back to the castle and gets ready for work. Ouch, Maya had the same reaction as the fox girl. Tears had appeared in the corners of Anna's eyes, while her entire face had turned red. Even the queen got embarrassed because she met so many people the next day that refused to make eye contact with her and only reacted with a slight blush when they ran into her. Ouch, Chloe and the cat girl were unable to say much else at the moment. I want to die, the princess hung her head in despair. Not so fast, my dear. While Sophia did feel incredibly sorry for her, there unfortunately were even more bad news. Kira wants to talk with the two of you about the events and what kind of obligations are now waiting for you. Again, kill me, Anna didn't take the news overly well. Why yes, Ari, too, hadn't stopped suffering yet. Obligations? Once again, the fox girl got curious. At the end of the day, Anna's still the first princess of this nation. Oh. Chloe clapped her hand. Because of that, the public will notice her being in a relationship, right? Ari probably has to accompany her to all important events and things like that, right? Standing right by her side at all times. Yup. Ah. She liked that a lot. The couple in question did not. There are also the general obligations expected from noble and royal couples after they're officially together for a while. The fox girl tilted her head. Wait, are we back to the marriage topic from before? Just without the eloping part this time? Pretty much. Sophia just nodded. Well, it's not mandatory, but... Anna and Ari continued to quietly suffer. Being a noble, or royalty even, can be difficult, huh? Chloe looked at the two with sympathetic eyes, before eventually glancing at Sophia. Wait, aren't you technically royalty, too? The blonde instantly turned her face away. Huh? Maya didn't like her reaction. Oh. Chloe, on the other hand, liked it very much. Is there something you want to tell us? Why yes, is there? The cat girl also started to ever so slightly blush. Ask me again in a year or two. That's what I told the queen, too. Boo. The fox girl wasn't a fan of her reply. Thank you, Maya was, though. Things are happening way too fast lately, anyway. I want some peace in that regard. I love what we have right now, after all. I love you. The cat girl was glad that Sophia was so capable when it came to these kinds of things. Get a room, you too. Chloe seemed slightly envious and/or jealous. We have. It's upstairs. Maya smirked at her in response. The fox girl had no idea what to reply to that. I admit defeat. Heh. Ari, while the trio was having a good time, the princess slowly faced her jaguar. Can we talk about running away again? I don't think I'm physically able to deal with all of that. Gladly, she had given up, as well. I already destroyed 2 displays in the store I was hiding in because I had to hold on to something while listening to Kira. Facing her or my parents in person. I might actually die. Ari already looked near death right now. Great, we leave at dawn tomorrow. Sounds good. Oi. The blonde faced them. I absolutely get you, and I would have run away already while carrying Maya under my arm, but... Does that actually solve anything? Not at all. Anna shook her head. It's not like I care about that part, though. Yes. The jaguar nodded a couple of times. Maya, I need some help with that, she just pointed at the couple. Nah, I'm kinda interested in how you're going to be the voice of reason here. Why you're horrible. She pouted for a moment before eventually facing the couple again. Sophia had no idea what to say. Would running away even work? I know from experience that a tiger tends to stick out quite a bit. At least in areas that are inhabited by the beast folk. So, with that, to run away from everything, you'd need to go to a place without them. Else, the scouts of the royal family would easily find you. That doesn't sound like fun, does it? Ugh, the princess grimaced in response. Wait, didn't you all want to visit the demon continent? That sounds like fun. How about you and Chloe finish the portal thingy and give one to Ari and me? The two of us will then head over to the demon continent first. Once we get there, we will bring you over with the portals. I'd love to see you try. The blonde just had to make a retort to their idea while she rolled her eyes. I'll help. Chloe suddenly sounded really cheerful as she smiled at the couple. That sounds like a lot of fun. Shut up, you stupid fox. Sophia got loud. We're definitely going there in the future, but I won't let anyone willingly run away from their family to never come back. Even more so if it's for such a petty reason. I get it, and I would be complaining at least 3 times as much, but it won't happen. The princess didn't dare to utter even a single more complaint after this. Having Sophia mention family-related matters made her feel incredibly awkward, thanks to her alleged backstory. I am sorry. Why yes, Ari also nodded a couple of times. Good. Sophia started smiling again. I know I'm the queen of hasty decisions, but we don't have to make any here. The queen. Full stop. She's okay with the two of you staying here until her birthday next week. I'm sure that things will have calmed down a bit until then. I can also use my portals to get you right inside the castle without you having to walk around there for everyone on display. Thank you, the couple was grateful for that. Also, while Ari will suffer a little in the future because she has to accompany Anna everywhere and will appear a lot more in public, Kira promised that the other thing expected of noble and royal couples won't be relevant to you for the next 1 or 2 years either. Unless you two have earlier plans, of course. Judging by how you jumped right into your relationship, it might actually be. Shut up. The couple in question got loud. Maya and I will also be going to the castle tomorrow. I'll try to get a feeling for the mood while we're there. We're going to the castle. The cat girl hadn't heard about that yet. Kira said that Ellie wants to see us for something. We will be going to the castle. Her mood brightened up in an instant. It feels like so long since I've last seen her. I know, right? Sophia felt the same. Though, it hasn't even been 2 weeks, I think. Yeah, because way too much is going on lately. Maya needed to complain again. I agree. Well, it's fun, so I'm okay with that. Fair point. Thank you. Anna was happy that she was doing so much for them. Why yes, so was Ari. Could we ask you to fetch some more clothes for us when you're there? We brought some spares, but left in a hurry and forgot some things. Sure. Thank you. Anyway, enough of all that for the time being. Sophia felt like it was time to stop. This day was long enough already. Let's do something more fun for the time being and push the issue to another day or whatever. You ran out of steam being the voice of reason already, didn't you? Maya showed her a slight smirk. Be glad I lasted for this long. That got to be a new record for me. She wanted some praise. Good job. I'm proud of you. Thank you very much. That was all she wanted. Let's get started on the pizza already. That does sound like more fun. Anna wasn't against the idea. Yes. Neither was Ari. Yay. Chloe even was a big fan of it. Afterward, the girls went to the kitchen to look at the ingredients Ari and Sophia had bought earlier to prepare everything. Chapter 277, Pizza Preparations. Sophia and Ari were finally back from their shopping trip to get the ingredients for homemade pizza, and the two had to explain why it had taken so long. Anna didn't take it well when she heard that the blonde had run into her mother, the queen. They found out that it was even worse than the new couple had thought, as they had gotten busy when the entire castle also was, well, busy. As a result of that, even more people had heard them. Not being able to deal with that, the two got serious about running away. Sophia, being the voice of reason she always is, barely managed to talk them out of it, though. As they were getting nowhere, the group decided to put the topic on hold for the time being and concentrated on something that was much more important. For some of them, at least. Making pizza, that is. It sure is great that we have such a big kitchen. All 5 girls had decided to join in on the pizza fun in the kitchen, and Maya just had to make a comment. It's great, isn't it? Sophia was having a good time. She was a big fan of their mansion being so lively right now. I think so, too. Chloe's mood was just as good. Can you cook? Anna glanced at the cheerful fox girl. I specialize in eating. She almost sounded smug. My cooking skills are classified as a disaster, according to Fei Fei. Seriously, why are you two so similar? The princess then stared at the blonde. Hey! Sophia got loud. While eating is also my specialty, I do have an interest in cooking. I also think that I'm not a complete disaster anymore. She has gotten somewhat decent when it comes to preparing ingredients, Maya added her own assessment of the situation. Also, as long as you like spicy food, she does know how to season a meal. See? Sophia looked back at the princess with a proud expression. Consistency, especially concerning cooking time, isn't her strong suit, though. Her cheeks turned ever so slightly pink. There was no need to mention that bit. Heh. Anna liked that reply a lot. What are you getting so smug for? Ari just stared at her girl. You are a proper disaster, after all. She immediately turned her head away. Sue. Maya collectively looked at everyone. We have two that know what they're doing, Ari and I. Then, there are the catastrophes, Anna and Chloe. At last, there's someone in between and eager to learn, my very own almost idiot. Yay, I leveled up. Sophia was happy with her current assessment. Ari, can I get a lesson once everything has cooled down a little? The princess didn't want to lose against her fellow tiger. Seriously? The jaguar's face lit up. Absolutely. That sounds like a lot of fun. Teaching Sophia a bit already was a great time, so this will be even better. I'm hurt. The blonde in question started pouting in return. You know what I mean. Still hurt. Shut up. Dot. Wow, they sure get along great. Chloe seemed to enjoy their bickering. The cat girl and the princess didn't entirely share her feelings on the matter. Well, they are cute, so it's fine. Surprisingly, they could see something good in how the two were acting. Wow, that's some serious sinking. Almost creepy. This time, the fox girl's reply sounded a lot more mixed. Alright. Let's get to the pizza. Sophia, out of everyone, was the one who tried to get them back on track. I think it's best to group up here. Chloe, cooking skills aside, do you know how to make pizza? Not at all. Though she sounded super motivated, she was just shaking her head. I do know the rough ingredients and how it's supposed to taste. Good enough. Maya, do you still remember how it tastes? Especially the base dough or crust? Yup. She just nodded. Perfect. It's a basic yeast dough. Water, flour, yeast, salt, sugar, and a bit of oil. Grab Anna for kneading it. Why me and Maya? I want to be with Ari. The princess already wasn't a fan of the groupings. I'm hurt. The cat girl decided to do the same as Sophia earlier. Sorry. Ahaha. The blonde had to chuckle at that. Our dear jaguar and cat here are the only ones we can really count on the produce quality food. Neither Ari nor you know how pizza tastes, so the two of you in the same group might not be the best idea. The sauce is also more complex, so it might need two who know how it's supposed to taste. She glanced at the fox girl during the last part. Fine, the princess could understand the logic behind that. I will try to assist Ari with the sauce, while Chloe helps me to get the taste right. Sounds like a plan. The two in question nodded a couple of times in return. Let's get started. Sophia then energetically raised her fist. Yes. The fox girl followed right after her. Sure. Not entirely as enthusiastic, the other three girls also raised their arms. While Maya and Anna got ready to start on the dough, Chloe and Sophia gathered around Ari in front of the kitchen counter while looking at her with expectant eyes. You two do know that while I know how to cook, I have no idea what we're actually doing, right? Right. Hearing that, the tiger scratched her cheek. I forgot about that. We want a tomato sauce, with some very distinct spices. Oh, and a ton of garlic and onion, because you can never have enough of that. Don't make me fall for you for real now. Apparently, the fox girl was a big fan of the idea of adding a lot of those ingredients. Oh, and it must be a thick sauce. She hadn't been entirely serious about her claim. Pizza with a watery sauce is the worst. Good point. Sophia was too excited to get embarrassed. It definitely has to be on the thicker side. Okay, Ari paused for a moment. A thick tomato-based sauce is actually quite complicated as tomatoes are basically all water. Wait, is that why we got the puree and the already processed tomatoes? You ended up chatting with the seller for a good 20 minutes before he sold you a jar with cooked, peeled, and condensed tomatoes he normally uses for pasta sauces. Yup. The blonde just nodded. It's not that far off from pasta sauce in one way or another. I see. That way, there will be way less watery juice. The onions will also thicken it a bit. If we let everything simmer while the dough rises later, the sauce should become thick enough. I like the sound of that. I'm glad we have someone who knows what they're doing. The two had a lot of praise for the Jaguar in store. Thanks. So, I guess we start with preparing all the ingredients? Does anyone want to volunteer to cut the onions and garlic? I like their taste, but I'm not the biggest fan of how your hands smell after you're done preparing them. Not to mention what else onions do to you. Oh, I can do that. Chloe energetically raised her hand. Didn't you say that you can't cook? Sophia looked ever so slightly dubious when she glanced at her. Yup. She just nodded. I'm good at preparing things for Fei, though. It only becomes a catastrophe once I try to cook a meal, so I leave that part to her as she's a good cook despite being a full fox. I have many questions. The tiger had no idea how a foal would be able to actually cook. She knew that Finn could grill meat and stuff like that, but that was about the limits of his skill. Only having paws didn't help with that, either. I definitely want to see her cook once I get to know her. Sure. Most of the spices we need are dried and ready to also, so, all I can do for now is to chop the fresh basil, I guess. Sophia tried to find out what she could do to help. You also need to help me with the processed tomatoes and the puree to guide me about the quantity and consistency. After all, Ari still had no idea how the finished product had to look. Gladly. Alright, I'm done with the onions and garlic. The fox girl suddenly interrupted the duo. Eh? As only a few moments had passed since she had volunteered for those, the two were shocked to hear that. How? Ari looked at the counter in front of the fox girl and noticed that there was indeed a small mountain of finely chopped onions and a generous helping of minced garlic. Magic? Chloe just tilted her head. What else? Again, how? The Jaguar just got louder. Well, she grabbed another onion, placed it on a cutting board, and a second later, it almost seemed like it had peeled itself. Afterward, the fox girl put her hand on it before letting go of it a few seconds later again. Immediately after, the onion just crumbled into perfectly sized pieces. Air magic's amazing. I still don't understand why knives are a thing. Because people usually aren't that skilled with magic. The blonde answered her. I did use air blades to cut meat during our travels before, but even I haven't thought of using it for such delicate works either. I'll try that out as soon as I can. Sophia, can you teach me air magic next? Ari instantly had taken quite a liking to it. Ahaha, sure. She was a big fan of the easily excited side of the Jaguar. Afterward, once Ari finished marveling over Chloe's technique when it came to preparing ingredients, everyone focused on their tasks again to get everyone ready for their homemade version of a pizza. Chapter 278, Preventing a War. The girls were still busy preparing everything for their dinner together. Sophia and Chloe were really into the idea of making pizza on their own, and the two managed to talk everyone into it. After Ari and the blonde had gotten all the ingredients, the girls split up into two groups to prepare everything at the same time. Alright, I think the dough's fine the way it is. It's currently resting in the slightly warm oven for the yeast to do its job. Maya and Anna joined the other group while the cat girl was updating them on the situation. How is it going here? The princess also was curious. Good job. Ari greeted them. The answer for that would be a strong hmm. Saying so, she gestured at Sophia and Chloe, who were concentrating on the pot with the sauce. The base is done, but those two are kind of fighting over the spices a little. Is something like that really worth fighting over? Anna also glanced at them. It is. Even so, the duo was getting along well. I see. Maya. The blonde addressed her cat. Please tell Chloe that it's enough oregano. No, tell her that it needs a lot more. Do I want to be caught in the middle of this? She felt like it would be better to stay out of their squabble. I tried and sided with Sophia. It didn't end well. The jaguar only let out a sigh. Because you don't know how a pizza has to taste, because you never tried one. The reason for why it went badly, the fox girl loudly complained about it. See? With Maya, you can't complain, though. Sophia raised her voice again. She had it before, so her opinion will be based on that. She's also your girlfriend, though. Her decision will be biased. Chloe already was complaining before the cat girl had the chance to taste it. Maya wouldn't do that. She can be very objective if it's important. Actually, if anything, the cat girl in question developed a slight smirk. Siding with Chloe just to tease my tiger seems like fun, too. Sophia had forgotten about this side of her for a moment. I suddenly like my chances a lot more here. Let's get over with it. Slightly rolling her eyes, Maya then got closer to the pot with the sauce, snatched the spoon Sophia was holding, and gave it a try. So? The blonde seemed eager to get her opinion. It's definitely not enough oregano, isn't it? So was Chloe. It needs much more. If it's a simple yes or no question, I would actually side with our dear fox. Yes, it needs more, but. My win. But. Maya wasn't done yet. While it could use a little more, it's definitely not much more. Some shakes from the container you bought is all it needs. Not your win. Sophia looked even smugger than the fox just now. You were both off, idiots. They just turned their heads away in response. Once Maya had finished seasoning the sauce, and the squabbling duo made up, everyone got together again to deal with one of the most important topics when it came to pizza, the toppings. By the way, what have you gotten for on top of the pizza? Chloe eyed the shopping bag standing on the corner of the kitchen counter. A little bit of everything, Sophia answered her. A ton of cheese, different kinds, too. Salami, pepperoni, ham, bacon. We also got some mushrooms if you're into it. Ham, huh? The fox girl's expression got a little awkward. Did you get pineapple, as well? It was impossible to tell whether she wanted it or was appalled by the idea. So, you can put fruits on pizza? Ari got interested in the topic again. Sophia had the same expression as Chloe. We decided to keep it easy this time. And uncomplicated. Good. The pink-haired girl looked relieved. I was worried that a war would break out anytime soon. Yeah, that was also a part of the reason to keep it easy, she nodded a few times. Good thinking. A war. The other three girls couldn't follow their conversation. Well, both scratched their cheeks before the blonde continued. Pineapple on pizza is a very delicate topic among pizza enthusiasts. Some love it, while others loathe it. Isn't that just a matter of whether you like it or not? Just like with every other type of food? Anna didn't see the issue here. If only, the two shook their heads while Chloe answered her. They get very enthusiastic about it. I see, the princess didn't even try to act like she understood, though. So, as it seems like the two of you are quite familiar with pizza, on which side of the war are you? No comment. They immediately answered at the same time, before looking at each other. I like her too much to end this friendship now. But you were just fighting over this oregano thingy. That's different. I see, once again, Anna didn't look like she understood them in the slightest. You two sure are weird, Ari spoke out what everyone was thinking. It's not us that started it. They had to protest. Sure. Maya just rolled her eyes before continuing. So, back to the toppings we have. Is it just mix and match or are there rules? That depends a lot on who you're asking. Yep, their expression got a little complicated again. Why is this stupid pizza such an emotional topic? No idea. All I know is that it is delicious. Exactly. Sophia and Chloe were on the same page here. Okay. Well, I tried the pizzas the restaurant in Talaga offered, so I have a rough understanding. Still, when it comes to the two of you, pretty much anything goes, right? Yup. The duo just nodded. You can never go wrong with a simple cheese, but one with tuna and red onions is amazing, too. Too bad we weren't able to get any tuna. The blonde looked ever so slightly disappointed. I'm more of a pepperoni fan myself. Though, I wouldn't say no to either of those. The fox girl didn't seem to be picky with her pizza. Happy you got some. Well, it's a classic. Sophia nodded a few times. I also like it a lot. I'm pretty interested in the bacon option. Anna raised her voice a little. You bought it, so I won't upset the pizza gods, right? Screw them. Sophia also got louder. It won't upset me, so it's totally viable. Yup. Chloe also agreed. In fact, it's a great choice. Personally, I think I'd like to try a version with ham on it. I was thinking the same thing. Ari liked the catgirl's suggestion. Although, I maybe would like to try it together with a few mushrooms. I think that could work well. Oh. That sounds like a great idea. The two seem to be on the same page. Not my favorite, but I not like it. Yup. Once again, Sophia and the fox girl agreed with their choice of toppings. Should we make all three variants? The blonde tilted her head. One with bacon for Anna, ham, and mushrooms for Maya and Ari, and then one with a lot of pepperonis for Chloe and I. I like how you mentioned a lot of pepperonis for us. The pink-haired girl seemed to like the idea. Hee hee. She let out a chuckle in return. As we're going to form the pizzas ourselves, we can adjust their sizes so that everyone gets their fill without having too much or too little. Sounds good. Everyone agreed with her plan. How much longer does the sauce need to cook? Maya then looked at the group responsible for it. Chloe and Sophia looked inside the pot after stirring it for a moment. Maybe 5 or 10 minutes until the consistency is perfect. 10 to be sure, yes. The fox girl nodded in response. It's still a tiny bit too watery, but it shouldn't be long anymore. Now I wonder if you could use magic to extract the excess liquid from food. The blonde suddenly tilted her head. That would be amazing. Chloe's eyes started sparkling. That would make preserving food so much easier, too. Okay. The tiger looked motivated. I don't want to risk ruining the sauce now, but we definitely have to try that idea soon. I'm in. Afterward, once the duo had calmed down over their newest idea, they decided to heat up the oven with wood, as that would taste better. While that was happening, the group also started preparing the dough. Putting some extra flour on the kitchen counter, Sophia then pulled 2 rolling pins out of her storage she had in there for quite a while already for some reason. Once the dough was properly rolled out and formed under the guidance of the 2 resident pizza experts, they got to the sauce and the toppings. In the end, they decided to make 3 large pizzas, though. One with pepperoni, one with bacon, and one with ham and mushrooms. Sophia and Chloe had decided that they wanted to try a bit of everything, so the duo decided that every pizza should be a large one. They put a bit of the sauce to cover the dough, followed by cheese in varying amounts, and then topped with the meats and some mushrooms in one case before putting one after another into the hot oven. Chapter 279, Pajama Crisis. The girls had finally finished making the homemade pizzas they planned for dinner and just finished eating them right after they came out of the oven. That was good. With a satisfied expression, Chloe looked at all the empty plates at the dining table everyone was sitting on. First try, and we already came close to a pizzeria. The future looks bright. Absolutely. Sophia had the same expression as her while she nodded a couple of times. Pizzeria. Maya just tilted her head. Oh, is that how a restaurant that serves pizza is called? Yep. I see. It has a nice ring to it, that name. Anyway, yes, I totally agree. It was delicious. Yes. Anna and Ari also agreed. Can I suggest that we do that once a week or something like that? The princess seemed to really have liked it. Even after Ari and I go back home. Deal. The blonde and the fox girl had absolutely no issue with her suggestion. Maybe not every week, but it sounds like it could become a nice tradition. I think so, too. Maya and Ari also were a fan of the idea. Oh, how about we keep the once a week idea, but do varying dishes together? After they decided on that, everyone returned to the kitchen and cleaned up a bit together because they had created quite the chaos there. Once the kitchen didn't resemble a battlefield anymore, the group decided to relax some more in the living room together. Just like before, Sophia and Maya shared a sofa, just as Ari and Anna did. Chloe and her tail had the last one to herself. Is the temperature okay for you, Chloe? After a little while, Sophia glanced at their resident Arctic fox. All of us besides you are cats that get cold easily, so you're a bit of the odd one out here. Well, it's not my favorite temperature, but it's easily tolerable. Thanks for lowering it a little for more. Once I change into some lighter clothes, everything should be perfect. That's great to hear. The blonde didn't want her to suffer, after all. Also, yay for more eye candy later on. Hey. Chloe's face turned a little red as she covered her chest. Ari and Anna couldn't follow their conversation. Our dear Chloe here likes to dress rather skimpy, and there's a lot she's hiding below that sweater of hers. I knew it. Ari suddenly got loud. I already had the feeling that she could rival Anna. She absolutely can. Maya gave her an affirming nod. Hey. Anna raised her voice as she glared at her girlfriend. She got a little awkward for a moment. There's no way you weren't curious about that, right? The princess decided to answer her question by only turning her head away. Hey. This time, Chloe herself got loud. Also, Maya and Sophia dressed just as, if not even skimpier than I did. Oh? The couple now looked at the duo in question with a somewhat curious look. Sophia hadn't thought about the apparent reversal. The options were turning the heat down or stripping, or rather, wearing lighter clothes. The answer to that should be obvious, right? Very obvious. Ari and Anna could only nod. Getting a nice view is an amazing bonus to that. Maya just stared at her tiger. That is true. She simply looked back at her cat. Oh. The other couple almost seemed to be looking forward to it. Not so thirsty, you two. Maya just had to do it. Not that any other of us is much better. How do the two of you sleep? Sophia got a little interested and looked at the thirsty couple in question. Especially now after I installed the heated floors in your rooms. Well, we also got some shorts. Our pajama tops were quite normal and short-sleeved, though. Nothing overly showy. Ari answered them. And the moment I accidentally made my top showier, as it became somewhat disheveled, Ari literally attacked me. The princess suddenly started blushing. So did the jaguar. It was more than a little. You presented almost everything. Not to mention that you weren't wearing a bra when it happened. That doesn't matter. It absolutely does. Sophia and Maya got loud. Yes, I have to agree with them. Chloe first smiled at the two before glancing at Anna. Her chest, especially. I think you need to be very straight to not attack you in that situation. At least when you're already cuddling together when it happened, as that really gives off the feeling that you revealed them on purpose. Anna's face became even redder. Sophia liked her reaction. I definitely look forward to seeing both of you in shorts, though. She focused her gaze and the duo's legs. Careful, your leg fetish is leaking a little. Maya felt like taking a jab at her, too. I don't remember ever having kept that a secret. The blonde simply smiled at her. The catgirl paused for a second. Okay, you win that round. Ari's eyes suddenly shot open before she looked at her princess. I think I forgot to pack some new pajamas for us after the ones we wore yesterday, well, you know. Oh no. Don't worry. None of us will mind if the two of you run around in your underwear during your stay here. Maya just gave them a thumbs up. We would, though. Anna got loud. Who are the thirsty ones here, again? So got Ari. It was worth a try. Yep, Sophia and Chloe looked just as disappointed as the cat girl. Hey. Anyway, Maya then faced the fox girl. Chloe, do you have any spare tops with you? I have a pair of shorts I bought that ended up being too big for me. They might fit our princess, though. My tops, on the other hand, thanks to a certain someone, she glanced at Sophia while saying so. They're either super skimpy and impossible to cover Anna's chest or are quite tight and would probably tear when trying to tame her breasts. Your chest is about the same size as hers, so if you have any extras that aren't on the short side, our tall tiger here might fit into it. The fox girl tilted her head. I have one camisole that covers almost up to my navel. I don't have anything longer than that on me. It would probably not even go to Anna's waist, if at all. Also, it is very open at the top. Even I have reservations wearing that with others around. Oh ho, I like the sound of that. Do I have a saying in this? The princess didn't seem to share Maya's enthusiasm. I mean, I'm happy that you're trying to help me, but it's either that, going back to the castle and fetch something, or your underwear. Anna didn't like any of those options. Don't you have any simple t-shirts for me? None that your chest would even remotely fit into. None on me, and none that wouldn't turn stomach free on you. Maya and Chloe just shook their heads. I am so happy that you and I have a similar size and height. Ari then glanced at Sophia with a wry smile. If I could ask to borrow some clothes, that is. Gladly. The blonde smiled back at her. Although, while I do have some t-shirts you'd fit into, they're all for outdoor use. Not the comfiest for sleeping. For my actual nightwear, well, I probably dress the skimpiest out of everyone here. Feel free to wear some of that. In fact, I look forward to it. I can do with a slightly uncomfy t-shirt. Ari started panicking. Sure. She nodded a few times. If you don't mind your girlfriend being embarrassed all on herself, I won't stop you. Ari paused for a moment while glancing at her blushing princess before facing Sophia again. I hate you. I love you, too. She's good. Chloe looked quite impressed as she faced Maya. I'm so proud of her. The cat girl was having a great time. Why you don't have to do that for me, you know. While Anna was happy about it, she didn't want Ari to do the same if she didn't want to. I'd feel even guiltier now that you said it like that. It hadn't helped the jaguar in the slightest. Sorry. By the way, Maya suddenly leaned closer to Sophia and started whispering. You said all that, but do you actually have anything that fits Ari in the chest department? Thanks to me being me, weren't you in big mode with most of those skimpy tops? The blonde hadn't thought about that. Loose fit is popular, isn't it? Sure. No, wait, the one I wore yesterday with Chloe around was made for normal, slightly improved me. I think I have one or two that are similar to that. Right, I almost forgot about that. Me, too. Good thing I remembered going normal yesterday. Chloe wouldn't have stopped asking questions. Ahaha. No whispering. Anna suddenly got loud. Don't you dare come up with something even more embarrassing for us to wear. Oh? Maya had a strong reaction to that. That sounds like a lovely plan. Stop it. The princess didn't like the idea. Once the couple finished teasing the princess and her jaguar, they decided it was time for a bath to have a more relaxing evening afterward. And more to look at, too. As they had 4 bathrooms in total in the mansion, everyone could go at the same time. The big one on the ground floor got ignored, and Chloe, just like Anna together with Ari, took one of the guest ones each. At the same time, Sophia and Maya went to the usual one attached to their bedroom. Before that, everyone gathered some fitting pajama parts for the runaway couple. It almost seemed like they decided on clothes with the least amount of fabric they could find, as well. Though, they chose not to mention any of that. Chapter 280, Much to Look At. The group had finished their dinner, everyone loved the homemade pizzas very much, and they decided to take a bath before getting comfy for the rest of the evening. Unfortunately, the runaway couple had forgotten to bring a pair of pajamas with them. Luckily, Maya, Sophia, and Chloe managed to collect some spares for them. For some reason, the three decided to prepare the skimpiest pieces of clothing they could find, though. Naturally, that was pure coincidence, and none of them had any hidden thoughts behind their decision. Is it bad that I really want to see Anna and Ari in skimpy clothes? Sophia and Maya were back in the living room already after their bath and were currently waiting for the others to return. Both wore matching clothes, black shorts, and a camisole with a bit of cleavage and their navels showing. The colors of it were different, though. Sophia's top was a light pink, while Maya's was more of a light blue. Nope. The cat girl just shook her head. I do, too, after all. Well, but you are a pervert, so I'm not sure how much I can trust your opinion on the matter. Hey! Maya got loud. Who's the one who got a crop top for Ari that might not even cover a bra or the entire underside of her chest? Why do you even have something like that? Because you told me to buy it. The cat girl accidentally weakened her position even more. Why you still gave it to our jaguar, though? She paused for a moment. That's fair. See? Maya started smiling again. We're both perverts, so it's safe for you to listen to my opinion. Is that really how it works? The blonde looked a little dubious. Yup. Well, I guess as long as it's just looking, it should be fine, right? Exactly. Just don't get jealous about me doing that, though. Maya awkwardly scratched her cheek again. I'll try. Idiot. I know. Well, I think the two of you already are more than a sight to behold, so I wonder if those two can top it. Chloe suddenly entered the living room and joined their conversation in the most natural way possible. She, too, was wearing black shorts and a white camisole, only that it was even more revealing. Though, I do look forward to seeing more of Ari. The fox girl was into medium-sized girls, after all. Also, I can't believe that we managed to get such a similar design pattern for their pajamas. See, it's totally fine. Maya smiled at her tiger once again, before nodding at Chloe. Thanks for the compliment, by the way. Again, she's just another pervert. So, who knows how credible those words are? Hey. The fox girl raised her voice. I can't say much to defend myself, but still. Hey. Also, one pervert calling out another is really mean. Sophia hung her head in return. Well, if I can't escape that title. You look great, Chloe. Thanks for the view. She just embraced it for the time being while looking at the lightly dressed fox. Thanks, her cheeks turned ever so slightly pink. Another 10 minutes had passed since Chloe joined the couple, and the living room was about to turn even noisier. The second duo also finally decided to show themselves again. Oh. Maya, Sophia, and the fox girl started clapping once Anna and Ari entered the room. The faces of the duo were entirely crimson. This is too much. The princess squirmed around a little while she was trying to pull down the crop top she had gotten from Chloe to hide even a little bit more of her entirely bare stomach. It was a light pink top that resembled more the design of a sports bra, just not as tight as it wasn't meant for support but for being comfortable. As the top was made for the fox girl, who liked to dress lightly, it being worn by the tall princess only made it look even smaller. Actually, it barely covered all of her chest as the cleavage was rather big, and even the sides were mostly open. The white shorts she got from Maya were not quite that revealing, though the shape of her but could still easily be seen in them, especially as they didn't fully cover the entire underside connecting to her thighs. They were a little short on the tiger, after all. I hate you. Ari tried to glare at the blonde, but she was too embarrassed to properly look angry. The jaguar looked even more revealing than Anna. The yellow top she had gotten from Sophia had a closed neckline, so there was no cleavage, but Ari would have vastly preferred that over what she actually got. It was so short that a part of the underside of her breasts wasn't even fully covered. Her white shorts, which had a pink stripe on them, too, were the shortest out of anyone in the living room right now, covering only the absolute bare minimum. While it didn't reveal any immediate sensitive parts, a good bit of her lower butt was visible to everyone present. I knew that you're a pervert, but this much. Ari was even more squirming around than her princess. Hey. The blonde pervert got loud. Maya's the one who made me buy them. Why you made me wear them, though? Pervert. Aya. There was nothing she could defend herself with. Though. Can you really accuse me of that? Sophia then stared at a particular part of Ari. It doesn't seem like you're wearing a bra right now. The underside of your chest that is sticking out. It's bare. The jaguar turned her head away while her face turned redder. Don't sound so excited while making this amazing discovery. Maya glared at her, but the way she worded it didn't make it sound like she was actually angry. It would have looked even weirder with my bra sticking out. She tried to defend herself. Weirder than your actual breasts? The catgirl didn't buy it. You're a little into the look, aren't you? Ari paused for a moment. It looks embarrassing. That's not an answer. Shut up. On the plus side, you look great. You both do. Chloe decided that it would be best to let her get used to the clothes without the teasing duo overdoing it. It totally wasn't because the fox girl was hoping that Ari really would take a liking to it and wear it more often from now on. Compliments aren't going to make this any better. Ari got loud. Thanks, though, she didn't entirely dislike it, either. Hee. The three liked her reaction. You. Seriously, how can all of you be so comfortable in such clothes? She glanced at Sophia, Maya, and Chloe, who, while slightly more dressed, didn't look all that different from the couple. I can't calm down at all. Her fidgeting just got stronger. Because the clothes are comfortable? Sophia tilted her head. Super easy to move in, too. Because there's nothing. It's obvious that it's easy to move if you're basically naked. Anna also raised her voice. Why did you get so embarrassed about wearing a skirt not too long ago when you now show lots of cleavage, most of your stomach, and a bit of your butt peeking out of your shorts? Actually, I can even see parts of your panties while you're sitting down because the legs of your shorts are rather wide. They're the same color as Ari's. A nice dark blue. Just where are you looking? More than just one girl replied to her. Oh, she noticed her mistake. I just wanted to get my point across. Sure. More than just one girl rolled their eyes in response. Sophia just awkwardly scratched her cheek. That's a good question. Maybe because I knew that I have to wear a skirt in public while me looking like this will only be seen by my best friends? She gestured at herself while saying so. The princess was touched for a second. Wait, you only met Chloe 2 or 3 days ago. And I already love her enough that it feels like we've known each other for years. The fox girl in question liked her reply. To me, it also feels like we've been friends for way longer already. And there you have it. The blonde smiled at her fellow tiger. There's just no winning with you, is there? Nope. Maya was the one who answered her. Now, just sit down and relax. Sophia pointed at the free sofa. You look great, so there's no reason for all the complaining. I hate you. Saying so, Anna hung her head and walked over to the sofa while Ari followed after her. Once we finally go shopping for clothes, I'm going to put you in the shortest skirt I can find. The jaguar looked straight at her. And don't you dare complain about it for even a second. And once we bought it, I'll give it to one of the maids in the castle who's good at sewing, and we're going to have it shortened even more. The princess had the same expression. Oh, I like that plan. Maya showed them a bright smile. I do, too. Chloe had the same reaction. I don't. The blonde disagreed. I don't really have a choice, though, do I? Nope. All four girls replied to her at the same time. Well, it was worth it. She was still looking at the couple. Yup. The cat girl and the fox were doing the same. All of you are the worst, the jaguar couldn't believe them. You know, Maya addressed her. Your words would sting a lot more if your eyes would stop drifting towards Chloe's chest, which is heavily accentuated by the cleavage of her top, every now and then. She immediately turned her head away. Ari? Anna stared right at her in return. Oh, you finally stopped looking at Sophia's breasts, huh? The cat girl wasn't done yet. The princess also turned silent. My, quite a lot that's going on here. Chloe was amazed by how tight the group was in one way or another. Do you really think it's a good idea to join in on this conversation, Miss Who's really strongly shifting around between Sophia and Ari? Maya claimed another victim. By the way, Sophia eventually faced her cat. When will you stop staring at Anna? In about 5 to 7 minutes. She had no shame whatsoever. Wow. The blonde had no idea what or how she should reply to that. Afterward, everyone needed some time to calm down again before they managed to put the topic past them for the time being. Eventually, they got comfy on their sofas and decided to chat about other, more meaningless topics for the rest of the evening. Chapter 281, More About the Fox. The group had finished their baths and changed into something more comfortable. Something with much less fabric, one has to add. Chloe, Maya, and Sophia had already taken a liking to not wearing much when relaxing or going to bed. Because of that, they decided that Anna and Ari should enjoy it, too. As the runaway couple had forgotten to bring pajamas, the trio gave them some spare, which happened to be their skimpiest pieces of clothing for some reason. As 5 lightly dressed girls were a sight to behold, things got slightly weird, especially when all of them were slightly thirsty and most definitely were some sort of perverts. Thanks to that, lots of viewing and appreciating each other was had before the girls could finally calm down and relax for good. Alrighty, now that everyone's got the horny out of their systems and is done looking at naked skin, what else should we do for the rest of the evening? Sophia seemed to be in an excellent mood as she showed everyone in the living room a great smile. Chloe just tilted her head in response. Ah. Hearing the fox girl make a noise, Anna immediately looked at her. I'd love to know more about you. You kind of just appeared and became a part of the group in an instant because you fit in so well, but it happened so fast that I still don't really know much about you. From the bits I heard, you also seem to have experienced a ton, just as our Sophia, and I bet it's super interesting. Sure. She nodded a couple of times. What do you want to know? Let's see, the princess needed a moment to decide on her first question. Well, I might as well ask about this Faye. Faye, I've heard a few times now first. Who is she? Do you have some time? Chloe just looked at her. Can't say I have much planned for the rest of the evening. Well, it's actually not that complicated, but less beating around the bush. Anna was getting impatient. You are not allowed to say these words, my dear. Maya rolled her eyes while she pointed at her with a highly disapproving expression. Haha, the princess had no comeback for that. Anyway. She could not look back at her and continued to focus on Chloe. Let's see. More or less, Faye's my mother. I'm not entirely sure whether I'm her real daughter because she always gets a little evasive on the topic. Still, it feels like it to me, and she also raised me since I was an infant, so. Yep, she's my mother. I see. If you aren't sure about it. Is she not a fox like you? Oh, no, she is. Actually, she is a full fox, just like the wolves of Sophia and Maya. Oh. Well, it's much rarer, but it's not impossible for her to be your mother. With the use of blessing magic and the right parents, that result is totally possible. Anna pointed at Chloe while saying the last part. Ah. Sophia suddenly looked like one of the world's biggest mysteries had suddenly been solved for her. Everyone except Maya looked at her with a confused expression. No, I was just thinking about something. Please continue. Okay. Chloe just nodded again. Well, anyway, Faye raised me, and she's the one who taught me magic, too. The princess suddenly looked at Sophia. Raised and being taught by a full, somewhat of a complicated family backstory and extremely creative when it comes to magic. Well, it is a pretty common thing, you know? It is not. She didn't accept the blonde's answer. Really? You are the princess of this nation. Ari's the daughter of two head maids and plays being a maid herself, and Maya grew up in a rural place with her parents being normal. I don't play being a maid. Ari felt the need to complain here. Anyway, she ignored the jaguar. All of you are unique, while Chloe and I are seemingly quite similar. See? It's much more common than any other of you. Anna went silent for a moment. Is it? She looked at the other two. It is not. Ari and Maya also got loud. Don't let her fool you. Hey. She focused on the blonde again. Eehee. Grr. The tall tiger growled at the blonde one. If the rest of this Feifei is remotely similar to Sophia's Fen, then Fenny, Aura, and Faye actually know each other. Sophia added a few details. Really? Then, I saw that Chloe's as creative as our girl here, but are you also as powerful? From what I can feel, you seem quite similar to myself, though. No, Sophia has much more magic than I have. It recovers at least just as fast as mine, though. If not even faster. She's also super efficient at using it. Much less wasteful than I am. The girl in question felt like praising the fox. So, she is ridiculous, after all? Yup. Maya just nodded in response. Business as usual, I see. Anna decided not to be bothered or jealous about it. Where is she right now, though? Feifei, that is? From the bits I've heard so far, you're waiting for her, right? Chloe suddenly looked slightly awkward while she scratched her cheek. Eh? Did something happen to her? The princess didn't like her reaction. No. Feifei's fine. Something kind of happened to me that made her visit someone to take care of it. Wow, that's a very vague description of the events. Sophia sounded impressed. I have to take notes of that. You're already plenty good at that. Maya just rolled her eyes again. Anna wasn't any less confused when she looked at the fox. What happened to you, then? We ran into some humans, and they said some mean things to me and mentioned wanting to try something even meaner. For some reason, the princess instinctively looked at her fellow tiger in response. Because of that, Feifei got a little scary and decided to teach the humans a thing or two about how she thinks about their behavior. I don't know her yet, but I doubt she'll be overly effective with that. She just shook her head. Even the war Sophia started against them probably won't be solving everything at once. Hey! The warmonger got loud. I didn't start the war. I merely fought and ended it. Let's not get hung up on the little details here. It's not little at all. Sophia felt the need to disagree. Also, Chloe left out the most important bits. What does that mean? She looked back at the fox girl. Well, Feifei can get quite angry. So can be a certain someone. Her stare went back to the blonde once again. Fei seems to be more intense, though. She defended herself. Even Fenny is scared of her. According to Aura and him, she can get really angry. They even said that compared to what I did in the war, I might as well have been only slightly upset back then. Oh. Anna had nothing else to say. Also, Sophia wasn't done yet. I got upset because the humans tried to do something to me and threatened my friends. Feifei got angry because they tried to do something to her daughter. Daughter. She had to say it twice, because it was important. That is worse, yes. The princess nodded in agreement. Much. She was glad that she understood. If anyone ever tries something to my potential future child or whatever, what I did during the war would not even equal to me being slightly upset. I would destroy a continent. Her eyes looked absolutely serious. And you already are plenty scary without that. Anna shivered for a second while she was looking at her fellow tiger. Worst is that I actually believe you. Because it's true. Scary. She shuddered again, before facing Chloe again. Okay, I still don't know where Feifei went. A place with some humans to vent her anger? Pretty much. Poor humans. She had some conflicting emotions about it. By the way, what place exactly? I might have to tell father about it so that he can remove that place from the map if she's even scarier than Sophia in that regard. The human capital. Chloe was awkwardly scratching her cheek again. Oh. Once again, Anna didn't know what else to say. I kind of don't want to tell father about that. Father has way too much on his mind lately, anyway. Any more would probably make his head explode. It almost already did when they found this huge and suspicious lake a good while away from here, where they wanted to build a new outpost city. Suspicious lake. Ari suddenly looked at Sophia. Why does that sound so familiar? She was unable to look her in the eyes. If that already made him lose it, I wonder how he reacted to his daughter having had loud sex in the castle for everyone to hear. Everyone went silent while the faces of the couple in question turned bright red. Sorry, that was too much. Sophia really wanted to change the topic away from the lake she had created, but she overdid it a little. Afterward, as things had gotten a little awkward, Chloe eventually started talking about some of her other trips to cheer the embarrassed couple up a bit and distract their thoughts. She basically told them the same she already mentioned to Sophia, like the desert or the jungle she visited with Faye. Once the jungle came up, Anna and Ari quickly were able to let go of the whole castle fiasco relatively quickly. Something about said jungle made them really twitchy and excited for some reason. Thanks to that, the mood relaxed again, and the girls continued their evening in a cheery manner. Chapter 282, Plans for the Week. The girls were still relaxing in the living room of Sophia's mansion and chatting about all kinds of things. As Anna barely knew Chloe, she wanted to learn more about her and her companion called Feifei she had heard of a few times before. After finding out that said companion can get even angrier than Sophia and is currently teaching the humans in their capital a lesson, she quickly decided not to ask any further questions. It also had gotten a little awkward at some point, but the fox girl quickly managed to fix the atmosphere again by telling them some more about her adventures. The princess and Ari were very interested in the jungle she had previously visited. After all, a jaguar and a tiger are naturally drawn to such an area. I also want to visit that jungle. Anna liked that story a lot. Yes, it sounds like a lot of fun. So did Ari. I get it. I so get. Sophia sympathized greatly with them. I tickled the big cat's bits in them again, didn't I? Chloe awkwardly glanced at Maya while the other three seemed to be quite excited. Yup. She just nodded. Also, wording. Ahaha. Can we go there? The princess raised her voice. Can we go there right now? I would love to. The other tiger was just as loud. Chloe forgot to tell you about the impossible obstacle that is between us and paradise, though. Eh? The princess didn't like the sound of that. It's far from impossible, you stupid cat. The fox girl couldn't deal with Sophia's aversion to being cold. It's just a big icy tundra. Yeah? Anna's eyes opened wide as she cuddled closer to Ari because she had started shivering a little. That's way worse than anything I just imagined. Not exactly my words, but I'd like to agree. Even the jaguar hated the idea. Maya, looking a little tired, Chloe glanced at the cat girl again. I know that you and Sophia agreed to help find a partner for me, but can I make a little request? No feline girl? Someone who likes the cold would be amazing. I'll try my best. Maya just smiled at her. Thank you very much. Don't worry, my dear princess. Sophia gave her fellow tiger a thumbs up. The moment it gets warmer again, I already long decided to head right for it. I like the sound of that. Ari and I will have graduated by then, as well, and we're free to explore it as long as we want. Please make sure to have perfected your portal thingies by then. I don't want to miss it. I'll do my best. Thank you. Sure. As Sophia had already planned to give Anna some of her magic on her birthday, she already had a plan B ready. Still, as she didn't want to reveal that yet, the blonde just rolled with it for the time being. Chloe, let's give it a try Tomo, the day after tomorrow, okay? Tomorrow's Ellie Day, huh? Maya knew why she had changed the day mid-sentence. Yup. Sure. The fox girl gave her a hearty nod. Oh, if you're gone all day tomorrow, could you maybe place 2 portals that are connected to each other in the basement? I want to try and analyze them. It might help. That's a great idea. Sophia liked the plan. I'll do that. Thanks. I didn't have any plan for tomorrow yet, so that will be fun. Can I watch you a little? Anna got interested in it. I probably won't be much help, but I can act as a test subject. You're still hoping to end up on the other side of the continent, aren't you? Maya saw through her in an instant. Yes. She had no intention to hide it. I'll help, too. Ari also jumped on the opportunity. You two really are something else. The cat girl rolled her eyes. Don't you want to do anything more couple-like now that you are, well, a couple? I bet there are more interesting things other than playing with magic in a basement a day or 2 after you got together, right? No offense, Chloe. None taken. She smiled at her. You definitely have a point there. The new couple looked at each other while their cheeks turned red. We might join you a little later. Of course. Chloe then redirected her smile at the two. Don't be too loud at it, though. Maya just had to do it. Hey. They did get loud. What have I just said? Shut up. Eehee. She liked their reaction a lot. You won't ever forget that, will you? Anna just glanced at her with teary eyes. Highly unlikely. Maya shook her head. I'll probably get bored of it once you stop caring, though. Gee, good to know. How about a change of topic? Sophia suddenly said something very unusual to her. Unusual, because it seemed reasonable. Gladly. Anna almost jumped at her in response. What do you want to talk about? Literally anything is fine. Anything? She raised an eyebrow in interest. The princess paused for a moment. And most things are fine. Good save. The blonde smiled at her. No, I wanted to ask about our shopping trip for new clothes. I know I complain a lot about the cold, but... A lot. Chloe needed to make a comment. I rightfully complain a lot about. She stuck out her tongue while glancing at the fox girl. That aside, it's still somewhat manageable right now, but I'd like to get new clothes before it gets cold for real. That's a great idea. Anna liked the plan. Usually, it gets rather warm on the weeks around Ari's and mine birthday, but after that, it plummets fast. We should have everything ready before that happens. Spending a ton of money on clothes is also a great way to distract yourself from other things. Chloe tried to help the couple in her own way. The two were big fans of the idea. I think we could do that on either Wednesday or Thursday. Ari continued. From what I remember from the teachers, one of those days will be a half day while the academy's fully closed on the other because the teachers are getting some lessons from Eluna. Right. The princess seemed to remember the same thing. We aren't needed for that one because it makes little sense that students would teach them. Us being better at magic than them or not aside. I like the sound of that. Sophia started smiling again. I am pretty sure we need a full day because I want to get a lot of clothes. Don't forget the many miniskirts. Curiously enough, it wasn't just Ari, who had the idea as a punishment for putting her in skimpy clothes, that answered her. The blonde could have sworn that all 4 girls replied precisely the same words at the exact same time. She needed a short pause. Sure. Great. Again, all 4 girls liked her reply. I won't be wearing them in public, though. A normal or long skirt, sure, you can choose one for me to wear all the time, but the short or mini ones are for indoor use and your eyes only. Good enough. I hate all of you. We love you, too. Ugh, she didn't actually look angry at all, though. Also, I'll get something nice for all of you, as well. Indoor use only, too. Fine, they were still answering her in unison. Do you also need clothes, Chloe? Sophia then looked at her. I would love for you to join us. Do you ever not want to shop for new clothes? Fair point. Everyone seemed to agree. Well, I don't need to get anything for fall and or winter as my current clothes are more than warm enough, but I definitely want to look at some more. You are weird. The cats looked at her with big eyes while shaking their heads. They just couldn't believe her clothes would even remotely be warm enough. Of course, I'm the problem here. Yes. Anyway, the fox girl decided to ignore their protests. I might see some nice clothes I want, so I'd like to accompany all of you. Also, she eventually glanced at the blonde. I don't want to miss seeing Sophia in an ultra mini skirt. No one ever said anything about ultra. I did just now, though? Chloe just tilted her head. Yep, I heard her saying it, too. Ari nodded in return. I like that idea, so we're going with that. Now doesn't count. It does. Everyone disagreed with her. That reminds me, Anna suddenly faced the fox girl. Yes, it's a great idea for you to come with us. I need to give you something as thanks for that. She pointed at her own chest, or rather at the top that barely managed to cover her breasts, that she had gotten from Chloe. Compared to what I will choose for you, Sophia's ultra deluxe extreme super mini skirt will be modest. Did the adjectives just increase again? The future owner of such a skirt got loud. By many times, I want to add. Just your imagination. The princess shook her head. Really? Really? Everyone agreed with the tall tiger. Weird. Sure, I don't mind. Chloe ignored the short tiger and looked back at Anna while pointing at herself. As you can see, I don't have much of a problem with skimpy clothes. In fact, I prefer them because I overheat really fast. During the summer months, it's not impossible to see me in my underwear only if I get comfy enough around you and forget about my clothes. I actually almost left my room in underwear this morning before I remembered where I was. I might even have to concentrate on remembering to put on anything at all once it gets really hot. The future looks bright, is what Maya and Ari want to say. Sophia looked quite cheery during her exclamation. Hey! The cat girl glared at her tiger. That was all she said, though. She made no effort to try and deny Sophia's claim. Ari didn't say anything at all. Anna wasn't sure how she should react to the jaguar's complete absence of said reaction. Well, I guess I have to find something else for you, then. I look forward to it. Chloe was having fun. The girls kept chatting for a good while longer and made some concrete plans for their shopping trip, but as it was slowly getting late, they decided to head to their rooms at some point to get ready to sleep. Chapter 283, Thanks for the confirmation. The girls were having a good time chatting together during the evening. The big cats, Sophia, Anna, and Ari, were very interested in Chloe's story about the jungle she had visited in the past, and they made a promise to visit that place the moment it gets warm in spring again. Afterward, the group made more specific plans about their scheduled shopping trip to get some clothes for the fall and winter seasons. And some skimpy clothes for Sophia as revenge for having put Ari into them. Good morning, the following day started a little late. For some of them, at least. Maya and Ari had been up for a while already and were currently in the middle of preparing breakfast when their sleepy-looking tigers arrived in the kitchen together while letting out a small yawn at the same time. Oh ho, the loud one from last night is finally up. Maya smiled at the princess. Good morning. Yeah? Anna's face immediately went red. Ah, right. Sophia's face lit up. I totally forgot about that, but seriously. She then looked at Ari. You two sure are intense for the noise to even reach our bedroom. Yeah? The jaguar had the same reaction. Why you heard us? There's no way. Anna raised her voice. I even had Ari press a pillow on my face so that I shut up when my voice. Wow. The duo seemed impressed. Kinky. Their faces got even redder. By the way, the cat girl's grin got even bigger. We didn't hear a thing. Yup. Sophia nodded. We just wanted to mess with you a little bit. Thanks for the confirmation, though. Anna and Ari hid their faces behind their hands to hide their embarrassment. Good morning. While the duo was having a great time teasing the couple, Chloe also arrived in the kitchen and gave everyone an energetic greeting. Oh, there's the other loud one. Maya went for it a second time. Yeah. Sophia was directly in on it. Quite the feat for being alone. Were the goods from your shopping trip that good? She remembered when she mentioned the toy store to the fox girl to get rid of some things that had penned up. There's just no way you heard me. Surprisingly, Chloe had stayed completely calm. I used magic to block every sound coming out or going into my room. It's simply impossible for you to have heard me trying out the stuff I bought. You're right. We didn't hear a thing. Sophia smiled at her. We were just messing with you. Thanks for the confirmation, though. Maya also was smiling broadly. Her expression turned much less calm in an instant, and the color of her cheeks turned to the same red as the still blushing couple. So many perverts here. The blonde let out a sigh afterward. Should I tell them what you did last night? Maya wasn't done with her morning teasing routine yet. And no, I'm good, there really were a lot of perverts in the mansion right now. You started it, though. That's a different topic. I hate you. You fooled me really well last night, then. Ugh. Hee. Maya enjoyed her reaction before she suddenly stared at Chloe again. Wait a moment. What did you just say? You used magic to mask the noise coming from your room? Yes. Anna and Ari stopped being embarrassed instantly and stared at the fox girl. Teach us how to do that. They were very interested in it. Sophia, why haven't you come up with that yet? Maya looked back at her tiger. It could have saved us a lot of trouble with our wolves. Well. The blonde awkwardly scratched her cheeks. It's not that I didn't come up with it, but I knew I'd forget to use it. After all, a certain someone is always so eager, and we always forget about all kinds of precautions. Then stop being so eager all the time. Shut up. Sophia didn't let her cat have this round. Fair enough. She didn't fight back. Chloe was still embarrassed, but she also had something to add. You could permanently use it on a room, and automatically power it with your magic when you're inside. A little like the heated floors. The blonde awkwardly scratched her cheek again. I hadn't thought about that. We're doing that right this evening. Maya liked the idea. Ari and Anna started trembling a little. If only we would have met you a week earlier and found out about this magic. The jaguar looked devastated. Ahaha, Chloe had no idea what to say other than reacting with an awkward laugh. I'm sorry. It's not your fault. Anyway, Sophia seemingly had enough about the topic. How's breakfast coming along? Just a couple more minutes, Maya answered her. Feel free to get the table ready if you want to. Sure. Nodding a few times, the blonde went over to the cupboard with the dishes to get everything she needed for that. I'll help. Chloe went right after her. I'll do anything to change the topic for good. With her head still hung, Anna also followed the duo. Should we finish the preparations for the breakfast? Afterward, the cat girl glanced back at the jaguar while showing her a slight smile. Yes. A little while later, the girls all had breakfast together while chatting about meaningless topics only for a change. Sophia and even Maya felt it was time to take a break from it for a little while. That was good. The blonde was in a good mood after they were done with their breakfast. Thanks. Yeah. She wasn't alone with that. Alrighty, I want to head over to the castle immediately. It feels like forever since I last cuddled with Ellie. Sophia was very giddy. Doesn't the saying usually say that you haven't seen someone in forever? Chloe tilted her head in response. No. Okay. She had no intention of asking any further questions. Before you go, could you place the 2 portals in the basement for me to experiment on like we mentioned yesterday? Of course. The blonde nodded a few times in agreement. Any other requests before we go? If you could fetch some clothes for us, that would be amazing. Anna also looked at her. Sure, no problem. Some of our pajamas, too. Ari immediately joined the conversation. On second thought, I'm not sure if we have the time to collect clothes. Sophia immediately changed her opinion. Yeah, we're on a tight schedule with Ellie. Maya felt the same about the topic. Them not wanting to tease them didn't last overly long. Hey! The two didn't like the reaction. Hee. Maya liked theirs, though. Sure, we see what we can do. Thank you. Can you also, try and find out how the mood in the castle is? Anna's face turned slightly red again. I want to know how bad it really is. Oh, that sounds like fun. The blonde was a fan of the idea. It does not. The couple had a different opinion again. Well, I felt like paying the king a visit, anyway. I'll try to see how he feels about the whole situation. Don't worry. If our dear Menzer gets complicated, I'll kick his butt. Thank you very much. What a thing to say. Chloe was amazed by the casual-sounding conversation that involved kicking the king of the nation they were in. He's earned his fair share of kicks already, don't worry. Sophia just smiled at her. I am not exactly sure if that makes me less worry. It's fine. She was still smiling at the fox girl. Anything else we should bring? The blonde then faced the couple again. Bathroom goods? Creams, conditioners? Anything on you in case period's coming up? And you compared me to a mom in the past. Ari just stared at her. Sophia wasn't sure how to reply to that. Well, you two went through a lot, and I teased you a lot, so. Let me be helpful. Thank you. I'll ignore the teasing part. The jaguar liked her intention. Most of it, at least. Mine should actually come up soon, so I managed to prepare for it, Anna replied to her. I'm good in that regard. I also threw half of my bathroom utensils into one of the bags we brought with us. When it comes to all of that, we're more than prepared. And yet, you forgot to bring pajamas or anything else to sleep in. The blonde tilted her head. Alrighty. Sophia felt like it was enough. Afterward, the group went into the basement, where Sophia created 2 portals for Chloe to play with to find out how they work. After all, it would probably help them a lot when they want to enchant items with the same technique to make them portable. I'm going to have so much fun with this. The fox girl was smiling broadly while staring at the portals with sparkling eyes. Ari, seeing that, Maya faced the jaguar. I'm a little worried about the mansion. Would you mind checking in on her once in a while? Judging by my experience with Sophia, she shouldn't be left unsupervised for too long. Of course. She understood perfectly what the cat girl was implying. I want to spend some time with Anna, but I'll have an eye on her every now and then. I'm also a little interested in it, after all. Don't be too loud during your time with the princess, though. Sophia couldn't let go of it. Maya already upset our neighbors quite a bit when she couldn't stop with the explosions in our garden, so I don't want to get on their bad side even more. Hey! Anna, Ari, and Maya got loud. Good thing we're in the basement. Oh. Chloe suddenly clapped her hands while she smiled at the couple. Should I use my sound dampening magic on your room? You can be as loud as you want, then. I didn't mean that when saying that I want to spend time with her. The jaguar raised her voice even more when she glared at the fox girl. Oh. I see. There was not a hint of sass or teasing in her voice. Well, just ask me if you change your mind. Sure, Ari didn't know how to react to her earnest reply. Once all of that was dealt with, Sophia and Maya finally left to meet up with Ellie in the castle, silently hoping their mansion would still be there when they returned. Chapter 284, So That's How It Works. Sophia and Maya were still going strong with teasing the loud couple and even tried their luck on Chloe while they were at it, but the fox girl was smarter than them and boasted about having invented magic that's able to mask every sound she makes. Though, she didn't notice that mentioning this also meant admitting to having done something loud during the night. Once they had breakfast together and finished a few other preparations, the duo left Anna, Ari, and Chloe behind in their mansion to visit Ellie in the castle. Arriving in the castle, Sophia looked around in the entrance hall while studying the people running around there. Everyone seems to be pretty normal to me. It feels a little like they're trying to avoid our queen, though. Maya was doing the same before she faced Kira in front of them. Said Queen awkwardly scratched her cheek. Half of them is too embarrassed to face me, and the other half has already gotten a talking from me. The couple had a similar reaction. Do you think it will become any better until your birthday, when the idiots plan to return? Sophia looked at her, as well. Everyone who's trying to ruin the mood on my birthday when my girls return will be kicked out of the castle. Kira raised her voice to a level loud enough for everyone in the entrance hall to hear. It's that easy. There was not even a shred of joking in her voice. Immediately after, the entrance hall emptied out pretty quick. Wow. The couple had nothing to add to that. You're great. I know. As the topic came up already, how does the big boss feel about it? Sophia glanced at the fleeing people before focusing on the queen. He heard his daughter becoming an adult, after all. Or however you want to call those events. Yes, Kira nodded. He and the 15 ministers he received here in this very entrance hall had heard them. The two needed a moment to get past that. So, I wonder if I can kick the king out of his castle. From her expression, Kira earnestly seemed to be thinking about it. That bad? He cancelled the meeting with the ministers when it happened, and he hasn't left his office since then. Wow. Wait. The blonde raised her voice. That was the day before yesterday, wasn't it? Yes. There's just no way it's okay for the king to mope around for 2 days, isn't it? It's not like he's of any use right now. Kira let out a sigh. He's behaving like the biggest child right now, throwing a gigantic temper tantrum. The two weren't the absolute closest, because Anna's a little complicated, but she's still his little girl. Dads be dads, I guess? Have fun with that once you meet mine, Sophia. Maya seemed to understand the issue a little. Well, he's actually not that bad. I think. I'll try my best. She got a little nervous before concentrating on the queen yet again. Would you mind if I try my luck on him? Do you have a plan? I liked the idea of kicking his butt quite a lot. I'm fairly sure I could kick him right out of the window and away from the castle. Oh ho, I'm a big fan of that plan. I'm pretty sure that's a very serious of high-level treason or something like that, isn't it? Says the one who tried to attack the first princess on the day they met. Maya had nothing to defend herself with against the blonde's remark. It's fine. Kira waved her hand. If the queen allows you to get physical on him, no one will blame you for anything. Perfect. Sophia started smiling. Let's have a nice talk with His Majesty. Have fun. Kira looked forward to it. I'll sit that one out. The catgirl had mixed feelings about it. I don't disagree, and he earns a kick or two, but I think I'll go and collect some clothes for the loud idiot couple. Make sure to forget their pajamas, though. Of course. Kira tilted her head in response. Don't worry about it. The two just smiled at her. Afterward, the three went their own ways, and Sophia headed straight for the king's office. Fortunately, thanks to her detection magic, it actually was pretty straight for her circumstances, and she only got lost 3 times as the tiger knew where Menzer was but not how to get there. Oh, hello. In front of his office, she then ran into one of the jaguar head maids. She was a little smaller, only marginally taller than the tiger, and had dark yellow hair with many black rosettes in it. It was more or less the exact opposite of Ari. Welcome. She did a little curtsy while she greeted her. I'm sorry to inform you that His Majesty currently doesn't receive any guests. I know. Sophia nodded. The queen sent me to kick his butt. Oh my, that's a lovely idea. The maid's eyes lit up. I wasn't expecting that answer. Our dear king is acting way too much like a spoilt child, and it's time he stops that. I want my Ari back here. You know her? The blonde tilted her head. Ah, of course you would. She had no idea why she asked this question. I know her very well. The jaguar smiled at her. She came out of me, after all. She needed a moment. Ah. You're her mother? That I am. One of them, the one that birthed her. Right. Sophia nodded a few times. She told me that she's the daughter of two of the head maids. It's nice to meet you. Well, meet you better, I guess. We saw each other a couple of times already, after all. That is true. I'm Daria, by the way. Sophia. I know. Ahaha. How is our idiot doing? She's at your home, isn't she? She's quite loud, but other than that, she's doing fine. Daria took a short pause. Okay, that was a good one. Glad to see that you can take a joke about it already. Sophia was glad that she didn't seem overly upset about it. Well, she's terribly embarrassed about everything, but it's getting better already. Kira's doing a good job about beating everything here into shape for them to shut up about it, too. So, if I go and beat up the king, the two should be good to return in a few days, right in time for the queen's birthday. Those are splendid news. Granted, I can convince the king to stop being an idiot over his daughter having grown up. Her expression turned awkward. Please do your best. Obviously. She gave her a thumbs up. Having Ari and Anna stay at my place is fun, but not under such circumstances. Thank you. All right. Sophia then faced the door to Menzer's office, but she quickly stopped and glanced at the jaguar again. Now that we met after Ari told me she has two moms. Do you mind if I ask a few questions? While she did want to stall the confrontation a little, the tiger really was terribly curious about many things. Well, there's no way His Majesty will run away, so. What do you want to know? I grew up in a very remote place, and I am extremely ignorant about many things. I only learned about the blessing magic after arriving in the capital. I was extremely shocked that I, a girl that likes girls, am actually able to have her own child if she wants to. Do you want to? Yes. The blonde gave her a strong reply. Not right now, it's too early, but I want a future for myself that involves this magic. I see. So, you want to know how it actually works? Exactly. She nodded a few times. First, though, how does it work for two men? It has absolutely no relation to me, but it has been bugging me ever since I heard about it. I mean, they don't come equipped with the necessaries to birth a child as we do they? Ahaha, no, they do not. She let out a small chuckle. For them, it's, unfortunately, a little more complicated. They need a third party, a surrogate mother for it. Ah, I see. That mother only carries out the child, though. She has no other relation to it. Both male parents provide everything that is needed for the child. In one way or another, one provides the regular male part converted to magic, while the other replaces the female part that is used instead of the surrogate mother's with his own. These fuses together like it would regularly happen, forming the child which is then carried out. Oh, I see. Sophia sounded honestly interested. For us, our partner mixes her magic with mine, and I then carry it out in my womb, I guess? Not quite. Daria shook her head. If you're the birth-giving mother, everything about the pregnancy will be completely normal for you. Eh? You only use your magic to accept and consent to your partner's blessing. Her magic will, in a way, act like sperm, and the conception aside, everything else will happen completely like it's biologically intended. Well, there is one thing that differs from a hetero couple. For both types of same-sex couples. Seriously? She hadn't expected it to be that normal. The biological gender of your child is fixed. Two women can only have a girl. There simply is no information about the other gender the child could receive. That's also why the population of women is somewhat higher than men. It's easier for them to have children, after all. I see, Sophia scratched her cheek. Well, that ruins the surprise, but to be perfectly honest, those are great news. I would rather have a daughter, anyway. Not that I wouldn't have loved my son to death, of course. Yep. The jaguar nodded. Still, it's mind-blowing that everything else about the pregnancy is that normal. All of the amazing side effects of a pregnancy included. Have fun with the morning sickness, mood swings, weird cravings, weight gain, and many more things I rather not remember. Well, it gave me 2 lovely daughters, so I don't have anything to complain about. It's an unforgettable experience I wouldn't trade for anything in the world. I can imagine. She had not noticed a single shred of spite in her voice when Daria listed the side effects, either. Wait, 2? Ari has a sister? Yes. She's a few years older than our Ari. She left the castle a few years ago to travel with the prince. My wife gave birth to her. Oh, the guy Anna told me about, and I definitely remember. Her eyes started darting around. Oh, are those 2? Nope. The maid shook her head. Nothing like Anna and Ari. They love each other and are inseparable, but it's completely platonic. They're basically like any other siblings. Also, the prince is completely useless without her, so she had no choice other than going with him. I'm starting to see a pattern here. Our dear princess would be just as lost. I neither deny nor conf. What am I saying? Of course, you are right. Daria couldn't finish her sentence while staying serious. Okay, back to the topic. Sophia still had more questions. Conception aside, everything is perfectly natural. So, how does the conception happen? It's fairly unspectacular. Your partner puts her hand on your stomach and recites the blessing chant while you use the one to accept the blessing. And then, you're pregnant. Pretty much. Although, it can happen that you need a few tries. As the part for the conceiving mother is more or less completely biological, some variables can cause you to have to try again. It basically doesn't work when you're on your period or on other days where you most likely wouldn't get pregnant from a man, either. Wow. Oh. She suddenly clapped her hands. It wasn't a thing back when we made Ari, but for girl couples, blessing magic actually has advanced quite a bit. Even the conception now can be basically completely normal. Huh? Sophia looked surprised while she tilted her head. They developed some, tools that recreate more or less everything. The blonde needed a moment. Toys. Spoiler. Highly advanced magical toys. If you are into being penetrated, there are ways to make it seem more biological. Recreation of fluids that get shot into you included. She needed a moment. Go on. Interested? Well, it can feel pretty nice, and the liquid part sounds intriguing. If neither of those are attached to, or coming from guys, I'm not interested. It's not the penetrating device that is, the problem. The part where it's usually attached to, the male person, that's of zero interest for me. I prefer other things, but you are not wrong. I never said that it's my preferred method. But toys that reenact the act can sometimes be quite fun. Though, the original, shape and look aren't overly cute. Some changes there could make it better. Then again, for the most part, it's function over form, so. Fair enough. I completely agree. Wait, why am I talking about dildos with the mother of one of my best friends? Sophia finally noticed how bizarre the situation was. Good question. Daria also tilted her head. The more natural method of blessing magic. Think of it as a magic dildo. That's how we ended here. Okay. I really am intrigued now. It even attaches somewhat magical, with some sort of suction power. Not only that, if the wearer penetrates someone with it, the feeling is transmitted to them as the dildo is placed over and somehow connected to the clitoris. The blonde wanted to scream that this world is way too advanced in the weirdest ways, as she usually does when she heard how perverted the inhabitants could be, but she managed to keep that to herself. That sure is something. It comes with even more features. It constantly converts tiny amounts of the wearer's magic into a sort of liquid that acts as a lubricant and aphrodisiac for the partner. It makes you hornier. Pretty much. That's amazing. The tiger wasn't sure what else to say. So, it's some sort of Uber toy. I'm definitely going to tell Maya about it as soon as I see her later. How does all that relate to the blessing magic, though? Also, please give me the address of the store where you can get it. Eehee, you're an honest one, huh? Daria let out a small chuckle again. Sure, I'll write it down for you. This very tool has another function. Once it's attached to the wearer, both of you can use the blessing magic on it instead. Afterward, while it's in use, it charges up with the wearer's magic, and once it's ready, it shoots the converted and usable magical liquid into you. Thanks to the aphrodisiac, it also comes with a guaranteed orgasm for both of you. Sophia had no words. Even more. She wasn't done yet. I've heard that this function works without the blessing magic, as well. Just to have fun with the almost real deal. Something in between apparently is also possible. In between. It makes it random. You activate the blessing magic, but it's not guaranteed that it actually uses the stored magic for the blessing or just as a load. You can get pregnant, but it's not guaranteed when or if. Like when you do it with a man. Why? For the kick? The jaguar tilted her head. Like you're okay with becoming pregnant, but you don't absolutely want to? To play with fire, maybe? Perverts are weird. It was the only conclusion Sophia could reach. You wouldn't be interested in it? When you have reached the point of being ready for a child but aren't sure about the when and how yet. You'll only notice that you're pregnant once you start noticing symptoms like a missed period or morning sickness. If you ask me, I can see the appeal. Her expression turned awkward. Anyway, back to the function without the blessing magic involved. It's all the fun but no risk, right? She decided to answer her question by not answering. So I've heard. I've heard, you say. Sophia stared at her for a moment. You can't fool me. You and your wife totally have it. There were way too many details for you to just have heard about it. Now I finally know why Ari is also such a pervert after you get to know her. Daria scratched her cheek. It's pretty amazing every now and then. The designs are something else, too. You can get colorful and very interesting shaped ones, but natural tones and sizes are also an option. If you get the right one, it even looks like it actually belongs there. Okay. I'll go and kick the king's butt now. I expect a piece of paper with an address on it once I'm back. Of course. Collapse. Afterward, once the deep blush on her cheeks had calmed down a little, Sophia finally started what she had initially planned to do: beat up the king of this nation. Having gotten sex tips from the mother of her best friend was a rather unexpected experience. She wasn't going to complain, though. Chapter 285, Sophia vs. Menzer. Sophia and Maya went to the castle to meet Ellie, but they also had some other things on their agenda. They chatted with Kira and found out that she was already dealing with the issue by threatening most people in the castle with a bad time if they ever made the girls uncomfortable. The king was a different topic, though. Having heard that his little girl had become an adult, Menzer had taken quite some damage from it and had shut himself into his office like a pouting child would do. Sophia, highly motivated to kick his butt, ran into one of Ari's mothers, Daria, on the way, and the blonde had learned a lot from her regarding the blessing magic as she was pretty interested in that. She also discovered that the world is even more perverted than she had thought as the two ended up talking about some highly elaborate toys. She was pretty interested in them, though. She, too, is a resident of this perverted world, after all. All right. After she had ended her chat with Ari's mother, Sophia flung open the door to Menzer's office and loudly announced her arrival. Daria. I told you to let know, Sophia. He noticed who had entered his office and knew he couldn't blame the maid for not stopping her. Hey. She waved at him with a big smile after she closed the door. Still throwing a petty tantrum? After the great chat with the jaguar maid, she was in a spending mood. Hey. Menzer wasn't. I'm still the king of this nation. Show me some respect. His mood was awful. We both know that our relationship doesn't work like that. You have no power over me. I love this place, so our interests align, but you still have to earn my respect. Usually, I do, but right now, you have a lot of work to do for that, though. Her voice turned a lot more serious as she sat down on the free sofa opposite of him. He stared at her for a few moments. What do you want? For you to stop acting like a child. I am not. Your wife says otherwise, though. She even authorized me to kick you out of the castle if you continue to do so. Just so you know, said kick will be literally. She pointed at the window behind him. Why do you look so serious? Because I am? The blonde only tilted her head. Kira even said it's fine because I have her permission. Can you really blame me? The entire castle heard my baby when she had sex with the person she loves? I didn't even know that she and Ari were. You should resign as the king, Sophia let out a sigh. If you hadn't even noticed that, I can't even fathom how you could possibly know about anything that is going on in the kingdom. I recently met a girl that lives in a village over 100 kilometers away from here and saw the two twice when she visited the capital. She didn't believe me when I told her the two weren't a couple at that point. It's that obvious. Everyone besides you knew about the two. Most were rooting for them, too. Her parents and your wife included. I mean, I knew that there was something going on, but not that. Okay. Sophia scratched her cheek. That is an argument. Few probably had seen their speed run coming. I get that it was awkward, but is hiding in your office and being mopey really the right thing to do? If you were feeling like this, imagine how those two had felt when they discovered that everyone had heard them. They ran away from home and even asked me to bring them to the other end of the continent. That's. Don't worry, I have no plans to do so. Thank you. I won't let them come home until everything here returns to normal, though. You're the biggest obstacle for that right now. The whole castle staff is acting awkward. Not for much longer. The blonde shook her head. Kira is working hard on that. She had already threatened many people, and when we were in the entrance hall earlier, she also announced that she'll kick everyone out, which could make them feel uncomfortable when the two returned. I even recognized some of the tiger ministers that ran away afterward. She can't do that. We need those people. He got flustered. More than your daughter? Menzer instantly turned silent. Anyone who gets flustered over something like that for a prolonged time and can't separate work from such highly private matters isn't worth their money. Get rid of them and replace them with someone competent. There are many people out there that can handle such a job, but you only have one daughter that goes by the name of Anna. Yes, you are the king and have to be responsible for a whole country, but you're also a father. The king was just listening. Are you planning to fail at both? Keep people who are seemingly incompetent about everything except the work itself and scare away your daughter for good. Sure, there will be a stupid comment every now and then, those two really messed up after all, but if the general mood stays like that, you failed on many levels. On top of you already having failed personally because you're still throwing a tantrum 2 days after it happened. There is still time, though. Everything will turn out alright if you get over it before Kira's birthday. The two plan to come back for that, but that won't be happening if you aren't back to normal by then. Imagine how happy Kira will be if you don't, and they won't be able to come to her birthday because of you. Me kicking you out of this window using that foot will most likely be preferable. Sophia first pointed at her foot before gesturing at the window behind him again. Why are female tigers so much more aggressive than the male ones? Because the males are useless. Hey. I'm kidding. She started smiling again. You are not a good example right now, though. He went silent once more. Can I try to keep you here again? I want you in a high position so that you can give everyone a figurative kick in the butt when something goes awry. Sorry, figurative kicks are rare for me. I usually only do literal ones. Just as good. You know that that's not going to happen. Yes. Good. Just bury yours and the nose of every minister and high figure into work to keep them busy. Make everyone so busy that they have no time to do anything else. Everyone that still gets awkward over the Anna and Ari topic can go because they obviously aren't giving it their all. Give their names to Kira, and it'll be dealt with before anyone even notices. I can try that, yes. Just make sure that I won't be adding your name to that list. Why, yes. I'm sure you have one or two big problems that everyone can wreck their heads over, right? Throw everyone at your disposal at it to solve it. Well, there's still that gigantic lake that appeared out of nowhere where we plan to build a new outpost city. No one has an idea what is going on there. Do you think being angry at something would distract your attention from the awkward situation? Maybe? That depends on how angry I get. Menzer tilted his head. Why? Sophia suddenly stood up and walked closer to the door. Fan and I created that lake. We played around with magic, and it went completely out of control. One gigantic explosion later, we turned the hole into a lake to hide the massive crater. What? Menzer got loud. There was no one to reply anymore as the blonde had already left his office before closing the door behind her. Sophia. He got even louder. What did you do? On the other side of the door, Maya was already waiting for her tiger. Maya? She hadn't expected her. So? I gave him something else to distract over to forget about the loud idiots. Oh? The cat girl got interested. What could possibly be distracting enough for that? I told him about the Lake Fenny and I created. Seriously? Yup. Well, that definitely will distract him. Are you sure about that, though? I am sure he'll be super annoying about it in the long run. Well, that's how much I love Anna and Ari. Ah. And that's why I'll use them as a buffer once everything returns to normal in the castle again. That's the girl I know and love. Ehe. She had to chuckle at that. By the way, where's Daria? Daria? The jaguar maid that was guarding the door. Ah. I was on my way to Anna's room to get some clothes for her after I got Ari's and walked past here. She told me that she has something to do, and there's currently no need to be on standby with you inside with the king. I decided to wait here instead as I was in no hurry. I see. She gave me this letter with an address I never heard about it before, though. She presented a small envelope. For some reason, she was also smiling broadly while she was handing it over. Do you have any idea what is going on? Yup. She nodded a few times and also started smiling. I can't wait. By the way, that was Ari's mother. Well, one of them. Really? Did you chat about anything interesting with her before visiting the king? Oh, you have no idea. Her smile got even broader. Afterward, she tilted her head and took a small break because she had no idea where to start and what to tell Maya first. Chapter 286, Intrigued Cat. Sophia met with King Menzer and told him all about how she felt about him throwing a tantrum over his daughter having done what she did. Having threatened multiple times to literally kick him out of the castle while gesturing at the window behind them if he didn't stop, Menzer eventually started caving in. Sophia gave him many tips to get over it. Together with admitting that she's responsible for the gigantic lake in the area where the king planned to create an outpost for which no one had an explanation, to further distract him from being awkward. Did you know that female same-sex couples can only have children of the same biological gender, too? Meaning, if we have kids, it will definitely be a daughter. After Sophia had parted with the king, she reunited with Maya, who was waiting for her already, and started telling her about the topics she had chatted with Ari's mother beforehand. Oh, really? Maya's face immediately turned a little red because she wasn't expecting for this topic to come up. Well, I did notice that all the same-sex couples I met so far had the same type of children, but I haven't given it much thought. I mean, it wouldn't be impossible for it to be a coincidence. Yup. She nodded. Well, to be honest, I'm not sure how you feel about it, but I'm actually a tiny little bit happy about it. I would have preferred a daughter, anyway. And me, too. I would have no idea how to raise a boy. The bond between mother and daughter normally is tighter, too. And I would like that. Yes. The blonde felt the same. Did she tell you anything else about the blessing magic? Though still embarrassed, the cat girl had gotten curious about it. I know that it is a thing and what the purpose is, but I never looked that deeply into it before. I asked her about everything she knew. I was super surprised about how it actually works in detail. Why? Male couples aside, it's basically completely natural for us. That means the mother that gives birth to the child has a 100% normal pregnancy. She even gets pregnant without any extras. Yeah? Maya tilted her head. I thought blessing magic is magic? Like, we mix our magics together, which is the basis for our child when it grows in either of our wombs. That's more or less how it works for male couples and a surrogate mother. Oh, she sounded impressed. What about us girls, then? Each of us has to do a different chant for the blessing. For example, you have to do something that turns your magic into something that roughly has the properties of sperm in terms of the information about you it carries, and I have to use the magic merely to accept it, or rather, you. Once it enters me, everything happens as if the information came from a man in the biological way. Seriously? I had the same reaction. That is amazing in one way or another. I knew the child is completely normal in the biological sense, but I had no idea it's that natural. Yes. Wait, how does my information enter you? Maya's expression suddenly turned complicated. How does it? I get inside of you. In the traditional way of the magic, you, simply place your hand on my stomach, and we both do our parts of the chant. Really? She tilted her head and then placed her hand on Sophia's lower abdomen before she gently pressed on it with her fingers. Like this. She had touched her tiger many times before, but something about this made her a little nervous. Pretty much, the blonde's face, too, was turning redder with each passing moment. Has she told you the chants? She was still touching Sophia's stomach when she asked that question. The tiger's expression finally had lost its remaining composure, and her blush surpassed any level of embarrassment she had shown on her face in the past. And no, she has not. I see. While her blush wasn't any less intense, the cat girl still had her hand gently placed on Sophia's lower abdomen, right where her uterus would be inside. Why, you are scaring me a little right now. Unable to bear it any longer, Sophia took a step away from her to prevent her face from lighting on fire. Although, the moment she touched her stomach with her own hand in the place Maya was touching, her blush only worsened. Sorry about that. The cat girl glanced at her hand for a moment before looking at the blonde. I just felt like doing it. That's not something you just do. The tiger got loud. Yes. It made me curious, and my body kinda acted on its own. Bad body. And more importantly, Maya then focused her attention on Sophia's bright red first. Why are you blushing more than back when we first met, and I clung to your arm? You were the one who was able to deal with the whole sea children and blessing magic stuff with ease before. I always turned into a mess there. I don't know, she took a small break. Daria telling me that it's so natural for us, and just how easy it to use. And not to mention that she's the mother of Ari, the proof that it works. Then, you actually putting your hand on my stomach while I was telling you about it. It finally started feeling real for you. Sophia went silent for another moment. Why yes. Don't you dare to ever tell Kira about this. She loves this topic way too much, and if she finds out that you also turn into a mess now when it comes up. Is that really the most important part here? Is there anything else you want to tell me about the topic? Saying so, Maya once more brought her hand closer to Sophia's stomach. Stop it. She got louder again. You know that complicated magic and I don't along. What if I mess up when you touch it and then, bam. Bam, and you're pregnant? Yes. I highly doubt that. How often did you say those very same words when it came to me in magic? Maya went silent and actually pulled her hand away. See? Well, I still don't think that's possible. The big C said you have to use your tiger magic and not the other one, right? She decided against mentioning Kinnear's name in the castle. That magic is the one that's reasonable, right? Bound by the regulations of magic, that is. Right. She looked noticeably relieved. Being a tiger is the best. Well, according to him, that also makes you able to use it in the first place, so. It's also the root for your current embarrassment. Shut up. Good. The cat girl smiled at her. Sounds like you calmed down. Thanks. Now, stay like that. It's my job to freak out over this topic. You already freak out over everything else, so leave the child thing to me. You know how greedy I am. Idiot. Ehe. The blonde had gotten over it for the time being. Still, Maya tilted her head. It's kinda nice that it works so easy. Simply placing your hand on the other's stomach and doing the blessing chant, but it's also pretty lackluster for such an important event, isn't it? Oh ho, you're in for a treat now. Sophia's smile changed into a full grin. Have you heard about magic dildos already? I like the sound of that. I can't say I have, though. The cat girl looked very interested. I did, too. Afterward, with an even bigger grin, the tiger told her everything about the magical device Daria had told her beforehand. Wow, Maya looked a little overwhelmed after the blonde was done talking. Seriously, wow. I said it before, and I'll say it again, everyone in this world is a pervert. I have to agree. The cat girl just nodded a few times. It's a fantastic world, isn't it? Absolutely. Her nodding got even stronger. So, in summary, you can use all those amazing features without activating the blessing, too? According to Daria, yes. Yes, you can. Awesome. Maya sounded slightly excited. Is only the, let's call it, natural shape available, but are there some cuter versions on sale, as well? Making it look like the real thing is kinda intriguing for, role-playing purposes, I think. She had a somewhat complicated expression. Still, let's face it, good fitment, judging by the more realistic toy we got for fun, aside, it's not the most aesthetically pleasing thing to look at. Like, at all. It was a bit of a turnoff when we actually tried to use it. More than a bit, if I'm honest. Exotic-looking things with a good shape are way more fun. Yup. Same here. Sophia agreed. Good news, you can get all the colors you want, and shapes that are fit for insertion are available. Nice. She started smiling again. Wait, why were you talking about dildos with Ari's mother in the first place? Weird how stuff like that happens, huh? She just shrugged. One thing led to another when she told me about the most natural version of conceiving a child between two girls. Natural is relatively speaking there, though. It's the most biological sound, at least, I'd say. Natural, she says. The cat girl rolled her eyes. The girls that invented that thing were just horny beyond saving when they came up with it. I am 94% sure the blessing add-on was just an afterthought. I'm totally with you on that. Bless those girls. I know, right? Sophia fully agreed with her assessment of the invention. So, where do we get this thing? Why do you think Daria gave you a letter with an address earlier? I love you. Good answer. The tiger smiled at her. I love you, too. Let's go there tomorrow. We are so going to do that. By the way, Maya looked right at her. Can I wear it first? I want to use it on you. Oh ho. Sophia's eyes lit up. It sounds pretty enticing to find out about all it can do inside. When you're the one doing it, at least. Well, almost all of it, I want to add. We're definitely going to swap, though. I'm not going to let you have all the fun of that side to yourself. Sure. She gave her a thumbs up. I bet it's also pretty intriguing to be on the giving side. While being in an excellent mood, the couple kept planning their nightly activities while walking toward Anna's room to collect some of her clothes, because Maya hadn't had the chance to do that yet. Chapter 287, Shortcut. Sophia told Maya about everything Daria had told her about the blessing magic, as the catgirl was also curious about it. She knew it was a thing, but until recently, she never cared about how it worked in detail. The tiger had explained it in great detail, and Maya even acted out a part of the explanation by placing her hand on Sophia's stomach right above her uterus in the way you're supposed to do it. All of that was too much for the tiger, and the concept finally became real for her. Up until now, she handled the topic with relative confidence, because the procedure was too alien for her. Now that she knew how it works, and how natural it is, on top of it being very easy to do, she finally noticed that her future really does involve her becoming a biological mother if she so desires to. Thanks to that, she had turned into a blushing and embarrassed mess while explaining everything to Maya. Afterward, once they had calmed down again, the tiger told her about the magic dildo and its amazing features. Maya was very interested in everything about that, and their conversation soon took a rather horny turn. Alrighty, have you seen some pajamas we can bring for the princess? The couple was currently in Anna's room to pack some clothes for her while she and Ari were staying at their mansion. Eh? Maya looked confused. I thought we decided that we don't bring any pajamas for them because it's nice to look at them in skimpy clothes. That's why I'm trying to match our story here. So, have you seen some? Ah. She understood her intention. Nope, I couldn't find any, no matter how hard I looked. Perfect. I'll go with the same. Sophia gave her a thumbs up before she eventually looked around in Anna's room again. What's wrong? I was wondering if there's a place to put a portal in this room. If you do that, she can go and fetch a pajama on her own, though. That's your problem? The blonde just stared at her. It's my most convincing argument for you not to do something that ridiculous. Wow. Sophia had no words. You might be getting too good at handling me. If only. There's still a lot of work left for me to do here. Mixed feelings about that. Ehe. There's a fatal flaw in your argumentation, though. I highly doubt that. Maya shook her head. You enjoyed looking at the princess just as much as I did. Okay, almost as much as I did. The catgirl slightly altered her claim after looking at Sophia's expression. Better. She gave a slight nod. But. The blonde raised her voice. When did I ever say that I'm going to tell Anna about the portal? Ah. I can still outpredict you. Sure. What's the point for the portal then, though? For fun? Sophia let out a small chuckle. Other than that, it will make it easier for them to return here once they decide to do so. That way, they don't have to meet everyone at the entrance. Also, with them having a portal, they can instantly visit us whenever they want in the future. Sounds like a ton of fun to me. It also sounds super fun if one of the maids or whoever else finds the portal. I bet it will be amazing having to explain everything. I just have to hide it really well. A 2-meter tall, shiny and purple portal. Yes. Good luck. Thanks. Sophia had no idea why she was raising her voice. Oh, how about I put it into Anna's huge, walk-in wardrobe? While saying so, she entered the attached room where they got some clothes for the princess earlier. If we move some of the hangers in the back and use them to block the view, the portal would be hidden behind it. Until someone puts back Anna's clothes after they washed them. I doubt the princess is doing that herself. Just let me have some fun already. She got louder again. Then again, I'm fairly sure Ari's the one responsible for that. And there you have it. Why are you so excited about that? I have no idea. Then pipe down already. Fine. Doesn't sound like it, though. Alrighty. Ignoring her cat, Sophia then made her way towards the end of the wardrobe and made some space behind some of the hangers holding some dresses. I kinda would like to see Anna in full princess mode once. She had to take a better look at one of the fancier dresses there. Count me in on that one. Oh, how about a half-size portal? It's way less obtrusive, and you can simply crouch when going through it. Clapping her hands once after having had the idea, Sophia did just that, and one of her purple portals, only roughly 1 meter tall this time, appeared in front of them. Yup, totally not conspicuous at all. Maya looked at the purple portal lighting up the whole area and the sparkles floating around in the room. I forgot that it emits light. The tiger just awkwardly scratched her cheek. Having some second guesses? Nope. She shook her head. I'll just put it into an extra room in the portal hub for the time being. Even if someone wanders into it, no one would be able to link it to me. Let's make the room. Saying so, Sophia went closer to the portal and entered it. Sure, because there are so many people who would be able to do the same. Maya just rolled her eyes while she decided to stay behind. Oh? Arriving on the other side, the tiger directly ran into Chloe, who then waved at her. Wow, a portal appearing out of nowhere is super scary. I can imagine. Sophia nodded a few times. Wait, what are you doing inside the hub? I was going nowhere with the test portals that connected directly with each other, so I wanted to see if the ones inside here are any different. And? No idea yet. She shook her head. I did manage to make them bigger and smaller, though. Oh ho. I wasn't able to reopen one of the test portals I accidentally made so small it disappeared, though. The size thing is already more than I was expecting in such a short amount of time. Sophia seemed impressed. That might even be a possible solution already. If we're able to make it so small that you can put it in your pocket or something like that, you could make it bigger whenever you need it. That's definitely a start. Chloe wasn't against the idea. I'll try to shrink the other test portal that isn't linked to anything anymore as small as possible while trying my best to let it stay. Sounds like a plan. The blonde gave her a thumbs up. By the way, what are Anna and Ari up to? Busy with each other? She just turned her head away. What happened? Well, Chloe awkwardly scratched her cheek. They were just fidgeting all the time and stealing glances at each other with a very obvious expression. After a little while, I ended up making their room soundproof after all, and I haven't seen them since. Or heard, for that matter. Wow. She made a slight pause. Surrounded by perverts. And you're in the middle of everyone. Sophia glanced at the fox girl. I thought you aren't sassy? Sassy? Chloe tilted her head. I just made a statement based on my observations so far. That's even worse. Is it? Anyway. She didn't want to continue. Well, I can't say I'm surprised about those two. Especially after I met one of Ari's mothers earlier. The horny runs in the family. I wonder if the two would also be interested in the magic dildo. Or is it still too early for them? Magic dildo? Chloe's ears perked up, and her whole tail twitched in response. Not so obvious, my dear. Her cheeks turned red. We'll talk about it later. It's amazing beyond your belief. Anyway, I'll head back for the time being. Oh, here. Those are some clothes for Anna and Ari to change into later. Some underwear, too. Sounds like they might need it once they're done with being loud. The fox girl glanced at the bag Sophia had placed on the floor. Don't worry. We didn't find any pajamas or comfy t-shirts and the likes. You're amazing. I know. The blonde smiled back at her. Anyway, see you in the evening. Okay. Waving to each other, Sophia then went back through the small portal, after creating a room for it, and reunited with Maya on the other side. You sure took your time. The cat girl just looked at her. Did something happen? Nah, she shook her head. Chloe was in the portal room and played around with them. We just had a little chat. Oh, just her? What about the other two? Busy with each other in their now soundproof room after our fox had enough of them being fidgety and awkward around her. Wow. I know, right? Can't say I'm surprised, though. Exactly. Sophia nodded a few times. We're surrounded by perverts, aren't we? And you're in the middle of everyone. Hey. The blonde wasn't enjoying this sort of déjà vu. Ehe. She liked her reaction. Anyway, I also left the couple's clothes with Chloe, so we're done with that, too. Let's hide the portal a little and then finally do what we came for. To Ellie, we go. Maya was just as motivated as Sophia was. Exactly. Afterward, the two did just that and finally went to Ellie's room after Sophia had made sure that she was there by checking with her detection magic. Chapter 288, Shopping with Ellie. The couple had finished getting clothes for Ari and Anna, who were currently staying in their mansion, and Sophia had even placed a hidden portal in the princess' bedroom for future use. Being able to visit each other in an instant would surely come in handy in one way or another. Once they had dealt with that, the duo finally did what they came to the castle for in the first place and went to Ellie's room. Maya. Entering her room, the little princess immediately greeted them and ran up to the two. Ellie. The couple kneeled down and gave the girl a hearty hug after she had jumped into their arms. Yay! Liking how she got hugged by them, Ellie cuddled even closer to them. I missed that. Once the trio was done with that, Sophia looked at the little princess with a big smile. Kira said you wanted to see us? What can we do for you? Whatever it is, the answer will be yes. She was getting ready to spoil her already. Ellie needs someone to go shopping with. MHM? Maya tilted her head. Is Kira busy? I'm sure your mother would love to go shopping with you. No. Ellie can't go with Mama. Oh, back to being a rebel again? No. The princess shook her head. Ellie's no rebel. With Mama, she turned her head away during those last words. I heard that. The cat girl wanted to play with her a little. She looked even more awkward for a moment. Ellie wants to get a gift. The little tiger decided to ignore it. Mama's birthday is soon. Oh. The blonde clapped her hands. You want to keep it a secret and surprise her? Yes. Ellie gave her a big nod. That's great. Maya liked the idea. What a lovely plan. Ehe. Do you already know what you want to get her? No. The princess shook her head. Can you help me? The little tiger glanced at them with upturned eyes. Of course. There was no way they would refuse to go with her. Thank you. Ellie got even happier. Okay, let's go. Sophia raised her hand in motivation. Yay. The little princess did the same. Should we put you into some other clothes first? Maya looked at the small tiger and noticed that she was still wearing her blue dress. The only difference was that she had exchanged her regular, long socks for either white overknees or tights, which was impossible to tell because of the dress' longer hem. It's too cold for that, isn't it? Ellie's new tights are super warm. Her face lit up. They're all fluffy and fleecy inside. They're the bestest. She apparently was doing fine. Ellie also got a new and super warm jacket to go over my dress. Do you like your dress that much? Yes. Anna's wife got it for me in the summer. She has very good taste. Super cute. She wanted to go shopping with Ellie for winter, but something happened. She and Anna had to leave for something. Ellie's pretty sure Anna did something bad again. The couple naturally had no intention of telling her what had happened. Wait, wife. Sophia noticed something odd here. Yes. Ellie just nodded. Ari is Anna's wife, right? They act just like Mama and Papa all the time. They are just as annoying when together. Always just pay attention to each other. None to Ellie. She started pouting. Well, Ari is really nice, so it's okay. Ellie doesn't know why she likes Anna, though. I'm going to kick Ari so hard in her, but once we get home, Sophia's expression looked a little dead. Even Ellie noticed her feelings. And I'm going to kick Anna. Maya had basically the same expression. She's denser than even I thought. So, they did do something bad? Ellie tilted her head because she couldn't follow them. No, the couple shook their heads. They were just a little silly and stupid. Oh. The princess paused for a moment. Ellie knows about that. The couple just fell even more in love with her. After having petted her head a little to praise her, the trio then finally got ready. The couple put a jacket and some shoes on the princess, and after they had told Kira that they were going out with her for a while, the three left the castle to go shopping together. By the way, while the trio was walking through the capital, Sophia glanced at Ellie sandwiched between the couple while the princess held a hand of one each. Do you want to buy something, or should we get some materials so you can craft a handmade gift for your mother? She titled her head in response. What is cheaper? Ellie has a little spending money, but because Ellie is still young, it's only a little. Something handmade might be better, then. The cat girl smiled at her. It's also more personal. I'm sure your mother will like something you made yourself much more. Yay! She liked the sound of that. Do you know where we can find a handicrafts store? Maya then faced Sophia for some weird reason. Why are you asking me? She looked extremely confused. I don't even know where our home is from here. Without my detection magic and sensing where Ari is right now, it would take about 2 days for me to find the way. I was worth a try? Every now and then, you know about the oddest things, after all. Even if I knew about it, there's no way I'd ever find it again. Yeah, I expected too much. You were just messing with me in the first place, right? The blonde increased her stare. Yup. She simply nodded. Ellie, do you know where such a store could be? No. She almost sounded proud. Ellie is not very good with directions. Ellie gets lost in the castle all the time. Okay, she's still little, but why are tigers so? Maya wasn't sure what to say. Well, let's walk around for a while, and if we find nothing, I'm sure there's someone we could ask. Okay. The tigers in question just gave her a big nod. The trio kept walking around for a while, but as they were finding nothing, the cat girl eventually started asking around and quickly found out that they were in the completely wrong corner of the capital for these kinds of stores. Finally. Around half an hour later, Maya let out a relieved sigh when the girls had finally found a store that sold all kinds of handicraft-related goods. The capital is way too big, the princess looked a little tired. Ellie will ask Papa to make it smaller. Sounds like a plan. Sophia just smiled at her. The cat girl decided that she won't be involved in that. Let's head inside? Yes. Giving her a big nod, they finally entered the store. There, the trio looked around for a while, before eventually asking the little tiger for an opinion. Have you found anything? Her eyes were darting all over the place. Still no idea. Nothing at all? She couldn't decide. Do you just want to wish her a happy birthday? Something like a colorful card would be really nice. A mug might be too hard, but we maybe could also make a clay bowl and paint it with lots of colors. Your mom could put it on display or use it to store things. Sophia gave her a few suggestions. Ellie wants to make a bowl. She liked the idea. A lot. Alrighty. The blonde liked her enthusiasm. Let's get some clay and all the colors. Yay. How about, we also get some glitter too, Maya wanted to suggest that they should decorate the bowl even more, but her gaze seemed to have suddenly drifted towards the store's window leading to the street outside. It seemed like she had noticed something there. What's wrong? Sophia naturally noticed that something was up. The cat girl looked quite confused while her eyes were still glued to the window. See, could you buy the stuff together with Ellie? I think I just saw something. It's impossible, but I have to check out, saying so. She didn't wait for her reply and immediately left the store. Okay. Sophia just tilted her head in confusion. Well, let's go and choose some nice colors? She decided to focus her attention on Ellie for the time being. Yes. Outside the store, Maya looked around on the street for a short moment and quickly spotted what was bothering her. Or rather, who was bothering her. Mom? Dad? With her eyes shot open, she was staring at a couple of the cat beast folk that seemed to be somewhere in their early 50s at best. Huh? The two, a cat man with a slight belly and ever so slightly receding brown hair with ears and a tail in the same color. The ears and tail of the woman next to him had the same form as Maya, as well, but her medium-long hair was primarily black, but it was streaked with many white highlights. Maya? They seemed to be just as shocked. Immediately after, the two walked up to her and almost crushed her in a big and hearty hug. What are? Why are you here? She was too confused to return their hug. That's what we'd like to know. The couple let go of her again after a few moments. No, I asked first. Maya didn't let them have that. Well, the female cat looked at her. After you left home, Theo, and I also got the urge to travel a little. Back when you were with us, we always had to apologize to everyone because you're such a rowdy girl, but after you left, we decided to use that chance. Hey. The rowdy girl felt offended. I wasn't that much of a bother. Even I apologized to Massey at least twice a week, though. Because you always used him in your magic experiments. She just awkwardly scratched her cheek. And Massey doesn't count. Is that so? Anyway, so you felt a little adventurous and decided to visit the capital. Pretty much. The couple just nodded before the catman looked at her again. What about you? Weren't you out with some girl to train magic? Maya only got more awkward. Yes. One thing led to another, though, and we're currently staying in the capital for the upcoming winter season. Really? The Catwoman tilted her head. Does that mean she's here, as well? I would love to meet the girl that made you become interested in someone. She had a bad feeling about that. Sophia alone was already a big thing, but Ellie was currently there, as well, and meeting two tigers at once could only end in a disaster. Why so evasive? Are you trying to hide something? Eve tilted her head. You know, now that I think about it, during the last couple of years, your magic training became much more time-consuming, and you didn't come home for a couple of days every now and then. All of that wasn't just a pretense, right? Did you know the girl for longer already, and you now left with her for an entirely different reason? Is there something you're hiding with her? Wait. Don't tell me you and her. Yeah. Look, there she is. Just at the perfect moment, Sophia's voice echoed from behind her. Oh, Theo and Eve? What are you doing here? While holding hands of Ellie, she walked closer to them and noticed the couple standing in front of Maya. Not only that, but said couple also looked strangely familiar to her. It's great to see you again so soon. You didn't get lost again, right? Sophia. The two waved at her before Eve started smiling. Nice to see you, too. Don't worry, we're fine. We just ran into our daughter here. Can you believe that? She pointed at Maya. She's the girl we talked about before. Why, you know each other? Maya got loud and then stared at her tiger with big eyes. You know my parents? Yeah. The blonde froze up when she heard that. Parents. Here. Ellie didn't care about any of that right now, though. Letting go of Sophia's hand, she walked between Maya and her parents to present the bag she was holding to her. Look. Ellie got a present for Mama. She had decided to choose the best possible wording for the situation while she clung to Maya's hand with the brightest smile she could muster on her lips. Afterward, things got a little chaotic. Easy BG for a bit of flavor. Spoiler. Collapse. Chapter 289, Change of Plans. Sophia and Maya went shopping with Ellie because the princess wanted to get a present for Kira as her birthday was coming up soon. As the little tiger was still young and didn't have much experience with anything, the blonde suggested that they could make a handcrafted bowl for her. Ellie loved the idea, and they got everything they needed for it. While that was happening, Maya noticed that her parents were in the capital, and once everyone met, an already chaotic situation got even worse when Ellie decided to be adorable while she was clinging to the couple. Sophia and Ellie were back in the castle, and the blonde looked more than just a little awkward when she was looking at Kira in front of her. Did something happen? The queen just tilted her head. I wasn't expecting to see you so soon again. Also, where's Maya? She had no idea where to even start. Ellie. I'm not sure if we can do it tomorrow, but Maya and I will definitely visit you again before it's too late. We'll help you, okay? She pointed at the bag she was holding. Yay! The princess liked what she was hearing. Okay, Ellie will go to her room and look some more at it. The little tiger left the other two behind in a good mood. So? The queen focused all of her attention on Sophia. Hi, it got worse. Did you have a fight with your cat? If only. That would have been much easier, she hung her head. What did you do? I didn't do anything. She got loud in an instant. Okay. Maya's parents are in the capital. Oh? Kira seemed interested. I would love to meet them. They already met Ellie. That was enough chaos for a year. Did Ellie do anything? Not on purpose, but she made the situation much more chaotic. How? She was really excited, and the way she worded some of the things she said. It made it seem a little like Maya's mother. Oh. Kira was starting to understand. Where are they now, though? They went to a cafe to catch up and chat. I volunteered to return Ellie. You ran away, huh? Yes. Sophia had no intention of hiding it. They're her parents. That's way too high level for me. Why? The queen just looked at her. You're a lovely girl that every parent would love as a partner for their children. You're an amazing daughter-in-law. Don't go casually skipping 3 steps there. Hee. Also, weren't you the one who said that you're happy I turned down your daughter because you like Ari more than me? She paused for a moment. I did say that, yes. But, shut up. We both know that Ari is the better match for Anna. That has nothing to do with you. Fine, the blonde still seemed reluctant, though. Even so, they're her parents. Meeting them for the first time is something really important, right? That doesn't even begin to describe it. Are you trying to help me or make it worse? Yes. She smiled at her. It's spreading? Sophia wasn't expecting to hear that sort of reply from the queen. It's what you say when you can't decide on an answer when both options are viable, right? Kira tilted her head. I've heard Anna using it when she was to choose something but wanted both at the same time. Well, yes, but also no. Primarily yes, though. That makes no sense. Exactly. Kira made a slight break. So, what are you going to do now? She dropped the topic. Ugh. Anna's staying at my place, so. Her room is currently free, right? You want to hide? Yes. I'm going to bring you to this cafe myself. And then, once I kicked your butt all the way over there, I'll introduce myself to them, and I'm going to make it 10 times worse for you. Kira was not a fan of Sophia's plan. Not even in the slightest. Are you serious? More than serious. She simply nodded. Maybe I'll bring Menzer along, too. I'll also tell them about the lake you created that kept the upper echelon of the kingdom busy for weeks. He told you about that, huh? He sure did. After you left, he stormed out of his office and called out an emergency meeting with everyone. It was quite the event. She started smiling again. Good job on distracting him from the loud idiots, by the way. Everyone will be quite busy from now on. Glad to hear. You really should have asked about the area beforehand, though. Ahaha. Well, the lake wasn't planned. Fens and my magic, went completely out of control there. Afterward, we just thought a beautiful lake would be much better than a gigantic crater. That's fair. She gave her a nod. How about you make it a tourist attraction? Some inns, restaurants, places to shop, and all that? I bet there's also still some place left of a remote outpost, too. That's a lovely idea. Kira liked the plan. I'm totally going to steal that suggestion when Menzer's going to ask everyone about the plans for the area. Sure. And now stop stalling for time and get going. Ugh. Don't worry. I'm sure they're nice people, and they'll love you once they get to know you. Actually, Sophia scratched her cheek. I already met them. Yesterday, actually. When I was grocery shopping. Oh, when I ran into you while Ari was hiding in the store? Why yes, the blonde had no idea what to say here. Ari and I actually spent an hour or two with them because they had gotten lost. That just makes things even more awkward now. For a while, they even thought the two of us were a thing before correcting them. Why are you always so complicated? That's what I would like to know, too. Maybe they can answer that. You better go fast and find out. Are you happy with that? Not at all. Kira shook her head. You're still going now, though. Yes, she hung her head and turned around. Also, don't forget to prepare the report for our meeting in a few days. I want to hear everything. The queen was a big fan of the topic, after all. Sophia decided to just start walking and ignored her. Around 15 minutes had passed since then, and Sophia was back at the cafe near the store they went to with Ellie before. While she hadn't run back there, she still didn't take any unnecessary detours to stall for even more time. Finally, Maya appeared out of nowhere and jumped at her the moment the tiger entered the cafe. You took way too long. Well, a lot is going on, okay. That is nothing compared to what I had to go through with them the past 40 minutes. She got loud. They just started believing me that Ellie isn't my daughter after her ambiguous wording earlier. And now, you come with me. Saying so, she got behind Sophia, placed her hands on her shoulder, and guided her to the table her parents were sitting on. Hello. Being completely overwhelmed and having no idea what to say, the tiger just awkwardly waved before she sat down on an empty chair. Even Theo didn't look any less awkward. Jay, just to hear it from you, as well. Eve eventually faced her. That adorable little tiger from earlier, is she really not Maya's or yours? I mean, I would be happy to because Ellie's the best, but no, she is not. Saying so, Sophia's eyes darted around in the cafe before she spotted a waitress with dog ears and dark red hair and gestured her over to them. Say, have you seen the two of us walking around outside with a little girl before they entered the cafe earlier? Oh, do you mean Princess Ellie? She started smiling. Everyone has seen the two of you walking around with our beloved princess already. Everyone always gets delighted when they get the chance to see that heartwarming scene. Thank you. It made the blonde even more awkward. Could I get a coffee while we're at it? Of course. And there you have it, she faced Maya's parents again. Why hadn't I thought about that? Her daughter was the one who got loud instead. It would have saved me so much work. I see. Eve stared at the couple for a few moments. Stop looking disappointed. Maya raised her voice even more. From the looks of it, she's going to scream a lot today. Sophia took a lot of secondhand damage from that and decided to change the topic to get the attention away from it. So. Maya was the bratty daughter that doesn't know how to behave you told me about yesterday. The two immediately turned their faces away. What? The bratty girl had no intention of piping down anytime soon. Was that really necessary? Theo glanced at the tiger. I am very sorry about that. Sophia apologized. I'm not overly good with that other topic, so I'd like to leave that behind us for now. Well, both of you are still young enough, so that should be fine. I assume that you're the same age as our girl? Thank you. I'm a little younger, but we're basically the same age, yes. There's no need to keep mentioning that part, Maya lightly glared at her. There sure is. The blonde thought otherwise. Gore. The way you two are acting, Eve wasn't sure how to react while she was watching the couple. Maya, how have you gotten this close to a tiger? Why didn't you tell us when you left? She just awkwardly scratched her cheek. This will take a while. Sophia had the same expression. Afterward, everyone got ready for a long day because there was lots of explaining to be done here. Chapter 290, First Impressions. Things had taken a weird turn when the couple was shopping with Ellie as they had run into Maya's parents, who ended up visiting the capital. To make things even more complicated, Maya's parents were the very same couple Ari and Sophia had run into the day before already and helped them find their way back to their inn. Once Sophia had brought Ellie back home, she reunited with the family because there was lots of explaining to do. Sophia? The blonde had returned to the mansion and ran into Chloe, Ari, and Anna in the living room when the fox girl looked at her. Back again? Oh, have you two stopped being horny? She faced the couple. She seemed to be in a hurry, but there always had to be time for light teasing. I think they're just taking a break. Chloe rolled her eyes. Hey. The two got loud. Unfortunately, you two have to take a longer break. Hey. They got even louder. Did something happen? The pink-haired girl tilted her head. Yeah, I need all of you to leave for a while. Sophia made a short break. I need the mansion empty. Huh? All three raised their voices. Chloe, can you show the two the elven village and maybe have them stay a night at your place? Oh, that sounds fun. Anna's mood had changed relatively quick. Well, sure, but Maya's parents are in the capital. We ran into them earlier. There's a lot we have to explain to them, and I want to do that here in peace. You two didn't know about them being here. Ari tilted her head. We had no idea. They simply walked past the store we were in when Maya recognized them. What a coincidence, the jaguar almost looked impressed. Want to hear something even more amazing? Do you remember Eve and Theo from when we went shopping? Of course. Well, they're Maya's parents. Seriously? Ari was shocked. Yup. Wow. She had no better words. I know. Sophia stared right at her. That's why I need everyone to leave for a while. Of course. The girls just nodded. Afterward, the couple grabbed the bag with clothes Sophia and Maya had gotten for them earlier just in case, and the trio went back to the portal room to go to Chloe's village. Immediately after, the tiger returned to the cafe where Maya and her parents still were, and her cat girl immediately got loud. Why did you take so long? She was waiting in front of the toilets for some reason. I took a quick portal to our mansion and chased the girls out. They're spending the night at Chloe's place. Why? This here will take forever, and I really don't feel like explaining a lot of things in public. Let's head home with them. Why are you dealing with all of this so well? Maya didn't understand why she was so calm. It was amazing how quickly you came up with asking a waitress about Ellie, too. I have no idea. The blonde was the most shocked. That might be the other reason I want to go home. To not have a meltdown here. Ah, I see, she looked strangely understanding. Well, to be fair, Sophia started scratching her cheeks. I might have stopped time 17 times so far to come up with my answers. I hate you. Maya's reply came in an instant. Isn't that a little harsh? No. I guess it is a bit unfair, huh? To get as much time as you need to come up with an answer. Very. Alright then, should we head over to our place? She just dropped the topic. I am a little hesitant to tell them that we own a mansion. We weren't poor, not at all, but a mansion is on another level. Oh, I hadn't thought about that. One gets used to stuff fast, huh? Absolutely. Sophia just nodded. I still think that's better than doing all that in the cafe here, though. Not to mention that our home will come up eventually, anyway. Yet another sound argument, she stared right into the tiger's eyes. I didn't stop time to come up with that. Maya stared at her for a little longer before eventually turning around. Yeah, let's go home. I think I'll be able to relax a little more there, too. Alright, let's head back to the table and tell them. The tiger was motivated to go home, and the couple returned to the catgirl's parents. Mom, Dad, do you mind if we take this talk somewhere else? Sophia's nature as a tiger tends to draw more attention than is preferable for all of this. Of course. Her mother nodded. Where, though? Should we go to our inn? I was more thinking about the place Sophia and I are staying. It's relatively close to here, too. She decided to keep it vague for the time being. Around 20 minutes later, the group was already quite close to the mansion, and Maya's parents naturally started to notice how much the neighborhood had changed. So many mansions. Why are we in the noble area of the capital? The eyes of Theo and Eve were darting all over the place. Well, strictly speaking, the two of us are part of the nobility in the capital, so it's not that odd for us to stay in the corresponding area, right? Somehow, it seemed like Sophia's body twitched for a moment before she answered them. Maya just stared at her after noticing that she wasn't in the exact same position a moment ago. Oh, I see. Eve nodded a few times in understanding. Wait, what? She hadn't understood after all while staring at her daughter with big eyes. What's that supposed to mean? Good job, Sophia. She noticed that she had made it worse. Anyway, there we are. Luckily, they had arrived at their mansion at the perfect moment. That doesn't look like an inn, though. It didn't help them calm down at all, though. Mom. She's a tiger, you know? Yes, she doesn't act like a noble, though all I met so far are just as friendly, but. Anyway, Menzer actually forbade us to stay in an inn. Menzer? Theo tilted his head. Where have I heard? Wait, isn't that the name of our king? Why do you call him by his name so casually, my dear daughter? Good job, Maya, the blonde just had to get back to her for earlier. Well, let's go inside. She unlocked the front gate and gestured everyone inside. It sounds like there is a lot we have to talk about. Finally, inside the mansion, the group went to the living room, and Maya's parents sat down on one sofa, while Sophia took the one opposite them. Maya remained standing for some reason. I'll prepare something to drink for everyone. Sophia, keep them company and maybe tell them a thing or two about you in the meantime. Huh? The blonde sprang up from the sofa again. She obviously had something against being alone with her girlfriend's parents out of nowhere. I'll help. Stay put. The catgirl just stared at her. No. She sat down again. Good girl. Saying so, Maya smiled at her before she went to the kitchen. Her disappearance was followed by awkward silence. Okay, Theo finally gave up and stared at the tiger. What is going on here? Yes. Eve followed immediately after him. Wait. Yesterday, when we talked about our daughter and were hoping to get you interested, you said that you already have a partner. How you and our daughter are acting with each other. Is she actually your partner? The one you mentioned? Sophia didn't react at all for a moment. If I were to say yes here, what would that mean to you? The two also said nothing at first, but they then suddenly stood up. They walked around the coffee table, separating the sofas, and hugged the blonde from each side. Huh? The tiger, not having expected that, had no idea how to react. Even so, after a few moments of being bewildered, she started to notice how oddly comforting the hug felt and decided to return it. The trio stayed like that for a little while. Still, Maya's parents eventually let go of Sophia again before returning to their sofa. Welcome to the family. The two smiled at the blonde. Yeah? She stared right back at them. I sent that way too easy? She naturally had no idea how meeting the parents of your lover works, but she was pretty sure that it wasn't supposed to work that way. At least when it came to how differently it was depicted in TV, movies, and the like. Why not? Eve tilted her head. I mean, I don't think it's possible for anyone to create a better first impression than you did. What? Sophia looked more confused than ever. That's the exact opposite of everything I heard so far. She was skilled at leaving lasting impressions, but good wasn't necessarily the most fitting description in the past. Is that so? Theo was still smiling at her. Helping a clueless and lost couple back to their inn, even though we never asked for it, sure left a positive expression on me. Exactly. Eve nodded a few times. I also really enjoyed the conversations we had while we were walking around together. You seem like an extraordinarily sweet and lovely girl. Thank you, she got more than a little bashful. Ehe. The tiger didn't dislike it in the slightest, though. If anything, we should warn you about our Maya. She can be quite rowdy, after all. For us, she's obviously the best daughter you can have, but you might be able to find someone that fits better for you. That sure doesn't sound like I'm the best daughter there is, though. At the perfect moment, Maya had reunited with everyone while holding a tray of drinks. Her parents turned their heads away. Well, you waiting behind the door, listening to our conversation, and entering at the exact perfect moment just to be sassy, does help their case a little. Sophia just stared at her. She had the same reaction as her parents before. Afterward, as she had nothing to talk back to anymore, Maya placed the drinks on the table before sitting down next to her tiger. There was still a lot more to discuss, after all. Chapter 291, Lots to Explain. The couple had brought Maya's parents to their home because they thought it would be easier and more private to chat there. Once they arrived there, Maya had left them alone, though, under the pretense of preparing some drinks. Sophia naturally wasn't a fan of being left alone with her girlfriend's parents out of nowhere, but she did surprisingly well. After all, they already liked her quite a bit after the phenomenally positive first impression she had left on them the day before. When she helped them find the way back to their inn when they had gotten lost in the capital, she scored a lot of points. Okay, now that the most important thing is confirmed, our girl finally having awakened to romance, I need to hear the whole story here. Eve looked straight at her daughter. Maya, why haven't you told us that you're going to travel with a tiger? That's a very important detail if you ask me. Theo was also focusing his gaze on her. She only reacted by awkwardly scratching her cheek. After all, Sophia wasn't a tiger yet back then. I forgot. How is it possible to forget such an obvious thing? The two didn't buy it while pointing at said tiger. Well, the blonde also looked a little awkward. Naturally, even though they are Maya's parents, she didn't want to tell them everything about her. Maya, why don't you tell them just how much you knew about tigers? Luckily, she had a handy excuse ready that actually was the truth, as well. She didn't like the direction this was going. Yeah, I kind of forgot what tigers are supposed to be. I only noticed when we were getting closer to the capital, and others started paying a weird amount of attention to us. Were you that stupid? Theo couldn't believe her. Really, all that's going on in your brain is magic, huh? The idiot in question had nothing to say in her defense. Then again, Eve then focused her attention on Sophia. Why didn't you tell her? It must have been awkward for you, right? For her having no idea that you're someone important. Well, she paused for a moment. I had no idea about tigers being special, either. We found out about that together. Maya's parents naturally only got more confused. How can you, a tiger, not know about tigers being the rulers of this nation? Theo wanted to know more about it. I am not from this nation. One of my travel companions, who's currently out somewhere with his girlfriend, and I came from the monster country, and Maya's one of the first people, at least when it comes to those I want to talk about, we met after leaving that place. Seriously? The two got loud. Yeah. She nodded. I totally get your reaction. I also have no idea how I managed to stay in such a boring place for that long. Finally finding some more friends was the best. No. No. They vehemently shook their heads. I know. The blonde smiled at them. I'm actually quite strong. Easily stronger than everything that lives in the monster country. Actually, so would Maya be, for that matter. Leave me out of this. The girl in question got loud. I never was any good at precisely sensing the magic of others, but Eve concentrated on Sophia for a little while. I know that our daughter's an exception among exceptions, but it feels like you have more than twice her power. So, it's actually true. Yup. She sounded a little proud. There were no tigers, though. So I had no idea that I was something special. I also didn't quite look like I do right now back then, so people actually had to look at me closely to notice that something was up with me. Sophia decided not to mention that she looked so different that she wasn't even a tiger in the first place back then. Oh, I see. Maya's mother paused for a moment. Wait, if there were no tigers beside you, what about your parents? At least one of them has to be a tiger, right? Sophia's expression got quite awkward as she hung her head. I don't have any family in this world anymore. I got separated from everyone long before I even learned how to use my tail to walk. The companion I mentioned earlier, he taught me everything about magic and how to survive. Once again, it was a bit of a stretch, but she hadn't told a single lie. Oh. Eve instantly looked just as awkward as the tiger. I am deeply sorry to hear this. It probably was pretty painful that we welcomed you to our family just like that earlier. I am sorry about that, too. Eh? The blonde just looked at her in response. Why? Rather, it made me quite happy. I love Maya, so hearing that her parents don't seem to dislike me made me really happy. Maya grabbed her hand in return because she liked what the bashful-looking girl was saying right now. Our girl actually has a romantic side. Her mother was just as touched by her little gesture. Her face turned red. It's that easy to make her blush? The sight of that had calmed down Sophia a lot. Hey. That's actually no work at all. Eve looked at her. While she's extremely outgoing and often quite rowdy, there are many topics that made her embarrassed very easily. I need to know about all of them. The tiger's eyes started sparkling. I know that she immediately loses her composure when the topic revolves around K-kids, but that's not really a topic one can tease another. Not only that, but Sophia had lost the ability to remain calm there, too. Other than that, it's more by chance that I can make her blush. Oh? Kids are a weak subject? Eve then smiled at her daughter. That's an interesting development. Shut up. Her daughter didn't like her expression, or anything about this exchange for that matter, and turned her head away to hide the ever-increasing blush on her cheeks. Hee. Her smile only increased even more, though. Anyway, she then faced Sophia again. Absolutely, I'll gladly tell you about every weak point of our girl, my dear. Yay. She liked the sound of that. Don't do that. Maya did not. Alright, we'll do that later, but I first need to know about everything that is going on here. Eve's eyes were slightly sparkling. Maya, seriously, how did you, who was completely ignorant of romance, fall in love and catch a tiger out of everything in half a year we haven't seen each other? It's more like 8 months, okay. She tried to defend herself a little. Everything between us started in the first 1 or 2 months after we left your home, though. Sophia decided not to be on her side for the time being. And not helping. Maya lightly glared at her, but she eventually gave up once she noticed the expectant expression of her mother. There really isn't much to talk about. I hadn't realized it back then, but it was, more or less, love at first sight for me. She didn't have the easiest time admitting it in front of her parents. Eve's smile actually managed to get even bigger. So, you were just missing the right girl for you to finally awaken? And more or less, she weakly nodded. I wasn't lying back then, though. My motivation to go with her really was to learn her magic. It took me a while to realize that there was more. You started being aggressive quite fast, though. Even before we left, I want to add. Sophia had a different opinion on the matter. That's just what you think, because you were a shy mess back then. Maya just looked at her. The stuff you did with Ari already isn't that different compared to the first weeks of us. The tiger paused for a moment while tilting her head. Okay. It changed when you forced me to take my baths with you, though. Oh my. Eve slightly shook her head while glancing at her daughter. Wording, idiot. She just glared at the blonde once again. You pretty much forced me, though? I mean, in retrospect, it was great, but I had not much saying in the matter, had I? Well, when she wants something, she wants something. Theo smiled at her daughter. It's always been like that. Ugh. That sounds a little like it was rather one-sided in the beginning. Eve then changed her attention to Sophia once again. Well, that backfired, huh? Maya finally had the chance to look smug again. Don't worry. You don't have to tell us if it's embarrassing. Hey. The white-haired catgirl got loud. That's unfair. Why? Her mother just tilted her head. You're our daughter, so we can pester you as much as we want, but Sophia, we have to win her over first. Gore, she just reacted with a growl. Eehee. The tiger liked their exchange a lot. I would like it if you treat me the same as her, though. Even though we like you more already? Hey. Maya raised her voice again while she glared at her mother. Well, as the blonde didn't want to get any special treatment. At least in the ways of them being careful around or with her, she decided to talk on her own. I'm not exactly sure if it was full love at first sight, but I definitely found her interesting from the moment I saw her. For the biggest part of my life so far, I had neither friends nor close acquaintances. She made a slight pause after that. Because of that, I had a hard time understanding the feelings I had. Or were developing. Now, I can say that I was in love with her for a while already, but I actually only realized when she confessed. Eve enjoyed that bit of information a lot. You didn't have any friends, though? I sense some traces of timidness in you every once and then, but you really don't strike me as someone unsociable. Quite the opposite, actually. Thank you. She looked really happy about that assessment. I worked really hard on that the past year, and Maya helped me a lot, too. I used to be extremely shy and reserved to the point where it already was extremely unhealthy. Really? Maya's parents just tilted their heads. That's unexpected. Up until this year, my life was pretty miserable. I went through a lot that left behind some scars on me. I managed to start a new life and changed myself this spring with the help of others, first and foremost Maya, but before that, I was kind of a wreck. Oh. The two had no idea how to react to that. Well, Sophia's voice suddenly got much more cheerful. As you can see, that's a thing of the past, though. My life is amazing right now, so there's no reason for those long faces. I see. They showed her a small smile in return. However, Maya's parents still needed a few moments to get over it before they could continue their little chat. Chapter 292, Nice, Grounded, and Reasonable Girl. Sophia and Maya were still chatting with the catgirl's parents about how the two fell in love with each other and became a thing. While omitting several details, the tiger also told them a little of her past and how it was all but fun. As the two were somewhat shaken by that, including how she doesn't seem to have any family anymore, they decided to have a bit of a break to process all of this. Afterward, to lighten the mood a little, they changed the topic to their travels leading to their arrival in the capital. Okay, let's put all of that aside for the time being. Theo smiled at everyone as he felt the need to change the topic while focusing his attention on his daughter. I think it's a bit of a miracle that we all ended up here, isn't it? What happened between your leaving and our meeting here again? What kind of places did you visit? The duo just scratched their heads. As their journey to the capital had been a little all over the place, explaining their entire trip was a little complicated. Even so, they eventually managed to give them a rough run-up. Wait a moment, the eyes of Maya's father grew wide. That huge crater. And the permanently frozen lake that has become a major tourist attraction. Your group did all that? Sophia did all that. The cat girl just looked at her tiger. She didn't want to take any responsibility for any of this. Ugh, the girl in question just looked down in response. I get a little overexcited at times. I loved that lake. Eve suddenly sounded cheerful. It looked amazing. Oh, really? Sophia wasn't sure how to feel about it. Absolutely. Her smile got bigger. It was a little crowded because hundreds of people from all over the place visited at the same, but it's an impressive sight nonetheless. And Maya, now that we met your parents here, there's no need to ever go back that way, right? Ahaha. Eh? Eve didn't seem to like that idea. But I want to brag to everyone about how amazing my daughter's girlfriend is. That would be super embarrassing, though. The tiger started blushing harder just thinking about it. I would rather not be the center of attention in those cases. Really? Theo tilted his head. From what I've seen from you so far, I would have guessed that you love getting as much attention as possible. Ugh, the blonde took a lot of damage from that remark. It's not on purpose. I simply act before thinking about the consequences first. You say that a lot, but... Maya then looked right at her. By now, I'm quite convinced that you actually enjoy it a lot when you're the talk of everyone. She paused for a moment. Shut up. Sophia had a hard time refuting it. Though she didn't want to admit it, there obviously was some truth to it. Everyone I met really loved the lake, though. Eve smiled at the tiger. I'm sure you'd be praised a lot. That is great, but... I'm a little concerned about the other thing, the huge crater I created. I doubt that's just as well liked. Actually, Theo took over. I spoke with some of the guys I met there, and they apparently found some rare minerals and even a variety of magic ores in the lower levels of the crater. There's a high chance the whole place will soon turn into a full-fledged mining town. The entire area there will prosper like nothing else. Seriously? That's what I heard, yes. Wow. I wonder if there's a place you visited where you haven't changed the lives of everyone around you. Ugh, Sophia took even more damage. I might really have a talent for that. Scratch that might. Maya just shook her head. I think I liked you better when your mother was having the upper hand on you, which caused you to be less sassy. Oh, we can continue with that. Eve started smiling again. There are still lots of ways to make her embarrassed. How about no? She didn't like the idea. That sounds like fun. The tiger did, though. I think I'm going to borrow your girlfriend for a little while. Eve faced her daughter with a big smile. Yeah? She liked that even less. Huh? Sophia, too, didn't know how to feel about that specific plan. You don't want to spend time with me. Maya's mother then changed her attention to the blonde. That's not what I meant. She started panicking. Just thinking about being alone with my girlfriend's mother makes me nervous. All right. Clapping her hands once, Eve then stood up with a smile. Do you like to cook? Let's have a nice long chat while we prepare something for everyone. The blonde's expression got even more awkward. Well. I like to cook in one way or another, but I'm still pretty hopeless at it. I used to be a complete catastrophe, but as I didn't want Maya to do all the work on her own, I started learning it bit by bit from her to help out, but I have gotten a lot better, but everything besides the basics is still a bit hard for me. Aren't you the sweetest girl there is? She liked her motivation to get better at cooking a lot. Thanks. Well, it would have been even better to have had some skills that went a little further than bare survival in the first place. That was all that mattered to me before meeting Maya, after all. Eve wasn't sure what to reply to that. She had no idea that Sophia had no intention to make it sound like it, but it felt like a pretty heavy confession of her past life to her. How about baking? I love sweets. Her reply didn't quite match the question. I baked some cookies with Ari, the jaguar that was with me yesterday, a little while ago, and that was a ton of fun. I'm good at coming up with stuff, but I need some help with the execution. I get carried away rather easily, and following instructions isn't exactly my specialty. Those cookies you came up with were amazing, though. Maya had to compliment her for it. I think those were easily the best cookies I ever had. Oh ho? Even better than mine? Eve faced her daughter. Mom's quite proud of her own cookie recipe, though. Absolutely. Sophia had a bad feeling about this. Interesting. Okay, how about you teach me how to bake cookies properly? She changed her attention to the tiger again. Yeah? Her eyes grew wide. I just said that I need help for that. I have great ideas to improve existing recipes, but my execution of things is flawed at the very best. Well, we can use my recipe as the basis. I don't know if that's enough because my daughter apparently never liked them, but I guess they should improve a lot if we add your twist to them. I never said that. Maya sounded a little flustered. It's just that the idea Sophia came up with for cookies is amazing. I love your cookies, too. If I try to teach you my style of cookies. Can I get a lesson on how to get such reactions out of Maya while we're at it in return? Absolutely. Eve's voice sounded really cheerful. I'll teach you everything you have to know to make her flustered. She was smiling broadly. And then some more. I look forward to it. See, can I veto this? Nope. Sophia and Eve were bonding fast. Dad, do something about this. She only panicked even more. Yeah, sure. Theo sounded slightly defeated. Because the girls in our family are the type that easily back down. Sophia, can you bring some fresh wind into the family when it comes to that? Pfft. Maya didn't even try to hold back her laughter. Hey, the blonde didn't like this completely uncalled for reaction of hers. Should I tell them just how obstinate you can be? Eve, the kitchen's that way. Sophia didn't want her to tell them. I'm kinda interested in that now, though. There's enough time for that later. She was hoping that the topic would be forgotten if some time passed. That's true. Okay, let's start with the cookies. Just the two of us. There's lots I want to ask you in private, as well. Oh. So, that's what people mean when they say they're trapped between a rock and a hard place. The tiger looked slightly defeated. Well, that aside. I still want to do it because getting closer to Maya's parents is something I definitely want. No matter how embarrassing it might get. You are such a good girl. Eve's smile got incredibly soft while she looked at Sophia. Maya, learn a thing or seven from her. Afterward, the duo left the living room together to bake some cookies in the kitchen together while also chatting a lot. I have a bad feeling about this. Maya, who stayed behind with her father, wasn't the biggest fan of the situation. Seriously, how did you manage to get such a nice, grounded, and reasonable girl? You, out of everyone. Theo was just staring at her. She needed a moment to process those words. You do remember that Sophia, just a few minutes ago, admitted that she permanently froze up an entire lake and blew up a plane so hard that some guys found rare minerals in it. After that, Maya decided that she didn't want to talk to her father for a while. Chapter 293, Alone with Eve. Sophia and Maya were still chatting with the catgirl's parents in their mansion. They had just finished telling them about their journey and how the couple got together while obviously omitting some details. Especially on the tiger's side. Eve, Maya's mother, was still far from having enough and decided to take Sophia on a one-to-one excursion to the kitchen, where she wanted to find out more about her while also baking some cookies together. So, how far have you gone with my daughter? Together alone with the blonde in the kitchen, Eve directly started with a loaded expression. Huh? Sophia almost dropped the plate she was holding right now. Why would you ask something like that? Your reactions sure are something else. Maya really is your daughter, she hung her head. The teasing runs in the family, huh? Didn't you say earlier that you first want to win me over first, before I get the rough treatment? And then you said that I shouldn't treat you special. The tiger had already forgotten that she had brought this upon herself. See, compared to yesterday, your personality sure has gotten deeper. Despite my age, I'm still a playful and curious cat. Wow. That reply left her speechless. Maya's future looks bright. You like that sort of personality? I love it. She had a bright smile. Else, I wouldn't be dating your daughter, would I? That's a fair point. Well, it can get a little overwhelming at times, and especially in the early times, it made me embarrassed and or bashful way more often than I'd like to admit, but it's still great. It never gets boring, and it's rubbing off on me. Not only on the receiving side, but I love being sassy myself, too. You found someone great with Maya, then? Yes. Sophia only reacted with a couple of big nods. I'm still learning to get back on her more reliably, though. She's a tough girl. She is my daughter, after all. Eve sounded a little proud. Still, she has so many exploitable flaws that it should be super easy for you to get the upper hand if she ever gets too sassy. Maya? The blonde tilted her head. That doesn't sound like the cat I know. Have you ever told her a good and scary ghost story? A slight grin appeared on her face. Do you really not know just how adorable she gets then? We actually explored a dungeon that had some ghost-like beings inside. I loved it, but we almost needed to organize new underwear for Maya. See? Telling some ghost stories sounds like a ton of fun there, but I can't really use that against her, though. I'm terribly afraid of insects, which were also more than abundant in that dungeon. Whenever she teases me about that, I get back to her with the ghosts, but if I would bring that up first, she would never stop teasing me with those ghastly insects. Really? Maya's teasing you about insects? Maya? Yes? Sophia looked a little confused. She's fine with them, after all. Using worms for fishing, or... She didn't even flinch when we saw spiders the size of children. I even saw her looking with interest at a centipede out of all things, before I incinerated it with the strongest flame my magic can produce. And yet, she's terribly afraid of ladybugs. Ladybugs? The tiger got loud. I mean, I don't really like them either, but... Those are one of the very few insects that are actually almost slightly a little cute. When looking at them from a distance, at least. Maybe. She wasn't that convinced about it. I have no idea why, but it is true. Maybe it's something about the pattern? Eve gave it some thought. Normally, red and black dots on insects often mean that they're dangerous, but ladybugs are just cute. Again, she's fine with child-sized spiders. This explanation didn't make it any better for her. Are your fears reasonable and make perfect sense? Sophia went silent for a moment. Ladybugs, huh? That could be fun. Not that this information does anything for me in fall, though. That is true. She hadn't thought about that part. What other weak points does our dear girl have? That's what I would like to know. The tiger raised her voice. Someone's eager, huh? Well, I adore Maya's sass and how smug she can get, but she also overdoes it at times, so... Having something to get her back would be great. I know that jealousy is one of her weaknesses, as well, but I have no plans to make her jealous on purpose. Okay, really jealous, that is. There maybe were a few instances where I played with it a tiny bit. Nothing that actually means anything, though. Maya's absolutely the only one. She somehow felt the need to add the last part after remembering that she was talking with her girlfriend's mother. Wait a moment, she gets jealous of others? The girl that was still mostly indifferent about actual love at the start of the year. You have no idea. She got much better lately, but it actually used to be at a level where it was a problem. Really? Eve looked surprised. I have a hard time imagining it, actually. What was the worst thing she did when she got jealous? There was a time where she reliably got grumpy or angry when I was just chatting with other girls. That got annoying fairly quick. I'm glad that she noticed the issue herself, as well, and it doesn't bother her anymore. Wow. Oh, there was also the time where she threatened King Menzer and attacked the first princess, because he wanted me to marry the princess, and that tiger was surprisingly into it. Admittedly, that was quite fun, though. I seriously would have never expected for Maya to be this. Wait, what? It was a very entertaining day. And my daughter threatened His Majesty and attacked a princess. Yup. She just nodded. She completely destroyed and humiliated Anna, said Princess, in a magic match afterward, as well. And no way. She always was overly impulsive, but that this would develop into something like that. It's okay, though. The king actually likes her quite a lot and regularly asks for her help on various things. Also, she's become best friends with the princess afterward. My girl regularly talks with His Majesty? She's friends with the first princess, as well. And earlier, you thought Ellie's Maya's daughter, because they looked so close. She's also a princess of this nation. This is so unbelievable. I know, right? Sophia nodded a few times. I never would have believed anything of this just a few months ago. Still, you aside. My daughter's deeply involved with the royal family, the rulers. I get nervous just thinking about it. Oh, speaking of, the tiger's ears twitched after hearing those words. The queen actually wanted to see you. She also likes Maya a lot, and the few times her parents, you, came up, the queen was quite interested in meeting you. There's just no way I could do that. Eve started panicking. That would mean you're going against the wishes of our nation's queen, though. Don't do that to me. She got loud. Sorry, this was an opportunity one couldn't miss. She let out a small and awkward chuckle. Kira, the queen, is a really nice person, though. I bet you two would get along great. Me? With the queen of this nation? Yup. There's just no way that's possible. It's impossible for normal people to be around royalty like that. You know, Sophia smiled at her. I had the same issue with all that, but while technically not entirely true, I'm more or less considered to be something close to a royal princess myself, you know? You speak with me just fine? Also, confirmed by the king and the queen, your own daughter, thanks to her dating me, also now is on the same rank as a royal. In context, I think that you, too, are at least partly royal now because of that. Eve needed a moment. What? It was too much for her. A lot to take in, huh? She was still smiling. The royal family is surprisingly affable. You don't have to, but I'm sure it'll go well. You don't need to meet the king, but Kira would be really happy to meet you because she likes Maya and me a lot. I can also ask her to come here so that you don't have to meet her in the castle to add even more pressure. You don't have to decide right now, but give it some thought. Okay, she just weakly nodded before returning the tiger's gaze. I'm starting to really believe that you are a true noble. You have an impressive way with words. The blonde had to pause after hearing this completely uncharacteristic explanation of her. Am I overdoing with stopping time to think? Mumbling those words to herself only, she then faced Eve again. How about we change the topic a little? I still want to hear more weaknesses of Maya. We got a little derailed there. Also, some cookies sound delicious right now. Yes. Let's put the whole topic of my daughter now being a noble in name, my future daughter-in-law being a real noble, and the queen of this nation wanting to meet me on hold for the time being. Cookies do sound more fun, indeed. I think there was something in your reply right now where you skipped a few steps. No, Eve looked much more determined again. I'm going to have you take responsibility for all of this. Is that so? Sophia's cheeks turned red. Yes. I see, even stopping time wouldn't help to regain all of her composure here. Any objections? It doesn't have to happen now, alright. Not at all. She shook her head. Something like that is not to be rushed. Oh, okay. It might make things worse for me, but Kira. She tried to push Maya and me in that direction as well already. You two would get along really well. Oh ho. Eve sounded a little more interested in the idea now. Well, for now, let's focus on baking a little while I tell you more secrets about our girl. Thanks. Afterward, the two did just that while Sophia was doing her best to regain her composure. Chapter 294, Cute Weaknesses. Sophia and Eve were still in the kitchen together while chatting up a storm. The tiger learned some interesting bits about Maya, and Eve learned a lot more about her new ties to royalty, which made her a little anxious. She also decided to have the blonde take responsibility for being the center and the reason for the entire thing. After all, her future daughter-in-law had made their life a lot more complicated. So, back to my earlier question, how far have you gone with my sweet and innocent daughter? Eve was in a good mood again. Sophia's cheeks turned red again before her expression soon changed. I'm sorry, this is going to sound terribly rude, but while I unconditionally agree with the sweet part, your daughter is anything but innocent. She couldn't let that stand. Too much, huh? So, how far has my daughter gone with you? She changed her wording. Ugh, she hadn't thought about such an easy reversal. We're dating for around half a year already, and we share a bed here. That's all I'm going to say. She had no issue talking about that topic with her friends, aside from being a little embarrassed at times. Still, Maya's mother is something else entirely. I see. It seemed to be enough for her. I shouldn't have suggested for you treating me like Maya. We got a lot closer because of that, though. Eve showed her a genuine smile. Okay, maybe it was worth it. The blonde reconsidered her statement. Good answer. Do I get some more weaknesses of Maya for that? Aren't you a crafty one? I have heard being addressed like that on occasion. Ahaha, let's see, the Catwoman tilted her head. Do you have any food you dislike? I have a few things that aren't exactly my favorite, but I'm not really picky. Okay, I wouldn't be sad if bell peppers would go extinct, though. Please, no teasing such a childish dislike, okay? Maya did that enough already. That smug little idiot. The blonde looked a little confused. How often has she made something that involves spinach when she cooked for you or your group? Now that I think about it, Sophia paused for a moment. I don't think I have eaten any spinach since I met her. Why? Ask her to make a spinach dish for your next meal, and you'll find out what disliking a type of food really means. Seriously? Yup. But spinach is delicious. So are bell peppers. You win this round. The tiger had nothing to say here. Still, her disliking spinach is very valuable information. Thank you very much. Are you going to use it against her the next time you don't want to eat something? Nope. She just shook her head. Maya's teaching me how to cook because I really want to get better at it. During our next cooking lesson, I'll be super motivated about wanting something with spinach all the way to the point where she would feel horrible to turn me down. And while we're cooking, I'll make her taste test my creations 3 times more than normal. I'll look super proud about my creation in a way that makes it seem I'd be heartbroken if I would get any sort of negative response. You're the worst. I know. I low-key love you already. I am starting to like you a lot, too. Sophia got a little bashful again. You're the cutest, too. Eve was having a great time with her. I'd say that earned you another one of Maya's many weaknesses. I might even start to love you. She was bonding with her quite fast. Do you have anything that is easy to exploit in an everyday situation when she gets a tad too sassy? You probably already know that she's quite ticklish in some rather obvious areas. She's also very ticklish in some not so obvious areas. I guess that's a yes. It is, yeah. Sophia got a little flustered again. It might have not been something you talk about with the mother of said girl. Ahaha, that's great. Eve just showed her an even bigger smile. Those are a bit hard to come up with. Also, it's probably more fun to find out about them yourself, no? That is very true. Oh, but I have one left that is really amusing. You should really try that one. Oh? The blonde naturally got interested in it. Have you ever praised her a lot? Of course. All the time. What a nice answer. She was pretty happy with her reply. No, but I meant actually overpraising her. You just keep going and shower her with praise to an unreasonable amount. She loves to be praised, she's a smug idiot, after all. Still, when you overdo it, her whole personality falls apart. She gets so shy and bashful over it. It's the most amusing thing I've ever seen. I take that back from earlier. Sophia sounded very serious all of a sudden. I actually do love you already. She liked the intel she got a lot. Maya gets super angry afterward, though, so you might use it with caution. But, it is amazing, and you definitely have to try it out. Her getting angry is just a nice bonus. This is totally going to happen the next time I get the chance. Thank you so much for that. You are very welcome. Alright, should we finally try out my cookie recipe or? The blonde noticed that all they had done in the kitchen so far was having a lively chat about everything except that. Well, it was mostly an excuse to be alone with and learn a thing or two, but Eve gave her a thumbs up. You definitely passed my questioning or however you want to call it. I do like cookies a lot, though, so we might as well. It also sounds much more like traditional mother-daughter bonding, doesn't it? Not that bonding over Maya's many weaknesses wasn't any fun. Hearing that, Sophia suddenly got a lot more silent. What's oh? Eve's expression became very awkward when she understood the tiger's reaction. That's not exactly what I wanted to imply here, okay? I have no intention to replace anyone dear to you, or you've lost. No, that's not it, the blonde smiled at her. Kira, the queen, also did something similar, and I felt a little troubled because I lost my actual mother, but... Eve tilted her head. You are Maya's mother, and she is my partner. She paused for a moment. People in relationships usually do have an extra mother, right? Whether it's an actual in-law or just the precursor to that. Too many priests in that, if you ask me. Let's ignore that detail for the time being. Sophia got more flustered again. Anyway, because of that, it didn't seem like you're trying to replace my actual mother in the first place. Rather, it felt like I was getting another one, which made me pretty happy. I do miss this kind of bond, after all. Eve just looked at the tiger for a little while. A few moments later, she got closer to her and almost crushed the blonde in a strong hug. You are by far the sweetest girl I ever met. Eve had no intention of letting go of her afterward, either. Thank you. Sophia felt a little awkward for a moment, but she soon returned the hug. This does feel pretty nice. She only wrapped her hand tighter around her. The two had stayed like that for a bit longer, but they eventually let go of each other again. Afterward, they decided to finally try out the cookies Sophia had suggested in the very beginning. Alright, what do we need for this famous recipe of yours? Once the mood had lightened up again, Eve smiled at the tiger. I wouldn't call them famous. Oh, then again, even the king and the queen, together with the princesses, loved them. Sophia got a little confused over the meaning of something being famous. Seriously? Now I'm actually curious. Well, it sounds fancy, but those are just the people that are normally close to me. If you are trying to make it sound less amazing, you are failing quite hard right now. Eve just stared at her while slowly shaking her head. Sorry, she got a little awkward. Anyway, in the end, my cookies really aren't anything special. I just managed to come up with a twist that everyone seems to love. Oh ho, that sounds fun. So, what do we need? The basis is just a normal cookie dough, only with a little less sugar. You don't like them sweet? Eve tilted her head. That's quite surprising, as Maya loves everything sugary. Don't worry, I do, too. Sophia just waved her hand. My twist involves a ton of chocolate, so too much sugar in the dough would make it too sweet. Oh. She nodded a few times. That makes sense. Okay, let's get started. Sophia raised her arm in motivation. Afterward, once you've got over the blonde storage magic, the two baked Sophia's famous chocolate chip cookies together while chatting and bonding with each other even more. Once they were done baking them, the two decided to return to the living room while the cookies were cooling down. Chapter 295, Soaring Opinion. Eve and Sophia were still having a great time chatting with each other, and the tiger found out a lot of exciting things about her girlfriend. As it turned out, Maya has many weaknesses that the blonde will have a ton of fun exploiting in the near future when her cat gets too sassy for her liking. Afterward, the duo also finally managed to bake Sophia's chocolate chip cookies, the alleged reason why the two went to the kitchen in the first place. "You two sure took your time." Maya addressed them the moment they arrived in the living room. "Bonding takes time, you know?" Eve just smiled at her. "Exactly." Sophia did the same. "Judging by those smiles, it worked, huh?" Maya looked a little happy. "Does that mean I get a passing grade on my girlfriend?" "Passing grade?" Her mother just stared at her. "I'll disown you if you ever let her go." That's good to know." She got a little flustered. "Sophia, why are your first impressions on others always so extreme?" "No idea." The blonde had no explanation for it, either. "I'm quite happy about it, though." I wasn't exactly complaining. "Well, too much, at least." "I am also happy you two like each other." She smiled at the duo. "Though, if you two get along that much, I'm a little concerned about some little things in the future." "For example?" Sophia tilted her head. "I really don't feel like telling you. This won't end well for me." "Ah. Like how you're terribly afraid of ladybugs, for example?" The blonde understood her implication. "MOM." Maya got incredibly loud in an instant while she glared at her. "Don't worry, dear." Eve just showed her a gentle smile. "It's not like I spend the last hour telling my future daughter-in-law all the little secrets I remembered that you'd never tell anyone on your own. Definitely not. Sophia's smile was dripping with sass, though. Dad, looking slightly desperate, she looked at her father for help. Future daughter-in-law. Theo was interested in something else, though. Eh? Maya seemed to have missed that part because she was busy getting flustered. Sophia quickly joined her cat in being embarrassed. Just some future plans. Eve smiled at her husband. "We're going to keep this tiger." "Oh, I see." Theo didn't seem to mind at all. Don't you think you bonded a little too much with my mother?" Maya lightly glared at her. "Well. It's hardly my fault that she likes me so much, is it?" "Of course it is." She got loud again. "You're an extremely lovable girl." "Thank you." The blonde wasn't sure how to take this insult. It was Eve's idea and her way of making me pay for all the royal mess around me. Like you and your parents now also being kinda noble, for example. I properly told her that it's too early for all this stuff. You weren't against the idea, though. This and that are different things. Sophia couldn't match Eve's gaze while replying to her. "I really can't ever leave you alone, can I?" Maya sounded a little defeated and tired. "I was serious about disowning you, you know?" Her mother looked straight at her. "You better change your opinion on the matter. Seriously, why do you like her better than me already?" The cat girl kept being loud. "Also, if I would change my mind now, it would mean it wouldn't age happen." "Oh?" Eve's expression turned into a full smile. "That's very good to hear. Maya noticed her mistake. "You were blaming me for what again?" Sophia just looked at her while slowly shaking her head. I am sorry." She only looked down at her feet in response. "See, can we bring up this subject at another time again?" The cat girl eventually glanced at her mother again. "Let's say, in a year or two." "I'm not ready for this yet." Exactly." Sophia nodded a few times. "Sure." Eve smiled at the two. "It seems the thought's already in your heads, so I'm more than happy with that for now. I'll be expecting some grandchildren soon after, though. Will you shut up already?" Maya finally had enough, while her entire face had turned crimson by now. "I mean, could you please stop?" She decided to change her tone a little. "Of course." She was still smiling. Well, I just wasn't expecting you to suddenly be so involved with romance, so I maybe got a little too happy and overmotivated here. Ugh, Maya had nothing for a comeback here. How about we take a small break and enjoy Sophia's cookies? They should be cooled by now, and they were already delicious when I tried a fresh one earlier. Her mother then looked at Theo. Would you mind helping me so the two can cool down a little? In theory, of course, but his expression turned a little complicated. Earlier, I started feeling my back again, so. Oh, she looked at him. Yes, it's better for you to stay seated until it goes away again, then. Saying so, Eve then went to the kitchen alone. Eh? Maya tilted her head. I thought your back was fine again? It is for the most time. Running around all day is no problem, but when I sit down for a longer time, it starts to hurt again every now and then. It also often gets way worse when I stand up during those times. The best course of action normally is to literally sit it out. It usually goes away on its own after a while. Sounds like something is pinched? Maybe caused by some muscle tension? Maybe. Theo didn't seem to be too sure about it. Does it get any better if you warm or cool the area that hurts? Warming helps a lot, most of the time. I see. That sounds like something's getting pinched thanks to a tense muscle, yeah. Okay? He only got more confused. Is it possible for you to bend forward a little? While saying so, Sophia went behind the sofa he was sitting on to get closer to his back. A little should be fine. Doing as told, he shifted his upper body a bit. Alrighty. Where exactly does it hurt the most? Slightly above my lower back, but not quite the middle, I guess? Let's see. Sophia then gently placed her hand on his back in the area he described. Around here? Why, yes. Okay, this might feel a little funny, but please don't move, okay? What are you? Oh? He suddenly stopped talking while his expression relaxed. Your hand got super warm. It feels really nice. Happy to hear. The blonde started smiling behind him. Magic is amazing, isn't it? It really is. You sure are talented at using it without any sort of chant or even saying a single word. I see now why Maya wanted to go with you. Besides her, I've never seen anyone as proficient at it. Ehe. The tiger was happy about the praise. By the way, I also poured quite a bit of healing magic into the warm feeling. I doubt you'll ever have problems with your back again. Yeah? Hearing that, he sprung up from the sofa in shock. Wait, it didn't hurt? In fact, I feel better than ever. As I just said, I used a generous amount of healing magic on you. I don't know the exact cause for your pain, but if you just use enough, everything in the area will become fine again. You can actually use healing magic? Theo wasn't done being loud yet. Could you pipe it down a little? Just at that very moment, Eve returned from the kitchen while holding a plate with the cookies she had baked with the blonde earlier. Sophia just used healing magic on me. My back feels better than new. Oh, my. She sounded impressed. Wait a moment. After she placed the plate on the coffee table, she tilted her head while looking at the blonde. Aren't only people related to a god, goddess, or higher being in general able to use healing magic? That's what I heard, at least. She just awkwardly scratched her cheeks in response. Maya can also use healing magic, you know? She tried a diversion. You can? The two then stared at their daughter. Sophia taught me how to use it. She had no plans to be involved here. Wow. I mean, you have even more magic power than our daughter, from what I can feel. Much more, it seems. Is that maybe enough to be able to use it? Maybe? Sophia just shrugged her shoulders. This explanation worked for her, after all. She also had no intention to mention her involvement with Kinnear here. That is very impressive. Maya. Theo suddenly stared right at her. Yes. I'm sorry, but I have to side with your mother here. If you leave her, you'll get disowned. So selfish. She also got loud. I don't mind, but have some decency, Dad. She's super nice and courteous, looks out for others, can protect you from any danger by having even more power than you, and now she's even able to cure any illness you could ever suffer from in the future. She's perfect, don't ever let go of her. Seriously. Their opinion of Sophia managed to soar even more. The tiger only got embarrassed from getting praised so much. It really isn't that big of a deal. Humble, too. Ugh. Seriously, are you doing this on purpose? Maya just looked at the blonde while whispering to her. I mean, at the end of the day, they aren't wrong, far from it, but that's seriously not the image you normally radiate, Miss Chaos Incarnation. Why, you know that I'm not capable of plotting something like this. I'm just a common idiot. A lucky idiot, I want to add. Fair enough. The catgirl had nothing to say here. Afterward, because the two really wished for it, Maya's parents took a short break on the whole topic. The group then chatted about some less relationship-wide topics while enjoying the delicious chocolate chip cookies Eve and Sophia had baked together. Chapter 296, That Went Well. Sophia had cured Theo, Maya's father, from the back pain he was suffering by generously using a vast amount of healing magic on him. Naturally, that made their already high evaluation of the tiger soar even more as a result. It even reached a point where Maya would have a problem with them if she were to ever break up with the blonde. Not that she had any intentions to do so. By the way, now that the mood had relaxed a little, Maya seemed curious about something while facing her parents. What is your plan for this vacation of yours? How long are you going to stay in the capital? Where are you staying? What do you plan to visit? Eve tilted her head. Those are some very good questions. I wanted to visit the capital, and here we are. It was more of an impulse decision. Theo added his own bit. And you were worried about meeting my parents. The catgirl looked at her tiger. Ehe. She smiled back at her. The queen of impulsive decisions now knew she'd get along great with them. Let's see, Eve then gave it some actual thought. I would say that we're staying for a good while. There's nothing back in Ramont that needs us, and we have quite a bit of savings we brought with us for the trip. Traveling back, now that it seems to be getting cold soon, also doesn't sound like the most fun idea. I think so, too. Theo nodded. The capital is also much, much larger than I remembered. I bet you can stay here for months without seeing everything. Exactly. His wife agreed. Sounds fun. Sophia smiled at them. Still, savings or not, staying that long in an inn sounds quite expensive. Our place here is currently a little busy, but we still have some empty guest rooms in the mansion. You are more than welcome to stay here as long as you want. Really? The two sounded surprised. Absolutely. Yes. Maya also agreed with her. That being said, the first princess, her girlfriend, and another friend of ours are also currently staying here. We also have 2 more companions who will return, eventually. She tilted her head while thinking about the wolves. In short, it's pretty lively here right now. The princess and Ari will return to the castle in around a week, though. Why is the first princess just staying here like it's nothing? Theo raised his voice. Well, the blonde scratched her cheek. It's not completely right, but as a fellow tiger, we're kinda related, I guess. We're also quite close with everyone in the castle, so, princesses or even the queen visiting us here every now and then is nothing out of the ordinary. Wow. He had nothing else to say. It is a very lovely and generous offer, and I would love to spend a lot more time with both of you, but... Eve looked at the duo. Our inn is really nice, and I feel like this is needed for the real vacation experience. Also, I'd like to spend some more time with the two of us while exploring the capital. That sounds great. Sophia couldn't blame them in the slightest. Don't get lost again, though. Ahaha, Maya's mother only let out a dry laugh. If your offer still stands in a while, we'd love to stay here for a bit, though. We obviously miss Maya, and we already love you, so we definitely would like to spend more time with you once our vacation is a little less exciting. And maybe when we're not living in the same house as the first princess, Theo sounded a little nervous just thinking about it. Of course. The tiger reacted with a big nod. We'll definitely keep a room empty for you. We'd love to have you here, after all. What she said. Maya just smiled at them. I look forward to it already. You've seemed happy about it. Spending time with both of you will be lovely. Also, she paused for a moment. Staying in a mansion that is this warm and cozy will be great, too. Why is it so warm here? It's amazing. In the end, she also was just another cat. It's the best, isn't it? Sophia sounded rather proud. I invented a new way of heating a house, and our mansion was the test object for that. I'd say it came out rather well. You're amazing. She had no better words. Ehe. The blonde liked her reaction. I know. This time, she had no intention to be humble. It was a lot of trial and error. The raw material is quite explosive before it gets refined. We just finished rebuilding the garden after Maya exploded half of it while we were experimenting. Hey. The explosion fanatic got loud. There was no need to mention that. Again. Theo suddenly sounded slightly disappointed. Weren't the countless times you blew up our garden with your magic enough? Maya's cheeks turned red. A serial offender, huh? Sophia enjoyed this revelation a lot. Ugh, she got even more embarrassed. Shut up. Afterward, the four kept chatting about many topics for a good while longer, and curiously enough, Maya was the constantly embarrassed one for a change. It had soon gotten pretty late, though, and her parents decided to head back for the time being. They apparently had a reservation in a fancy restaurant they didn't want to miss out on. Eve had invited the couple to join them, but the two didn't want to impose on their date. After promising many times to come to visit again soon, they finally left the mansion. Phew, still in the living room, Sophia let out a sigh. Not what I was expecting to do today. You can say that again. Maya was a little less indifferent about it. Ahaha, she had to chuckle at her reaction. For not being prepared to meet your parents, I think I did a decent enough job. That's putting it very lightly. Mom already likes you way too much. Dad's quite the fan, too. Ehe. The tiger liked hearing that. I'm so happy. Good for you. The cat girl smiled at her. Though she suffered a lot in the last hours, she was glad that Sophia had a great time and bonded with them. Still, I saw how often you suddenly looked a little jumpy, as if you skipped in time. Not being prepared is quite the stretch, isn't it? How often did you stop time? How long did it take you to come up with some of your replies? She paused for a moment while looking slightly awkward. I'd like to not say an exact number here. Often and long? Often and long. Sophia hung her head. I didn't want to mess up like I usually do. This was too important for that. It's fine. I totally understand that. Maya wasn't angry. Also, I'm going to have a lot of fun when they see your unhinged side. It's only a matter of time, after all. There's no way you're able to keep it up like this. They'll like that side of yours just as much, don't worry, but I'll have the chance to get back at my parents for praising you so much. I'll try my best to ramp it up slowly. Sure. The cat girl didn't believe she'd be able to do that. I'll just have to meet them together with Chloe the next time. Next to her, I'll look a little more normal. No. Maya just shook her head. You are twice as unhinged with her. Just because she's as insane as you doesn't make you look any less eccentric. In fact, you look even worse. Okay, no Chloe. Good idea. She nodded in agreement. Speaking of, should we bring Chloe and the perverts back now that my parents are gone? I feel a little bad that we chased them out even though they were staying here. Chloe and the perverts? Sophia tilted her head. Isn't that a little redundant? Chloe and the louder perverts? Better. Sophia stifled a small laugh. Yeah, let's do that. It's more fun with them here, too. Also, I still need to kick Ari's butt for the whole Ellie thing. Because even a little 3-year-old girl had noticed her crush on Anna? Exactly. Good idea. Maya liked the idea. I'll take the other cheek for the kick. Hee hee. Afterward, the two went to their basement to reunite with the girls in the elven village by using the portal there. Oh ouch. Exactly 3 seconds after the couple had entered Chloe's home, Ari yelped in pain while she started rubbing her butt to ease the stinging. Why did you two kick me? Because you are a dense idiot. Sophia stared right at her. Haven't I apologized enough for that already? I'm sorry. Ellie thought you and Anna were married already because you two were acting the same as her mom and dad. Ellie, you know? A little girl who has no idea what romantic relationships even are yet. The jaguar wasn't sure what to reply. A moment later, she bent over again while presenting her butt to the two. Another one, please. She saw no other solution. Idiot, the couple had other plans, though, and looked at the princess instead. Ouch. Now we're good. After Anna was taken care of, as well, the two started smiling again. They also decided against making a comment on how the princess yelp was much quieter even though they had used even more force. Chloe decided to stay silent until now and also ignored everything that just happened before she faced Maya. Your parents are in the capital, huh? They are. She nodded. It really surprised me. You have no idea. Sophia was also nodding. I nearly had a heart attack, or 7, from suddenly meeting her parents. Even more so after Ari and I had already run into them the day before while having no idea who they were. I can imagine, the jaguar was also quite surprised by this. It sure is a small world. Yes. How was it? The fox girl then glanced at the tiger. I'm sure it's quite the event to meet your partner's parents, right? Hence, the aforementioned heart attacks. She paused for a moment. Totally unlike me. I think I did fairly well, though. She did too well. Maya shook her head. Mom already likes her more than me. Good job. Chloe was proud of her. Dot. As speaking of parents, Ari looked at the couple. You were in the castle before all that, right? How does it look there? Ah, right. Sophia clapped her hands. I met your mother, too. Which one? The jaguar suddenly got even warier. Daria. She's great. We got along really well. Oh no. Now I also know why you're secretly such a pervert. Ugh, Ari's face turned red. Why did it have to be her she ran into? Chloe looked a little confused because she couldn't follow the conversation. Ari has 2 moms, and I met one of them earlier. As I was, or am a little curious about the whole blessing magic thing because I only know the basics about it, I used the chance to ask her, who had used it twice already, to get all the details of her. It was very informative. I also learned that you can use the blessing magic on very specific toys to recreate a more natural way of making a child between 2 women. People in the capital sure are horny. Toys for a natural way. Wait a moment, the fox girl seemed to have understood her implications. Seriously? I was also quite surprised. The blonde nodded a few times. It even simulates fluids based on liquid magic that act as an aphrodisiac. You apparently can also use it to purely have fun without getting pregnant. It's connected to the wearer in a way that you feel everything as if it's actually a part of yours. Seriously? Chloe had to repeat herself. Yup. Does it also come in different, colors? It sounds absolutely fascinating, but I doubt I'd be into something that completely looks like the real thing overly much. All shapes and colors you can possibly imagine. Sophia smiled at her. You're apparently able to have it custom made however you want it to be. Wow. She seemed to be very interested in it. Still, the people of the capital are all gigantic perverts. I know, right? The blonde wholeheartedly agreed with the fox girl. I said the same time so many times already. I can't say it's a bad thing, though. Absolutely. Chloe felt the same. And Mom, Ari only looked down at her feet while her entire face was on fire. Hearing that her mother had told her best friend about something like that was incredibly embarrassing for her. Toys. Anna seemed a little confused after having listened to their conversation. The adult kind. Maya looked at her. The ones for extra fun during nightly activities with your partner. Or during the day, Sophia added her own bit. Or when you're alone, and your own fingers just aren't enough. So did Chloe. Her information sounded oddly specific, though. Slightly lonely sounding, it was, too. The princess needed a moment before her entire face turned red. Wait, it almost sounds like all of you already have experience with those tea toys. Maya, Sophia, and Chloe just turned their heads away. Seriously? Wait, she then glanced at Ari. Why you, too? And no. She violently shook her head. I know they exist, just as everyone does, but I've never tried them out. I see. Want to change that? Maya smirked at the jaguar. I can give you the address of the shop. She didn't answer. How, how does it feel? Anna seemed a little interested. Well, the catgirl continued. A tongue feels better, and nimble fingers do, too, but it's a nice change of pace every now and then. Depending on what kind of toys, and how you use them, you can also do things that two girls normally can't. There's something really enticing about those specific poses and adventures. Toys aren't my favorite, but they are a great addition to the fun. Yup. Sophia had nothing to add. I see. The princess' face turned even redder before she glanced at her jaguar. She briefly matched her gaze, but decided to remain silent. I'll give you the address later. It was enough of an answer for Maya. Or maybe, Chloe, do you want to help them? You went there just recently, didn't you? Yeah? The fox girl's eyes shot open. That kind of shopping really isn't something you do with friends, isn't it? I can only recommend solo things. Couple toys are outside of my range of expertise. Fair enough. Maya understood where she was coming from. Well, recommending things there is all good, but I guess it's better to make your own experiences, anyway. I shouldn't have said anything. Anna had taken a lot of damage from this. Can we get back to the earlier topic? Ari's mother aside, how is the situation in the castle? Sophia tilted her head. Kinda complicated, I'd say. That bad? She didn't like the sound of that. Well, you two went at it at the busiest times in the mansion. Everyone knows about the two of you now, and they have a hard time facing the queen because of that. Ugh. Kira's not letting them have any of that, though. While we were with her in the entrance hall, she loudly announced that she was going to kick anyone out of the castle who would continue to be awkward, especially around the two of you. Seriously? The couple got loud. Yup. Your mother's amazing, after all. Afterward, I threatened the king with serious violence. I might or might not have promised him to literally kick him out of the window in his office if he doesn't stop being an idiot. Also, scratch the might part. I absolutely did. Father is that upset? Anna liked the sound of that even less. I wouldn't say upset. Sophia scratched her cheek in return. On one hand, he's pretty embarrassed that so many people, including his ministers and whatnot, had, well, heard you and Ari. Then, you're also his daughter, his little princess. Literally, at that. His daughter, who just had become an adult. From what I've heard, fathers usually don't cope overly well with that. What a mess. Ari wasn't sure what else to say. I also gave him a good talking, not just promising him violence if he doesn't stop. He was pretty understanding and knew that he's an idiot. It should be fine soon. I also gave him something else to brood over and keep him busy. He won't have any time to be stupid because of me. What did you do? The princess had a bad feeling about this. You have heard about the area they wanted to turn into a frontier city, right? Of course. She nodded a few times. I've also heard about the massive migraine father had gotten because the whole place had turned into a gigantic lake out of nowhere. Nobody can explain how or why that happened either. How, Fenny and I played with magic. Why, we messed up. Sophia scratched her cheek. We accidentally blew up the whole plane during an experiment and tried to hush it up by turning the crater into a lake. That's amazing. Chloe's eyes started sparkling. I want to see that. One of my portals leads to the lake. I can show you when we have the time. Yay. I've heard that the lake's multiple kilometers wide, though. Tens of kilometers, some even said. Anna got even more confused. We really messed up. Sophia slightly corrected herself. I confessed that to the king and gave him something to concentrate his thoughts on. He'll be too busy to think about you and Ari for a while. Wow. You really are something else. Ehe. The blonde took it as a compliment. I promise it will be fine when you return for the queen's birthday. Kira and I will guarantee that. The ministers, the king, and everyone else in the castle know what will happen to them if they don't behave. Thank you very much. Ari and Anna had nothing else to say in response. Afterward, the girls chatted a little longer before eventually returning to the mansion. Ari, and even more so Anna, liked Chloe's treehouse, but the cats found it a little too cold for their liking. The fox girl heartily disagreed with that but also went with them because she'd rather be with friends than in her perfectly tempered house. Chapter 297, Worried about rumors. Maya's parents had left the couple's mansion again as they had a reservation in a fancy restaurant they didn't want to miss out on. They promised to meet each other again soon, though. While they wanted to enjoy their vacation, the two naturally also wanted to spend time with their daughter and her partner. Once they had parted, Maya and Sophia used the portal to go back to Chloe's home, where the fox girl, Ari, and Anna were currently at, to give them some alone time with the parents. There, the duo gave the loud couple an update on the situation in the castle and assured them that everything would turn out alright when they returned for Kira's birthday. Afterward, the girls finally returned to the mansion. There, they chatted a little more, mainly about Sophia and Maya and how they had spent the day with the cat girl's parents. Once they were done with that, the topic briefly drifted to the previously mentioned toys again. Maya also gave Ari and Anna the address of the shop while looking as smug as possible. The couple only started blushing in response without fighting back, though. After that topic was over, the girls decided to return to their rooms. It had gotten quite late by now, and everyone except Chloe had to head to school the following day as the long weekend was finally over. Tired. Loudly announcing her feelings on the matter, Sophia complained a lot on their way to the academy during the morning. I agree, her fellow tiger only reacted with a nod and a yawn. Why are we up so early again? The blonde then faced Maya. I thought we agreed to only show up during the magic sessions, because it makes absolutely no sense for us to be there all day. Mondays always start with magic lessons in the morning, Ari answered her. I hate your school. Sophia had a very clear opinion about it. Well, I can't say I'm very enthusiastic about it either right now, the jaguar hung her head. I'll die if the rumors from the castle made it all the way to there, as well. Oh no. The princess suddenly looked wide awake. Why, you don't think the girls in school already know? I kinda doubt it. Maya shook her head. Kira made it very clear what's going to happen if things get even more awkward. I'm pretty sure the castle staff managed to keep their mouths shut. I hope so. Ari wasn't entirely convinced about it. What are you two going to do, though? Sophia glanced at the duo, sticking like glue to each other while holding hands and even having their fingers intertwined. One glance at that, and everyone will know what's going on regardless. You two look more than a couple than Maya and I do, and we already are official. Hearing that, they let go of each other and put a bit of distance between them. That's just as suspicious, though. The cat girl shook her head. You two were always one clingy and flirty unit, so if you put in some distance now, everyone will notice that something's up. What should we do, then? The duo got loud. No idea. Maya and Sophia simply shook their heads. Not helping. They only got louder. We weren't trying to. Ugh, Ari and Anna hung their heads in response. I want to go home, they already sounded tired. Ours or the castle? The cat girl was having a great time this early in the morning already. Shut up. The loud duo had other feelings about the matter. Eehee. By the way, Sophia then faced her cat. We're immediately leaving after the magic session is over. I want to get to Ellie as soon as possible. I don't want to risk any more delays that could spoil her surprise. Sounds good to me. Maya only nodded. Surprise. As Anna was happy to change the subject, she got interested in the topic. Ellie wants to give Kira a present for her birthday. She decided on making something handmade for her, and we're helping her with it. Oh. The princess sounded impressed. Such a good girl. It's weird that she's your sister, huh? The cat girl just had to do it. Hey. She got loud. Ari, that reminds me. We have to get a present for her, too. I already bought something for the queen last week. The jaguar awkwardly scratched her cheek. Seriously? Pfft, Maya and Sophia couldn't hold back a short laughter. Ugh, Anna's cheeks turned slightly red. Thanks to that, the mood of her and Ari relaxed a lot, though, and they arrived worry-free at the academy. Luckily, word of their relationship hadn't gotten to the school yet, either. Besides some getting suspicious about Anna and Ari being either way too close or not close at all at times, no one actually confronted them during the magic lessons. Just as promised, right after the lessons were over, Sophia decided it was enough school for one day, grabbed Maya, and the two left to meet Ellie in the castle. You know, on the way, the blonde faced Maya again. I love the uniform, it looks great, and it's super comfy to wear, but the academy itself is a little underwhelming. I agree with the uniform, but what were you expecting in the first place? The cat girl just tilted her head. No idea, she paused for a moment. I was kinda hoping for more friends, but I'm already pretty tight with Ari and on more than good terms with Anna, too. We found Chloe now, too, Sue. Quality over quantity? Maya tried to interpret whatever she was trying to say. Pretty much. She nodded a few times. Although, now with Chloe. Maybe I should try harder to find someone interesting among the students as a girlfriend for her. The ones in Ari's class are all either 17 or 18. The latter ones especially should be fine for our dear Fox, I guess? Well, even 17 should be as it's only 2 years, but, the cat girl paused for a moment. The girls in the class are all really nice, and some of them are quite the lookers, too. Still. They are all not the standing out kind, if you know what I mean. Uh-huh. The tiger kept nodding. Chloe's more of a main character herself, while those girls are side characters at best, I see. Sure. Maya didn't look like she could fully follow her logic, but she still decided to agree with her. I mean, she said she'd be interested in someone like you. There's definitely no one like that in the academy. She'd already stuck out a ton, after all. True, Sophia scratched her cheek. It's going to be a major pain to find someone for her, isn't it? It will also be a major pain if we do find someone, and we suddenly have 3 of your kind. The cat girl saw an entirely different issue with the whole ordeal. Hey! The tiger got loud. True, though. She couldn't refute it, either. I bet it will also be a ton of fun, though. Debatable, she wasn't thoroughly convinced about it. Well, exploring with you was super fun, and Chloe seems to have visited a ton of interesting places, as well. A third exploration-loving girl might be great in that regard. I just fear the day when all 3 of you go out of control simultaneously. You and Chloe alone are already a force of nature. Screw that, either of you is, but 3. She couldn't finish her sentence and just shuddered instead. You worry too much. Maya just stared at her. Sure. It will be fine. She flinched a little. Also, there's still Chloe's Faye. Even Fenny's scared of her when she's angry. I'm sure she'll be able to handle us. You said the same about Ari, and you still broke her. Hey. Sophia raised her voice. Wording. I have no intention to change anything about how I worded it. Ugh, she paused for a moment. She still can be serious when the situation calls for it. She just got more comfortable with and around us. Well, fair enough, I guess. Good. Sophia was happy with her reply and continued to walk toward the castle. Oh? She didn't make it that far, though. What's wrong? Maya also stopped walking and matched her line of sight. Oh, that's super cute. Her eyes fell on a clothing shop for kids that had a few outfits in their window. The one the two were looking at featured a white hoodie with a peach-colored hood and an equally colored cat-like silhouette on the front. It was combined with a light blue skirt, black leggings, and very warm-looking brown boots. Ellie would look so adorable in this. The tiger's eyes were sparkling. It doesn't look very princess-like, but you are absolutely right. Who cares about that? She can wear whatever she wants in the castle. The blonde energetically raised her fist. I'm going to buy it for her. Immediately after, she disappeared into the store. Got it. It didn't even take 3 minutes for her to be back. I really love how straightforward you are. Sophia suddenly got silent. I love how decisive you are when it comes to the things that make you happy. Maya changed her wording so that it didn't involve the word straight. She knows her girl that is anything but straight, after all. Good. She started smiling again. Let's pick up the pace. I want to see Ellie wearing it as soon as possible. Okay. Afterward, the couple did just that and arrived at the castle in no time. Chapter 298, Playing with Clay. A new week had finally begun, and the girls, except Chloe, returned to the academy. Luckily, the word about Anna and Ari finally having become a couple hadn't reached the school yet, and they, fortunately, didn't have to deal with that, as well. However, Sophia and Maya decided to leave early because they had something better to do. Visiting Ellie, that is. On the way to the castle, the two had also bought some new clothes for the little princess after having seen something adorable on display that the two wanted to see her wear. Oh, welcome! In the castle's entrance hall, the couple directly ran into Kira, who cheerfully greeted them. I swear, the queen also has detection magic. Maya thought that the frequency of her accidentally meeting the two the moment they entered the castle was a bit too suspicious. Ahaha, Sophia scratched her cheek. Well, actually, I wouldn't be surprised. What brings you here again so soon? The queen decided to ignore their exchange. Ellie. The blonde was in a good mood. Ah, I see. Oh, while we're at it, she looked at the bag with the clothes she had bought earlier. Is she allowed to wear clothes that aren't princess-like at all? That highly depends on what that would mean. Kira raised an eyebrow. Oi. Sophia didn't like this implication. You're the one with the questionable wording here, my dear. I am not. I bought some clothes for her that are purely adorable and comfy, but it's just not fancy looking, that's all. Ah, yeah, that's totally fine. She smiled at her fellow tiger. She has to dress up a little for public events, but as long as it's something decent, she's allowed to wear whatever she wants inside the castle. Perfect. Sophia's mood improved even more. Let's go. She grabbed Maya's hand and immediately wanted to leave. I need you for a moment longer, though. Kira stopped her. She didn't like the sound of that. We've gotten further with the lake you and your wolf created. Oh? The blonde got a little interested. I had the idea of turning it into a tourist spot, right? Yup. She nodded. I suggested that to Menzer and everyone else. They all found the plan quite interesting and decided to make further plans. Sounds great. That's why, please come with a name for the lake, the area as a whole, and then for the future tourist city soon. Yeah? Sophia's eyes grew wide. Again, eh? She had to repeat it. You created the lake, changed the entire area, and suggested the city. It's your responsibility to give all of it a name. Make sure to give everything a good one because it's an official part of our territory and will be written down in various records, maps, and general geography books. Oh my, I look forward to that disaster. Maya already knew how this would end up. What she said. The blonde nodded a few times. I'm terrible with that kind of stuff. Tough luck. Saying so, Kira just waved her hand and left. Hey! She yelled after her, but the queen didn't even react. She's good. Ugh, Sophia hung her head. What are you so smug for? Who do you think is going to help me with that? Chloe? The cat girl just tilted her head. I bet the two of you together will come up with something incredible. I hate you. Ehe. Afterward, as there was nothing to add to the topic anymore, the couple finally went to Ellie's room. So, Maya. Ellie immediately ran up to the couple the moment they had entered her room and tightly hugged them. Hey. The two gently hugged her back. This sort of greeting had already become a routine for them. Ellie thought it would take longer. Once the three had parted again, the little princess looked at the duo while tilting her head. We hurried because we wanted to see you. Maya decided to spare her the details. Yay! She liked that answer a lot. Are we making the present today? Her eyes started sparkling. Of course. Sophia smiled at her. But first, we have a present for you. She held up the bag with the clothes she'd gotten earlier. For Ellie? Yep. Nodding a few times, she handed over the bag to the princess. I found some clothes that looked really cute you maybe would like. It doesn't look as fancy as your usual dresses, but it's adorable and super comfy. Ellie loves being adorable and comfy. She got even giddier when she grabbed the bag and looked inside. It looks cute and fluffy. Ellie wants to wear it immediately. Sure. Afterward, the couple helped the princess to change into the new clothes to let her have her will. So comfy and warm. Once she had changed clothes, Ellie started twirling around in the room before eventually looking at herself in a mirror to fully see the light beige hoodie with the cat silhouette, the blue skirt, the black leggings, and the brown boots. So cute, too. Happy to hear. Sophia was glad that her little present was such a success. Shall we start on Kira's present now? Maya tried to get the excited princess back on track. Yes. It was very effective. Do we need anything to play with the clay? Maya tilted her head while looking at her tiger. I was busy with my parents, so I don't really know what you actually got. Not really, no. She shook her head in return. It's air-dry clay, so we don't have to bake it afterward, either. You can't really hold liquids with that, but it's perfect for beginners and decorative things like plates. A bowl with water to keep your hands moist will help. I also recommend an apron because it can get very messy. We don't want to ruin your new clothes, do we? Sophia then glanced at the princess. No. She vigorously shook her head. An already finished bowl to use as a mold to get the shape right would be nice, too. You sure seem to know your stuff when it comes to clay. Do you have any experience with that? The cat girl got a little curious. Clay is super popular with kids, and we played with it at least once a week in the kindergarten I worked. Less talking. Ellie wants to play with the clay now. She wasn't even listening to them anymore. See? Ahaha. Maya just reacted with a slight chuckle. I guess we should get started then. Once Sophia had gotten everything ready and put an apron on the princess, the trio got together at the table in Ellie's room. You still want to make a bowl, right? The blonde then looked at the little girl next to her. Yes. She gave her a big nod. Ellie likes that idea a lot. Alrighty. How big do you want it to be? Sophia pointed at 3 bowls on the table she had borrowed while she got the aprons in the kitchen earlier. Like this one. The princess pointed at a medium-sized and relatively flat bowl. Okay, sounds good. Nodding once, the blonde opened the sealed box with the grayish-white clay they had bought before. She stared at it for a moment. Ellie would like something more colorful, though. Ahaha, don't worry about that. Once we finish forming it and it's properly dried, we'll paint it. Yay! The princess looked happy again. Once those details were taken care of, Sophia showed her how to use the clay. She used a bit of the clay and rolled it out flat on the table with her hands. Afterward, she took one of the bowls, turned it upside down, and made the outside a little wet with the water they had at the table. Then, the blonde took the flattened clay and pulled it over the outsides of the bowl so that it could take on its shape. She formed it a little more with her hands and then turned the bowl around again before removing it. Thanks to the water, the clay hadn't clung to it and stayed fully intact. That's more or less it. That's easy. The princess nodded a few times. Ellie wants to try it, too. Sure. Smiling at the excited girl, Sophia got a generous helping of the clay out of the box and handed it to her. Have fun. Yay. She already was having lots of it. Does Ellie have to use the other bowl to copy? Forming it without sounds more fun. You can do whatever you want. That is the beauty of clay. Clay is the bestest. She immediately started playing with it and formed it into a flat circle. If you want to make a bowl without a form, try to make the clay a little thicker. It's easier to stay in shape that way. Sophia gave her a little tip. Ellie sees. The princess nodded a few times before changing her approach and formed the clay into a big ball instead. After looking at it for a little while, she then pressed her thumb into the ball and formed a hole with it. She kept widening the hole that way until the whole mass of clay eventually resembled a bowl. It wasn't exactly a perfect circle, and the rim was a little wavy, but it wasn't a half-bad try. I know that wasn't the plan, but Maya stared at the bowl for a moment. I kinda like the wavy design. Maybe a little polishing to make it more even, but I think the idea is great. Yep. Sophia agreed with her. It looks like it's made with much more love than mine, which is just a simple copy of an existing bowl. The princess needed to think about it for a moment, but she eventually started smiling. Ellie likes that. Good. The blonde liked her enthusiasm. If you make the curving a little more evenly, it will make a lovely bowl. Yay. More motivated than ever, she continued to play around with the clay for some more. Before long, it eventually really looked like a presentable bowl. It had a rather unique design and was clearly made by a child, albeit a talented one, but it turned out much better than they had expected. Looking good. Sophia and Maya clapped a few times once Ellie was done. Oh. Happy that the princess was having a good time, the blonde looked at the leftover clay, and it seemed like she suddenly got another idea. Do you want to make another gift for your mother? Is it a good one? Ellie seemed interested. It's so good, she'll probably cry from happiness. Ellie wants to do it. That's the spirit. Saying so, Sophia then grabbed some of the clay and formed it into a flat plate with a diameter that was a bit bigger than Ellie's hand. Can you place your flat hand on that? She tilted her head. Okay. The princess did it anyway. Perfect. Saying so, the blonde then placed her own hand on top of hers and gently pressed the back of it and her fingers deeper into the clay. Once she was sure it had left a nice imprint, she lifted both their hands up again. The princess repeated herself while tilting her head even more. Why? A good question? Maya seemed about as confused. It's a plate with her handprint? Yup. Sophia nodded. Moms love that. They do? The cat girl now also tilted her head. It's not a thing here. The blonde paused for a moment. Once the clay hardens, your child's handprint will be preserved, and you'll forever have a memory of how small your baby used to be. She started smiling. I think that's lovely. Wow, Maya looked impressed. It really sounds great to have such a memento. I definitely feel more than touched when you put it like that, yeah. So, Mama will like this. Ellie pointed at the plate with her handprint. She'll love it. Sophia smiled at her. Even more so when we make it all colorful with the paint once the clay is dry and hard. Yay. Afterward, as there still was a lot of clay left, the trio played around with it for a good while longer and crafted all kinds of decorative items together. Eventually, though, they ran out of materials, and it had also gotten relatively late. As the three now had to wait for the clay to fully dry and harden, the couple decided to revisit Ellie the next day to finish their little project. Doing as promised, Once they were done with their little trip to the academy, Sophia and Maya directly headed back to the castle the moment the magic lessons were over there. Back in Ellie's room, after having made sure the clay was ready, the couple helped the princess paint her presents for Kira's birthday. The bowl ended up extremely colorful as the little girl really wanted to use every color they had bought. Still, the plate with her handprint was painted in a much more subdued two-tone color. As there was some time left, they also decided to color the other decorative clay pieces they had created just for fun. Chapter 299, Shopping with the Group, Part 1 of 2. The last couple of days had been quite eventful. The girls made a new friend, Chloe. Ari and Anna finally became a couple and royally messed up being so loud that the entire castle had heard their first time. Last, but definitely not least, Maya's parents showed up in the capital, and Sophia had to do her best to make them like her. Fortunately, they not only ended up liking, but straight up loving her. As all of that, except for meeting the fox girl, had been rather tiring, the girls decided it was time to do something fun together to get a bit of stress relief. Namely, spending a ton of money on new clothes. They had planned this a long time ago, because they all needed new clothes for the upcoming fall and winter seasons. Still, because one thing kept happening another lately, they only got the time to do it a few days after Sophia and Maya helped Ellie craft her present for Kira's birthday that was happening soon. Thankfully, they had gotten a day off from the academy, definitely not because a certain blonde and black-haired troublemaker duo had caused another uproar, and the group decided to use that day to go shopping together. Alrighty, where do we start? While the 5 girls were walking around in the capital, Sophia faced the others while seemingly in a good mood. With a place that sells incredibly short skirts. As usual, the girl's ability to sync up was almost scary. The blonde stopped walking. I hoped you all would have forgotten about that part. Nope. Everyone just shook their heads. You all know that if it gets too extreme, I'll only wear it at home, right? Good enough. Stop syncing up so well. Sophia glared at all of them. With 4 at the same time, it gets seriously creepy. Hee hee. Ugh, she gave up. Can we go to the lingerie shop first, though? I really am open to an outfit with a skirt, one that I chose, but I'm only going to wear them outside when I can have tights or leggings beneath it. Just like I do with the school uniform. They have a nice selection, and something colorful might be fun. Oh. Chloe raised her voice. Do they also have overknees? I'd like to get some that are a little sheerer and/or thinner. My current ones are a little too warm for my liking. You're crazy. This time, all the cats unionized. Wow, you were right. The fox girl then glanced at Sophia. The sink is a little creepy. I do like the idea, though. Maya nodded a few times. Yeah? The cats then focused their attention on her. No. No, not the ridiculous idea of our crazy fox. I mean getting new legwear in general. I'd like to get something with more contrast to my hair. Maybe I'll give black tights a try. They looked relieved again. Except for Chloe, as she's still looking for a companion in that regard. As everyone liked the idea of going to shop for new legwear first, the girls decided to go to the lingerie store they had visited several times to look at their stock. I don't think I've ever been in this area of the capital yet. After having walked around for 15 minutes, Sophia started scanning their surroundings. It's a shortcut, Ari replied to her. The previous times, we went to the lingerie boutique from the castle, right? From your mansion, it's faster if we go this way. I see, she nodded a few times. I'm totally not going to remember any of this. Can't say I'm surprised. Maya had already given up on her girlfriend's navigation skills. Ignoring the justified insult, the blonde continued to look around until she found a curious sign. Shrine Ground of Mira. Who's Mira? She seemed a little confused. You don't know her? Ari tilted her head. She's the goddess of magic. Well, for the beast folk, at least. Her being depicted with animal ears and a tail didn't make her overly popular amongst the humans. Very fluffy tail and ears, I want to add. Anna chimed in. It's divine fluff. It's kinda quite similar to, but barely above Chloe, even. Wow. Sophia nodded a few times. Understandable with the human thing, then. She had no problems imagining the issues there. Wait, what? She needed a moment before the words fully registered. There is a goddess of magic. Wait, I thought magic is something natural. Why does it need a goddess? Wait, there are more besides that Kinnear? She decided to reword her sentence. Yeah? The great Kinnear has a bit of a special position. The princess tilted her head while thinking of an explanation. He doesn't really have a role as Mira does. He's more of a general or, rather, the main higher being? He's basically in the center connecting everything? There are many besides Mira. There are goddesses of nature and life, too, for example. The blonde wasn't sure how to feel about this revelation. The main one already was quite the handful, so any more of these higher beings seemed like a massive pain. Still, a goddess of magic, huh? Is she also an eccentric one? Also. Ari tilted her head. She's said to be very gentle, caring, and always looking out for others. Oh ho. She liked the sound of that a lot more compared to a certain unreliable-looking slob. Also, she then looked at their fox girl. Divine fluff, gentle, caring, always looking out for others, and unexplainably good at managing and controlling magic. Chloe, is there anything you want to tell us? Huh? She looked at the tiger with big eyes and a shocked expression. Where did that come from? Also, wouldn't my magical reserves be much bigger if I were Mira? Maybe you're just artificially limiting yourself? Bold thing to say by someone who actually has goddess-like magical power. Ari stared at her. Is there anything you want to tell us? Not to mention that you even have your own pocket dimension with your portals. Chloe directly jumped in on the Jaguar's comeback. Point taken. Sophia had little room to talk back. I'm not the gentlest girl around, though. At least not to a point where it is a definitive trait of mine. Also, I'm a lover of divine fluff, not the wielder of it. Fair enough. The Jaguar accepted her explanation. Do you want to look at the shrine? It's not far and almost on the way. Nah, I'm fine. The blonde shook her head. It's probably not any different than the Kinnear shrines, right? Only with a different person? I've seen enough of them already. Yes, it's pretty much the same. Yeah. Shopping sounds like so much more fun. Chloe agreed with her and energetically raised her arm. Let's go. She seemed very eager to move on. After the girls had finished getting distracted, for the time being, they finally went to the lingerie boutique for real to get some of their sought-after legwear. Do you already have a specific idea for colorful tights in mind? Inside, while browsing the products on display, Ari faced Sophia. Some minutes ago, Chloe had spotted something interesting, and she took Maya and the princess with her, so the two ended up on their own while looking around. The tiger gave it some thought. A red or maybe burgundy color might be fun. No idea why, but I think red tights look amazing. The same goes for leggings. Red, huh? The Jaguar tried to imagine it. As long as it's not a shiny color, I could get behind it, yeah. She nodded a few times. Yup. She agreed. A subdued and/or matte hue would be better. Let's see, Ari glanced around to find something fitting. Oh, how about those? Her eyes stopped at a red pair of tights worn by a mannequin. I love the thin argyle pattern they have. Oh my gosh, they are amazing. Sophia immediately fell in love with them. I need those. Well, that was easy. Oh. They're even lined. It's like they're made for me. The blonde was already getting her hands on them. They feel so soft and warm. Lined tights really are taking over now that it's getting colder. And that's a good thing. Sure is. The Jaguar had to agree with her. Okay, I'm happy for now. Sophia grabbed 3 sets of tights in her size while smiling at Ari. Do you also plan on getting something? or will you stay with the tried and proven black legwear? I wasn't planning to. Do you think anything else would fit me? I feel like black is the best option for me. That is true. She nodded in agreement. Maybe something in white for contrast? I think that would work quite well. Ari didn't seem to be fully convinced. I was planning to get something along the lines of a white pullover to contrast my hair. I think my legs look better in black. As they were currently in the school unfirm with the rather short skirt, as they went shopping right after the magic lessons, Sophia took a good look at Ari's legs in her usual black tights. About a minute later, she finally looked her into the eyes again. True. Did you really need to stare at them for that long? I even hurried up, you know? Sophia wasn't the least bit embarrassed. Right, your fondness of legs, I forgot. Ari rolled her eyes. There's lots to be fond of with yours. Thanks? I guess? Yup. She gave her a big smile. Let's see. What else would be a great fit for those amazing legs? Oh. Sophia's eyes wandered around in the boutique until they stopped on something they liked. The jaguar followed her line of sight and quickly found what she was looking at. And no. The moment she saw the scantily clad mannequin wearing nothing but very revealing black lingerie made with lots of lace combined with an eloquently designed garter belt and straps holding up a pair over knees, her entire face turned red. Underwear aside, there's just no way I'm going to wear a garter belt and straps in public. Underwear aside? Sophia raised an eyebrow in interest. She got even more embarrassed. Well, I like lace trim a lot, so the underwear looks great. Though, okay, maybe a good bit too see-through in important places. Also, those bits won't be seen in public, so. You like lace trim, huh? That must mean you also do like the garter parts, right? She pointed at the detailed lace on the holder and the overknees. The jaguar paused for a moment while taking another glance or two at it. Or a lot more, to be precise. I'm still not going to wear it. In public or in general? Shut up. I bet Anna would love to see you in it, though. When the two of you are alone, of course. She went silent again while looking at the lingerie once more. I hate you, Ari then hung her head in defeat. Want to try it on? The blonde didn't have a hard time understanding her reaction. Should I get a clerk for help? I bet there are some catches to get it to fit perfectly. And no. The jaguar raised her voice. I don't want some stranger to see me in that. It's just a clerk, though? They do nothing else day in and out. It's not like they care, as it's their job. They just want to help. I care, though. Fine, have it your way. Sophia didn't feel like arguing. Thanks. Afterward, she grabbed a set in her size, and the two made their way to the changing rooms. Please make sure that no one enters my stall. I'll die if someone sees me. Sure. The blonde just waved at her before the curtain to her cabin closed. Roughly 10 minutes and lots of ruffling sounds later, Ari still hadn't said a word in her cabin. Does it fit? Sophia was getting a little curious. It's the right size, but I don't know if it fits me. Should I get a clerk, after all? They'll definitely be able to tell if it fits the way it's supposed to be. No. She raised her voice again. This lingerie hides nothing. Nothing. No clerk is going to see me like that. It's less sensual if I'd be naked. Well, then I'm out of options. Sophia wasn't sure how to help her. As I'm pretty sure it looks amazing on you, just get it and have some fun with Anna once you present it to her. The changing cubicle turned silent again. Please come in and judge it for me. Excuse me? She got loud. That's so a job for either a clerk or the princess. I don't want a stranger to see me, and it's supposed to be a surprise for Anna. You know what's going to happen once our girls find out that you presented yourself to me in underwear, right? Right? Not to mention that you're wearing extremely sensual and suggestive lingerie right now. I don't have any ulterior motives, though. You're just helping me to check the fitment of some clothes. They just happen to be quite embarrassing for anyone to see. Are you happy with that excuse? There was a hint of sarcasm in Sophia's voice. Not at all. I don't have anything better either, though. I'm going to blame you for everything, okay? Sure. Alright, hesitating for another moment, the blonde then entered Ari's changing cabin. Wow. That was all she could say after she saw the jaguar in the outfit she was currently trying on. Hiding nothing was a huge understatement. Chapter 299, Shopping with the Group, Part 2 of 2. The girls were finally having their long-awaited shopping trip to get all sorts of clothing for the already ongoing fall and the upcoming winter seasons. They started out by getting new legwear, namely tights and leggings. Sophia wanted to get something colorful, and the others wanted to change their usual styles. Ari and the blonde ended up looking at stuff on their own, and the duo eventually ended up in the underwear area of the boutique, and the tiger got pretty interested in the display there. She even went as far as talking the jaguar into trying on a very sensual set of lingerie that also featured a garter belt and straps. Ari was very against the idea in the beginning, but after Sophia mentioned the princess and how happy she would probably be about seeing her in it, she changed her mind. That wasn't all, though. As the jaguar is still quite shy and timid around people she hasn't befriended yet, she refused to ask a clerk for a fitment, and it ended up being Sophia's job to make sure Ari looked good in the lingerie. Needless to say, it fitted her extraordinarily well, and the blonde got something out of it, as well. Roughly 15 minutes later, the duo reunited with the other girls while holding a bag each. For some reason, Ari's was a good bit bigger than the one Sophia had. Also, both seemed quite embarrassed, as well. There you finally why are you two blushing? Anna spotted them first and directly started questioning the moment she saw their red faces. The duo instantly turned their heads away from each other to look to the side. Sophia? Maya wasn't a fan of this reaction either. You are one lucky girl. Sophia smiled at her, got closer to the princess, tapped her shoulder, and then looked at her cat girl. Maya, there's something we need to buy for you right now. Come with me. She then grabbed her hand and dragged her off in the direction she and the jaguar came from. Ari. Anna immediately faced her girl. What did you two do? She only got more embarrassed in return. Huh? Standing next to the princess, Chloe was also a little confused but then took a better look at the jaguar or the big bag she was holding. You bought some sexy underwear and asked Sophia how it looks on you after you tried it on, right? Just like the blonde, she can be quite sharp about the strangest things. How did you know? Just took a wild guess. Seems like I was right. Seriously? Anna got even louder. You showed yourself to Sophia in underwear? I'm not exactly sure if that even classifies as underwear in the first place, Ari answered her without thinking. There was basically no fabric, after all. What? She only repeated herself. It's all Sophia's fault. She made you show her? No. That was my idea. I wanted to get her opinion about it because she's the only one I'm okay with showing. The princess didn't even get an actual word out in response this time. Wow, Chloe was following their exchange with great interest. Maya was right. You and Sophia are ambiguous as nothing else. And not helping. Ari just glared at her. It was Sophia's idea to get this super revealing and sensual lingerie for you, and I was too embarrassed to ask a clerk for help. Super revealing and sensual? The princess only got louder. That wasn't the important part here, Anna. The fox girl tried to calm her down. I'm pretty sure it is. She disagreed with her. What about the part where Sophia made Ari buy it to wear and have fun with you? Probably during some sort of nightly activities? That part only now registered in Anna's brain. F for me. Why yes, the jaguar slightly nodded. Why? Thanks to all the fuss, she was a little slow right now. Because she's your girlfriend and wants to show herself off to you? Chloe just shook her head. Is that the hyper-denseness the other two were talking about? Just how bad was it before you started dating her? The princess decided not to answer her. Poor Maya, Chloe rolled her eyes before facing Ari again. Did she find something nice for you? There was some amazing lingerie near the entrance. A garter belt and lots of lace would look great on you. As usual, she and Sophia were thinking quite similarly. Ari also decided not to answer her. Afterward, once the topic was over, Maya and Sophia eventually reunited with the other three while the cat girl was holding a bag the same size as Ari, and the girls finally left the boutique. On the way out, Anna and Maya exchanged some glances to convey how they felt about all of this, but decided not to make another fuss for the greater good. The greater good of them having a lot of fun with their girls during the next night, that is. No. Not even 2 minutes after the girls had entered the first clothing store, Sophia started loudly complaining while the other 5 had encircled her. That's a belt. Not a skirt. She was pointing at a piece of fabric Ari was holding. Actually, when we entered the store, I saw wider belts. We don't care. Ugh, the blonde glanced at the determined expression of everyone, and her bad feeling got worse. I might as well not wear it, and it would make little to no difference. Is there really any point to this? Yes. I hate all of you, she hung her head in response. There's no way I'm going to wear that in public, though. I don't even want to wear it at home, but that's all you're going to get. Deal. The girls seemed to be okay with that. Because Sophia felt like she got tricked right now, she decided to not engage in this topic any further and started looking for actual clothes instead. Make sure to hold on to this. Chloe pointed at the piece of clothing Ari was holding before she followed after the blonde. Obviously. Once this very important detail was secured and taken care of, it was finally time for some leisure shopping. Okay, ignoring the earlier thing, what is everyone's plan for their fall wardrobe? Sophia's mood had improved a lot again, and she was looking forward to hearing everyone's normal ideas. I should be good, Chloe answered first. I got some lighter overknees earlier, and my current clothes are more than warm enough for a possible snowstorm, even. Everyone just stared at her with their eyes wide open. Anyway, Maya decided it was best to ignore the crazy fox girl and continued to conversation. I'm interested in taking a break from white clothes for a while and go for something more contrast. Why? I already got some warm black tights earlier, not sure if I actually stick with the color, though, and now I'm planning to get a longer red skirt and a dark pullover. Maybe black, as well, to contrast my hair. Oh ho, I like the sound of that. Sophia seemed to be looking forward to it already. Interesting, Ari tilted her head. I was actually planning to introduce more white to my wardrobe. I'm keeping the black tights and probably a black skirt, but I saw a few nice-looking knit sweaters that might suit me earlier. There was an adorable turtleneck I saw by the entrance. I bet that will look great with your hair. Basically the other way around as Maya, huh? The blonde also was a fan of that idea. The fall season will be pleasant to look at. I think so, too. Chloe sounded just as cheery. Neither of them was talking about the nature scenery. What about our princess? Anna tilted her head. I need something a little fancy for times where something semi-official is happening, but I would default to jeans again for casual clothing. I'm a big fan of those and wore them the last winters, too. Probably combined with a top and jacket in earthen colors. Oh. Sophia's eyes started sparkling. No, Maya just shook her head in return. We already agreed that you aren't getting any pants. We never agreed to anything. She got a little loud. I don't know what this is about, but I do agree with Maya. Chloe sided with her. Me, too. So did Ari and the princess. There's way too much bullying in my direction going on today. Didn't you want to get a skirt in the first place? The cat girl just looked at her. Because they're comfy and easy to move in? That's a different topic, she turned her head away. Anyway, I like the jeans idea, princess. The blonde dropped the issue sooner than it even came up. Long legs and jeans are the best. By the way, what is your plan? The fox girl got curious about Sophia's idea for her fall wardrobe. Well, she scratched her cheek. I got some super cute red and argyle pattern tights earlier. I absolutely love them already. It could be a little hard to combine them, though. I am rather fond of the design of the academy uniform skirt, so maybe a similar tartan-styled pattern, but probably in black and a little longer. With those colors, a lightly colored top would probably be the best. A smooth but warm white pullover with a few highlights might be nice. Sounds cute. Everyone seemed to like her idea. Alrighty, let's hunt. Sophia energetically raised her fist, and everyone started searching for their preferred outfits. A couple of hours later, and lots of discussions, trying on, and asking the other girls for opinions on their findings, everyone found a few outfits they liked. Even Chloe decided to buy a few things she could wear at home, like some shorts and cute camisoles. Luckily, all of them weren't short on cash, because the cashier had a lot of work to do once the five finally had everything they wanted. Chapter 300, Kira's Birthday, Part 1 of 3. A few days ago, the girls went shopping together to get a new wardrobe for the ongoing fall season. It was also a fine distraction from all the chaos that was going on lately. One of those chaotic events was about to catch up to them, though. It was the day of Kira's birthday, so Anna and Ari finally had to return to the castle after having run away a week ago when everyone had heard their loud first night as a couple. I don't want to go home. The girls, in their new clothes, were together in the living room while listening to Anna's loud complaining. It's going to be too embarrassing. I have to agree. While not quite as loud, Ari's expression looked even worse. How about we have a nice day in peace here? No, Sophia, the voice of reason she always is, shook her head. You two promised to show up at Kira's birthday, and that will happen. Why? Because I promised her. She was a little scared of the queen. And mother is one thing, but all the others in the castle. See, can't she come here instead? The queen? The blonde tilted her head. To celebrate her birthday? Yes. Anna just nodded a few times. How about no? She didn't like the plan. How about yes? The princess had no intention of backing down. Shut up already, Maya also had enough. You know perfectly well that we'll bring you to the castle today. Ugh, she just hung her head. I don't wanna. If I can guarantee that I'll bring the two of you into the castle and your room without anyone noticing, will you stop complaining? As that is completely impossible, sure. I'd feel a lot better. Anna didn't believe her claim. Alrighty, let's go. Sophia raised her fist and jumped off the sofa she was sitting on. We wasted enough time already. And just how do you want to get us inside the castle without anyone noticing? The princess stared right at her fellow tiger. Have you forgotten about my portals already? She had. Also, I think I forgot to mention it, but I already placed a portal in your dressing room in the castle when we visited Ellie the other day. Yeah? Anna and Ari hadn't expected that. That's why, I can guarantee to bring you to your room completely unnoticed. Why you tricked us? I sure did. Sophia didn't feel the least bit guilty. Sounds like today's going to be quite interesting. Chloe was enjoying their conversation. I beg to differ. Anna had a different opinion on the matter. Sophia, I want to hear about everything tonight when you get back. The fox girl simply ignored her. Eh? The blonde tilted her head. What do you mean? You're coming with us. Huh? Chloe looked extremely confused. I can't go to the birthday of the queen. I am pretty sure Kira won't mind. You don't have to worry about it, right? Sophia glanced at the still panicking princess. And no, highly unlikely. Mother likes to meet new people. Wait. She suddenly got louder again. Actually, please come with us, Chloe. Why? You're easily as exciting and distracting as Sophia, so you might be able to pull some attention away from Ari and me. She had very selfish intentions. I'm not sure how I should feel about this. See it as an opportunity to visit the castle and meet many new and kinda interesting people. Maya smiled at her. Who knows, maybe you'll meet your future partner there. You think so? The fox girl looked right at her. It still sounds fun even besides that, doesn't it? She stared at the cat girl for a few moments. Yes, you might be right. I'm sorry. After the stare, Maya felt the need to apologize. The weather is quite nice today, and the castle gardens are amazing with the fall foliage. It's worth it for that alone. Fenny and Aura are also in the garden there right now, judging by my detection magic. We could join them and have a picnic once everything else calms down a little. Sophia also tried to sell her on the idea. Okay, that does sound like a fun time. Chloe's mood became cheery again. Alrighty, for real now. The blonde raised her fist again. Let's finally head out. Anna and Ari kept protesting for a good while longer, but the other three had enough of them soon enough, grabbed their hands, and dragged the couple downstairs to the portal. Stepping through it and another one inside Sophia's extra dimension, they ended up in the princess dressing room before long. Wow, the room of a princess sure is something else. The moment they came out of the dressing room, Chloe looked at everything with sparkling eyes. It's the same size as my entire treehouse in the Elven village. Okay. Maya, let's go and visit Ellie. You three have fun, too. Sophia grabbed her hand and wanted to have a good time with her. Wait. Ari immediately grabbed the blonde's other free hand and stopped her from moving. If you leave now, I'll never forgive you. So needy, she let out a small sigh. Okay, what do you want me to do? I don't know. Maya, any suggestions? Sophia faced her again. I quite liked the Ellie idea you had. So did I, but Ari is too selfish to let us go. Hey. The selfish jaguar raised her voice. We would really appreciate the help. Fine. Your pleading gaze is quite powerful, she gave up. It still involves me leaving, though. Chloe, any interest in having a tour through the castle? Sounds fun. The fox girl seemed to like the idea. Who's the tour guide? Me. Sophia pointed at herself. On second thought, I think I'd rather stay here and try to mentally support Ari and the princess. That's so rude. She started pouting. Well, you got lost multiple times in a village that is much smaller than the castle and which only has 3 streets. Sophia went silent for a moment. I already know where I want to go with you. Chloe looked at her for a moment longer but was eventually convinced by her determined expression. Okay, let's go exploring. Great. The blonde was smiling again. Maya, you stay with the runaway couple. I don't trust them being unsupervised. And I don't trust the two of you being unsupervised. The cat girl had some reservations about the plan. That's exactly what I'm going for, though. We need to be a little unrestrained this time. And my feelings about the idea just went from bad to worse. I like it. Anna was a fan of whatever her fellow tiger had in mind. Perfect. That was enough of a confirmation for Sophia. Let's go. Afterward, she grabbed Chloe's hand, and the two disappeared before Maya could protest anymore. By the way, what's the plan? While Chloe and Sophia were walking through the castle, the fox girl eventually wanted to find out what was even going on. No idea. I was hoping to come up with something on the fly. I mean, I don't know why, but I'm naturally drawn to chaos for some reason, and you being similar to me, there's a chance this condition will become even stronger. I see, she just nodded while pretending to understand. Oh, that looks promising. Saying so, the tiger increased her pace again while dragging the fox girl with her. A little while later, the blonde accidentally ran into another, quite high-ranking tiger. Sophia? Menzer tilted his head while looking at the duo. I didn't know you're in the castle? I have my ways to get in here undetected. I'm not sure if I approve of that, he let out a small sigh. I am sure that there's nothing I can do about it, though. Exactly. She just gave him a big smile. By the way, he decided to give up. Who is this fox girl? Even for me, that's a rather rare encounter. Ah, right. She had almost forgotten about that part. Chloe, the dear king of this nation, Menzer. Menzer, the newest friend of mine and the fluffiest fox girl you'll ever see, Chloe. Huh? Chloe's eyes grew wide. T the king? Pleased to meet you. Menzer just showed her a slight but dignified smile. Well, meeting me, even inside the castle, must have been a surprise, huh? Then again, you're friends with Sophia, so you should already be more than used to surprises, no? What's that supposed to mean? The girl in question raised her voice. It means exactly what I just said. You win this round. I'm honored to meet you, sir. Chloe needed a moment to process the situation. Oh my, a formal and respectful greeting. That's unusual lately. He glanced at the blonde during the last part. Hey! She got loud again. I was very formal in the beginning. It didn't last overly long, though. Do you wish for me to address you formally and with the due respect again, My Eminence? He just stared at her for a moment. Please. Please continue as usual, Menzer didn't like it. Gladly. So, what are you two doing? The king tried to get back to the initial question. I wanted to show Chloe the castle. I see. Anyway, how's the mood? On the Anna and Ari topic, I mean. Do I need to kick someone out of the castle? You, for example? She locked eyes with Menzer. And no, there will be no need for that. Really? Really? He nodded a few times. I more than warned all of my ministers and aides about what will happen if they do anything to make them feel uncomfortable. Kira and Ari's mothers, including all the maids below them, have been doing the same with the remaining castle staff. Sounds great. Sophia smiled at him. What about our dear king himself? How are his feelings on the matter? He will do his best to not do anything inappropriate either. Menzer awkwardly scratched his cheeks. I cannot guarantee that there will be absolutely zero awkward moments, though. Are we okay with this? The blonde then faced Chloe. She wasn't expecting to be involved here. Well, it sounds like His Majesty is trying his best, so. I mean, it's kind of understandable that he just can't completely ignore everything when he sees his daughter. It was quite the event, after all. Alright, you got approved by Chloe. That means I'm okay with it, too. Sophia gave him a thumbs up. Thank you. The king looked a little confused again. Wait, she knows about all this? Chloe's also staying in our mansion right now after we visited an elven village where we met her. She became friends with the two loud ones during their stay. I see. Wait, what? He noticed a very peculiar detail in her reply. Anyway, Anna and Ari are also in the castle right now. Huh? This was enough to make him forget about the elven village for the time being. They're with Maya in the princess room. How? Nobody ever mentioned anything about that. As I said before, I have my ways to get people in and out of the castle unnoticed. Scary. The king got loud. Go and visit them to get any awkwardness out before you and Kira see them together. You don't want to say anything awkward when she's with them, right? That would be very bad. Menzer's expression visibly changed. Speaking of her, what is our dear queen up to right now? Well, it is her birthday, so she's constantly meeting people who want to congratulate her. We had a little reception in the morning where the brunt of people met her, but she is quite popular. She'll probably be doing that all day. Kira decided against a party this year because it's always such a stressful event, but that backfired a little bit. Meeting all kinds of people all day long sounds like a major pain. Well, as the king, I'm pretty much used to that. Still sounds like a pain. It didn't make it any better for Sophia. I don't disagree. Menzer just gave her a slight nod. Most of the time, I do like my job a lot, though. It did get a lot harder lately, though. He glanced at the blonde during the last part. What's that supposed to mean? What are you trying to imply here? Exactly what you think I'm implying. He got louder again. Fair. She shrugged her shoulder and piped down. That does mean she won't notice if I borrow the royal bedroom or whatever it is called for half an hour, right? Why? The king tilted his head while looking somewhat confused. I want to give her a little present. I plan to fit the room with the underfloor heating. Oh, she'll be pleased about that. Great. Though. Could you go a little easy on the intensity? I do like being warm, but Ellie's room is way too much. Would Kara be happy about that, though? Sophia had something against his suggestion. Ugh, he hung his head. The right side of the bed. That's my side. At least under there, please don't make it too warm. I'll see what I can do. She looked pretty cheeky while answering him. Let's go, Chloe. Sophia grabbed her hand again and dragged her off. Eh? Ah, sure. Our bedroom is that way. Menzer pointed in the exact opposite direction of the corridor. The blonde went silent, turned around, and started walking in the opposite direction with the fox girl. Take a left at the second turn and then a right after the third, and you'll be right in front of it. Thank you very much. Chloe was the one who answered him. And make sure to visit Anna's room. Sophia looked a lot less smug now. Afterward, the duo parted ways with the king for good and went in their own directions.